Chapter 1. The Return of the Disciple, the Primordial Sword Body. Peak Master, I wish to withdraw from the peak. At the starfall peak of the Qingyang Sword Sect, as Lin Xian gazed at the departing figure of the youth, he shook his head, feeling little sorrow. This scene had replayed countless times over the past 3 years. He had become somewhat numb to it. Now there are only 5 of us left at Starfall Peak, including myself, Lin Xian murmured. 3 years prior, Starfall Peak was flourishing, with over 10,000 disciples, ranking 13th among the Qingyang Sword Sect, and even poised to break into the top 10. Yet, in less than 3 years, Starfall Peak had plummeted from 13th to its current 33rd position. It is worth noting that the entire Qingyang Sword Sect comprises merely 36 peaks. This decline was solely due to a calamity that occurred 3 years ago. Lin Xian's most esteemed disciple, Nangong Yaoyu, had not returned from an expedition. Initially, Lin Xian was tormented with worry, fearing she might have met with misfortune. However, 3 days later, a letter arrived at the Qingyang Sword Sect, delivered into Lin Xian's hands, revealing that his concerns had been unfounded. The letter, penned by Nangong Yaoyu herself, was a farewell note. She had not encountered any danger, rather. During her journey, she had met an individual who claimed to be the master of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, who, recognizing her exceptional talent, wished to take her as a disciple, and she had accepted. After contemplating the letter in silence for a long while, Lin Xian finally managed a self-deprecating smile. The Yaoqi Heavenly Palace is one of the dominions of the Xian domain, and its master, Fairy Qi Yao, ranks among the top 10 formidable beings in the Xian domain, a powerful figure of the revered realm. In contrast, although the Qingyang Sword Sect is one of the 10 sects of the Tangxing Empire, there is no basis for comparison between the two. The Xian domain is vast, encompassing countless nations like the Tangxing Empire. The Yaoqi Heavenly Palace stands as a powerful entity within the Xian domain, while the Qingyang Sword Sect cannot even claim the top position within this small Tangxing Empire. The disparity is evident. Body refinement, Qi gathering, Earth profound, Heaven profound, Tribulation realm, King realm, Emperor realm, Revered realm, Emperor realm, Saint realm. In the expansive Tangxing Empire, not a single person has reached the Emperor realm. Yet within the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, there are not only emperors but also multiple revered beings. This revelation struck Lin Xian profoundly, becoming a source of inner turmoil. He had always regarded Nangong Yaoyu as his pride since her admission into his sect. He had spared no effort in her training, only to receive such a disheartening outcome. This incident directly led to Lin Xian's subsequent failed attempt to break through to the King realm, resulting in a backlash that caused him to fall back 2 realms. Since then, he spent the majority of his time in seclusion, nursing his wounds, leaving him utterly unable to attend to the affairs of the peak. Consequently, Starfall Peak began its gradual decline year after year. Not only did no new disciples join, but even the original disciples of Starfall Peak successively departed, seeking other peaks. In just 3 years, everything had changed. Regarding Nangong Yaoyu's betrayal, there were 2 distinct opinions within the Qingyang Sword Sect. One deemed her ungrateful, while a portion of others believed that her choice was justified. After all, it was a revered master personally extending an invitation. One must ponder how many could resist such an enticing allure. As news of Nangong Yaoyu ascending the hidden dragon rankings spread within the Qingyang Sword Sect 6 months ago, an increasing number of individuals began to perceive that her decision to depart from the Starfall Peak and apprentice under Master Qi Yao was undeniably sagacious. To remain at Starfall Peak would have been a squandering of her extraordinary talents. As for Lin Xian, the sentiments of the crowd were predominantly one of lamentation. Once the most sought-after peak master within the sect, with immense potential to ascend to the realm of kings, he found himself in such a dismal state. Lin Xian, who was leaning back in his wooden chair, suddenly uttered a soft exclamation as a virtual frame gradually materialized above Yang Hao's head. Name, Yang Hao. Age, 17. Realm, Qi gathering first level. Identity, true inheritor disciple of Qiyang Peak. Destiny, possesses enlightened roots, green grade 6. Recent events, approached by Elder Huang of Qiyang Peak, decided to leave Starfall Peak, intending to make one last attempt to persuade his beloved sister Su Lianxin to depart with him. Is this a system? Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. The term system was both familiar and foreign. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had not encountered any semblance of a system or golden finger. His ascension to the current Calamity realm was solely through his own efforts. Consequently, Lin Xian had abandoned all hopes regarding systems or golden fingers. Yet, unexpectedly, after 27 years, this long-buried term resurfaced in his mind. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian closed his eyes, and a virtual frame gradually emerged within his consciousness. Investment Rebate System. Host, Lin Xian. Age, 27. Realm, Calamity Realm, 7th level. Identity, Peak Master of Starfall Peak. Destiny, Innate Sword Master Blue Grade 3. Disciples, 110. The Investment Rebate System. For Lin Xian, who had perused numerous fantasy novels in his previous life, this was no stranger. In an instant, he comprehended the functionality of the system. As the name suggests, one could select an individual for investment, triggering a rebate currently. The only eligible target was Lin Xian's disciples. The higher the qualifications of the invested disciple, the more precious the rebate triggered. Moreover, Lin Xian's cultivation speed would be intricately linked to that of his disciples. The collective cultivation speed of all his disciples would determine Lin Xian's own rate of advancement. This was exceedingly overpowered. Li Exan, summon all the disciples within the peak. I have matters to discuss. Excited, Lin Xian could hardly contain his eagerness to test the investment rebate function of the system and directly conveyed his message to a disciple within the peak. Su Lianxin was one of the few remaining disciples at Starfall Peak. Though her talent was mediocre, Lin Xian had once shown her kindness, which was why she had yet to depart. Despite her unremarkable abilities, she possessed a beauty that could bring nations to ruin. Within the Qingyang Sword Sect, she had no shortage of admirers. Just recently, Yang Hao, who had left not long ago, was one of her suitors. Indeed, Peak Master Su Lianxin responded as she stood in the Starfall Peak Plaza, having just received a message from Lin Xian. On her way to inform the other disciples, she encountered Yang Hao, who had recently departed from the main hall and was preparing to leave Starfall Peak. Yang Hao, you arrived just in time. The Peak Master has summoned all disciples to the main hall for an important announcement. To her surprise, Yang Hao shook his head slightly and replied, I have just come from the Peak Master. I am no longer a disciple of Starfall Peak. Su Lianxin was taken aback, quickly grasping the implication of his words. Her expression hardened as she bypassed Yang Hao, intent on notifying the others. Su Junior Sister, will you truly not accompany me to Qingyang Peak? Elder Huang has already agreed to grant you a core disciple position on my behalf. The core disciple position at Qingyang Peak is highly coveted, sought after by many. Remaining here at Starfall Peak serves no purpose for me. However, before Yang Hao could finish his plea, Su Lianxin had already turned her back and walked away. She remained indifferent to others' opinions. What mattered was that she would never abandon Starfall Peak, unless Lin Xian himself were to cast her out. Although her talents were modest, she understood the value of gratitude. 3 years prior, she had witnessed an event that left a profound impact on her. Su Lianxin lamented her lack of innate ability. Throughout these 3 years, she had tirelessly devoted herself to cultivation, hoping that one day she could assist the Peak Master in delivering a resounding blow to Nangong Yaoyue's pride. Yet, the disparity in talent was a chasm that diligence alone could not bridge. Not long after, within the main hall of Starfall Peak, Lin Xian opened his eyes upon sensing someone's presence, only to find Su Lianxin standing before him alone. Brother Wang, Yin seems to be missing. Sister Chu is not in the peak, she has gone to Qingyang City, but I have already sent the messages. They should arrive shortly, Su Lianxin quickly clarified, as if anticipating any misunderstanding. Nodding, Lin Xian contemplated that since the others had yet to arrive, he would commence with her and test the investment return system. He held a relatively favorable impression of Su Lianxin despite her average talent. She exhibited remarkable diligence in her training. However, when Lin Xian's gaze fell upon the virtual frame above Su Lianxin's head, he was momentarily stunned. Name, Su Lianxin. Age, 17. Realm, Body Refinement 9th Layer. Identity, Disciple of Starfall Peak. Destiny, Blood of the Su Ancestor, Emperor Golden Grade. Recent events. Currently distressed over her inability to break through to the gathering Qi realm. Blood of the Su Ancestor Emperor? Golden Destiny? Lin Xian nearly doubted his own eyesight. It is worth noting that his own destiny was merely blue in hue. According to the system, above blue lies purple, then orange, and finally gold. Even his former true disciple, Qingyang Yaoguang, likely possessed no more than an orange destiny. This seemingly unremarkable Su Lianxin, unexpectedly endowed with a golden destiny? No, that cannot be right. The label fate following her golden destiny indicates it has been rendered useless. If she truly possessed a golden destiny, she would not be merely at the body refinement 9th layer at the age of 17, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Lin Xian began to grasp the situation. Su Lianxin must have once possessed the golden destiny, the bloodline of the Su ancestor, but it had been forcibly taken from her. To validate his conjecture, Lin Xian proceeded to inquire about Su Lianxin's family background. After hearing her responses, he was nearly certain that his assumptions were close to the truth. In the Xian domain, there exist ancient clans with long-established lineages. Although they have fallen from grace in modern times, their ancestors once basked in glory. The Su clan is one such lineage. While the Xian domain Su clan may not rival the Qiyao Heavenly Palace, even such a dominant force does not dare to provoke these ancient clans, which have endured for over a millennium. It is worth noting, however, that Su Lianxin does not hail from the main branch of the Xian domain Su clan, but rather from a branch established within the Tang Qing Empire. There are numerous similar branches of the Xian domain Su clan. Children born into these branches must journey to the main Su clan in the Xian domain at the age of 10 to partake in the ancestral land test. If they gain the approval of the ancestral land, they may remain in the main branch to cultivate a dream cherished by many descendants of the Su clan branches. Su Lianxin had also participated in the ancestral land test, but her talent was deemed average, resulting in her return to the Su branch in the Tang Qing Empire. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. The main Su clan was indeed ruthless, having not only stripped Su Lianxin of her awakened Su ancestor blood, but also altered her memories. Suditian, Lin Xian suddenly recalled a rumor he had once heard. This Suditian was remarkable indeed. Born into the ancient Su clan of the Xian domain, he is the current clan leader's son. He emerged a few years ago, decisively defeating the then #1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Even now, he remains at the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragon ranking, unchallenged. It is said that he awakened the imperial blood of the Su clan, being regarded as the hope for the Su clan's resurgence at the zenith of the Xian domain. If Lin Xian's deductions were correct, then Su Di Tian's imperial blood rightfully belonged to Su Lianxin. What a twist of fate, akin to a cat swapping its young. Everything that Su Di Tian possesses should have belonged to Su Lianxin. Upon hearing Lin Xian's revelations, Su Lianxin was utterly bewildered. So it turns out she was never of mediocre talent? It was no wonder she had always felt a peculiar dissonance regarding the memories of her time in the ancestral land, yet she could never articulate what felt amiss. Is this truly the case? Lianxin, would you be willing to become my disciple? Lin Xian suddenly posed the question, observing her complex expression. Although Su Lianxin was a disciple of the Starfall Peak, she had yet to be formally recognized as Lin Xian's disciple. Today, Lin Xian intended to accept her as his pupil. Though her golden destiny had been rendered dormant, it still lingered within the destiny register. Did this imply Lin Xian wished to test it? But my qualifications, Su Lianxin stammered nervously. She naturally desired to become Lin Xian's disciple, as it had been her aspiration for many years. Although she once possessed imperial blood, that was in the past. Now, she was merely a 17-year-old who had yet to break through to the ordinary realm of qi gathering. I only ask if you are willing. Upon hearing this, Su Lianxin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she nodded earnestly. I am willing. Master, I bow to you as your disciple. As she spoke, Su Lianxin knelt before Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not intervene. Instead, he tossed a small jade vial. Within the vial lay a drop of Phoenix-Sparrow's essence blood, a treasure he had acquired in a secret realm. This precious substance, when infused into one's bloodline, could lead to a metamorphosis of one's innate abilities, significantly enhancing one's potential. Gazing at the jade vial, Lin Xian let out a sigh within. This essence blood was originally meant for Qingyang Yaoguang, a gift he had prepared years ago. This is your initiation gift. Accept it. Thank you, Master. Upon receiving Lin Xian's token of apprenticeship, a voice from the system echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host. For investing in the Phoenix-Sparrow's essence blood, you receive a rebate of Ice Phoenix's True Blood Gold, rank 9. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been blessed by fortune, triggering a critical hit, and receive an additional rebate of innate Primordial Sword Body Red, rank 1. Chapter 2. The Imperial Stairway Technique. The Grand Out Golden Pill. Goodness. The true blood of the Ice Phoenix? The innate Primordial Sword Body? One possesses a golden 9th grade fate, while the other holds a crimson 1st grade fate. Remarkable indeed. Could this be considered a card system? After all, strictly speaking, Su Lianxin has lost her imperial blood, reduced to an ordinary individual, yet the system still bestows upon her a golden qualification return. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Xian pondered yet another scheme. If the system's rewards could be bestowed upon disciples, would it trigger a return? If so, would that not allow for infinite nesting? Gazing at his newly accepted disciple, Lin Xian felt as though he were gazing upon a vast treasure trove. Meanwhile, Su Lianxin felt somewhat uneasy under Lin Xian's scrutinizing gaze. Her cheeks subtly tinged with crimson. Disciple, consume the contents of this jade vial, Lin Xian declared, tossing forth a jade vial containing the very essence of Ice Phoenix true blood. Upon receiving the vial, Su Lianxin, intrigued yet unhesitant, opened her mouth and swallowed the contents. Harboring no fears regarding Lin Xian's intentions, it wasn't that she doubted his motives, rather, given the disparity in their strengths, he need not resort to such elaborate schemes to harm her. However, the anticipated prompt from the system did not resonate, leaving Lin Xian somewhat disheartened. It appeared that the notion of infinitely nesting the system was indeed a fanciful thought. Such an overt action could not possibly be sanctioned by the system. Meanwhile, shortly after ingesting the drop of Ice Phoenix True Blood, Su Lianxin felt an unusual chill envelop her. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, quickly returning to normalcy, indicating that the essence had wholly integrated within her being. A subtle sense of unease gripped Su Lianxin. Why was her absorption of spiritual energy occurring at such an unprecedented rate? It was astonishingly rapid, far exceeding her previous pace. Master, what exactly have you caused me to ingest? Su Lianxin's curiosity could not be contained. A single drop of Ice Phoenix True Blood, though it may seem minimal. It is the blood of the Phoenix, whose value far surpasses that of your extracted imperial blood. This was indeed true. While the Su imperial blood was formidable, it was merely of the golden 1st grade. In contrast, Ice Phoenix True Blood ranked at the golden 9th grade, a staggering 9 levels higher despite both being golden in hue. Is it truly more precious than the imperial blood I lost? Su Lianxin exclaimed, Master, this is exceedingly precious. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Xian. I shall provide you with a goal. In the future, I expect to see you trample upon Su Dishianshan, he declared. If you can achieve this, then my bestowal of such invaluable Ice Phoenix True Blood shall not have been in vain. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint you. She vowed fervently, not only Su Dishianshan, but also Nangong Yaoguang. Yet, the latter declaration remained unvoiced, nestled within her heart. Though she remained unaware of the origins of the Ice Phoenix True Blood, Su Lianxin possessed the wisdom to discern what inquiries were appropriate. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Xian had suddenly transformed into an enigmatic figure in her eyes. The true blood of the Ice Phoenix, such a treasure, is beyond the reach of even the modest Qingyang Sword Sect, let alone the main lineage of the Su family. This is not a treasure one would expect to find within the realm of the mystical domain. After Su Lianxin integrated the true blood of the Ice Phoenix, Lin Xian could distinctly perceive a remarkable acceleration in his absorption of spiritual energy, multiplying by an unknown factor. Truly, she is of the 9th grade divine fate. A glance at Su Lianxin's profile revealed the addition of the true blood of the Ice Phoenix, 9th grade, under the divine fate section. It seems that this newly accepted disciple has seen a significant enhancement in her innate talents. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled once more with excitement. Within his storage ring, he possessed another valuable item, a fragmented volume of a cultivation technique known as the True Art of the Cave Mysteries. This was procured through considerable expenditure of spiritual stones at an auction long ago. He had hoped to glean some insights, yet the text was so severely incomplete that, despite years of contemplation, he had yielded little in the way of understanding. Lin Xian was certain that the True Art of the Cave Mysteries was of considerable rank. Were it not for its fragmented state, it would undoubtedly be classified as a technique of the supreme tier. Alas, were it not incomplete, it would never have fallen into his possession. The worth of a complete supreme-level technique far exceeds Lin Xian's modest means. This is a fragmented technique that I have struggled to comprehend for years, and now I shall pass it on to you, he declared, retrieving the incomplete true art of the cave mysteries from his storage ring and presenting it to Su Lianxin under a convenient pretext. Ding. Congratulations, host. Investment in the fragmented true art of the cave mysteries has yielded a return of the fragmented Azure Emperor's scripture. Lin Xian cursed inwardly, what a sly system. I invest in a fragment, and you return another fragment to me? Fortunately, upon glancing at the returned Azure Emperor's scripture, he noted that, although it too was incomplete, it differed significantly from the true art of the cave mysteries, which had been flawed throughout. The Azure Emperor's scripture, however, was sound in its initial sections, with only the latter part missing. At least this broken system has a sliver of conscience. The Azure Emperor's scripture, a sacred tier technique, retained its integrity in the first 5 levels, with only the 6th and 7th levels exhibiting incompleteness. Sacred tier. Lin Xian's breath caught in his throat. Is this the manifestation of Su Lianxin's heightened talents? Truly, you are an exceptional disciple. I merely bestowed upon you a fragmented supreme tier technique. And you repay me with a fragment of a sacred tier technique? Though it too has its flaws, it poses little detriment to Lin Xian at this juncture. He sighed as he surveyed his storage ring. Over the years, in pursuit of healing, Lin Xian had exhausted his resources. He was devoid of spiritual stones and elixirs alike. Presently, he possessed little of value left for further investment, save for a few elixirs. Without hesitation, he retrieved them and offered them to Su Lianxin, gathering chi pills, enhancing essence pills, and breaking through pills. Ding. Investment in the enhancing essence pill has yielded a return of the 6 transformations profound spirit pill, 7th pattern, X1. Ding. Investment in the gathering chi pill has yielded a return of the sword intent pill, 4th pattern, X2. Ding. Investment in the breaking through pill has yielded a return of the great Dao golden pill, 9th pattern, X1. The returned elixirs are all of 6th grade or higher. The elixirs are categorized into 9 grades, each corresponding to various realms, such as the Gathering Chi Pill, the Yuan Enhancement Pill, and the Boundary Breaking Pill, all of which are investments made by Lin Xian. Among these, only the Boundary Breaking Pill is classified as a 4th grade elixir, the others are all 3rd grade. Moreover, the returned elixirs are of the Danwen level, with some even boasting 9 Danwen. The presence of even a single Danwen is exceedingly rare. Ordinary alchemists are incapable of producing them, and each additional pattern significantly enhances the potency of the elixir. Typically, elixirs found in the market seldom exhibit Danwen. And when they do, they are mostly limited to 1 or 2 patterns. The 6th turn Xianling pill is a 6th grade elixir capable of substantially enhancing cultivation, suitable for use below the imperial realm. The sword intent pill, a 7th grade elixir, aids individuals in comprehending the true essence of swordsmanship, a coveted treasure for countless sword cultivators. This elixir is merely a legend, never having been witnessed by anyone. Some even argue that it is a mere myth rather than a tangible reality. The Great Dao Golden Pill, a 6th grade elixir, is an ancient spiritual medicine long lost to time. It assists the user in comprehending at least 9 Great Daos while breaking through to the King Realm. The Great Dao Golden Pill is remarkable, not only because it is a 6th grade elixir but also due to its exceptional rarity, surpassing even typical 8th grade elixirs in value. Typically, those who are powerful enough to challenge the King Realm must comprehend at least 1 Great Dao during their breakthrough. Most King Realm cultivators, like Lin Xian, have only grasped a single Dao during their ascension. Lin Xian himself once attempted to understand the Dao of the sword in his quest to reach the King Realm, but ultimately he failed. It is exceedingly rare for a King Realm cultivator to comprehend 2 Great Daos during their breakthrough, and those who do are significantly stronger than their peers who have only grasped 1. The existence of those who comprehend 3 Great Daos is even scarcer. Even a newly ascended King Realm cultivator at this level could rival those at the 2nd or even 3rd stages of King Realm strength. The Great Dao Golden Pill offers Lin Xian the opportunity to comprehend at least 9 Great Daos, excluding those he has already realized. This is no mere 6th grade elixir. It rivals the essence of a 9th grade imperial elixir. At this moment, Lin Xian's emotions were beyond description. Just then, the 2 disciples that Su Lianxin had recently informed him about arrived, compelling Lin Xian to suppress his excitement. Wang Yan and Chu Yumeng were the 2 individuals. Among them, Wang Yan is Lin Xian's disciple, possessing commendable talent. Chu Yumeng, however, is not Lin Xian's disciple, She joined the Starfall Peak a year ago. Lin Xian found it rather peculiar that, despite her somewhat mediocre talent, she chose Starfall Peak over other peaks with higher rankings. However, at that time, Lin Xian was preoccupied with healing and did not pay her much attention. Utilizing the system's probing feature, Lin Xian examined their profiles. Name, Wang Yin. Age, 19. Realm, Gathering Qi. Second layer identity, Disciple of Starfall Peak. Lin Xian's apprentice destiny, Strength that moves mountains and rivers, Green. Grade 1. Recent events, engaged in cultivation, preparing for the Qingyang Sword Sect Grand Competition in 6 months. Name, Chu Yuming. Age, 17. Realm, 3rd level of Earth. Profound identity, Disciple of Starfall Peak. Destiny, Yushui Xian. Body, Orange. Grade 8. Recent events, recently obtained a revered level cultivation technique from the soul of a celestial sovereign and is preparing to cultivate it. Wang Yan's information appears rather ordinary. But what about Chu Yuming? 3rd level of Earth. Profound? Goodness, if it weren't for the system's probing function, Lin Xian might have been deceived by her. The realm she presents is merely the 1st level of Qi gathering. Furthermore, a celestial sovereign's soul? Could it be that a fallen celestial sovereign's essence resides within her? The revered ones are categorized into 3 realms: revered, Earth sovereign, and celestial sovereign. At this level, the disparity between each realm is immense. Despite the presence of some revered beings in the profound domain, the majority remain at the revered level, with only a few attaining the Earth sovereign stage, and none at all reaching the celestial sovereign level. A celestial sovereign's accompanying elder? This Starfall Peak truly harbors hidden talents. With Su Lianxin and Chu Yuming, only Wang Yin seems to be an ordinary individual. Chu Yuming, a 3rd level Earth profound at merely 17 years of age, possesses an extraordinary talent that is no common prodigy. Even when compared to Lin Xian's former disciple, Nangong Yaowe, she stands on equal footing, if not surpassing her. With such exceptional talent, which grand sect in the profound domain would she not be able to join? Why then does she come to this humble Qingyang Sword Sect? And why join my Starfall Peak? Surely, she must be plotting something. However, Lin Xian does not intend to expose her just yet. Regardless, during her year at Starfall Peak, she has not committed any acts detrimental to it. A celestial sovereign soul, how intriguing. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, gazing at Chu Yuming, and spoke, "The purpose of summoning you today is to formally accept you as my disciple. Do you wish to take me as your master?" Though uncertain of her true intentions, Lin Xian is unconcerned. What matters is the tremendous acceleration in his cultivation speed that Chu Yuming can provide. With an Orange Grade 8 destiny, her talent is likely to surpass that of Nangong Yaowe from years past. To not accept her as a disciple, thereby forfeiting the chance for enhanced cultivation speed, would indeed be a pity. As for what the future holds, that is a matter for another day. Taking a master? Lin Xian's words caught Chu Yuming off guard. Clearly, she had never contemplated the idea of becoming Lin Xian's disciple. She had endeavored to remain as inconspicuous as possible, showcasing a talent that seemed no different from that of an ordinary disciple, all to remain hidden from prying eyes. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. This subtle change, however, did not escape Lin Xian's notice. "Never mind," agreed to him. "We shall remain at this Qingyang Sword Sect for some time." A venerable voice resonated within Chu Yuming's consciousness. "Master, I humbly bow before you." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuming no longer hesitated and knelt to pledge her allegiance. After the apprenticeship, Lin Xian could distinctly feel the surge in the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy, now significantly enhanced. Previously, his cultivation speed was comparable to that of Su Lianxin, yet now it has already surpassed hers. Subsequently, Lin Xian bestowed the 1st level of the Qing Emperor's cultivation technique upon his 3 disciples. With the system in place, Lin Xian was certain that greater techniques would be bestowed upon him in the future, hence he was not stingy. After all, this was merely the 1st layer of the Qingdi Sutra. He did, however, caution the 3 not to divulge its secrets. Lin Xian refrained from declaring the Qingdi Sutra as a sacred level technique, for that would have been too astonishing. In this humble Tangqing Empire, the emergence of a technique surpassing the imperial level was simply unfathomable. Once they had cultivated it, they would naturally recognize the extraordinary nature of the Qingdi Sutra. Su Lianxin, possessing the bloodline of the true Phoenix, would likely experience an exponential surge in her cultivation speed due to this sacred level technique. Consequently, Lin Xian's own rate of advancement would also escalate several tiers. As for Chu Yuming, she might not necessarily cultivate the Qingdi Sutra. Indeed, as Lin Xian had anticipated, after receiving the technique from him, Yuming did not even cast a glance at it before discarding it into a corner of her storage ring. In her eyes, Lin Xian was merely the master of a single peak within the Qingyang Sword Sect, not even at the king level. What could he possibly offer that was of value? Compared to the revered level technique recently bestowed upon her by her master, even the techniques of the Qingyang Sword Sect seemed trivial in her estimation. She could hardly be bothered to glance at it, let alone cultivate it. Had it not been for the necessity of appearances, she might have even refused to accept it, unwilling to occupy space in her storage ring. Upon discovering that the entity within her sea of consciousness had once been a formidable figure in the celestial realm, Chu Yoming's standards rose significantly. Ordinary items could hardly capture her interest. Observing Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, who were utterly astonished and elated after receiving the technique from Lin Xian, Chu Yuming could not help but find it amusing. A technique she could not even be bothered to examine had rendered the two ecstatic. With less than half a year remaining until the sect competition, she hoped they would diligently cultivate and secure a commendable outcome on her behalf. After imparting a few more instructions, Lin Xian dismissed them, for he was ready to begin assimilating the treasures he had acquired, including the 3 spirit pills in the red first-class destiny, as well as the innate primordial sword body. Chapter 3. Capable of battling the King Realm. Comprehending 18 great avenues. Innate primordial sword body, minor completion, sword path comprehension speed, 1000 sword path divine ability power, 1000 when Lin Xian fully integrated the innate primordial sword body. He was genuinely astounded by the magnitude of its enhancement. 1000-fold comprehension speed of the sword's true essence. 1000-fold power of the sword's divine abilities. How extraordinary was this? Is this the essence of the red destiny? And this was merely the minor completion stage of the innate primordial sword body. It seemed almost too outrageous. Yet, the marvels did not cease there. As Lin Xian endeavored to grasp the essence of the sword, he received notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the first layer of sword intent. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the second layer of sword intent. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the third layer of sword intent. 3 layers of sword intent. It is worth noting that Lin Xian was a sword cultivator for many years. He had been immersed in the understanding of sword intent. Yet, he had not even grasped the rudimentary form of it, illustrating just how challenging the comprehension of the sword's true essence was. In a mere instant, he comprehended the profound essence of the threefold sword intent. What does the threefold sword intent signify? Even within the esteemed Qingyang Sword Sect, only one individual has grasped the essence of sword intent, the venerable Grand Elder, Qingyang. Yet, even he has only attained a singular layer of sword intent. The sect leader of Qingyang Sword Sect has merely managed to perceive the embryonic form of sword intent, not the true essence thereof. Presently, Lin Xian not only comprehends sword intent, but has achieved the remarkable threefold sword intent. Sword cultivators are renowned for their formidable destructive power, and those who have grasped sword intent are often shunned by countless practitioners. A significant reason for the Qingyang Sword Sect standing among the top 10 sects of the Tangqing Empire is the presence of the unparalleled sword cultivator, Qingyang. Today, even true King Realm experts may find themselves challenged. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Lin Xian's eyes, fueled by the absolute confidence instilled in him by his innate Hunyuan sword body combined with the threefold sword intent. Naturally, should this thought be revealed to others, it would only provoke derision. A mere 7th layer of the Tribulation Realm challenging the King Realm? What a ludicrous jest. The chasm between the Tribulation Realm and the King Realm is akin to an insurmountable abyss. It is not merely said in jest. Even should 10 practitioners at the 9th layer of the Tribulation Realm band together, they would stand no chance against a true King Realm expert. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. During this period, Lin Xian has been diligently refining the immense power bestowed upon him by the 6-fold Xinling pill. In just 3 short months, his cultivation level has surged from the 7th layer of the Tribulation Realm to the 9th layer of the Tribulation Realm, achieving completion. Upon returning to this level, Lin Xian felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Initially, after failing to break into the King Realm, his cultivation had plummeted from the 9th layer of the Tribulation Realm to the 7th layer. He once believed he would never set foot in this realm again. Yet, unexpectedly, after several years, he finds himself once more standing at this threshold. He is ready to challenge the King Realm again. However, this time is different. Lin Xian is brimming with confidence. Over the past 3 months, his gains have not been limited to this. His sword intent has ascended from the original threefold to the current fourfold. He retrieves the precious 9-pattern Dao golden pill from his storage ring. Next, he not only aims to ascend to the king realm but intends to do so through multiple paths. The Dao golden pill enables Lin Xian to comprehend 9 distinct paths. And with the terrifying speed of sword comprehension bestowed by his Hunyuan sword body, he has additionally grasped 7 more paths within the sword system, including fire sword, water sword, and ice sword. Alongside the thunder sword and wind sword he is currently comprehending, this totals 18 paths. To enter the king realm with 18 paths. Perhaps no one in history has ever achieved such a feat. For an ordinary practitioner at the 9th layer of the tribulation realm, to comprehend even a single path is an arduous task, let alone a second. Those who manage to grasp 2 paths to enter the king realm are among the elite. A king realm expert who has comprehended 2 paths is significantly stronger than one who has mastered only a single path. As for ascending to the realm of kings through 3 or 4 paths, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, with the difficulty escalating by several tens or even hundreds of times. It is likely that someone like Lin Xian, aspiring to enter the king's realm with 18 paths, is truly unique. Once I successfully comprehend the thunder sword and wind sword, I shall begin my assault on the king's realm. With this thought, Lin Xian began to anticipate the magnificent spectacle that would accompany his breakthrough into the king's realm. After storing the golden core of the Great Path, Lin Xian retrieved a jade vial containing 2 sword intent pills. Although these pills were originally quite precious, they held little value for Lin Xian at this stage, as he had already grasped the 3rd level of sword intent. The sword intent pills merely assist the user in comprehending the 1st level of sword intent. After some contemplation, Lin Xian decided to bestow them upon Su Lianxin and Wang Yan. Why Wang Yan, rather than the more gifted Chu Yuming? The reason lies in Lin Xian's lingering distrust of her. Though she had taken him as her master, the situation surrounding the celestial soul within her was still unclear. After summoning Wang Yan and Su Lianxin, Lin Xian presented the 2 sword intent pills to them. In the 3 months since their last meeting, their cultivation had soared at an astonishing pace, akin to a rocket's ascent, particularly for Su Lianxin, who possessed the true blood of the Ice Phoenix. With a golden 9th grade fate in the sacred tier cultivation method, her progress was nothing short of remarkable. In just 3 short months, Su Lianxin had advanced from the 9th level of body refinement to the 9th level of qi gathering. Throughout these 3 months, she felt as though she were living in a dream. Everything seemed so surreal. To break through 8 or 9 realms in such a brief span. The Ice Phoenix true blood was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the cultivation method bestowed upon her by her master, the Qingdi scripture, while its grade remained a mystery, was undoubtedly far superior to the techniques she had previously practiced at the Qingyang Sword Sect. The more she cultivated, the more astonished Su Lianxin became. Who exactly was her master? As for Wang Yan, although his innate talent could not compare to Su Lianxin's, his cultivation of the sacred tier method still yielded significant progress. In 3 months, he had advanced from the 1st level of qi gathering to the 5th. Lin Xian was quite pleased with this outcome. In approximately 3 more months, the sect's grand competition would commence. Lin Xian was not particularly concerned with the superficial accolades. Rather, the rewards for this competition were extraordinary, especially for the top 3. After receiving the sword intent pills from Lin Xian, neither Wang Yan nor Su Lianxin questioned their purpose. They held an unwavering trust in Lin Xian. If he chose not to elaborate, they would not pry. These 2 sword intent pills could potentially enable them to grasp sword intent before the sect competition. Even if they did not fully comprehend sword intent, they were certain to grasp its embryonic form. While it may be uncertain for Wang Yan, if Su Lianxin were to comprehend the embryonic form of sword intent, she would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in the competition. Should she achieve full comprehension of sword intent, none would stand a chance against her. In contrast, Chu Yuming had spent little time on the peak over the past 3 months, returning only once or twice. Her advancement was the least among Lin Xian's disciples, progressing merely from the 3rd level of Earth profound to the 4th level. While this speed is not inherently slow, it is all a matter of comparison. Compared to Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, who have diligently cultivated the Qingdi Sutra, she is indeed remarkably slow. Even Wang Yan, whose innate talent is inferior to hers, has made significantly greater progress over the past 3 months. This is no exaggeration, for he has access to a sacred level technique that transcends the imperial tier. Even the 1st level of such a technique is incomparable to the so-called respected tier methods practiced by Chu Yuming. Clearly, she has not undertaken the cultivation of the sacred level technique, namely the Qingdi Sutra, granted by Lin Xian. However, that is her choice. Lin Xian provided the technique. But whether she cultivates it is entirely her affair. It remains to be seen how she will react when she eventually discovers that Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, who not long ago were far behind her, will soon surpass her. Subsequently, Lin Xian continued his seclusion, engaging in profound contemplation of the Thunder Sword and Wind Sword. Yet, merely 2 days into his retreat, an unexpected visitor arrived at Xingyun Peak, the master of Tianyuan Peak. Chapter 4 Alliances? Threats. Tianyuan Peak ranks 9th among the 36 peaks of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The leaders of the top 10 peaks are all at the King Realm. Although most of them are at the first level of the King Realm, a king is still a king. In the eyes of these leaders, even someone who has achieved the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm is no more significant than an ant. The arrival of the master of Tianyuan Peak puzzled Lin Xian, as he had little interaction with this individual and was uncertain about the purpose of this visit. Nonetheless, he recognized the importance of extending the appropriate courtesies to a genuine King Realm powerhouse. He expressed his apologies for not welcoming such a distinguished guest properly. However, in response to Lin Xian's greeting, the master of Tianyuan Peak merely nodded before taking the initiative to enter the main hall, behaving as if he were in his own Tianyuan Peak rather than Xingyun Peak. This action caused Lin Xian to furrow his brow slightly. Once inside the main hall, before Lin Xian could inquire about the reason for the visit, the master of Tianyuan Peak spoke first. I have come here solely for one matter. Xingyun Peak Master, would you be interested in joining the Sacred Sons faction? These words left Lin Xian momentarily stunned. Joining the Sacred Sons faction? Was this an attempt to entice him? He was aware of the rivalry between the Sacred Son and Sacred Maiden within the sect. The Qingyang Sword Sect is not united but rather divided into 2 major factions that balance each other. The Sacred Son, Lu Tianxing, and the Sacred Maiden, Li Fufeng, are at the center of this contention. The Sacred Son is supported by the Master of the Second Peak, while the Sacred Maiden's backing comes from the Master of the First Peak. Although it is often described as a conflict between the Sacred Son and Sacred Maiden, it is more accurately a struggle between the Second and First Peak Masters. Their covert and overt battles have been ongoing for some time. Historically, the Sacred Maiden's faction has held the upper hand until a year ago when the Second Peak Master broke through to the 3rd level of the King Realm, altering the balance of power. The Qingyang Sword Sect boasts over 10 King Realm powerhouses, yet most are at the 1st level, with only the masters of the top 3 peaks being at the 2nd level or above. A significant reason for the Sacred Maiden's faction's previous dominance is the formidable support of the 1st Peak Master, a 3rd-level King Realm cultivator, making him the strongest individual in the Qingyang Sword Sect aside from the sect leader and the Elder Council. The 2nd Peak Master has reached the pinnacle of the 2nd Realm, establishing dominance over the Holy Sun S faction at this level of combat prowess. However, everything changed 6 months ago when the 2nd Peak Master broke through to the 3rd Realm. Notably, there are rumors within the sect that the traditionally neutral 3rd Peak has recently shown a tendency to align with the 2nd Peak, which has diminished any advantage the Holy Maiden S faction once held, placing them at a disadvantage instead. Should these rumors prove true and the 3rd Peak Master genuinely allies with the Holy Sun S faction, their advantage would become overwhelmingly advantageous. Until now, Lin Xian has maintained a stance of neutrality, or rather, has been compelled into such a position. This was particularly evident after his failed breakthrough to the 3rd Realm, which caused his cultivation to regress to the 7th level of calamity. Now, he finds himself being courted for allegiance. It appears that the conflict between the 2 factions is nearing its conclusion. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian inquired, "What benefits would I receive if I were to join?" The master of Tianyuan glanced at Lin Xian and replied, "Benefits? Once you become the young sect master, you will still retain your position as the master of Starfall Peak." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression turned cold. He was not naive and discerned the underlying implications of the Tianyuan Master's words. Was this truly a benefit? It felt more like a veiled threat. The implication was clear. Should Lin Xian agree to join the Holy Sun S faction, he would maintain his status as the master of Starfall Peak after the Holy Sun triumphed over the Holy Maiden and was appointed as the young sect master. Conversely, should Lin Xian refuse to align with the Holy Sun S faction, he could expect to be stripped of his position as master of Starfall Peak. What kind of recruitment was this? It was a threat disguised as an invitation. You must understand, within the sect, there are not many at the 7th level of calamity like yourself, but there are certainly enough. Among them, Numerous individuals covet your position as Master of Starfall Peak. The Tianyuan Master continued, his tone implying a warning. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he replied sternly, "Is this your intention or the Holy Sun's?" The Tianyuan Master smirked coldly. "It is both my intention and that of His Highness. Now, provide me with your answer." The Tianyuan Master was growing impatient. To him, it was a significant concession to personally approach Lin Xian for recruitment. With no tangible benefits offered and now facing threats, Lin Xian's resolve hardened. Even in his previous state, he would not have capitulated, let alone now. Oh, Lin Xian's reaction evidently caught the Tianyuan Master off guard. He believed that merely allowing Lin Xian to retain his position as Master of Starfall Peak after the Holy Sun's ascension was already a generous offer. Yet, Lin Xian appeared to lack the sense to appreciate it. "Very well. I hope you do not regret your decision today," declared the Tianyuan Master, departing without hesitation. "And you as well," Lin Xian retorted coldly, watching the Master's retreating figure. The Tianyuan Master merely scoffed at Lin Xian's words, dismissing them entirely. Would he regret his actions? What a ludicrous notion. Upon returning, the Master of Tianyuan Peak informed the Holy Sun, Lu Tianqing, of the matter, who smiled faintly, displaying a disinterest that was palpable. "It is of no consequence. Merely a 7th-tier Calamity Realm cultivator. In the grand scheme of things, their participation or absence holds little weight. Since they have no desire for the position of Master of Qingyang Peak, I shall not press them." "Elder Jane, I have heard that you recently achieved a breakthrough?" The Master of Tianyuan Peak suddenly turned his gaze toward an elderly figure in white robes nearby. In response, the elder slightly bowed, addressing the Master. "Reporting to the Peak Master, I have recently ascended to the 6th tier of the Calamity Realm." The Master of Tianyuan Peak nodded, then looked at Lu Tianqing. "Your Highness, why not allow Elder Jin to assume the position of Master of Qingyang Peak?" Lu Tianqing was taken aback, but quickly grasped the underlying intent of the Master of Tianyuan Peak, smiling and shaking his head in acceptance. "Very well." The Master of Tianyuan Peak laughed heartily. A 6th-tier Calamity Realm cultivator serving as the Master of a peak is indeed somewhat beneath the norm. This maneuver primarily aimed to vex Lin Xian, a fitting in for one who had rejected him. What does it matter if one's realm is lower? Choosing the right master can still lead to the esteemed position of a peak leader. The Master of Tianyuan Peak harbored a degree of anticipation. He could only imagine the expression on the face of the Master of Qingyang Peak when he saw Elder Jin, a cultivator of a lesser realm, take his place. Elder Jin, upon hearing this, displayed a flush of excitement across his aged features and bowed respectfully to both Lu Tianqing and the Master of Tianyuan Peak. After bidding farewell to the Master of Tianyuan Peak, Lin Xian resumed his contemplation of the Great Way. However, scarcely a few days into his seclusion, another visitor arrived at Qingyang Peak. This time, it was the Master of the 8th Peak, a formidable presence and a King Realm cultivator. Even stronger than the previously arrived Master of the 9th Peak, the Master of Tianyuan. If Lin Xian's memory served him correctly, the 8th Peak was aligned with the holy maiden Li Fufeng. Were they also here to court his favor? When did his diminished status as a 7th-tier Calamity Realm cultivator become so sought after? However, unlike the Master of Tianyuan Peak, the 8th Peak Master exhibited no contempt towards Lin Xian. Instead, he approached with genuine sincerity. The Holy Maiden had conveyed that should Lin Xian choose to join, he would receive a Yunjin pill. The Yunjin pill, a 5th-tier elixir, while categorized as such, was exceedingly precious, particularly those related to the restoration of the soul, making it exceptionally effective for Lin Xian, who had sustained soul damage from a failed tribulation, though Lin Xian no longer required it. It was evident that the 8th Peak Master was indeed earnest in his intentions. Without comparison, there is no injury. Recalling the previous Master of Tianyuan Peak only ignited Lin Xian's indignation. Now, this was what it meant to be sincere. This was true courtship. Initially, Lin Xian had no desire to become embroiled in the conflict between Li Fufeng and Lu Tianqing. Their struggle, whether to the death or otherwise, was of no concern to him. He merely wished to comprehend the remaining 2 great ways and subsequently break through to the King Realm. Who emerges victorious or defeated held no significance for him. Once he attained the King Realm, the world would be his oyster. Yet now, Lin Xian found himself reconsidering. "I accept. However, may I exchange this elixir? My injuries have healed, rendering the essence-nourishing pill unnecessary." The Master of the 8th Peak squinted his eyes and chuckled, "Certainly. What sort of elixir does Master Lin wish to acquire?" "The Insight Pill." "The Insight Pill?" The 8th Peak Master pondered for a moment. "The Insight Pill? Also a 5th-grade elixir, is even more precious than the essence-nourishing pill, primarily used to assist in comprehending the Great Tao. It has always been sought after by those at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of tribulation, who are attempting to grasp the Great Tao and seeking breakthroughs into the King realm. This master of the Starfall Peak, having just recovered from his injuries, is already preparing for his future attempt to break through the King realm. However, he harbored some skepticism. Those who fail in their initial attempt to break through the King realm find the subsequent endeavor considerably more challenging and fraught with danger, to the extent that not everyone dares to make a second attempt. Often, individuals who fail their first breakthrough lack the courage for a second, unless they are driven by desperation as their time draws near. If the master cannot decide on this elixir, you may return to discuss it and provide me with an answer later, Lin Xian said slowly. No problem. Although this elixir is precious, I can still make the decision. I shall agree on behalf of the Saintess. Half an hour later, the master of the 8th peak departed from the Starfall Peak, satisfied. Lin Xian was equally content. The insight pill, for one who has already comprehended several great Daoists like Lin Xian, holds minimal significance, far inferior to the 9-pattern Dao Golden pill he possesses. Yet, the insight pill can serve as an investment, given to Su Lianxin to trigger a return. The Dao Golden pill was a reward from Lin Xian's investment in a 4th-grade breakthrough elixir. If a mere 4th-grade elixir could yield such results, then Lin Xian found himself somewhat eager regarding the investment in a 5th-grade elixir. Meanwhile, when the master of the 8th peak returned to report to the Saintess, he found Li Fufeng wearing a troubled expression. The current situation was quite unfavorable for her. Should the master of the 3rd peak truly side with the Holy Sun, it would be a tremendous blow to both her and her faction. She had sought the 3rd peak master on numerous occasions, not to persuade him, but merely to request that he maintain his neutrality, yet she was met with outright rejection. After several attempts, she finally managed to meet him. But the 3rd peak master's demeanor solidified the rumors. He was indeed considering joining the Holy Sun's camp. Although they met, the 3rd peak master remained cold throughout, stating plainly that he perceived Lu Tianxing's potential to surpass that of the Saintess herself. While it was not impossible to persuade him to remain neutral, Li Fufeng would need to demonstrate her potential to match or even surpass the Holy Sun in the upcoming sect competition for him to reconsider. Observing Li Fufeng's troubled visage, the master of the 8th peak sighed, recognizing the considerable pressure the Saintess now faced. Your Highness, I bring good news. Master Lin has agreed. However, the elixir has been exchanged for the insight pill, and I have made the decision on your behalf. At this moment, beside Li Fufeng stood another individual, the master of the 14th peak. Although he was not at the level of a king, he had attained the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the tribulation realm, and not just any ordinary 9th tier. Upon hearing the words of the master of Tianyuan Peak, he could not help but let out a cold snort. Their strength is rather mediocre, yet their demands are exorbitant. The insight pill is nearly equivalent in value to 2 spirit-nourishing pills. From the very beginning, he harbored little hope regarding the recruitment of the Holy Maiden, especially now that they were making such outrageous demands, requesting an insight pill. In his eyes, a mere 7th-tier tribulation practitioner did not warrant such a hefty investment to entice. A 7th-tier tribulation practitioner, whether he joined or not, would make little difference. Now that we find ourselves at a disadvantage, how can we expect others to risk opposing Lu Tianxing without offering something substantial? Li Fufeng spoke slowly. Meanwhile, at Qingyang Peak, Lin Xian received the promised insight pill from the Holy Maiden without delay. Upon obtaining the pill, Lin Xian did not hesitate to summon Su Lianxin, presenting her with the pill and advising her to consume it when attempting to break through to the King realm in the future. In truth, the pill was not something Su Lianxin could utilize at this stage. But Lin Xian could not afford to wait until she reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the tribulation realm to hand it over. So he concocted an excuse to mask this reality. Su Lianxin, unaware of the intricacies, simply felt overwhelmed by her master's generosity. She had just barely broken through to the Earth Profound realm, and he was already preparing her for a future breakthrough to the King realm. Observing Su Lianxin's touched expression, Lin Xian felt a blush creep onto his face, and after clearing his throat, he urged her to focus on her training. Ding! Investment in the insight pill, yielding a return of 1 Array Dao Profound Pill, 8 patterns. The Array Dao Profound Pill, a 7th-grade spiritual pill, when consumed, grants comprehension of 4 sword array paths: the Azure Dragon Sword Array, the White Tiger Sword Array, the Vermilion Bird Sword Array, and the Black Tortoise Sword Array. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and his breath quickened. for more paths. Moreover, they were exceedingly rare sword array paths. With this addition, entering the King realm with 18 paths was no longer his limit. Coupled with these 4 sword array paths, he would possess a total of 22 paths. Lin Xian dared not imagine the extent of his power upon breaking through to the King realm. Chapter 6. The progress of the disciples. Time flew by. And 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Lin Xian awoke from his closed-door training, his eyes sparkling with vitality. 2 months prior, he had consumed the Great Dao Golden Pill and the Array Dao Profound Pill, and his comprehension of the Great Dao had reached 20 paths. Only 2 paths remained, the Thunder Sword and Wind Sword paths. Once he successfully comprehended them, he would begin his ascent to the King realm. Even without breaking through to the King realm, Lin Xian, having grasped 20 paths, possessed terrifying strength. What level is my power at now? Lin Xian pondered, shaking his head slightly, uncertain and unwilling to make predictions. However, one thing was certain. He felt capable of effortlessly defeating the master of Tianyuan Peak who had previously sought him out. Certainly, this is merely Lin Xian's own perception. After all, having never engaged in battle with a true master of the King realm, Lin Xian was uncertain of his current prowess and its true standing. In high spirits, he extended his consciousness within the peak. Over the past 2 months, both Su Lianxin and Wang Yin had experienced significant growth in their abilities. Wang Yin had ascended from the 5th level of Qi Gathering to the current 9th level, while Su Lianxin's progress was even more astonishing, having surged from the 9th level of Qi Gathering to the 3rd level of Earth Profound. The only barrier that now separated her from the soul of the Heavenly Sovereign, Chu Yumeng, was a single realm. Reflecting on the months past, when they had been separated by a full 10 realms, the gap had nearly been erased in the short span of 3 months. This progress was not solely due to Su Lianxin possessing the true blood of the Ice Phoenix, but also the sacred level technique, the Qingdi Classic, that Lin Xian had bestowed upon her. Had Chu Yumeng trained in the Qingdi Classic as well, her cultivation would undoubtedly have surpassed this stage after half a year. Moreover, the sword intent pills that Lin Xian had granted both of them had been consumed. Yet he was somewhat surprised that he had anticipated Su Lianxin, with her superior talent, to grasp the sword intent first. The reality, however, was quite the opposite. Su Lianxin had only comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword intent, while Wang Yin, whose talent paled in comparison, had achieved a deeper understanding. Lin Xian's expression turned peculiar. He had not expected Wang Yin to possess such aptitude in swordsmanship, a pleasant surprise indeed. Nevertheless, despite his comprehension of the sword intent in terms of strength, Wang Yin still fell significantly short of Su Lianxin. Of course, the sword intent had indeed narrowed the gap between them. As the impending sect competition approached, Lin Xian had initially placed all his hopes on Su Lianxin to secure the first place for him. However, it now seemed that Wang Yin also had the potential to contend for a top 3 position. Furthermore, having just emerged from seclusion, Lin Xian received news that the rewards for the upcoming sect competition had been announced. The sect had truly invested heavily. The victor of the competition would be awarded a single Xianlong pill, adorned with a pill pattern. The Xianlong pill was a 6th grade elixir, even for the Qingyang Sword Sect. This pill was extraordinarily precious, and it was unexpected that it would be offered as a reward for the competition. Additionally, the first place would also receive an opportunity to enter the Qingyang Secret Realm, where everything acquired would belong to them. The Qingyang Secret Realm, established by the founder of the Qingyang Sword Sect, contained numerous treasures and opportunities, and had never been open to disciples before. Only the sect leader and the Grand Elders had the privilege to enter, not even the holy sons and daughters were granted access. In comparison to the 6th grade Xianlong pill, the chance to enter the Qingyang Secret Realm was the true highlight. Upon the announcement, the entire sect was abuzz. Not only the others, but even the holy son and daughter, Lu Tianxing and Li Fufeng, felt a surge of fervor in their eyes upon hearing this news, as they were determined to secure the first place in the competition. In a secluded corner of Xingyan Peak, Chu Yumeng, who was in seclusion, also learned of this news. Before she could react, the heavenly sovereign's soul within her stirred with excitement. The voice was solemn and earnest. "Disciple, you must claim that first place." She summoned Chu Yumeng to the Qingyang Sword Sect, to the Starfall Peak, precisely because of the Qingyang Secret Realm. Chu Yumeng's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. "Rest assured, Master. Regardless of whether it is Li Fufeng or Lu Tianxing, neither poses a challenge to me. This first place is irrefutably mine." Her voice was soft yet imbued with unwavering confidence. The so-called prodigies of the Qingyang Sword Sect, whether the Saint Sun Lu Tianqing or the Saintess Li Fufeng, had never truly garnered her respect. Not only within the Qingyang Sword Sect, but even the entire Tangqing Empire held no interest for her. Only those exceptional talents on the hidden dragon ranking beyond the Tangqing Empire were worthy opponents in her eyes. As for the modest Qingyang Sword Sect, should she desire it, the position of the foremost among the younger generation would be within her effortless grasp. As the sect competition drew nearer, the atmosphere within the sect diverged from the norm. Disciples from various peaks seldom ventured outside, dedicating themselves to preparations for the impending competition. Each increment of strength could mean a higher rank in the contest, yielding greater rewards. However, merely a month before the competition, an unexpected piece of news erupted across the Tangqing Empire and the surrounding nations. The Burning Heaven secret realm was stirring. It was set to open soon. This revelation swiftly eclipsed the upcoming sect competition, becoming the focal point of discussion among the sect members. The Burning Heaven secret realm was the site of the fall of a powerful being, the Burning Heaven Sovereign, thousands of years ago. It is said to harbor countless opportunities and treasures, even the legacy of the Burning Heaven Sovereign, located within the Yingyuan mountain range, which spans 7 great empires. This area is collectively known as the Yingwei Seven Nations, of which the Tangqing Empire is a part. There are 3 tiers of sovereigns: the Sovereign, the Earth Sovereign, and the Heaven Sovereign. The Earth Sovereign is an existence so rare that few can be found across the entire Xian domain. For instance, the Lord of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, one of the 10 giants of the Xian domain, ranks among the most formidable but is merely a perfected sovereign, not an Earth Sovereign. This underscores the allure of the Burning Heaven secret realm to the surrounding nations. When the time comes, not only the Yingyue Seven Nations, but even forces from beyond will likely come seeking it. Legends surrounding the Burning Heaven secret realm are innumerable. For example, the Dawn Empire, the foremost among the Yingyue Seven Nations, rose to prominence because its emperor, Shi Huang, obtained a fragment of Earth's sovereign inheritance within the Burning Heaven secret realm. Within a few decades, the Dawn Empire ascended from the bottom to the pinnacle of the Yingyue Seven Nations. Shi Huang is even hailed as the strongest among the current figures of the Yingyue Seven Nations. Such instances are far from rare. Consequently, the world is fervently captivated by the Burning Heaven secret realm. Each opening draws countless individuals eager to venture forth. However, the timing of its openings is unpredictable, occurring every 10 or even 20 years, typically with intervals exceeding a decade. Yet, this time is distinct. Only 7 years have elapsed since its last opening. For the numerous disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect, the Burning Sky secret realm holds far greater significance than the sect's grand competition. This is particularly true for the ordinary disciples within the sect. The rewards for the sect's competition are indeed substantial. Yet they are predominantly reserved for the top 10 or even the first place, leaving little hope for the ordinary disciples to contend for such positions. In contrast, within the Burning Sky secret realm, even these ordinary disciples may stumble upon astonishing fortunes. Upon receiving this news, the Qingyang Sword Sect promptly summoned its elders and disciples to embark on this journey. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, having emerged from his retreat, learned of this development. However, by that time, the majority of the 36 peaks had already departed, with only a few remaining. These peaks, much like Lin Xian, were either led by peak masters in seclusion or were delayed by other matters, thus failing to join the main contingent of the sect. Although he was a few days late, Lin Xian had no choice. He had reached a crucial juncture in his understanding of the Wind Sword Dao. To interrupt this progress would risk nullifying all his previous efforts. Now, having successfully comprehended the Wind Sword Dao, he was merely one step away from mastering the final path, the Thunder Sword Dao, which would enable him to strive for the King Realm. Upon his emergence, an elder, who had been waiting at the Starfall Peak for several days, approached Lin Xian with a countenance reflecting considerable displeasure. She had grown somewhat impatient from her prolonged wait. Determined to depart if Lin Xian did not emerge that day, she intended to report back to the Peak Master, indicating that Starfall Peak would no longer wait for him. Lin Xian, you truly have made this old bone of mine endure an agonizing wait. Upon seeing Lin Xian, she huffed disdainfully, her irritation unmistakable. Lin Xian chuckled awkwardly. I apologize for making Elder Quan wait. This elder, whom Lin Xian recognized, hailed from the 10th peak, the Qingwei Peak, which is predominantly populated by female disciples. With only a few males, Qingwei Peak is renowned among the 36 peaks for its abundance of beauty and is highly esteemed within the sect. The Peak Master, Fairy Qingwei, a recently ascended King Realm powerhouse, is celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the Qingyang Sword Sect, attracting admirers from all corners of the sect, including several peak masters. Notably, like Starfall Peak, Qingwei Peak also stands in allegiance with the saintess Li Fufeng. The reason Qingwei Peak did not accompany the main group to the Burning Sky Secret Realm was due to Li Fufeng's directives. The Secret Realm, located at the heart of the Yingwei mountain range, poses considerable dangers along the way, particularly within its interior, where even those in the King Realm face the risk of demise. With only Lin Xian, a 7th-layer Tribulation Realm cultivator, from Starfall Peak. The journey to the Burning Sky Secret Realm was fraught with peril. Aware of this, Li Fufeng arranged for the master of Qingwei Peak to remain behind, allowing her to accompany Starfall Peak. Thus, Elder Quan's extended wait at Starfall Peak came to fruition. Although, given his current strength, Lin Xian did not require anyone to escort him to the Burning Sky Secret Realm. Li Fufeng's consideration was indeed commendable. Upon the emergence of Master Lin from his seclusion, I shall return to report to him. I kindly ask Master Lin to make the necessary preparations, as we shall depart on the morrow. Elder Quan's demeanor was stern, and after delivering this message, he departed from the Starfall Peak. Following Elder Quan's departure, Lin Xian sent a message to his 3 disciples, urging them to make their own preparations. However, as Lin Xian scanned Starfall Peak with his divine sense, he noticed the absence of Chu Yuming. It was then that he learned from Su Lianxin that Chu Yuming had left the sect after the announcement of the rewards for the sect competition, leaving behind a letter for her to convey to Lin Xian. This development was within Lin Xian's expectations. He had never truly regarded her as a disciple, having taken her in merely for the sake of the significant enhancement she could provide to his cultivation speed. On the following day, the flying vessel of Qingwei Peak docked at the square of Starfall Peak early in the morning. This colossal craft, resembling a floating pavilion, was capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 people. Such a vessel was not a possession of just any peak within the Qingyang Sword Sect. Only the top 10 peaks, led by those with monarch-level power, could lay claim to it. This exclusivity was not only due to the exorbitant cost of the vessel itself, but also the high maintenance expenses. Each operation demanded a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. As they beheld this magnificent behemoth, Wang Yin and Su Lianxin were visibly awestruck. This was their first encounter with a sect flying vessel, having only heard of them in tales prior. The disciples aboard the vessel from Qingwei Peak observed the wide-eyed wonder of Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, a hint of pride flickering in their expressions. Upon boarding the vessel with his 2 disciples, Lin Xian was the first to notice a serene woman standing on the deck. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, her complexion exquisite as white jade, undeniably captivating, akin to a fairy stepping forth from a painting. She was indeed worthy of the title of the most beautiful woman in the Qingyang Sword Sect. She was none other than the leader of the 10th peak, Qingwei Fairy, and the youngest monarch in the sect. A few days prior, I found myself delayed due to a critical moment of enlightenment, and I apologize for keeping you all waiting, Lin Xian said, bowing slightly to Qingwei Fairy and the others. However, his explanation, rather than alleviating the situation, caused Qingwei Fairy's brow to furrow slightly. Before she could respond, several elders from Qingwei Peak had already begun to chuckle. Enlightenment? What path could a mere 7th-tier Tribulation Realm cultivator like you possibly comprehend? One middle-aged elder remarked in a mocking tone. Oh? Enlightenment? Might I inquire what great path you have come to understand? Perhaps we could engage in a discussion on the matter? The sarcasm in his words was unmistakable to all present. Lin Xian cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged elder but chose to remain silent. Discuss the path with you? Are you worthy? He had already articulated his reasoning. Whether they believed it or not was their own affair. With a slight bow to Qingwei Fairy, Lin Xian departed the deck, making his way to the quarters assigned to him at Qingwei Peak to continue his cultivation. Watching Lin Xian's retreating figure, Qingwei Fairy shook her head. She was aware of Lin Xian's circumstances, betrayed by a personal disciple, leading to a failed breakthrough and a subsequent fall in his cultivation level. While she initially felt some sympathy for him, his earlier words had swiftly diminished her favorable impression. If only a few days have been delayed, it is not a significant issue, and the illustrious Qingwei Fairy does not intend to cast blame. However, a mistake remains a mistake, and the unwillingness to acknowledge it is troubling. Not only is there reluctance to admit the error, but there is also a fabricating of excuses, claiming to be in the midst of enlightenment. Truly absurd. With a thunderous roar, the flying vessel ascended, piercing through the clouds towards its destination, the moonlit mountain range. On the pavilion above, numerous disciples of Qingwei Peak gathered in clusters, yet among them, Two individuals appeared somewhat reserved, Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, the brother and sister duo. Lin Xian had already attained the realm of fasting, no longer needing sustenance, but Wang Yin and Su Lianxin were not so fortunate. Feeling the occasional glances from the surrounding disciples of Qingyang Peak, the two felt a tinge of discomfort. Is this young lady a disciple of the Peak Master Lin? At that moment, a male voice emerged from beside them. Su Lianxin and Wang Yin turned to see a delicate young man clad in white, with a smile on his face, casually taking a seat opposite them. Su Lianxin's beauty was hardly inferior to that of the Qingyang fairy, though she had yet to fully blossom. Nevertheless, amidst the myriad of beautiful women at Qingyang Peak, she ranked among the most striking. The young man's gaze towards Su Lianxin was unmistakably one of admiration. With a slight furrow of her brow, Su Lianxin found his demeanor exceedingly rude. She chose not to respond verbally, merely nodding her head, clearly disinterested in further conversation. Not deterred, the young man continued unabashedly, I am Yangzhen, a direct disciple of Elder Quan from Qingyang Peak. May I inquire your esteemed name, fair lady? Su Lianxin. Ah, so it is Miss Su. I perceive that you are a sword cultivator. Coincidentally, I too am a practitioner of the sword, and I humbly believe I possess some degree of insight in the sword arts. Perhaps I could offer you some guidance, Yangzhen said, fanning himself gently. His words instantly ignited a flurry of excitement among those present, casting envious glances towards Su Lianxin. Goodness, Brother Yang is far too modest. With his proficiency in the sword arts, he is undoubtedly among the finest in all of Qingyang Peak. To suggest he merely possesses some skill is an understatement. Indeed, if Brother Yang has merely some skill, what does that make us? Mere wastrels who cannot even wield a sword? This younger sister is being personally guided by Brother Yang. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. Countless individuals at Qingyang Peak seek this, and even many elders approach Brother Yang to discuss sword arts. If anyone among the disciples is destined to grasp the essence of sword intent, it is certainly Brother Yang. The flattery was abundant, and in their eyes. Yangzhen's earlier remarks were exceedingly modest. Su Lianxin glanced at the effeminate young man and exchanged a knowing look with her brother Wang Yin, both nearly stifling their laughter. Chapter 8. The Demon King Repelled in Shock Sword Arts? You? Offer me guidance? A person who has yet to comprehend even the rudiments of sword intent dares to instruct me? Su Lianxin had recently grasped the essence of sword intent, and within the entire Qingyang Sword Sect, the only individual capable of providing her with guidance was her master, Lin Xian. No others, not even the sect leader or the esteemed Elder Xianjian, possessed such qualifications. The young man before her, who had not even perceived the rudimentary form of sword intent, had the audacity to claim he could instruct her? What a jest! Indeed, Yang's mastery of the sword is commendable, placing him among the elite of the disciples within the Qingyang Sword Sect. However, the comparison is only meaningful when juxtaposed with others. When matched against Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, he finds himself utterly incomparable. After expressing his gratitude to this senior, he refrains from further instruction. With that, Su Lianxin promptly rises and departs with Wang Yin, leaving Yangzhen and the disciples of Qingyang Peak in a state of bewilderment. Neither Yangzhen nor the surrounding disciples anticipated such a straightforward rejection from Su Lianxin. Yangzhen's expression fluctuates, his folding fan clenched tightly in his grasp. A few days later, the flying vessel finally departs the Tangqing Empire, entering the realm of the Yingwei mountain range. The protective array surrounding the vessel activates silently, and the elders and disciples of Qingyang Peak cease their previous light-hearted banter. The mention of the Yingwei mountain range is enough to instill a sense of caution in anyone. It is a haven for demonic beasts. Even those at the king or emperor level face the risk of perishing within. As the vessel glides over the forest canopy, it draws the attention of countless demonic beasts below, their ghostly eyes hidden amongst the foliage, silently observing all. On board, the Grand Elder of Qingyang Peak steps forward, releasing the formidable pressure of a ninth-layer Tribulation Realm cultivator in an instant. It serves as a warning to any demonic beasts contemplating an attack on the vessel, advising them to consider their own worthiness before proceeding. The terrifying aura swiftly causes the restless beasts to retreat. While the Yingwei mountain range is indeed fearsome, this danger is primarily confined to its inner regions. The outer areas, though populated with beasts, mostly harbor those below the king level. Thus, a ninth-layer tribulation cultivator is sufficient to instill fear in them. However, before the members of Qingyang Peak can exhale in relief, a chilling sound of breaking air reverberates, sending shockwaves through everyone on board. From the dense foliage ahead, A massive golden spear hurtles towards the vessel at an eerily swift pace, crashing directly into the protective array encircling it. Crack! The array shatters like a spider's web, fracturing rapidly before ultimately disintegrating. The vessel, which had been racing forward, suddenly halts as if it had collided with a mountain. Uft! Several weaker disciples aboard the vessel spew forth blood, their faces as pale as ash. This is a demon king. The elders of Qingyang Peak exclaim in horror, their gazes fixated on the direction from whence the spear came, revealing a colossal purple-red scorpion towering dozens of feet high, now visible to all. To breach the vessel's defenses in a single strike is beyond even a perfected ninth-layer tribulation cultivator. Such an act can only be accomplished by a demon king of equivalent standing to the human king's realm. Thus, this purple-red scorpion is undoubtedly a demon king. Yet, this is the outer region of the Qingyang mountain range. While it is not impossible for a demon king to exist here, their numbers are exceedingly rare. What extraordinary fortune must they possess to encounter a demon king so soon upon entering the Qingyang forest? The crimson giant scorpion fixated its jet-black pupils intently on the Grand Elder of Qingyang Peak, who stood at the forefront of the flying vessel. The Grand Elder, under the weight of that piercing gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine, his body trembling uncontrollably. In his heart, he lamented without tears, fully aware of how he had provoked this formidable demon king. Previously, he had released his oppressive aura merely to caution the low-ranking demon beasts lurking nearby. Little did he know that a demon king was concealed in their midst, interpreting his display of power as a blatant provocation. Suddenly, a cataclysmic turn of events roused the attention of the Qingyang Peak Master and Lin Xian, who were meditating within the flying vessel. The oppressive aura of the royal realm erupted from the vessel, and the figure of the Qingyang Peak Master appeared above. His expression grave as he regarded the nearby demon king. Lin Xian materialized on the deck, his eyes swirling with an overwhelming sword intent, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Peak Master. The appearance of the Qingyang Peak Master offered a slight relief to the elders and disciples of Qingyang Peak. I, Grand Elder of Qingyang Peak, humbly bow in shame, he said, but the Peak Master waved his hand dismissively. This matter is not your fault. Indeed, the Grand Elder could not be blamed. It was merely a stroke of ill fortune. A low growl emanated from the purple scorpion demon king, its enormous eyes darting anxiously, seemingly wary of something, as it refrained from launching another attack. Ultimately, reason triumphed over rage, and with a reluctant roar, the demon king burrowed into the earth below. This unexpected action left everyone aboard the vessel, including the Qingyang Peak Master, momentarily stunned. Just moments before, the demon king had seemed ready to engage in a deadly conflict with the inhabitants of the flying vessel, yet upon the Peak Master's arrival, it had retreated? Such might from the Peak Master. What a display of divine authority! The disciples and elders turned their gazes toward the Qingyang Peak Master, their faces filled with reverence. Some disciples even voiced their excitement. In their eyes, the Peak Master exuded unmatched dominance, having repelled the demon king simply by his presence. The Qingyang Peak Master opened his mouth to speak, but felt an odd sensation. Though the royal realm and demon king belonged to the same tier, demon beasts typically possessed greater strength than human cultivators within that realm. This was especially true for demon kings. Generally, it took at least 2 or 3 human royal realm experts working in concert to have a chance at defeating or killing a demon king, if they were fortunate enough. Just moments ago, the Qingyang Peak Master had been contemplating how to shield the purple scorpion demon king from attacking, ensuring the safety of the others. Yet, before she could devise a proper plan, the demon king had retreated? This was completely unforeseen. She had considered numerous possibilities, but had never anticipated that the demon king would cower and withdraw. With lingering doubts, the Qingyang Peak Master departed the location with the members of Qingyang Peak. However, unbeknownst to her, 3 individuals had not followed her. These 3 were naturally Lin Xian and his 2 disciples. After leaving a note, Lin Xian quietly descended from the flying vessel with Su Lianxin and Wang Yan. A purple scorpion demon king should be worth quite a fortune, shouldn't it? Lin Xian pondered as he soared through the air with Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, heading back to the location where they had previously encountered the purple scorpion demon king. Chapter 9. The Unparalleled Sword Cultivator. Typically, only those at the king realm possessed the ability to fly, yet Lin Xian was an exception, though he had not yet reached the king realm. The vast spiritual energy coursing through him was not in the slightest inferior to that of a true King realm expert. Having successfully comprehended 21 paths, Lin Xian was no different from an ordinary King realm practitioner, save for the fact that his realm had not yet ascended. In fact, he often surpassed them in prowess. Presently, Lin Xian found himself in dire need of funds. Unaware of Lin Xian's intentions after alighting from the flying vessel, Su Lianxin and Wang Yin did not inquire further. However, as they observed Lin Xian guiding them back, a sudden realization struck them. Could it be that Master intends to return in pursuit of the Purple Scorpion Demon King? The moment this thought emerged, they exchanged glances, their hearts racing. As they drew nearer to the site of their previous encounter, their speculations transformed into certainty. Master, he truly is heading towards the Purple Scorpion Demon King. Their hearts raced with trepidation. This was no ordinary beast, but a veritable demon king. They understood that their Master's realm was not the 7th level of the Tribulation realm as the world believed, but rather the 9th level. Even so, in the presence of a demon king, he would merely be akin to an ant. Aware of their Master's enigmatic nature, yet filled with apprehension, Wang Yin and Su Lianxin followed Lin Xian back to the site of their encounter with the Purple Scorpion Demon King. Boom! Upon arrival, Lin Xian cleaved the nearby ground with his sword. The terrifying sword aura carved a deep trench into the earth, and soon after, a furious roar emanated from beneath. As a colossal purple scorpion, towering several dozen feet high, erupted from the ground, glaring at the trio, specifically at Lin Xian. Human, I spared you once before. Do you truly believe this king fears you? The Purple Scorpion Demon King spoke in human tongue, its voice laced with barely contained rage. The words of the Purple Scorpion Demon King astonished Su Lianxin and Wang Yin. What had they just heard? I spared you once before. Do you truly believe this king fears you? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon them, their eyes widening in disbelief. During their initial encounter with the Demon King, they had believed it was the master of Qingyang Peak who had intimidated the creature into retreat. However, the furious words of the Demon King suggested otherwise. It seemed that what the Purple Scorpion feared was not the master of Qingyang Peak, but their master himself. So that was it. You indeed fear me. If you were not afraid, you would have attacked directly, rather than engage in idle chatter. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Human, you seek death. The Purple Scorpion Demon King soared into the air, its long, sharp stinger detaching from its body and hurtling towards Lin Xian. Without hesitation, the Demon King simultaneously fled in the opposite direction at high speed. This scene left both Wang Yin and Su Lianxin utterly astounded. They had anticipated an imminent fierce battle, but to their astonishment, the Purple Scorpion Demon King, after unleashing a sharp spike, chose to flee instead. The rapidly retreating Demon King was oblivious to the thoughts of Wang Yin and Su Lianxin. He simply recognized that he was no match for Lin Xian. After living for so many years, he could easily discern who was formidable and who was not. Lin Xian, a human, was exceedingly enigmatic. Despite only being at the 9th level of the Calamity Realm, he exuded an immense sense of pressure upon the Purple Scorpion Demon King. The terrifying sword intent in his gaze was enough to instill dread and anxiety with just a single glance. Clang! As the spike approached, Lin Xian remained utterly still, and a glimmer of sword light flashed in his eyes. He cleaved the air, releasing a sword energy that directly severed the spike. Then, with a mere gesture, he lightly pointed at the void. Instantly, a colossal frost sword erupted from the ground along the path of the fleeing Purple Scorpion Demon King, piercing through him and encasing his massive form in ice. The ice sword was one of the sword principles that Lin Xian had comprehended. Initially, he had thought that this strike would not be sufficient to slay the Purple Scorpion Demon King, only to realize he had underestimated both the sword's might and his own current strength. The Demon King, at the 1st level of the royal realm, fell. He could not withstand even a single strike from Lin Xian. This profoundly shocking spectacle was witnessed only by the astonished eyes of Wang Yin and Su Lianxin. Their minds were shaken. One strike, and a Demon King perished. That was a Demon King, equivalent to a human royal, or perhaps even superior to many of his kind. Yet he still could not endure a single blow from his master. How formidable was their master? This was the first time they had witnessed Lin Xian in action since becoming his disciples. Calamity Realm striking down a royal realm foe, and it required merely one sword. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. It is known that the higher the realm, the more difficult it becomes to transcend levels. Achieving effortless transcendence in the earth and heaven profound realms does not guarantee the same capability upon reaching the Calamity Realm and Royal Realm. The elegance of that single strike was deeply etched in their hearts. After collecting the remains of the purple scorpion demon king into his storage ring, Lin Xian chose not to take his 2 disciples to the Burning Sky secret realm just yet. After all, there were still days until the secret realm would open. Arriving early or late made little difference, for arriving too soon would mean waiting outside the realm in vain. Linyu City, located at the junction of the Moonlight Mountain Range, derived its name from its proximity to these mountains and was the next destination for Lin Xian. The remains and inner core of the purple scorpion demon king held immense value, but they were of little use to Lin Xian. He worried that if he bestowed them upon his disciples, they would merely return with the same inner core. After several cycles of investment returns, Lin Xian had grasped the system's patterns. The items returned from the system were often of a higher grade than those invested, so if he offered the inner core, it was highly likely that he would receive another inner core in return. While not an absolute certainty, it was predominantly the case. Lin Xian had no particular need for the inner core. It would be more beneficial to auction it off or exchange it for other items of equivalent value to bestow upon Wang Yin and Su Lianqing. Linyu City, nestled near the Yingwei mountain range, has become a haven for numerous adventurers. The city lord is rumored to be a formidable figure of the 3rd rank within the King realm. His presence deters any individual or faction from causing trouble within the city. In this region, a 3rd rank king is already a powerful entity. Even when considering the entire Qingyang Sword Sect, only the sect master and the venerable Xianjian surpass him in strength. Although the 1st and 2nd peak masters are also at the 3rd rank, they have only recently entered this realm. In a true confrontation, they would likely fall short against the Lord of Linyu, due to the imminent opening of the Burning Heaven secret realm. The already bustling Linyu City has seen an influx of cultivators and factions preparing to venture into the secret realm, including individuals like Lin Xian from the Tangqing Empire and others from the 6 neighboring nations. The largest auction house in the city is called the Muyu Auction House, located in the northern part of the city. Upon entering, Lin Xian made a beeline for it, while Su Lianqing and Wang Yin, who rarely left their sect, found everything outside to be quite novel, prompting Lin Xian to allow them to explore the city. The Muyu Auction House is a towering edifice, approximately 30 stories high, standing prominently in the northern part of the city. As soon as Lin Xian stepped inside, a strikingly beautiful female attendant approached him with a warm smile. Greeting him, "Welcome to Muyu Auction House. May I inquire if you wish to consign an item?" "Consign," Lin Xian replied. "Very well, I shall, however." Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze caught sight of a young man in purple robes slowly entering through the main entrance. Her expression shifted to one of excitement, causing her to abruptly halt her words. The young man in purple, exuding an air of nobility, not only captivated the attendant, but also drew the attention of several others within the auction house who wished to approach him. Yet, the beautiful attendant was the first to act. "My apologies, but I must attend to a matter urgently. Qinghe, please come over and assist this gentleman," she called out, swiftly bypassing Lin Xian to rush towards the noble youth, seemingly anxious to avoid losing him to someone else. "Ah, okay," responded the young attendant named Qinghe, a girl of about 16, who hurriedly grabbed a registration form and approached Lin Xian with a flustered demeanor. This scene momentarily took Lin Xian by surprise, leading him to smile gently, though he did not dwell on it. He understood the underlying dynamics. The young man in purple possessed a significant identity that could yield far greater benefits for the attendant than assisting him. He bore no ill will towards her. It was merely human nature, and throughout their interaction, the beautiful attendant had treated him quite well. Before long, the exquisite attendant was engaged in lively conversation with the young man in purple, both ascending to the 2nd floor amidst laughter. This spectacle drew envious glances from many other attendants in the auction house, who lamented their missed opportunity to approach him first. The flustered young girl, Qinghe, finally arrived before Lin Xian, greeting him. "Hello, esteemed guest. I am Qinghe. Are you here to consign an item?" "Yes, but you won't run off again, will you?" Lin Xian teased lightly. "Ah, apologies. Qinghe's delicate face flushed crimson as she incessantly expressed her regrets. "It's quite all right. I haven't taken it to heart. This is the item I intend to auction. Please take a look. If you find it difficult to decide, you may summon the head of your auction house." Lin Xian replied, shaking his head and casually tossing a storage ring. Upon receiving the storage ring, Qinghe's consciousness probed within. "Ah!" A startled exclamation reverberated throughout the 1st floor of the auction house, drawing the attention of many who turned to gaze at Qinghe, bewildered. Even the elegant staff member poised to ascend the stairs and the young man in purple paused, casting confused glances at Qinghe. What could this be? Qinghe was scarcely able to believe her eyes, her voice trembling with disbelief. What had she just witnessed? A colossal creature, grotesquely oversized, lay before her. Although lifeless, the overwhelming aura it exuded left Qinghe momentarily breathless. This was a royal-grade demon beast. Qinghe's complexion paled. The aura was unmistakable. It bore the same essence as the Demon King's bone auctioned off half a year ago, and she felt an even more potent pressure emanating from it. Most astonishingly, this was an intact Demon King's corpse, and she could see a massive core nestled within its chest. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She had never imagined she would have the privilege of hosting a distinguished guest bringing a Demon King's corpse for auction. Moreover, this guest was none other than the very sister, Li Qin, who had persistently bullied her, compelling her to handle this extraordinary Demon King's corpse. The commission it could yield was beyond her wildest dreams, and she scarcely dared to contemplate how many spirit stones she might earn. It was likely that even a lifetime spent in the auction house would not amount to such a fortune. Royal-grade demon beast? A venerable elder, descending the stairs slowly, uttered in confusion. "Greetings, Elder Yuan," the staff murmured, bowing respectfully. The elder appeared to be one of the heads of the auction house, and his presence prompted all the staff on the first floor to show their deference. "Elder Yuan, your timing is impeccable. This young gentleman has presented me with a storage ring containing a complete Demon King's corpse, along with its core." Qinghe, fully aware that this matter transcended her capabilities, hastily informed the elder as he approached. "What? A Demon King's corpse? And a complete one at that?" Elder Yuan, who had been descending at a leisurely pace, was finally taken aback. He stepped forward, vanishing from sight, only to reappear directly in front of Qinghe, seizing the storage ring from her grasp. As his consciousness delved inside, upon witnessing the Demon King's corpse, which resembled a small mountain in size, even the seasoned Elder Yuan was momentarily stunned. The Muyu auction house, as the largest in Linyue City, had indeed auctioned royal-grade demon beasts before, yet most had merely been remnants, scales, bones, horns, or claws. Genuine cores were relatively rare, and a complete Demon King's corpse had scarcely been auctioned even since the establishment of the Muyu auction house. It is essential to note that a Demon King, on par with the human realm's kings, possesses strength that surpasses that of ordinary Demon Kings. Even a first-tier Demon King requires at least several equally ranked human kings to have a chance of defeat, and even that merely implies victory. While the prospect of slaying the opponent is a daunting challenge, not even a second-tier king would dare claim absolute certainty in vanquishing a first-tier Demon King. Gazing at the storage ring, the Elder Yuan was struck with profound astonishment by the breathtaking sword mark upon the chest of the Demon King. This purple scorpion Demon King had been slain by a single sword strike. Sensing the lingering sword intent at the fatal wound, Elder Yuan felt a prickling unease. The one who had slain this Demon King was undoubtedly an unparalleled sword cultivator who had mastered sword intent. Elder Yuan had encountered sword cultivators who comprehended sword intent before, and not just one, such as the Li Yuan Sword King of the Dan Empire and the Bai Hong Sword King of the Zhonglu Empire. They were both superlative sword cultivators who had grasped the true meaning of the second level of the sword path. However, the sword intent emanating from this purple scorpion Demon King conveyed an unsettling aura that surpassed even those two, and indeed all sword cultivators he had ever witnessed. This was undoubtedly a cultivator who had comprehended the true meaning of the third level of the sword path. Elder Yuan was resolute in his conviction. Chapter 10, Taking an Apprentice? "Young master, please follow me to the 7th floor." Elder Yuan spoke gravely as he led Lin Xian and the other two to the 7th floor, leaving the stunned crowd behind. They had heard Elder Yuan's words distinctly. The corpse of a king-level beast, and moreover, it was intact. Many individuals shifted their expressions and promptly departed the auction house to report this matter. An intact king-level beast's corpse was a significant event for any faction in this region. In the stairwell, Li Qin's complexion turned as pale as paper. Her heart flooded with regret, her lips even bloodied from biting them. She acutely realized what she had missed. Yet, it was too late for remorse. Numerous staff members around her cast envious glances at Qinghe, lamenting her fortuitous luck. Although Qinghe had merely attended to that esteemed guest briefly, this transaction would undoubtedly be attributed to her. Elder Yuan led Lin Xian to the VIP room on the 7th floor, asking Lin Xian to wait for a moment before departing. However, it was not long before he returned, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. Though she did not consciously exude any oppressive aura, The undeniable presence of a king-level being could not be concealed. I am Muyu, the proprietor of this auction house. May I inquire your esteemed surname, young master? Her eyes, like autumn waters, scrutinized Lin Xian, her red lips parting as she spoke softly. Lin Xian. Ah. So it is young Master Lin. I have heard from Elder Yuan that you wish to auction the corpse of a king-level beast. May I have the honor of viewing it? Lin Xian nodded and tossed the storage ring containing the purple scorpion demon king's corpse to the beautiful woman. Upon receiving the storage ring, Muyu probed its contents with her consciousness, only to be taken aback, her smile vanishing entirely. The purple scorpion demon king? What astonished her was not merely the presence of a king-level beast's corpse within the storage ring, for she had already been informed of that by Elder Yuan prior to her arrival. What left her in shock was that she recognized this particular king-level beast. Not merely recognition, the wounds inflicted by the purple scorpion demon king upon her remain unhealed to this day. Back then, she and 3 friends, a total of 4 individuals of royal caliber, attempted to hunt this formidable foe, believing it would be a trivial task. However, the reality proved to be far more daunting. As the purple scorpion demon king displayed a strength beyond their expectations, severely injuring 2 of them, herself included. The venom from its sting still lingers within her. She never anticipated encountering the remains of the purple scorpion demon king within a storage ring today. The sight of the grievous sword mark upon its chest profoundly shook her. May I inquire, from where did you acquire the remains of the purple scorpion demon king, young Master Lin? Of course, this is merely out of curiosity. If you prefer not to disclose, I shall take it as unasked. Although somewhat presumptuous, Muyu is undeniably curious. I killed it, Lin Xian replied with a calm demeanor, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. At his words, the beautiful woman was momentarily taken aback, as was Elder Yuan beside her, who then smiled faintly, interpreting the statement as merely an excuse for Lin Xian's unwillingness to elaborate. The purple scorpion demon king was a creature that even a coalition of 4 or 5 royal beings would find challenging to subdue, given Lin Xian's apparent strength, which seemed to reflect merely a tribulation realm. It was no wonder the woman was skeptical. No one would believe such a tale if it circulated. Observing their reactions, Lin Xian chose not to elaborate further. He spoke nothing but the truth, whether they believed it was of no concern to him. Subsequently, Lin Xian discussed the terms of commission with the beautiful woman before departing from the auction house. A commission of 1% signified her sincere intent, and she informed him that the auction would commence in 3 days, requesting him to remain in the city during this time. Over the next few days, the Muyu auction house would promote the remains of this royal beast through various channels, striving to achieve the highest possible bid. In the city, several grand arenas stood proudly, designed for combat and sparring. With the imminent opening of the Burning Heaven Secret Realm, a multitude of outsiders flocked to Lingyu City, creating a vibrant atmosphere filled with talented individuals from the 7 nations, all eager to showcase their skills. Among them, a striking young woman clad in white captured considerable attention, not only due to her stunning appearance but also because she had just defeated a formidable cultivator who had recently achieved 5 consecutive victories with a single sword strike. This young woman was Su Lianqing. After parting ways with Lin Xian, she began to wander the city and, in her exploration, found herself at the arena. Watching the battles unfold ignited a desire within her to participate. Typically, her time at Starfall Peak was devoted solely to cultivation, although her strength had been escalating rapidly. She lacked practical combat experience. This time on stage was not only to seek opponents of comparable strength for sparring, but also to accumulate valuable experience in battle. She is impressive, remarked a middle-aged man in splendid attire from a nearby pavilion, seated alongside an elderly gentleman with a rosy complexion and white hair. The 2 exchanged glances, raising their cups in a toast while occasionally directing their gaze towards the arena below. Behind them, several young men and women, presumably their disciples, observed attentively. The one who spoke was indeed the middle-aged gentleman in fine clothing. Just moments ago, Su Lianqing's swift strike had decisively vanquished her opponent, a scene he observed with keen interest. Ha ha ha, this young lady possesses remarkable skill. What? Are you considering taking her as a disciple? Inquired the elderly man with white hair, stroking his beard as he sat across from the elegantly attired middle-aged man. In response, the middle-aged man merely smiled. To become a disciple of the Yuan Su Sword King, her current performance is still insufficient. Fortunately, their conversation remained unheard by others. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly caused quite a stir. The Yuan Su Sword King, among the few sword cultivators of the royal realm in this location. He had yet to comprehend the essence of sword intent, but had already perfected its rudimentary form. Ordinary royal cultivators of the same rank were no match for him. Countless sword cultivators aspired to become his disciples, yet the Yuan Su Sword King held his standards exceedingly high, dismissing most talents outright. It appears this young lady must strive to showcase her abilities further. The elderly man chuckled softly, fully aware of his old friend's lofty standards, hoping that the girl would indeed deliver a better performance in the times to come. Subsequently, Su Lianqin faced several more challengers, yet to her dismay, each opponent she encountered was all bluster and no substance. They claimed to be the true heirs of their respective nations and sects, boasting impressive titles. Yet none could withstand even a single strike from her, even when she held back significantly. "Lu Han, you shall step forward. If she can withstand a strike from you, I shall take her as my disciple today," instructed the elegantly dressed middle-aged man to one of his disciples behind him. "Yes, master." The youth named Lu Han replied with a slight bow to the Yuan Su Sword King before leaping onto the arena where Su Lianqin stood. Lu Han, the second disciple of the Yuan Su Sword King, was a practitioner at the third level of the Earth Profound Realm. "My master intends to accept you as a disciple, but the condition is that you must withstand a single strike from me. If you can endure it, you shall be deemed qualified. We are of the same realm, so this request should not be too daunting." Chapter 11. Who will endure the strike? Lu Han's appearance immediately stirred a commotion among the onlookers, as both the Yuan Su Sword King and Lu Han were well-known figures. The Yuan Su Sword King, one of the few royal realm sword cultivators present, was a formidable master who had nearly grasped the essence of sword intent. Once he comprehended it, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with the top-tier powers, such as the Lord of Lingyue City. Even without mastering sword intent, his prowess surpassed that of many royal cultivators like the owner of the Mu Yu auction house. Many sought to become his disciple, but the Yuan Su Sword King had only accepted 2 thus far, with Lu Han being one of them. As Lu Han's words echoed, envious glances were cast towards Su Lianqin. This young lady was indeed fortunate. It remained to be seen whether she could withstand a strike from the esteemed Lu Han. As the second disciple of the Yuan Su Sword King, Lu Han's talent in swordsmanship was extraordinary. It was said that even those of higher realms might not stand a chance against him. To endure his single strike, a seemingly simple requirement, was in fact far from easy. Observing the self-assured youth as he began to speak for himself, Su Lianqin found herself at a loss for words. "When did I ever express a desire to take your master as my teacher?" Gazing intently at her opponent, Su Lianqin slowly began to speak. "First, I am unaware of who your master is, nor have I ever contemplated becoming their disciple." Her words trailed off abruptly, replaced by a vast torrent of sword light that suddenly sliced through the air beside Lu Han, the chilling gust of force stinging his face. The unforeseen strike brought an eerie silence to the arena. Lu Han stood on the platform, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the white-clad maiden not far before him, the look of terror in his gaze nearly overflowing. The sword strike occurred before he could even process it. In other words, had that sword been aimed at him, he would have perished in an instant. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant revelation was that within that beam of sword light, Lu Han discerned an unfathomable essence of swordsmanship. This fleeting glimpse of true sword intent sent shivers down his spine, causing the long sword at his waist to tremble as if confronted by a great terror. As a swordsman, he was intimately familiar with that essence of sword intent. It was precisely what he had longed to comprehend in his dreams. Not merely the rudimentary form of sword intent, but the authentic essence itself. The sensation that emanated from this essence was exponentially more potent than that of his master, the Sword King Yuan Su, who had already perfected the rudimentary form of sword intent and was on the brink of grasping the true essence. In the radiant sword light unleashed by Su Lianqin, he felt a profound sword intent that surpassed that of his master, which posed a significant implication. It indicated that the white-clad maiden before him had not merely grasped the rudimentary form of swordsmanship but had attained the genuine essence. A mere girl of 16 or 17 years old, wielding such sword intent. Lu Han could scarcely believe it, for even his master, a king-level swordsman, had yet to comprehend the essence of the sword. This young maiden, whose cultivation was comparable to his own, had achieved what even his revered master, the Sword King Yuan Su, had not. In that moment, it was not only Lu Han who was taken aback. Even the Sword King Yuan Su, seated in the loft above, suddenly rose to his feet, his teacup crumbling to dust in his grasp. The astonishment of the Sword King was no less than that of his disciple. The nearer one approaches the understanding of sword intent, the more one realizes the arduous journey it entails. despite external rumors suggesting that Sword King Yuan Su was on the verge of grasping the essence. He alone understood the daunting nature of that final step. Countless swordsmen remained trapped at this stage, many spending their entire lives without ever comprehending sword intent. Yet what did he behold? A mere girl of 15 or 16 had actually grasped the essence of the sword. What kind of prodigy was this? How could such a marvel possibly arise within the realm of the moonlit seven nations? This was beyond mere talent. One strike? Seeking a master? After delivering her blow, Su Lianxin turned and departed, leaving behind two sentences that pierced deeply into Lu Han and the Sword King Yuan Su. Ironically, the Sword King harbored the audacity to consider taking her as a disciple. Who would be the master, and who the disciple? A mere aspirant of the rudimentary form of sword intent dared to seek a disciple who had already grasped the true essence? It is utterly perplexing. Akin to a reversal of fortune, it would be more sensible for Su Lianxin to take him as her disciple. 3 days later, the auction commenced as scheduled. The inhabitants of Linyue City could distinctly sense an influx of visitors today, significantly more than usual, including several formidable figures from the King realm. Lin Xian, accompanied by his 2 disciples, made his way to the auction house. After presenting the token bestowed by the auction house's master, the trio was graciously escorted to a VIP seating area to await the commencement of the auction. This is the auction list for this session. Please take a look. Young master, said the attendant responsible for receiving Lin Xian, handing him a ledger that detailed all the items to be auctioned, including the remains of the purple scorpion demon king, which was reserved as the grand finale. A quick glance revealed a plethora of valuable items. Indeed, the Muyu auction house lived up to its reputation as one of the largest in the region. As time passed, the semicircular steps of the auction house soon filled with attendees, indicating that the auction was about to begin. When all the lights focused on the main stage, a graceful and enchanting woman emerged from behind the curtains. Welcome, everyone, to the Muyu auction. I am Su Yi, the auctioneer for this event. Without further ado, let us proceed to the first item for bid, the Spirit Dew Grass. This is a mid-level 4th-tier spiritual herb, essential for the concoction of Spirit Dew pills, and can also be utilized in other alchemical processes. Following Su Yi's introduction, a wave of bidding erupted from all corners of the auction hall. However, the Spirit Dew Grass merely served as an appetizer for the auction, garnering little fervor, and was ultimately sold for 3,600 spirit stones. Lin Xian refrained from participating in this bidding, as the item did not align with his objectives. Yet, his interest was piqued by the next item on the block. The second item was a spirit-gathering pill, a high-level 4th-tier elixir known for its ability to concentrate the essence of heaven and earth and enhance cultivation speed, crafted by the renowned Pill King of Qingmu. Entrusted to our house for auction, with a starting price of 80,000 spirit stones. The price disparity was striking. The first item sold for merely a few thousand, while this second item commenced at a base price of 80,000. Su Yi offered scant details, as the name of the Pill King was sufficient. As anticipated, the mention of this elixir being crafted by the esteemed Pill King of Qingmu stirred a commotion within the auction hall. Indeed, the Pill King of Qingmu, a master of the alchemical arts, not only possessed formidable strength but also unparalleled skills in pill concoction, making him one of the few capable of producing elixirs in this locale. 90,000, 100,000, 120,000. The appearance of the spirit-gathering pill incited intense competition among numerous cultivators. Given its inherent rarity and the added prestige of being a product crafted by the Pill King, the price swiftly escalated to 200,000 spirit stones. At this juncture, many participants had withdrawn, leaving only a handful still vying for the coveted elixir. 200,000 spirit stones, this price is already quite substantial, considering that the worth of an ordinary robbery realm cultivator is merely comparable. 230,000. As the voice echoed from the distinguished seats, where a man and a woman sat, flanked by several attendants, each a cultivator of the robbery realm, one could glean the lofty status of the pair. The speaker was none other than the young woman among them. Within the auction hall, a profound silence enveloped the crowd after she proclaimed the price of 230,000 spirit stones. While a one-pattern gathering spirit pill is indeed rare and precious, the sum of 230,000 spirit stones evidently surpassed its intrinsic value. 250,000. However, just when everyone assumed that the one-pattern gathering spirit pill would be secured by the young woman, a voice emerged from the 67th distinguished seat. It was Lin Xian. Although he had little need for the gathering spirit pill, he considered the possibility of it serving as a lucrative investment, potentially yielding a return in the form of valuable pills he could utilize. Chapter 12. Seeking Death. 270,000. The young woman furrowed her brow slightly, casting her gaze toward the 67th distinguished seat. 300,000. Lin Xian remained unyielding. Despite having a limited number of spirit stones at the moment, he anticipated an influx of at least 3 to 4 million spirit stones upon the auction's conclusion. Given the undeniable value of the purple scorpion demon King's remains. 310,000. This time, the voice that emerged from the 26th distinguished seat was not that of the young woman, but rather that of the youth in the dark robe beside her. This prompted the young woman to furrow her brow even deeper. Mu Lang, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Yet, Mu Lang grinned and replied, how can this be deemed meddling? Whatever you desire, I shall ensure you acquire it. After all, what is merely a gathering spirit pill? The young woman was rendered speechless. Observing this, Mu Lang turned his attention to Lin Xian in the 67th distinguished seat. I am a member of the Mu family from the Holy Sun Empire. Might I request, for the sake of the Mu family's reputation, that you grant me a measure of consideration and allow me this pill? The youth in the dark robe appeared courteous, yet it was evident to all that this was a blatant threat. The Holy Sun Empire, the Mu family? Those present were no strangers to the significance of these names. Among the 7 nations, the Morning Dawn Empire reigns supreme, with the Holy Sun Empire positioned just below it. While the Mu family ranks among its most formidable clans, boasting no fewer than 10 King Realm experts. The Mu family's ancestor is a formidable being who has attained the 4th level of the King Realm. A King Realm expert of such caliber is nearly invincible within the confines of Lingyue City. The youth in the dark robe wore a smile as he regarded Lin Xian, convinced that Lin Xian would acquiesce to his request. However, Lin Xian's subsequent words caused his expression to shift dramatically. 320,000. Lin Xian merely cast a fleeting glance at him before speaking again. The youth in the dark robe fixed his gaze intently on Lin Xian, his expression darkening. Yet he refrained from raising his bid further. Instead, he instructed a servant behind him. Once the auction concludes, inform Elder Lu to make an appearance. Understood. The servant clasped his hands in acknowledgement, silently mourning for the young man in the 67th distinguished seat. Is it worth risking one's life for a mere pill? Yet the young maiden could not help but let out a cold, mocking laugh within her heart, deeming the individual before her to possess a mind akin to that of a swine. This person, fully aware of her affiliation with the Mu family, still dared to bid with audacity, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary character, and his background was likely equally formidable. However, the maiden chose not to caution Mu Lang. Rather, she contemplated the possibility of utilizing this individual for her own ends. With this thought, her eyes narrowed slightly. This minor interlude did not disrupt the continuation of the auction, culminating in Lin Xian acquiring the one-pattern spirit gathering pill for the sum of 320,000 spirit stones. Nevertheless, this act elevated Lin Xian's stature in the eyes of the onlookers within the auction hall. For daring to offend the Mu family spoke volumes of his courage. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he could safely depart from Lingyue City thereafter. The demeanor of the Mu family's young master suggested that he had no intention of letting matters rest. Subsequently, several items were auctioned off in succession, though none piqued Lin Xian's interest, prompting him to close his eyes and enter a meditative state. It was not until the auction approached its conclusion that the final item was presented. A storage ring. In that moment, it became evident to all that the besieged assistants of this auction had arrived. This item was undoubtedly the main attraction, and many attendees had come specifically for it. As the auctioneer elegantly gestured, a colossal figure materialized upon the stage, nearly consuming the entirety of the auction platform. The visual impact was staggering. This was the corpse of a king-level demon beast. Many were left in awe, despite its demise. The immense presence of its formidable form still instilled fear among the gathered cultivators. However, what evoked even greater astonishment was the horrifying sword mark etched across the chest of the king-level demon beast. This sword scar nearly cleaved the creature in two. The faint sword intent emanating from the mark sent shivers down the spines of all present. It was the very essence of sword intent. Among the crowd, there were numerous sword cultivators who immediately sensed the subtle sword intent radiating from the scar. This king-level demon beast had been slain by an extraordinary sword cultivator who had comprehended sword intent with a single stroke. A collective gasp echoed throughout the auction hall. Expressions of shock were evident in everyone's eyes. Although this king-level demon beast was merely of the first rank, Achieving its demise with a single strike was no small feat, even for those at the second rank of the king realm. To vanquish an opponent is one thing. To kill is another entirely. King-level demon beasts are not so easily dispatched. Otherwise, the discovery of such a corpse would not have sparked such a significant uproar and be deemed so precious. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, the elegantly dressed auctioneer smiled slightly and announced, "First, we shall auction the inner core of this king-level demon beast. With a starting bid of 2 million. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 10,000. Let the bidding commence." Boom. Just as her words fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire auction hall, causing a palpable weight to descend upon the hearts of all present. 2,100,000. I shall take the inner core of this king-level demon beast. All eyes turned to the figure seated in box 1361. An elderly bald man who slowly rose to his feet, emanating an overwhelming aura of terror. This sudden turn of events sent shivers down the spines of those who had been prepared to bid, instantly swallowing their words. The pressure he exuded was at least that of a perfected second tier in the king realm, Qingyang. It was indeed him. Many gazes directed at the bald elder were filled with dread. Qingyang had an infamous reputation in this region. His cruelty was legendary, and few who had offended him escaped unscathed. To incur his wrath meant doom not just for the individual, but often for their entire lineage. The annihilation of families and sects was as effortless for Qingyang as drinking a glass of water. Having acquired an extraordinary evasion technique in the Burning Heaven secret realm, even those stronger than him in the king realm found it impossible to capture him. This had emboldened his malevolence. Previously, Qingyang had been in hiding for some time, with rumors circulating that he had either perished or departed from this place. Yet now he had reemerged. At this moment, those who had come seeking the inner core of the royal beast felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They had prepared millions of spirit stones to secure the Beast King's inner core, but now, the situation had taken a most unexpected turn. Truly, one might have wealth, yet dare not spend it. What do you mean by this, Qingyang? The voice of the auction house master, Mu Yu, resonated even before he arrived. His serious demeanor fixated on the bald elder at the top of the steps. Yuan. Sui offered a respectful bow to Mu Yu, her expression filled with concern. This sudden development was beyond her capacity to manage. Within the auction hall, many recognized Yuan, but they could only smile bitterly. Yuan belonged to the ranks of the top-tier powerhouses in Lingwei City, yet few believed that his appearance could alter anything, for he was facing Qingyang. Even the third-tier king, the lord of Lingwei City, could do nothing against him, let alone her. What nonsense! Am I not allowed to participate in the auction? Have I broken any rules? Do I prevent them from bidding? Tell me, have I? Qingyang's gaze swept the room, and upon seeing no one daring to respond, he let out a hearty laugh, his mirth laced with arrogance. Everyone felt a mix of anger and helplessness. At that moment, a pure white beam of sword light answered him. Chapter 13. You shall die too. Buzz. From box 67, Lin Xian unleashed a sword strike directed at Qingyang. The pure white sword light, like a shooting star, illuminated the dark auction hall, akin to the brightness of day. This strike captured the attention of everyone present. No one had anticipated that someone would dare to confront Qingyang with a sword. What audacity! Similarly, this strike caught Qingyang off guard. He had truly not expected that anyone within the auction house would dare to defy him. It was sheer folly. The gaze of the King of the Void fixated directly on the young man seated in the distinguished VIP section number 67. He was poised to disregard the incoming sword light, intending to crush the youth with his bare hands. Yet, it was not long before the king sensed an unsettling anomaly. As the sword light approached him with increasing velocity, the terrifying intent embedded within it became palpable to him. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending death. As though he were being stalked by a great horror, panic surged within him. The King of the Void had barely the time to ponder before he executed a retreating technique with alarming swiftness. However, he was fast, yet the sword light was swifter. With a sharp sound, amidst the astonished gazes of the multitude, the right arm of the King of the Void was brutally severed by the sword light. Blood gushed forth, rendering the crimson carpet beneath him even more vivid. This scene unfolded too rapidly, too unexpectedly. Clutching his severed arm, the King of the Void stared in terror at Lin Xian, his eyes reflecting not only fear, but also profound confusion. Who is this youth? What a terrifying sword strike! Others may have been oblivious, but only the King of the Void comprehended that had he not invoked the advanced evasion technique derived from the Burning Sky secret realm, he would not merely have lost an arm. He would have met his demise. All present, including the auction house master, the Moon King, were rendered speechless by Lin Xian's formidable display, especially the Moon King. She recognized Lin Xian as the young man who had brought the remains of the Purple Scorpion Demon King, entrusting her with its auction. She vaguely recalled asking him about the origin of the Purple Scorpion Demon King's remains, to which he had replied that he had slain it. At the time, she had dismissed his words as mere pretense, a reluctant excuse to veil the truth. But now, a bitter smile crept across her face. It became evident that his words were no jest, nor a mere excuse. The absurdity of it had led her to disbelief. The reality was that he had spoken the truth. The sword intent manifested in the strike against the King of the Void was identical to the faint trace of sword intent lingering in the wound upon the chest of the Purple Scorpion Demon King. They originated from the same individual. This confirmed him as the unparalleled sword cultivator. Within the VIP section number 26, Mu Lang and the young woman beside him were equally astounded and terrified. Cold sweat soaked their garments, and a chill ran down their spines. A profound sense of dread surged from the depths of their hearts. To have incapacitated a perfected Second Realm king with a single strike? How audacious it was to have even contemplated revenge against him. Such folly was truly suicidal. Not even the Sixth Elder, or the Second or Grand Elder could have remedied the situation. The young woman beside Mu Lang shared a comparable astonishment. Initially, she had presumed that Lin Xian must possess some extraordinary background or support, which emboldened him to offend Mu Lang. Yet, she realized now that he indeed had support. But it was his own prowess. The magnificence of that sword strike made her heart race uncontrollably, unsure whether it was from fear or trepidation. He managed to withstand my sword strike. Impressive. But what of the second? Lin Xian's face revealed a hint of astonishment, followed by an intention to strike with a second sword. Wait, I bear no grudge against you. Why would you seek to end my life? The King of the Nether Void pleaded in terror. That single sword not only severed his arm but also shattered his pride. He was acutely aware that the young man before him was far more formidable than he had anticipated. No grudge? That may not be the case. Allow me to clarify. The skeletal remains of the king-level demon beast on the stage belong to me. Upon finishing his words, Lin Xian decisively unleashed his second sword without a trace of hesitation. You have obstructed my path to wealth. If you do not perish, who shall? In that moment, the King of the Nether Void suddenly comprehended the situation. Oh, so that's it. The audience within the auction house also began to grasp why Lin Xian had suddenly targeted the King of the Nether Void. You suppressed the auctioned item to a mere 2 million spirit stones. How could the other party not be incensed? How could they not be furious? The remains of the king-level demon beast, which could have fetched 3 to 4 million spirit stones, were now worth only 2 million. The second beam of sword light thundered forth, traversing the entire auction house and aimed directly at the King of the Nether Void. However, at that moment, a voice resounded throughout the auction hall. Hold on. Following this was an overwhelming pressure, more formidable than that of the King of the Nether Void. To those present, this pressure was all too familiar. It was the Lord of Linyu City. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the Lord of Linyu City. A formidable presence at the third level of the King's realm. Yet, he was a moment too late, as he materialized. Lin Xian's sword light had already pierced through the King of the Nether Void. His life force was rapidly waning. Hold on. Having completed his act, Lin Xian cast a menacing glance at the Lord of Linyu City and then unleashed another sword strike, not at the now-deceased King of the Nether Void, but at the Lord of Linyu City himself. This strike was even more terrifying than the one that had claimed the life of the King of the Nether Void. The spectators were momentarily bewildered, uncertain of the reasoning behind this sudden aggression. However, Lin Xian's subsequent words elucidated their confusion. You did not intervene when this man caused chaos earlier. Now that I seek to slay him, you appear. You and he cannot possibly be in collusion, can you? Thus, you shall also perish. Chapter 14, Rebate. The Imperial Stage Demon Shadow, the sword light, sliced through the heavens, and the Lord of Linyu City reacted swiftly. A shield erupted from his storage ring, rapidly enlarging until it stood before him. The clash resonated deafeningly. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the sword light severed the shield as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. A profound disbelief washed over the Lord of Linyu City's face. This was his most formidable defensive measure, yet it could not withstand even a fraction of the attack. With a sense of bewilderment, the Lord of Linyu City was bisected, plummeting to the ground. The third-level King of Linyu City was dead. The vast auction hall fell into an eerie silence, the crowd still reeling from the shocking scene they had just witnessed. First, the fully realized king of the Nether Void at the 2nd level. And now the Lord of Lin Yu City, a distinguished figure among the 3rd-level kings, had been effortlessly slain by Lin Xian with a single strike each. These were not mere trivial characters. The likes of the king of the Nether Void and the Lord of Lin Yu City had fallen so easily. The horror that gripped the hearts of the crowd was beyond the capacity of words to convey. One could only surmise that a storm was brewing in Lin Yu City. The auction continued unabated. Ignoring the astonishment that enveloped the audience, Lin Xian, having vanquished 2 individuals and seized their storage rings, returned to his seat. His voice resonated with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the auction hall. "Master, should we still send a message to Elder Lu?" A hesitant voice emerged from the servant seated behind Mu Lang in the VIP section. Upon hearing this, Mu Lang shot a fierce glare at the servant, exclaiming inwardly, "Send a message? What nonsense!" The anger that had surged within him after Lin Xian's dual slayings of the king of the underworld and the Lord of Lin Yu dissipated completely. Reflecting on the moment when he had previously warned Lin Xian, Mu Lang felt a wave of trepidation. He had indeed brushed dangerously close to the gates of death. In another VIP section of the auction house, Yuan Su Jianwang and his disciples bore witness to the unfolding drama. "Master, does that young lady behind the esteemed elder not resemble the one you wish to take as your disciple, Lu Han?" Yuan Su remarked, his gaze fixed on Su Lianqing, who stood behind Lin Xian. Earlier, their attention had been entirely captivated by Lin Xian, causing them to overlook Wang Yin and Su Lianqing. It was only now that they recognized the girl behind Lin Xian as the prodigious young lady who had comprehended sword intent at merely 16 or 17 years of age on the arena days prior. "It is she." Yuan Su Jianwang recognized Su Lianqing at once. "So she is indeed the disciple of this esteemed elder. No wonder. How naive my previous thoughts were," he mused, a self-deprecating smile crossing his lips. After the conclusion of the auction, Lin Xian departed the Mu Yu auction house. Accompanied by his 2 disciples, under the courteous escort of the auction's owner, Lord Yu. The auction had proven lucrative. Lin Xian's consignment of the purple scorpion demon kings remains fetched a staggering 5,630,000 spirit stones. After deducting the 32,000 for a spirit gathering pill, Lin Xian was left with 5,300,000, a substantial fortune. Additionally, he had unexpectedly acquired the storage rings of 2 formidable king-level fighters. However, the storage ring from the king of the underworld contained little of value, save for a tome titled Heavenly Rock Shadow, a royal-grade evasion technique. How pitiful, Lin Xian thought disdainfully, delving into the storage ring of the Lord of Lin Yu. He found it to be far more opulent in comparison, boasting over 7 million spirit stones. Furthermore, it held a plethora of valuable items such as spirit armor, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. "I've struck gold." The possessions of the Lord of Lin Yu dwarfed the worth of the purple scorpion demon king's remains. From a mere few 100,000 spirit stones to now possessing millions. How astonishing. 10 million spirit stones could procure a 7th-grade elixir, albeit a low-tier one. Yet it was still a 7th-grade elixir. If invested in his disciples, it could potentially yield 8th-grade elixirs, or even 9th-grade ones were not out of the realm of possibility. The more Lin Xian pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Xian summoned Su Lianqing privately and bestowed upon her the spirit gathering pill and the Xianzong step. It cannot be said that Lin Xian is biased. However, the extraordinary talent of Su Lianqing far surpasses that of Wang Yan. Should Lin Xian choose to bestow gifts upon Wang Yan, while it may indeed trigger a return, the rewards would pale in comparison to those granted to Su Lianqing. Naturally, Lin Xian intends to compensate Wang Yan in other ways, for they are both his disciples. He cannot claim to be entirely impartial, but he will strive to consider Wang Yan's needs as well. Ding. Congratulations, host, for investing in the Spirit Gathering Pill, resulting in the return of the Celestial Gathering Profound Pill, 7th rank. Ding. Congratulations, host, for investing in the Profound Shadow Step, resulting in the return of the Celestial Demon Shadow Imperial. What an exceptional disciple you are. You never fail to surpass my expectations. The Celestial Gathering Profound Pill shares effects similar to those of the Spirit Gathering Pill. The former is merely a 4th-rank elixir, while the latter is a 7th-rank concoction. As for the Celestial Demon Shadow, it is an Imperial-level evasion technique that serves not only for escape, but also in combat. The Celestial Demon Shadow encompasses 9 layers. The first layer allows the conjuration of 10 shadow doppelgangers, each possessing 1/10 of the original strength. Although they are mere projections, they are indistinguishable from the true self, making it challenging for opponents to discern the difference. This technique can be employed for both evasion and to deceive enemies during an attack, as long as the adversary's realm is not excessively superior to that of the host. Moreover, this is merely the effect of the first layer. Upon scrutinizing the effects of the subsequent layers, Lin Xian discovered that the imperial evasion technique grows increasingly formidable. The fourth layer produces 10 shadow doppelgangers, each wielding 2/10 of the original strength. By the seventh layer, the strength escalates to 3/10. Ultimately, at the ninth layer, a qualitative transformation occurs. Only a single shadow doppelganger can be conjured, yet it possesses 90% of the original's combat prowess. This is indeed quite extraordinary. Chapter 15. Brother, it is time to depart after a day of rest. The journey shall commence tomorrow. Once Su Lianxin was dismissed, Lin Xian eagerly began his cultivation of the celestial demon shadow. As for the celestial gathering profound pill, he opted to reserve it for when he seeks to break through to the king realm. The spiritual energy required for such a breakthrough is immensely daunting. During his previous attempt, Lin Xian nearly exhausted all his resources. Although he has yet to embark on this endeavor, he must adequately prepare the necessary elixirs. This upcoming attempt to reach the king realm is unlike the last. Previously, he merely sought to comprehend a singular path to break through. However, this time, he aims to master an entire 22 paths. The spiritual energy required is formidable, while it may not be precisely 22 times that of his last attempt. It is surely 5 to 6 times greater. Lin Xian must be thoroughly prepared, lest he finds himself lamenting a failed breakthrough due to insufficient spiritual energy. Meanwhile, as Lin Xian delved into the intricacies of the celestial demon shadow, Wang Yin encountered a few familiar faces in a dining establishment within the city. Honor? Following Wang Yan's gaze, he spotted a group of 5 or 6 individuals seated at a round table in a corner of the dining hall. Among them, a woman clad in a deep crimson gown, though not exceptionally beautiful, possessed an alluring figure, evident from the glances cast upon her by surrounding patrons. Upon hearing her name called, the woman in the red dress looked up and met Wang Yan's eyes. Yengu? The voice carried a hint of surprise and astonishment, clearly indicating an unexpected encounter with Wang Yan. The individuals beside the woman in the red dress also recognized Wang Yan, but their expressions were not those of delight. Instead, they furrowed their brows. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be that lad, Wang Yan. Is he also heading to the Burning Heaven's secret realm? A middle-aged man, who bore a resemblance to the woman, slowly spoke. Although his tone was not particularly cold, it lacked warmth. Wang Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Originating from a small town named Yunxi City at the fringes of the Tangqing Kingdom, Wang Yan's home was modest in size, but rich in influential families. Yunxi City was home to 8 prominent clans, and Wang Yan belonged to the Wang family, one of them. While the woman in the red dress hailed from the Li family, another of the 8. The middle-aged man beside her, who bore a striking resemblance to her, was Li Yuan, her father and the head of the Li family. However, there was a notable difference. The Wang family ranked 7th among the 8 clans, whereas the Li family held the 2nd position. The woman, whose given name was Li Hong, had grown up alongside Wang Yan, and their bond had blossomed into love, leading them to secretly pledge their lives to one another. Nonetheless, Li Yuan and others within the Li family had consistently opposed their union. This opposition was understandable, as the Li family, being the 2nd most powerful in Yunxi City, possessed far superior resources and formidable members compared to the Wang family. Given that Li Hong was the daughter of the Li family as patriarch, marrying Wang Yin would indeed be viewed as a step down, and Li Yuan, along with the rest of the family, believed Wang Yin was unworthy of her. In contrast, the son of the city lord, Yang Song, was deemed a far more suitable match in Li Yuan's eyes. Not only was he the eldest son of the city lord, but he also exhibited extraordinary talent from a young age, standing unrivaled among the youth of Yunxi City. Most importantly, he harbored a strong affection for Li Hong. In comparison, Wang Yin, in Li Yuan's estimation, paled significantly next to the city lord's son. Had it not been for Li Hong's unwavering determination to marry only Wang Yin, Li Yuan would have had no choice but to consent to the union. Even a year ago, upon learning that Wang Yin had joined the Qingyang Sword Sect and had taken a 7th-level Tribulation Realm Master as his mentor, Li Yuan's opinion had not wavered. Rather, he felt an even greater sense of regret. The reason for his regret was simple. Not long ago, the city lord's son had been accepted as a direct disciple by one of the 6 elders of the Xuanji sect, which, like the Qingyang Sword Sect, was one of the 10 major sects of the Tangqing Empire, ranked even higher than the Qingyang Sword Sect. The 6 elders of the Xuanji sect were genuine powerhouses of the royal realm. Upon receiving this news, Li Yuan was overwhelmed with remorse. Had he not been so lenient initially, perhaps the Li family would have secured a powerful alliance with the city lord's residence. The prospect of being taken under the wing of a royal realm master was boundless. Thus, the more Li Yuan reflected on Wang Yan, the more he found him irksome. Uncle Li, have you encountered some difficulties? Wang Yan noticed earlier that the members of the Li family were seated together, their dishes cold and untouched. Their silence indicating a distracted demeanor. It is precisely that person who has gone too far, Li Hong exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. Initially, the journey from Lingwei City to the entrance of the Burning Heaven secret realm involves traversing several perilous terrains. For low-ranking cultivators, the risks are exceedingly high, and only those at the King realm possess a measure of self-preservation. A multitude of cultivators aspired to reach the Burning Heaven secret realm, which has led certain King realm experts to recognize a lucrative opportunity by paying a specified amount of spirit stones. One can secure the escort of a King realm powerhouse to the secret realm. The Li family had negotiated a price with a direct disciple of a King realm expert. But just as they were about to embark, the price was suddenly increased. Originally set at 50,000 spirit stones, it now soared to 100,000. Even the initial sum of 50,000 was a considerable amount for the Li family, let alone the heightened demand. Despite being the second-ranked family among the 8 prominent families in Yunqi City, the city itself is merely a small settlement with a population of around 200,000. The strongest among them, Li Yuan, is but at the 8th level of the Celestial Profound Realm, far from the Transcendence Realm. 50,000 spirit stones represented their entire fortune. How could they possibly gather an additional 50,000? The abrupt change in the agreed-upon price incited Li Yuan's fury, prompting him to demand a refund and seek alternative arrangements. However, the disciple merely scoffed. Uttering a single phrase, "You have 2 choices, either pay an additional 50,000 spirit stones or leave." The implication was clear, there would be no refunds, as the spirit stones had already found their way into his pocket. Li Yuan, despite his indignation, dared not voice his anger. A King realm powerhouse was not someone they could afford to offend. This bitter loss of 50,000 spirit stones left them with merely a few thousand. How could they possibly find another King realm expert for escort? Without such protection, given their limited strength, they would likely meet their demise at the jaws of a ferocious beast before even reaching halfway. This was truly outrageous. A dignified King realm expert allowing his disciple to act in such a duplicitous manner was intolerable. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was equally incensed. How could he not feel anger when his beloved faced such indignities? Where is the other party now? I shall implore my master to seek an explanation on your behalf. Brother Yan, don't. Li Hong quickly rose to grasp Wang Yan's arm. They are King realm experts. We cannot afford to provoke them. Moreover, they have already departed for the Burning Heaven secret realm and are no longer in the city. Yan, does your master reside in the city as well? Li Yuan interjected, his eyes gleaming with hope upon hearing Wang Yan mention his master. The sect's main party is not here. Neither my master nor senior sister accompanied them, Wang Yan replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Li Yuan's gaze. If he recalled correctly, Wang Yan's master was merely at the 7th level of the Transcendence Realm. Nevertheless, he understood that given the circumstances, there was little choice. Having a 7th level Transcendence expert nearby was certainly better than having none. He promptly said, Yan, do you think you could consult your master about taking us along? Wang Yan nodded, as he had been contemplating this very matter and believed his master would not refuse. He immediately sent a message to Lin Xian and received the affirmative response, yes. For Lin Xian, bringing along a few more companions posed no issue. Within the storage ring of the city lord of Linyu, he discovered a large flying vessel, comparable in size to the one previously found at Qingwei Peak. Having received his master's consent, Wang Yan spoke. Master has agreed. We shall depart tomorrow morning. Excellent. Thank you, Brother Yan. Redder, must we even express such sentiments between us? By the way, Uncle Li, have my father and the others arrived? Suddenly recalling something, Wang Yan inquired. They have arrived, but they proceeded to the Burning Heaven secret realm ahead of us, Li Yuan responded. He then cast a deep glance at Wang Yan. Did your father not inform you of the events at home? Wang Yan was taken aback. Confusion etched across his face. What transpired at home? Your grandfather returned from an outing, gravely injured and in a state of unconsciousness. The circumstances are unclear. In an effort to treat your grandfather's wounds, Your father has already sold off several family assets, yet it remains insufficient. The early opening of the Burning Heaven secret realm has given your father a glimmer of hope. A flicker of concern crossed Wang Yan's eyes. How did they manage to go? They teamed up with several adventure groups. Not everyone possesses the substantial spirit stones required to secure the protection of a Wang realm expert. Individuals like Li Yuan, who offered 50,000 spirit stones to join the ranks of such experts, were merely a minority. Those lacking such resources, yet wishing to venture into the Burning Heaven secret realm, began to form alliances to enhance their chances of safely traversing the Qingyang mountain range, rather than facing the journey alone. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan felt an increase in anxiety, yet remained uncertain of what action to take. The vast expanse of the Qingyang mountain range rendered the search for his father akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. He could only place his hopes on encountering them during the journey to the Burning Heaven secret realm. "Brother Yan, let us take a stroll," suggested Li Hong. Noticing Wang Yan's unusual mood, the last time the two had met was a year prior. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. "Do not wander too far. Linyu City is currently not very safe. Rumors abound that the city lord perished within the Moonset auction house, and chaos has ensued within the city." After not seeing each other for so long, Li Yuan did not deter them, but merely offered a cautionary reminder. Indeed, the present Linyu City was fraught with unrest. With the city lord's demise, various factions stirred, and the security within the city visibly deteriorated. Initially, upon hearing the news of the city lord's assassination, Li Yuan and the others were skeptical. However, as more witnesses came forward, disbelief turned to grim acceptance. Many claimed to have witnessed the event firsthand, asserting that the one who slew the city lord was an unparalleled sword cultivator who struck him down with a single blow. This revelation once again underscored for Li Yuan and his companions their own insignificance. If even a Wang realm expert could fall so easily, what hope did they, mere practitioners of the Xian and Tiangu realms, possess? They were also filled with curiosity about the strength of this extraordinary sword cultivator. How formidable could one be to dispatch a city lord of the third layer of the Wang realm with such ease? The following morning, the members of the Li family arrived early at the city gate, awaiting the arrival of Wang Yan's master. By then, a considerable crowd had gathered at the gate, consisting of cultivators preparing to embark for the Burning Heaven secret realm. The expressions on their faces were grave, for the journey ahead was fraught with peril. Whether they could reach the entrance of the secret realm alive was left to fate. A resounding whoosh pierced the sky as a grand flying vessel, resembling a castle in the air, surged forth, capturing the envious gazes of countless townsfolk. Those beside Wang Yan from the Li family shared in this admiration. Such a vessel could only belong to a formidable figure of the Wang realm or an individual of immense influence. This craft appeared oddly familiar. Was it not the vessel of the city lord? Many locals of Lingyue City quickly recognized it as the very flying ship belonging to the lord of the city. Yet, with the city lord deceased, the owner of this vessel must be the extraordinary sword cultivator who had slain him. Awe and reverence filled the eyes of the onlookers. Regrettably, they could not witness the individual and behold their grandeur. To their surprise, instead of soaring past the city gates, the flying vessel abruptly halted upon reaching them. This unexpected turn left the crowd momentarily stunned. Just as confusion spread among them, a breathtaking maiden appeared on the deck of the vessel, draped in white. Her countenance as cold as frost. Her gaze swept across the gathering below, eventually settling on a young man, Wang Yan. "Senior brother, we are setting off," she called, addressing Wang Yan as her senior, causing all gazes to converge upon him, including those of Li Yuan and his companions. "Senior brother?" The Li family members were taken aback, with Li Hong left speechless in astonishment. The enchanting maiden referred to Wang Yan as her senior brother? Wait a moment. The sword cultivator who had slain the city lord, Li Yuan, and the others had recently heard so much about him that they felt their ears might blister. They had thought such a person was far beyond their reach. "Yan Gu, the one who defeated the city lord, is your master?" Li Hong asked, voicing the question that lingered in the minds of Li Yuan and the others. Wang Yan nodded in affirmation as the vessel ascended into the skies. Racing towards the entrance of the Fengshan secret realm, the members of the Li family on the deck felt as though they were in a dream, struggling to grasp the surreal nature of their situation. It was unfathomable that they were aboard a royal flying vessel, something they had never dared to imagine. Li Hong cast a resentful glance at Wang Yan. "Yan Gu, you have deceived me most grievously. When you returned a year ago, did you not say that you had merely taken a peak master from the Qingyang Sword Sect, a 7th-stage tribulation cultivator, as your master? What is the meaning of this?" She pointed towards the highest chamber of the vessel, where Lin Xian was in seclusion. Wang Yin scratched his head, at a loss for words. My master was indeed only a 7th-stage tribulation cultivator a year ago. Li Yuan's gaze upon Wang Yin grew complex. Previously, he had deemed Wang Yin vastly inferior to the esteemed young master Yang Song of the city lord's estate, and the disparity was not trivial. Yet now, could it be that Wang Yin was not inferior to Yang Song? Was it Wang Yin who had ascended in status, having elevated himself above his own daughter? Who truly surpassed whom? The answer was painfully clear at that moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, as the sun gently sank below the horizon, the sky was painted in a splendid hue of orange and yellow. Wang Fu gazed at the twilight before him, letting out a faint sigh. Night would soon descend, bringing with it the harbinger of danger. After conferring with several adventuring teams, the group set forth from Lingwei City, venturing into this perilous realm. The Yingwei Mountain Range, a paradise for monstrous beasts, harbored regions where even those of the King realm risked their lives upon entry. Initially, while traversing the periphery of the mountain range, they encountered numerous beasts, but most were below the tribulation realm. With over 10 cultivators at the celestial profound realm in their party of more than 20, they felt confident enough to contend with even the 9th-level beasts of their realm, provided they avoided any encounters with tribulation realm creatures. However, upon entering the interior of the Yingwei Mountain Range, Wang Fu and his companions discovered that nearly all of the beasts they encountered were above the tribulation realm. The temporary group of more than 20 found themselves in a precarious situation. Especially at night, they dared not light a fire. Any flicker could attract a monstrous beast, leading to their annihilation. Such careful navigation caused their progress to slow considerably, yet they had no choice but to proceed with caution. With beasts of the tribulation realm lurking everywhere, any misstep could spell disaster. This was merely the 2nd day within the Yingwei Mountain Range, and the entrance to the Burning Sky secret realm remained a distant goal. At this moment, uncertainty clouded the eyes of the group. Would they truly survive long enough to reach the entrance of the secret realm? Brother Wang Fu, do not dwell on such thoughts. We shall surely reach the Burning Sky secret realm safely. Here, have a drink. A burly man approached Wang Fu, clapping him on the shoulder and handing him a cup of strong liquor, his demeanor far more carefree. This man, named Qingyang, was the leader of one of the 3 adventure teams, the Fierce Tiger Adventuring Group, and boasted a cultivation at the 8th level of the Celestial Profound Realm, making him the strongest among the temporary assembly. Having frequently ventured into the Yingwei Mountain Range, his experience was vast, and it was due to his presence that Wang Fu and the others managed to evade numerous dangers. He had grown fond of Wang Fu, often seeking him out for drinks during their resting periods, and now he was at it again. As Wang Fu took the cup, poised to share a drink, a startling shriek pierced the air, sending a wave of tension through the group. They looked up towards the western horizon, where a massive, snow-white bird was swiftly approaching. Its dark eyes fixated intently on Wang Fu, Qingyang, and the others nestled among the trees below. The Cloud Weaver bird, a beast of the tribulation realm. As seasoned adventurers familiar with the Yingwei Mountain Range, Qingyang and his companions recognized the creature immediately. Their eyes reflected not just fear, but a profound despair. It was this very recognition that bred hopelessness. The Cloud Weaver bird, a mid-tier beast of the tribulation realm, was known as a nightmare for adventurers due to its incredible speed. To be marked by it meant that escape was nothing short of a fantasy. Even the late-stage human cultivators of the tribulation realm are left in dismay when encountering it. With its unparalleled speed and the ability to soar through the skies, it can exhaust even the most formidable of late-stage human cultivators to death. The cloud-soaring bird is not a social beast and is relatively scarce under normal circumstances. It is quite challenging to encounter one, unless, of course, one is as unfortunate as Wang Fu and Qingyang. Qingyang could hardly fathom that just after he had comforted Wang Fu, the next moment brought a resounding buzz. Just as Wang Fu, Qingyang, and the others were engulfed in despair, a blood-red jade sword, streaking through the air like a meteor from the east, struck the cloud-soaring bird with pinpoint accuracy, leaving it no chance to resist. The terrifying sword sent the creature plummeting from the sky, nailing it to the ground. And an overwhelming sword pressure radiated outward in an arc, causing countless beasts to flee in sheer terror. What a domineering strike! While Wang Fu, Qingyang, and the others stood in profound shock, trying to comprehend the unfolding events, a large flying vessel surrounded by a shimmering light appeared, soaring from the east, growing in size until it hovered above the forest. On board the vessel stood a young man in white, with a serene demeanor. as he subtly shifted his gaze. The sword that had slain the cloud-soaring bird flickered with a mysterious light before being retracted into his ring. One strike had vanquished the cloud-soaring bird. It had no room to resist. What kind of power was this? Such prowess was unattainable even in the tribulation realm, not even by those at the 9th level. The bird's speed allowed it to escape even from the strongest adversaries of the 9th level of the tribulation realm. Only a king realm cultivator could achieve such a feat. This young man in white was undoubtedly a figure of the king realm. Thank you, senior, for your timely intervention. Qingyang was the first to regain his composure, immediately clasping his fist in gratitude. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a simple-minded youth standing behind the white-clad swordsman. Father! The exclamation stunned everyone present, including Qingyang. Wang Fu was also jolted back to reality by this excited call, turning his gaze to the boy standing beside the white swordsman. You know? Chapter 17. You may receive my sword. This spring is yours. Wang Fu's mouth opened in disbelief, overwhelmed not only by Wang Yan's unexpected presence but also by the astonishment of seeing him aboard this flying vessel, alongside Wang Yan. He also recognized several familiar figures on the deck of the vessel, including Li Yuan and his future daughter-in-law, Li Hong. Indeed, those aboard the vessel were Lin Xian and his companions. After departing from Lingwei City, Wang Yan had confided his concerns to Lin Xian. Upon learning this, Lin Xian had traveled swiftly, extending his consciousness outward. Not long after entering the Yingyue Mountains, he discovered the whereabouts of Wang Yan's father, leading to that earlier fateful strike. Lin Xian felt a sense of relief. Had he arrived even a moment later, the outcome might have been dire. Qingyang and the others glanced at Wang Fu, then at Wang Yan aboard the vessel, engulfed in a profound confusion. Brother Wang Fu, you actually know that esteemed figure on the flying vessel? No. It is far more intricate than mere acquaintance. However, through my conversations with Wang Fu during this journey, I learned that he hails from a small town on the outskirts of the Tangqing Empire, and the strongest within his clan has yet to reach the Calamity Realm. How could he possibly be associated with a formidable being of the Wang realm? If such a connection truly existed, Wang Fu would not have found himself in this predicament alongside them. Before long, Wang Yan leaped off the flying vessel and engaged Wang Fu in conversation. Observing the two, Lin Xian refrained from urging them onward. Yan this esteemed elder is. Wang Fu finally voiced the question that had long troubled him, his gaze shifting to the striking figure of the white-clad sword cultivator at the bow of the deck. Father, allow me to introduce my master. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nodded at Wang Fu, a smile gracing his face. Wang Fu, taken aback by Lin Xian's slight smile, hurriedly clasped his fist in salute. Wang Fu pays his respects to the esteemed elder. It is no wonder he felt this way. A being of the Wang realm was far beyond his reach. Though he had glimpsed such figures before, he had never conversed with one, nor had any Wang realm expert ever regarded him with even a modicum of attention. To them, even those in the Calamity realm were akin to mere ants, let alone someone of his meager talent in the heavenly profound realm. There is no need for such formalities. Since you are Wang Yan's father, you are one of us. Please, come aboard, Lin Xian invited. Thus, Wang Fu, accompanied by several astonished members of the Wang family, boarded the vessel. You all should join us as well, just as Qin Han and the other members of the adventurer group expressed their envy. Lin Xian's voice echoed once more. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you, esteemed elder. After retrieving the remains of the Cloud Sparrow, the flying vessel soared into the sky, racing towards the direction of the burning Heaven Mountain Range. Lin Xian retreated to his quarters to enter seclusion, sensing that he was perilously close to comprehending the final path. Meanwhile, Wang Fu, Wang Yan, and the others stood on the deck, gazing at the receding landscape, their hearts filled with emotion. Once, they had struggled to navigate the mountains, living in constant fear, unable to sleep soundly, tensed at the slightest sound. Now, a sword floated above the flying vessel, emanating an overwhelming aura of sword intent. It was this very presence that allowed the vessel to glide effortlessly through the air, with any monstrous beast instinctively retreating in terror as the vessel soared overhead. This was something Wang Fu, Qingyang, and the other adventurers had never dared to imagine. Previously, even a solitary beast below would have prompted them to tread carefully, fearful of provoking it. But now, they flew directly above, and the creatures dared not make a single move. It was indeed a poignant transformation. The once perilous depths of the Yingyue mountain range now felt akin to the rear garden of the flying vessel. Wang Fu, my good brother, thanks to your fortune, I, Old Qin, am also privileged to ride a Wang-level flying vessel. Ha ha ha. Qingyang expressed his sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. 2 days later, the flying vessel arrived at the entrance of the Burning Heaven's secret realm. Contrary to expectations of a bustling crowd, only scattered cultivators, much like Lin Xian and his companions, had recently arrived here. It seemed the entrance had opened earlier than anticipated, though not by much. Wang Fu gazed at the entrance of the Burning Heaven's secret realm, which emanated a mysterious purple glow, and spoke slowly. Fortunately, they had boarded the royal-class airship of Yenar's master. Otherwise, even if they managed to arrive safely, they would likely find that a significant portion of the time before the realm's closure had already elapsed. Master, we have arrived at the secret realm's entrance. Su Lianxin conveyed telepathically to Lin Xian, who was within the airship's cabin. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, he had grown considerably stronger compared to a few days prior. Over the past few days, he had fully comprehended the way of the Thunder Sword. All 22 paths had been mastered. Everything was in place. He merely needed to locate a location rich in spiritual energy and prepare sufficient recovery elixirs to attempt a breakthrough to the royal realm. Furthermore, Lin Xian had also grasped the 4th level of the Imperial Great Escape technique, the Celestial Demon Shadow. Now, he could manifest 10 shadowy clones, each possessing 2/10 of Lin Xian's own battle prowess. It is worth noting that Lin Xian had comprehended all 22 paths, even with merely 2/10 of his strength. He was not to be compared with ordinary Royal Realm practitioners. This meant that whenever Lin Xian wished, he could summon 10 Royal Realm-level shadow clones at will. Whether for combat or retreat, they could yield extraordinary results. Let us enter as well. Take these 2 black jade pieces. Should you encounter a life-threatening crisis, crush them. Each jade piece concealed one of Lin Xian's shadow clones, yet he did not elaborate, hoping that Wang Yin and Su Lianxin would never need to use them. After speaking, Lin Xian transformed into a streak of light and dashed into the secret realm, not entering alongside Su Lianxin and Wang Yin. Anyone who entered the Burning Heaven's secret realm would be randomly transported to any location within it. Thus, whether they entered together or separately made little difference, as even simultaneous entry would not guarantee their appearance in the same spot within the realm. The moment Lin Xian stepped through the entrance, he was engulfed in darkness. When clarity returned, he found himself amidst a vast desert, devoid of anything but yellow sand, stretching endlessly before him. He immediately expanded his consciousness, only to be taken aback soon after. He realized that his perception within the Burning Heaven's secret realm was severely restricted, allowing him to detect only a few miles around him, a stark contrast to his capabilities in the outside world. However, even under these limitations, Lin Xian soon discovered a location within his range of perception that was rich in spiritual energy. Was this a spiritual spring? Not far ahead lay a small oasis. Yet, this was not the main point. The focal aspect was that within the oasis was a spiritual spring of exceptional richness. What incredible fortune! Lin Xian marveled at his own luck. He had initially thought that if he could gather half of what he needed to break through to the royal realm during this expedition, it would not be in vain. Little did he expect to stumble upon an exceedingly pure spiritual spring upon entering. After a quick assessment, he realized that this spring could entirely fulfill his requirements for a breakthrough. No, it could even exceed them. This meant he could directly attempt to ascend to the royal realm right here. How could he contain his excitement? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian approached the verdant oasis with unwavering resolve, swiftly traversing the distance of several miles in the blink of an eye. However, before he could thoroughly examine his surroundings, the sound of 2 more figures slicing through the air reached his ears. Upon turning his gaze, he beheld 2 young female cultivators who had arrived just a moment after him. Intriguingly, they were merely half a step behind. The leading figure, a woman clad in green, exuded an ethereal elegance that suggested she was in her early 20s. She bore a green longsword upon her back and regarded Lin Xian with a hint of playful curiosity from a distance. Following closely behind her was a younger girl in white, her countenance lacking the same allure as her companion. A closer inspection revealed that although their attire differed in hue, the patterns were identical, indicating they hailed from the same faction. Despite their youthful appearance, both possessed astonishing strength, each having reached the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm. Achieving such prowess at their age was unparalleled in the 7 nations of Yingwe. It was likely that these 2 did not originate from any of the nations within Yingwe, but rather from beyond the 9 nations. Even within the vast expanse of the Xin domain, few could attain the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm at such a tender age. Sister Chu, the girl in white, began to step forward, only to be halted by the green-clad woman. The younger girl pouted, visibly displeased, for in her estimation, there was no need for her elder sister to intervene with such trifling opponents. She believed herself capable of easily resolving the matter. Though she was not a prodigy on the Xian ranking, she could easily dispatch an ordinary 9th-level Tribulation Realm cultivator with a single strike. There was no need for her esteemed sister to engage. This spiritual spring was discovered by me first. I suggest you both seek elsewhere, Lin Xian declared. Normally, he would have commanded anyone else to leave without hesitation. Yet, these two were evidently not ordinary individuals. Such prodigies were rare even in the Xian domain, let alone within the 7 nations of Yingwe. To his surprise, Lin Xian's words elicited a burst of laughter from the girl in green, filled with palpable derision. Chu Wuchang narrowed her eyes at Lin Xian, responding, "Sir, you jest. While it is true that you discovered the spiritual spring first, the treasures here are always claimed by those who are capable, not merely by those who arrive first. Given your cultivation level, I trust you understand this principle. Therefore, I propose this. I will grant you a chance. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall concede 3 parts of this spiritual spring to you. Should you fail, I kindly ask you to vacate this place. What say you?" The girl in green stifled a laugh at her companion's words and cast a sidelong glance at her. "Sister, is this what you call giving an opportunity? The prospect of enduring a strike from you might be feasible, but from a Xian ranking prodigy? The Xian domain is vast, with hundreds of nations akin to the 7 nations of Yingwe and countless geniuses. Yet, there are only 100 on the Xian ranking. Those who ascend to such heights are undeniably exceptional talents. Take Sister Chu, for instance. Although her realm is merely the 9th layer of the tribulation stage, her inherent strength rivals that of a true monarch realm cultivator. To withstand her sword strike is akin to enduring a blow from a monarch, if not more formidable. It is no exaggeration to say that within the confines of these modest 7 countries of the moonlight, few dare to claim they could withstand a single sword strike from Sister Chu, even at the same level of cultivation. What kind of opportunity is this, Sister Chu? How wicked of you." From her words, it is evident that the woman in the white dress possesses an unwavering confidence in her capabilities. Yet, Lin Xian harbors equal assurance in his own strength. Shaking his head, he declined her proposition. "Not so. I too have a suggestion." "Oh." Chu Wuchang gazed at Lin Xian with mild surprise. "What is your suggestion? Please, do tell." Lin Xian fixed his gaze upon her, revealing a white jade-long sword that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. "If you can withstand a single strike from me, this spring shall belong to you." Chapter 18. Ascending to the Monarch Realm. The Crimson Thunder Tribulation. Upon hearing these words, both Chu Yuechan and the girl in the green dress stood momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for Lin Xian's audacious proclamation. "You wish to strike me? Do you have any idea who stands before you?" Buzz. Yet, before she could utter a mocking retort, Lin Xian's sword descended, abruptly interrupting her words. How intriguing. Chu Wuchang found Lin Xian quite fascinating. Despite his apparent weakness, his confidence was remarkable. However, it soon became apparent that the situation was not as amusing as it first seemed. Initially, she dismissed his strike as inconsequential, believing it would hardly breach her protective sword barrier. But as Lin Xian's sword light approached within 10 paces, a sense of foreboding began to dawn upon her. A terrifying sword intent, one that sent chills down her spine, surged forth from the radiant blade. "Is this sword intent?" Her lips parted slightly, and the calm demeanor she had previously maintained was replaced with profound astonishment. The aura emanating from that sword light was all too familiar to her. Having comprehended sword intent herself, she possessed a heightened sensitivity to its nuances. What shocked her was not only the presence of sword intent within that light, but also its potency, far exceeding her own understanding of it. How is this possible? In this humble 7 countries of the moonlight, there exists someone capable of grasping sword intent beneath the monarch realm? Furthermore, judging by Lin Xian's youth, he must be under 30. Could it be that he is not from the 7 countries of the moonlight at all, but rather hails from beyond, just like herself? Before she could ponder further, Lin Xian's strike had already reached her. Chu Wuchang, seizing her sword, unleashed a powerful sword wave in response. In that moment, she dared not underestimate him. She poured forth all her strength into this attack. Boom. As the resounding explosion echoed, Chu Yuechan's slender form was propelled like a released arrow, blood spurting from her mouth. The sight left the girl in the green dress dumbfounded. What had she just witnessed? Was she truly sent flying by a single sword strike? This was utterly unlike her expectations. Sister Chu, the unparalleled prodigy she had always regarded as a rival, astonishingly failed to withstand a single strike from that individual. The girl in the green dress even questioned whether she was hallucinating at this moment. With a soft thud, Qingyang was sent flying a considerable distance, clutching her chest. Her shock mirroring that of the girl in the green dress, perhaps even surpassing it. In the final moments, she understood that she could not take that blow. Hence she decisively shattered a jade talisman meant for her protection. Yet, this talisman, capable of withstanding the full force of a triple king realm attack, was utterly ineffective against that strike. What manner of monster is this? A ninth layer of Tribulation Realm? Could it unleash a blow that transcends the full strength of a triple king realm? Such power would be unfathomable. Even for those within the top 10 of the Xian rankings, wouldn't it? Her father had always warned her that there are always greater beings beyond, and she should never underestimate anyone. But as a genius, she had seldom heeded this advice. However, today she truly grasped the weight of those words. Such terrifying sword intent. How many layers of sword intent could this signify? 2 layers? Absolutely not. 2 layers of sword intent could never possess such horror. 3 layers? Highly probable. A 9th layer of Tribulation Realm. Not only comprehending sword intent, but also wielding a triple sword intent. This outrageous fact would be hard to believe even if spoken aloud. Yet, she had witnessed it with her own eyes. And it was far more than that. A 9th layer of Tribulation Realm, even if comprehending triple sword intent, could not possibly unleash a strike surpassing the full force of a triple king realm. This individual was simply a monster. Reflecting on her earlier boast, challenging him to receive her strike, Qingyang couldn't help but chuckle at her own folly. With a self-deprecating smile, she bowed her fist towards Lin Xian and, without lingering further, departed with the girl in the green dress, feeling profoundly shaken. As they left, the girl in the green dress remained dazed, clearly still processing the shock of Lin Xian's defeat of Qingyang, struggling to regain her composure. Watching the departing figures of the 2 women, Lin Xian withdrew his gaze, directing his attention to the spiritual spring below. The value of this spiritual spring, if placed in the outside world, would be almost incalculable. This burning heaven secret realm truly lives up to its reputation as the site of a revered one's demise. Of course, it was also a testament to his extraordinary fortune. The preciousness of this spiritual spring ranks among the highest in the entire burning heaven secret realm. Next, it would be time to advance to the king realm. A fervent gleam flickered in his eyes. After several years, he had once again arrived at this juncture. However, this time was entirely different from the last. Previously, he had attempted to ascend to the king realm through the sword path but had failed. This time, he had comprehended 22 great paths. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xian began to circulate the sacred level cultivation technique, the Qingdi cannon. Above, the sky darkened, clouds thickened, and thunder rumbled ominously, as if the end of days were upon them. Below, the waters of the spiritual spring transformed into tendrils of mist, weaving into Lin Xian's body. A crystal-clear spiritual pill emerged from his storage ring and was swallowed by Lin Xian. This pill was the Gathering Heaven Xian pill. After consuming the Gathering Heaven Xian pill, Lin Xian's rate of absorbing the spiritual spring surged exponentially, and the spring itself diminished at a visibly rapid pace. Behold the impending thunder tribulation. Gazing at the violet-red lightning illuminating the heavens, Lin Xian felt a chill run through him. The spectacle before him was magnitudes greater than his previous attempt to ascend to the realm of kings. The purplish-red thunderstorm seemed intent on reducing all existence to mere powder, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. With a resounding boom, as the first bolt of purplish-red lightning struck down, the ominous night sky was instantaneously illuminated. Lin Xian unleashed a sword strike, directly cleaving towards the oncoming thunder. In that moment, the very heavens and earth trembled. Lin Xian's arm slightly bent, a muffled groan escaping his lips. Again! Boom! The second bolt of lightning followed swiftly, more fearsome than the last. Above the oasis, a figure was frantically undergoing the baptism of the thunderstorm. Wave after wave of heart-stopping lightning cascaded down, their sole target being Lin Xian. They sought to eradicate him entirely from this world. It was unclear how long had passed when the thunderclouds finally began to dissipate. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the utterly disheveled Lin Xian. Yet, despite his disarray, a smile graced his face, betraying his current elation. He had achieved the consummation of the first layer of the King Realm. Chapter 19. Apologies, I disagree. Casting a glance at the almost depleted spiritual spring below, Lin Xian felt a surge of emotion. He had underestimated this spring. He had thought that a single breakthrough to the King Realm would be a tremendous feat. yet he had unexpectedly attained the consummation of the first layer. Of course, his crimson destiny, the innate primordial sword body, and the sacred level technique, the Qingdi scripture, all played significant roles in this achievement. Furthermore, this time, Nangang Yaoyue was no longer his inner demon. He had relinquished that bond of master and disciple. After assessing his current physical condition, Lin Xian let out a wry smile, gazing skyward at the now dispersed thunderstorm. Such a ferocious tempest. Even the lightning that descends upon a breakthrough to the Emperor's realm would scarcely possess such formidable might, would it? This calamity was not merely intended to be traversed. Had it not been for Lin Xian, any other individual would likely have perished beneath such a thunderstorm. Even Lin Xian, endowed with the crimson destiny and the innate primordial sword body, practicing the sacred level Qingdi scripture, and having comprehended the fourth level of sword intent, barely managed to endure this tribulation. Conversely, were it not for Lin Xian's extraordinary talents, entering the King realm through 22 paths would not have summoned such a terrifying thunderstorm. Beyond the King realm lies the understanding and integration of the Tao. Lin Xian possessed some knowledge regarding the cultivation that follows the King realm. Generally, comprehending a single Tao allows one to ascend to the King realm, representing the most conventional form of attainment. Subsequently, one begins to merge that comprehended Tao, commonly referred to as integration. In ancient times, the King realm was also known as the integration realm. Once a Tao is fully integrated, it constitutes the consummation of the first layer of the King realm. Thereafter, one begins to grasp a second Tao. Successfully comprehending the second Tao signifies the attainment of the second layer of the King realm. This process continues until 9 Taos are integrated, culminating in the consummation of the 9th layer of the King realm. Naturally, there exist prodigies who can comprehend and integrate more than 9 Taos while in the King realm, their strength far surpassing that of an ordinary consummate 9th layer king. Strictly speaking, they belong to the King realm, yet stand apart from it. Indeed, the 9th level of the King realm is merely a threshold, yet they have already comprehended and integrated more than 9 paths of enlightenment. Upon reaching the consummation of the 9th level of the King realm, one may commence the arduous journey of sensing the tribulations of thunder. To ascend from the King realm to that of an emperor, one must endure 9 trials of thunder, each corresponding to the 9 paths of enlightenment that one has grasped. As one progresses, the severity of these tribulations intensifies. Countless individuals at the pinnacle of the 9th level have perished beneath these 9 tribulations. The path to imperial ascension is fraught with challenges, akin to scaling the heavens. This is precisely why there exists not a single emperor within the 7 nations of the moonlit reflection. However, due to Lin Xian's understanding of 22 paths, while others at the 9th level of the King realm require only to endure 9 tribulations to ascend to emperor, Lin Xian must confront 22. This presumes that he will cease to comprehend and integrate further paths in the future. Should he come to grasp additional paths, the number of tribulations he must face would only increase. One might as well take a leisurely bath in the thunderous tribulations, Lin Xian quipped to himself. First, he needed to recover. His current condition was dire, with merely a thread of spiritual energy left at his disposal. To say he was powerless would be an understatement. The secret realm of the burning sky is fraught with peril, and no one can predict what dangers may lurk in the next moment. After consuming 2 restorative pills, Lin Xian turned his gaze to the dwindling spiritual spring below. He retrieved a small jade vial, preparing to collect the precious remnants of the spiritual spring to bestow upon Su Lianqing. Although Lin Xian was unaware of the exact nature of this spring, its ability to support his advancement to the first level of the King realm speaks volumes of its value. Should it be put up for auction, it would fetch millions, if not more, and Lin Xian would be far from surprised. This spring is undoubtedly extraordinary. It's worth rivaling that of 7th-tier spiritual artifacts. If gifted to Su Lianqing, it could yield at least an 8th-tier item in return. With a stroke of fortune, even a 9th-tier artifact is not beyond the realm of possibility. A 9th-tier treasure is equivalent to an imperial artifact. Even if one were to settle for an 8th-tier item, it would still represent a treasure of the exalted tier. However, just as Lin Xian prepared to collect the spiritual spring in a small jade vial, several piercing sounds of the air being sliced through reverberated, and in an instant, 4 figures appeared within his line of sight. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. There were 4 individuals in total, 2 men and 2 women, bringing the total count, including Lin Xian and his shadow clone, to 6. Each of these 4 possessed formidable strength, all being of the King realm. Lin Xian's previous breakthrough had attracted significant attention. Anyone who witnessed it believed a rare treasure had emerged. The individuals who arrived were not only the closest but also powerful King Realm experts capable of flight, thus arriving here ahead of others. Upon seeing the spiritual spring radiating with an exceptionally dense aura of spiritual energy, a fervent glint flickered in their eyes. Although none recognized the spring, the overwhelming spiritual fluctuations were enough to convey its extraordinary worth. Fortune smiles upon us. Lin Xian's brows slightly arched as a shadow clone had unexpectedly materialized behind him. Lin Xian had just endured the terrifying lightning tribulation, and his internal condition was pushed to the extreme. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was as powerless as a helpless chick. Fortunately, Lin Xian was not without his trump card, which was the heavenly demon shadow. Although the shadow clone behind him possessed only 1/5 of Lin Xian's strength at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm, it was sufficient to deal with some ordinary King Realm adversaries. As for the reason why the shadow clone retained only 1/5 of Lin Xian's power from before his breakthrough, it was because the clone had yet to be updated. Lin Xian had just transcended, and his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, rendering him incapable of operating the heavenly demon shadow. Thus, the shadow behind him was a manifestation he had condensed prior to his ascension to the King Realm, and its combat capability was based on Lin Xian's state before the breakthrough, rather than his current one. Though the individuals before him were all at the King Realm, they were merely at the first level and posed no significant threat to Lin Xian. However, the commotion from his earlier breakthrough had been so great that anyone who witnessed it might mistakenly believe a precious treasure had emerged. It was certain that more individuals were approaching, but they were still some distance away and had yet to arrive. Lin Xian could still manage the current situation, but that might change soon. Nevertheless, Lin Xian remained unperturbed. His spiritual energy and injuries were gradually recovering. As long as he could gather a trace of spiritual energy to refresh the shadow clone, he would not fear even those at the 5th level of the King Realm. Though he was uncertain of the full extent of his power at his peak, he was confident that ordinary King Realm practitioners at the 3rd or 4th level were no more formidable than ants in his eyes. Even those at the 5th level or higher, Lin Xian had complete faith in his ability to engage and potentially defeat them. This confidence stemmed from the might of absolute strength. With a perfected 1st level of the King Realm, having comprehended 22 great paths and fused one, coupled with his innate primordial sword body and 4 levels of sword intent, Lin Xian dared not contemplate just how terrifying his current strength might be. This spring, I shall take 30%. I trust no one has any objections? The enchanting woman among the 2 men and 2 women narrowed her eyes and spoke slowly. With that, an overwhelming pressure erupted from her. Boom. A perfected 1st level of the King Realm. Feeling the might of this pressure, the other 3 exchanged glances, reached a decision in their hearts, and tacitly agreed to the enchanting woman's request for 30%. I shall take 20%. I too shall take 20%. The other 2 men spoke simultaneously. Although their auras were not on par with that of the enchanting woman, they were not significantly weaker either. Thus, only 30% remained. And the enchanting woman along with the 2 men turned their gazes toward Lin Xian's shadow clone, shrouded in a black robe, obscuring its features. And then to the final figure, the woman in purple. As for Lin Xian, he was naturally overlooked. His currently feeble aura likely led them to regard him as merely the junior of the shadowy figure. How about you 2 share the remaining 30%? The enchanting woman proposed. None of the individuals present were fools. It was precisely for this reason that they refrained from fighting over the treasure. Should a conflict arise over the spiritual spring, once reinforcements arrived, it was likely that none of them would secure anything at all. The woman in the purple attire nodded slightly. Her prowess was somewhat inferior to that of the enchanting woman and the 2 men, and a mere half a share was of little consequence. I'm afraid I must decline. Ignored by several, Lin Xian remained unperturbed, merely shrugging before stepping forward. Chapter 20. The farce must end you? A glance was cast at Lin Xian, causing a slight frown among the group. From the beginning, they had never truly regarded Lin Xian, viewing him merely as a junior of the figure in the black robe. However, it now appeared that the dynamics had shifted. With the white-clad youth, Lin Xian, emerging as the focal point. We cannot afford to linger. Others will soon arrive. Here is what I propose. I shall grant you an additional half share, making it 2 for you. The enchanting woman conveyed her impatience, fearing that further delay would attract other powerful individuals. The 3 turned their gazes toward Lin Xian, but to their surprise, he continued to shake his head. Young man, do not push your luck. Do you believe that we cannot unite our strength to eliminate the one behind you before others arrive, leaving you with nothing? The middle-aged man with a sinister air fixed a cold stare on Lin Xian. In the face of such a threat, Lin Xian maintained a smile, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the man with skepticism. Boom! A dreadful pressure erupted from the sinister middle-aged man, who grasped the long knife behind him, poised to strike at Lin Xian. Stop! The enchanting woman raised her hand to halt the middle-aged man. Despite his casual words, the truth remained that even united, the four might struggle to subdue the formidable figure behind Lin Xian, one who had attained the royal realm, no simple adversary. With an icy glare directed at Lin Xian, the enchanting woman spoke again. What do you intend to propose for the division? Yet, Lin Xian looked at her with confusion, proclaiming with unyielding audacity, division? Who said I would share anything with you? This spirit spring belongs entirely to me. As for you, be gone. Do you think you are worthy to share spoils with me? Mere first-tier royal realm practitioners seeking to divide my treasures? Even before breaking through to the royal realm, Lin Xian had never feared these individuals. How much less would he now? Feeling quite arrogant, are we? Lin Xian turned to the sinister middle-aged man, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He commanded his shadowy avatar, go, slay him. Buzz. The shadowy avatar, upon receiving the command, unsheathed its sword and struck at the sinister middle-aged man without a moment's hesitation. The avatar lacked independent thought. It simply executed Lin Xian's directives. Bang! No one anticipated Lin Xian would act so swiftly, and by the time they reacted, the sinister middle-aged man had already been sent flying by the avatar's strike. The trickle of blood from his lips testified to the ferocity of that single blow. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Join me in subduing this impudent wretch. You heard the words of that young beast. Only by defeating them can we claim this spirit spring. The sinister middle-aged man, clearly shaken after realizing he was no match for the shadowy avatar, hurriedly urged the others. The enchanting woman and the remaining two exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they simultaneously launched an assault on the shadowy avatar. The shadow doppelganger exhibited no fear, transforming into a streak of black light that surged forth. It charged into the midst of several individuals, engaging four adversaries with remarkable tenacity, showing no signs of retreat. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, having tossed 2 restorative pills into his mouth, continued to heal his wounds, observing the unfolding spectacle like a mere spectator. Several times, the alluring woman attempted to shake off the shadow doppelganger to strike at Lin Xian, but her efforts were in vain. Whenever it sensed anyone attempting to break free to target Lin Xian, the shadow doppelganger would unleash a flurry of attacks upon them. Among the four, none suffered more than the sinister middle-aged man. On numerous occasions, he narrowly escaped being slain by the doppelganger's blade. Had it not been for the distraction provided by the alluring woman and her companions, he would have undoubtedly met his end. Suddenly, as the enchanting woman unleashed a ferocious wave of flames that forced the shadow doppelganger back a step, the sinister middle-aged man seized the opportunity, vanishing from his original position and reappearing close to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, his complexion paling, terror flickering in his eyes. Observing this scene, the sinister man reveled in delight, his gaze burning with madness and resentment, his crimson eyes fixated on Lin Xian, before erupting into maniacal laughter. You little beast. Are you frightened now? Where has that arrogance gone? Are you still so bold? Do you wish to kill me? I shall end your life first. The sinister middle-aged man roared, lunging fiercely towards Lin Xian. In response, a terrified Lin Xian retreated 2 steps, but in the next moment, his fear dissipated, replaced by a faint smirk of derision. I was merely deceiving you. As the words fell, a shadow materialized before Lin Xian, resolutely blocking the path of the sinister middle-aged man, who was now merely a few steps away. Yet, those few steps were an insurmountable chasm for him. Cloaked in black, the features of the shadow doppelganger obscured, its sudden appearance left the sinister middle-aged man momentarily stunned. Wasn't this figure already entangled with the 3 alluring women? The sinister man turned to glance back, confirming that the 3 women were indeed assaulting the black-cloaked figure. What, then, was the nature of this doppelganger before him? Despairing. Are we? Lin Xian's voice resonated slowly. His mastery of the demonic shadow had reached the 4th tier, allowing him to summon 10 doppelgangers. Excluding the 2 currently with Su Lianqing and Wang Yin, 8 remained. Lin Xian had initially believed that a single doppelganger would suffice to handle several opponents, but he had overestimated the situation. Summoning an additional doppelganger required him to expend a portion of his precious spiritual energy, which he desperately needed to mend his own injuries. Had it not been for necessity, he would have refrained from conjuring a second doppelganger. Despairing, are we? Upon hearing this, the sinister middle-aged man felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness wash over him. One black-cloaked figure had already posed a significant challenge. Now, there was yet another. The fear and pallor on that little beast's face had all been an act. With a self-deprecating smile, he realized that the true fool was he. Meanwhile, the three alluring women, who were engaged in their assault on the other doppelganger, stood utterly dumbfounded as they witnessed this unexpected turn of events. Originally, the four of them together could contend evenly with the figure in the black robe, but now, with the absence of the middle-aged Ian Vulture, their pressure had intensified immensely. They could only hope that Ian Vulture would swiftly deal with Lin Xian. However, when they glanced towards Lin Xian's location, they were met with the sight of another figure cloaked in black. In that fleeting moment, the three enchanting women were rendered speechless, a profound sense of despair blossoming within their hearts. This momentary distraction was seized by the shadowy doppelganger engaged in battle with them, who unleashed a formidable sword strike. The woman in purple was instantly consumed by the blinding sword light. Subsequently, under the assault of the two shadowy doppelgangers, the remaining individuals found themselves utterly defenseless. In mere moments, only the enchanting woman remained. At this juncture, she was in a dire state, having exhausted all her life-saving trump cards. Gazing at the two figures in black robes blocking her escape, despair filled her eyes. Just as she believed her demise was inevitable, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. More individuals were arriving, and not just a few, there were as many as 8. Furthermore, all 8 were of the royal realm. This was to be expected, as only those of royal strength could reach this place in such a short span of time. Everyone, that unparalleled treasure lies within that person. She urgently pointed at Lin Xian, cautioning them, but please be wary. This individual is exceedingly peculiar. It is unclear whether he has cultivated some malevolent technique, but he can summon forth an enigmatic figure in black that matches the strength of a perfected first-level royal. The appearance of the 8 royals ignited a flicker of hope within the enchanting woman, prompting her to quickly inform the others. Meanwhile, as the two shadowy doppelgangers had just decimated the enchanting woman and her companions, Lin Xian had already secured the spirit spring into a small jade bottle, placing it within his storage ring. Truly endless, isn't it? Lin Xian murmured, yet his countenance betrayed no sign of anxiety. The spiritual energy within him was gradually replenishing. Although the pace was slow, he was confident that once he gathered a modicum of spiritual power, he would not fear merely a dozen royals. Dozens could come, and he would remain unperturbed. The newcomers were acutely aware that the longer they delayed, the more reinforcements would arrive, and without further ado, they charged directly at Lin Xian. The two shadowy doppelgangers, however, were unperturbed and met the oncoming assault head-on, positioning themselves in front of Lin Xian. Additionally, Lin Xian summoned forth 2 more shadowy doppelgangers. Faced with 8 individuals, not counting the enchanting woman, there were 9 in total. Including a second-level royal, 2 shadowy doppelgangers would likely struggle against them. Soon, the 4 shadowy doppelgangers clashed with the 9, and for a time, the outcome remained uncertain. Before long, more and more individuals gathered. Upon discovering that the treasure causing the commotion was in Lin Xian's possession, many joined the onslaught against him. As the 4 shadowy doppelgangers began to falter under the relentless assault of over 10 royals, Lin Xian summoned another 4 shadowy doppelgangers. With their addition to the fray, the previously unfavorable situation was once again reversed. Damn it, how can there still be more? Roared a royal who had been sent flying and coughing up blood and fury. However, as his words fell, a vast sword light surged forth, cleaving him in two, annihilating his very soul. A fierce battle ensued, involving over 20 formidable King Realm practitioners, whose arrival from all directions was met with sheer astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Such a level of conflict was typically only witnessed among the top 10 sects of various nations. Patriarch, shall we truly refrain from intervening? You have witnessed the disturbance caused by that treasure. It is undoubtedly a remarkable artifact, and we risk missing it. Yet, not all King Realm practitioners gathered here chose to partake in the fray, such as the Yin family of the Silver Frost Empire, who observed the battle from a distance. The Silver Frost Empire, one of the 7 nations of the Moonlit Reflection, is home to the Yin clan, a royal family boasting 4 King Realm experts. Among them, the Patriarch Yin Song stands as a second-tier King Realm cultivator who has merged 2 paths. At this moment, he and the clan's second elder watched the battle unfold from afar, opting not to join the assault on Lin Xian. In truth, the second elder was eager to join. He had witnessed the earlier disturbances and recognized the treasure's significance, for such phenomena could not arise without reason. However, Yin Song had firmly restrained him, leaving the elder in a state of anxious frustration. Despite Lin Xian, accompanied by 8 shadowy figures clad in black, not faltering against nearly 20 King Realm adversaries. The increasing number of arrivals made their inevitable defeat apparent. The young man in white could not perpetually summon these black-clad entities. It was highly probable that the 7 present were his limit. Defeat was merely a matter of time, and if they did not seize this opportunity, what stake would the Yin family have once the battle concluded? The elder's words caused Yin Song's gaze to waver. After some internal conflict, he ultimately shook his head. He recalled the moment in Moonlit City when Lin Xian had effortlessly slain the king of the Nether and the city's lord with a single sword strike. A memory etched vividly in his mind. It wasn't that he was unwilling to partake. Rather, he feared the consequences. Indeed, Yin Song had been present at the auction house during Lin Xian's decisive act. And it was precisely because of that witness that he had prevented the second elder from acting. While treasures are invaluable, what value do they hold if one loses their life? All believed that the young man in white relied solely on the 8 shadowy figures, unaware that the true source of terror lay within him. Sighing deeply, the second elder felt profound disappointment toward Yin Song. As more King Realm practitioners arrived, Lin Xian's 8 shadowy manifestations began to falter. Regardless of their strength, they were merely a reflection of Lin Xian's power prior to breaking into the King Realm, possessing only 2/10 of his potential. To have endured against such overwhelming odds for this long was already remarkable. With the first shadowy manifestation vanquished, the tide began to turn decisively, and the remaining 7 manifestations fell in succession. Finally, with the last of the shadowy figures defeated, this grand battle involving over 30 King Realm participants came to a close. This battle can hardly be described as anything but brutal. Most of the kings involved in the siege sustained injuries, whether grave or minor, and throughout this confrontation, 5 formidable kings fell at the hands of those 8 cloaked figures. Kings, regarded as unparalleled powerhouses across any realm of the 7 nations, faced their demise in this encounter. As the dust settled, Lin Xian refrained from summoning the cloaked figures again, and the onlookers recognized that this was likely Lin Xian's limit. Without the cloaked figures, Lin Xian was merely a fish on a chopping block. Indeed, it was time for it to end. With a shake of his head, Lin Xian acknowledged the inevitability of conclusion. Stepping forward, he instantly ascended into the air, and a terrifying aura surged forth. Boom! Under this overwhelming pressure, a wave of reverence swept over the crowd, compelling them to bow. Those 20 or so kings, locked in the grip of this oppressive force, coughed up blood and fell to their knees. Struggling to raise their heads towards the ethereal youth, disbelief filled their eyes. What incredible pressure was this? Some marveled, realizing that such force alone had brought the kings to their knees. What strength was required to wield such power? It became evident that the 8 cloaked figures were not the most fearsome. The true terror lay in the figure clad in white. Senior, the most powerful among the kings, an elder of the second realm, was about to plead for mercy. However, Lin Xian did not allow him to finish his words, swiftly delivering a fatal strike. Chapter 21. Deputy Hall Master. The terrifying sword energy swept through, claiming the lives of the 20 kings. Witnesses to this scene were left in shock. Those were 20 kings. After all, Patriarch I. Nearby, in the territory of the Yin family, the second elder of the Yin clan spoke with bitterness. In that moment, he realized that the Patriarch had intervened to save him. Yin Song shook his head, his own astonishment no less than anyone else's. He was aware of Lin Xian's strength, having witnessed it firsthand at the Muyu auction house. Yet he had not anticipated Lin Xian's prowess to reach such heights. After departing from the oasis, Lin Xian began to wander aimlessly through the desert, simultaneously tending to his wounds. The injuries inflicted by the heavenly tribulation could not be mended in a short span. To regain his former glory would require at least a day, if not several. However, every bit of recovery enhanced his ability to safeguard himself within the secret realm. Having reached the King Realm and secured the spiritual spring, Lin Xian found himself in no rush. Even if no further fortune awaited him, the gains from this expedition had far surpassed his expectations. Yet, subsequent to this, Lin Xian's earlier stroke of good fortune waned. Several hours passed without any significant encounters. Instead, he stumbled upon a group of cultivators attempting to seize his possessions. "Kid, hand over everything you have," A few Earth Realm cultivators blocked all his avenues of escape. Still recovering from his injuries, Lin Xian's aura felt exceedingly weak, even less formidable than that of an Earth Realm cultivator, which was precisely why these individuals had set their sights on him. And if I refuse? Lin Xian chuckled. The Earth Realm cultivators were simply too weak, so feeble that he could hardly be bothered to engage. Then you shall die? The leader scoffed, launching an immediate attack. However, at that moment, a blade of sword energy surged forth from the distance. In an instant, the earthly profound realm cultivator, who was about to strike at Lin Xian, was sent flying. Am I, a disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect, someone you can easily bully? Following the voice, several figures swiftly approached, both men and women, clad in attire identical to Lin Xian's, clearly members of the Qingyang Sword Sect. As Lin Xian lowered his hand, he pondered the implication of being referred to as a disciple. Although he was the master of the Starfall Peak, he had rarely shown himself in the sect since the incident with Nangong Yaowei a few years prior. Thus, most of the new disciples who had joined during that time were only aware of his title, having never seen his true face. Begone! A gentle yet commanding voice issued from one of the older female disciples, who glared at the man she had just sent flying with her sword. You'd better leave. Recognizing they were outmatched, the group fled in disarray, casting a final glare at Lin Xian as if to convey, consider yourself fortunate. But was it truly luck that favored Lin Xian? Are you all right, junior brother? The gentle woman, who seemed to lead the Qingyang disciples, turned to Lin Xian with a concerned expression after the others had retreated. Lin Xian shook his head, feeling a peculiar sense of strangeness. Junior brother? However, upon reflection, he realized that since his breakthrough to the King realm, he had indeed gained a significant increase in lifespan, making him appear younger than her. Which peak do you belong to, junior brother? Starfall Peak. Upon learning that Lin Xian hailed from Starfall Peak, the others were somewhat surprised. They were aware that Starfall Peak was among the lowest-ranked peaks in the entire sect, rumored to have very few disciples. Encountering one in the secret realm was indeed a rarity. The girl named Yi Han seemed indifferent, but the others, upon discovering Lin Xian's origin, could hardly conceal their disdain. In the Qingyang Sword Sect, the hierarchy was distinctly defined, and it was not unusual for disciples from higher-ranked peaks to look down upon those from lower ones, especially since Starfall Peak was one of the least esteemed. Ah, so you are a junior brother from Starfall Peak. I am Yi Han, a disciple of the Xinshui Peak, and this is junior sister He Jing from the Jinghua Peak. After a brief moment of surprise, the leading Yi Han introduced her companions to Lin Xian with warmth, showing no signs of disdain for his background. In her eyes, competition could be set aside within the sect, for outside, all disciples were representatives of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Junior brother, why not join us? We can look out for one another, Yi Han suggested earnestly. However, as soon as her words fell, the expressions of He Jing and the others soured, clearly unwelcoming of Lin Xian's inclusion. Besides his origins from Starfall Peak, his aura barely reached the earthly profound realm. To put it bluntly, having him along would only serve as a burden. The notion of mutual support was merely a polite formality from senior sister Yi Han. They were naturally reluctant to venture into the treacherous secret realm with such a liability in tow. However, constrained by the fact that the one speaking hails from the fifth peak and is the most formidable among them, Yi Han, they refrained from expressing their grievances too vocally, though their discontent was evident to any observer. My name is Lin Xian. As for joining you, I shall decline, for I am accustomed to solitude. Lin Xian shook his head, unwilling to be burdened with companions. Without awaiting a response, he turned and departed. Lin Xian's refusal took Yi Han and the others by surprise. They truly did not anticipate such a rejection. Logically, one would expect Lin Xian to respond with unbridled joy, accepting without a moment's hesitation. As they watched Lin Xian's retreating figure, Yi Han felt a mix of astonishment and concern, though anger did not arise within her. Yi Han, do not fret over him, one of her companions remarked. This individual is quite rude. You previously saved him, yet he offered no gratitude, and now he rebuffs your invitation. In my opinion, he should be left to his own devices. Lin Xian's actions ignited considerable discontent among the others. They believed that had they not arrived in time, Lin Xian would have not only lost his possessions but possibly his life as well. Not even a word of thanks was uttered, truly. It was a case of good intentions met with ingratitude. Yi Han, another added, though you possess great strength, your kindness borders on naivety. While it is not inherently wrong, such a disposition may lead to your detriment in the future. After parting ways with Yi Han and her companions, Lin Xian resumed his explorations within the secret realm. However, not long after, he sensed a powerful response emanating from the sect token within his storage ring. This was a distress signal from the Qingyang Sword Sect. Nearby, disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect were in peril. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian hastened towards the direction from which the signal originated. As the master of Starfall Peak, he could not remain indifferent to such a crisis. In the midst of a desolate expanse, a towering tree, over 10 zhang high, stood resolutely, its lush green foliage a striking contrast against the endless yellow sands. The tree bore numerous crystalline fruits, tantalizingly glistening, with at least hundreds visible at a glance. Beneath it, two factions faced each other, neither willing to yield. Each side was led by a king-level warrior. Had Lin Xian been present, he would have recognized one of the female king-level fighters as the master of Qingyang Peak, who had previously guided him and his companions to the entrance of the Burning Heaven's secret realm. Behind her stood several disciples of the Sword Sect, including Yi Han and He Jing, whom Lin Xian had parted with not long ago. Shortly after their separation, they encountered the master of Qingyang Peak here, engaged in a fierce battle with another king-level warrior. They quickly joined the fray, each holding several fruits, which they had gathered amidst the chaos of the conflict. The master of Qingyang Peak wore a furrowed brow, her expression grave as she surveyed the opposing faction. More specifically, her gaze was fixed upon a middle-aged man clad in blue robes, who, like her, was at the first level of kinghood. During their earlier clash, she had found no advantage over him. These individuals hailed from the Holy Sun Empire's Lingxiao Hall, and the blue-robed man at the forefront was a king-level elder from that very institution. Lingxiao Hall, the master of Qingwei Peak, has heard of it. Although it does not rank among the top 10 powers of the Holy Sun Empire, it is certainly positioned around the 15th or 16th place. It pales in comparison to the Qingyang Sword Sect, which enjoys the esteemed status of being one of the top 10 powers within the Tangqing Empire. However, the Holy Sun Empire is the second most formidable empire, second only to the Morning Dawn Empire, the leader among the 7 nations, thus possessing overall strength that significantly surpasses that of the Tangqing Empire. Therefore, while Lingxiao Hall may not rank within the top 10 in the Holy Sun Empire, its strength is not far inferior to that of the Qingyang Sword Sect. After a fierce battle, the master of Qingwei Peak and the middle-aged man in a blue robe from the King Realm found themselves at an impasse, each unable to prevail over the other, and thus resorted to sending out distress signals, awaiting assistance. Initially, the master of Qingwei Peak proposed a division of the spiritual fruits on the tree, but the other party was unwilling, insisting on offering only 10%. How could the master of Qingwei Peak accept such an offer? Now, both sides are waiting. Each has sent out signals for help, and if any strong practitioners from their respective sects are nearby, they will surely rush to their aid. The question remains, whose luck will prove more favorable, and which side's reinforcements will arrive first? My advice to you is to take the spiritual fruits you possess and depart swiftly. Otherwise, when the deputy master of Lingxiao Hall arrives, you may find yourselves unable to take even a single fruit, remarked the middle-aged man in the blue robe with a sinister grin. The master of Qingwei Peak snorted coldly in response. We are not fools. Such clumsy tricks are hardly persuasive. Do you believe I would claim that my sect's master is on the way? The blue-robed man shrugged. If you don't believe me, that is your choice. Just then, a figure appeared, causing both parties to hold their breath. At that moment, the arrival of reinforcements for either side would spell disaster for the other. Gazing out over the yellow sands, a young figure gradually materialized. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the master of Qingwei Peak was momentarily taken aback. Lin Fengzhu? Indeed. The newcomer was none other than Lin Xian, who had rushed to this location upon receiving the distress signal. Is it him? Not only the master of Qingwei Peak, but also disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect such as Yi Han and He Jing, upon seeing that the visitor was the same junior they had encountered earlier, felt their previously hopeful gazes deflate like a punctured balloon. A profound disappointment was etched across the face of the master of Qingwei Peak. She had desperately wished for the arrival of a peak master from the top 10, for only they held the power of the King Realm to influence the battle's outcome. The good news was that the newcomer was indeed from the Qingyang Sword Sect. The bad news was that he was merely at the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm. While formidable, this level did not hold the capacity to sway the current conflict. Conversely, the previously anxious blue-robed man, upon seeing Lin Xian, breathed a sigh of relief. Although the newcomer was from the opposing side, his aura was considerably weak, not even reaching the earthly profound realm, proving to be a false alarm. Junior brother, come here. Yihan called out to Lin Xian. Junior brother? The master of Qingwei Peak was taken aback. Peak master, this junior brother is someone we encountered not long ago. We had even invited him to join us, but he declined, Yihan explained with a wry smile. The leader of Qingwei Peak regarded Lin Xian with an unusual gaze as he slowly approached, then turned his attention to Yihan and the others, saying, You seem to be under some misunderstanding. This individual is not your junior disciple, but the master of Qingyang Peak. Upon hearing this, Yihan and her companions were instantly taken aback. What? The master? The master of Qingyang Peak? They had previously regarded Lin Xian merely as a junior disciple of Qingyang Peak. Now, the leader of Qingwei Peak was informing them that he was, in fact, the master of Qingyang Peak. A master, no less than a formidable figure of the advanced tribulation realm? Wait a moment, hadn't she previously intervened to save him? Which now seemed utterly superfluous. Yihan's fair complexion turned visibly crimson, wishing fervently to find a hole to hide in. Jing and the others were equally stunned. Their junior disciple had transformed into the master of Qingyang Peak? They had previously looked down upon Lin Xian. What did this signify? It was no wonder that after Yihan had rescued him, he had not uttered a word of gratitude. In truth, he had not required their assistance at all. What folly it was for several earthly realm cultivators to save a being of the tribulation realm. Whoosh! Just as Lin Xian arrived, an overwhelming aura followed closely behind him. The newcomer was an elderly man with snow-white hair. His presence was profound, and merely standing there exerted tremendous pressure on the leader of Qingwei Peak and the others. This man was no less than the sect master. A sudden chill ran down Qingwei Peak's leader's spine. The master of Qingyang Sword Sect. A formidable figure of the fourth tier of the King realm. The oppressive sensation he emanated was comparable to that of the sect master, indicating that this elderly man was undoubtedly a being of the fourth tier of the King realm or above. The Deputy Hall Master. Initially on high alert at the arrival of the elderly man, the leader of Qingwei Peak and her companions found themselves plummeting into despair upon hearing the title of Deputy Hall Master. The Deputy Hall Master. Qingwei Peak's leader thought to herself, it is over. This elderly man was actually the Deputy Hall Master of Lingxiao Hall. She lamented inwardly, her face etched with bitterness. She had not awaited any King Realm figure from Qingyang Sword Sect, but instead had encountered the Deputy Hall Master of Lingxiao Hall, the fourth tier of the King Realm. Even if the sect master were present, he might not stand a chance against this elderly man. A wave of regret washed over Qingwei Peak's leader. Had she known this, she should have agreed to the blue-robed man's proposal earlier and departed with the spirit fruits she had gathered. Despair and reluctance filled her heart, as the arrival of a fourth-tier King Realm cultivator signified dire consequences that Qingwei Peak's leader and her companions fully understood. However, to their astonishment, the first words spoken by the Deputy Hall Master of Lingxiao Hall were not a reprimand directed at them, but rather, we shall leave this place. Chapter 22. Can we fight elsewhere? You're disturbing me. We shall leave. This statement left not only Qingwei Peak's leader and her companions in shock, but even the blue-robed middle-aged King Realm figure from Lingxiao Hall was taken aback, staring incredulously at the Deputy Hall Master. He even questioned whether his ears had deceived him. Deputy Hall Master, this is, I said, follow me and leave this place. Do you not understand human speech? Shall I repeat myself? The Vice Hall Master cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man in blue robes, then turned and walked away, seemingly oblivious to the spiritual fruits upon the massive tree, leaving without a trace of reluctance. The middle-aged man in blue, along with the other disciples of Lingxiao Hall, were utterly perplexed. They could not fathom why he chose to depart after the arrival of the Vice Hall Master, when the situation had clearly favored Lingxiao Hall. Confusion and bewilderment filled their minds, yet they dared not disregard the Vice Hall Master's words. They could only cast a reluctant glance at the numerous spiritual fruits before preparing to follow him. What could possibly be the reason? The leaders of Qingwei Peak were equally baffled. Although the retreat of their opponents could be considered a good thing, it was shrouded in mystery. Did they fear the Qingyang Sword Sect? This seemed implausible, for while the Qingyang Sword Sect was indeed powerful, its influence was largely confined within the Tangqing Empire. The master of Qingwei Peak could not believe that Lingxiao Hall would be intimidated by them. Despite racking his brain, he could not discern the rationale behind their retreat. Just then, a soft voice resonated beside him. Did I grant you permission to leave? The gaze of Qingwei Peak Master and Yihan instantly converged upon Lin Xian. The speaker, Yihan nearly exclaimed in disbelief, have you lost your mind? Though they were unaware of why their adversaries had retreated, it was undoubtedly a monumental stroke of fortune for them. Why would he obstruct their departure? Did he wish to court danger? Master Lin, do not. Qingwei Peak Master was struck with alarm. However, what followed was even more astonishing. As Lin Xian's voice faded, the Vice Hall Master actually halted his retreat, setting down the spiritual fruits in his hands. Leave. A gasp escaped the lips of the already aggrieved disciples of Lingxiao Hall, who nearly choked on their own blood. They were truly discarding the spiritual fruits and complying with the order, staring at the Lingxiao Hall members who continued to toss the fruits aside. The leaders of Qingwei Peak found themselves at a loss for words. Had they genuinely followed through with the command? This series of aberrations exceeded the limits of their comprehension. When had a formidable being of the fourth realm of the King's domain become so amenable? No, this was perplexing. After they had distanced themselves, the Vice Hall Master gradually came to a halt, having left the vicinity of the massive tree. Casting a glance back, he took note of the faces of the middle-aged man in blue and his companions, filled with reluctance and confusion. Are you puzzled? We clearly held the upper hand, yet are retreating in such a pitiful manner, the Vice Hall Master queried. The blue-robed man and the other disciples of Lingxiao Hall nodded in agreement. Their confusion was profound. They could not fathom the reasoning behind such actions. The Vice Hall Master lifted his chin, gesturing for them to look back toward the direction of the massive tree. From their vantage point, they could see a streak of light swiftly approaching the tree. Without a doubt, it was a formidable being, one even stronger than himself, at least a second realm king. The middle-aged man in blue thought to himself. What he beheld next was the second realm of the king, who, upon reaching the colossal tree, was overwhelmed with excitement and disregarded the presence of the clear micro-peak master and others. He reached out to pluck a spirit fruit for examination. Yet before he could grasp it, the young man clad in white beside the clear micro-peak master had already acted. A magnificent sword light cleaved through the heavens. And the formidable second realm king, who surpassed him by an immeasurable margin, plummeted from the sky, his life force dissipating rapidly. With a single stroke, the second realm king was vanquished. Do you understand now? Came the faint voice of the Vice Hall Master from behind. The members of Lingxiao Hall, witnessing the event in silence, comprehended the gravity of the situation. A second realm king, felled by merely a sword strike, such was the magnitude of power. Even the Vice Hall Master of the fourth realm could scarcely achieve such a feat. I personally witnessed him obliterate over 20 kings with a single blow. The Vice Hall Master's voice resonated again, sending a chill through several hearts. Over 20 kings, one sword. Was this not utterly terrifying? In that moment, the expressions of the middle-aged men in blue robes reflected no confusion or complaint. Rather, they felt an overwhelming relief that the Vice Hall Master had led them away. Otherwise, the fate of the fallen Second Realm King would have been theirs. Half a day later, the clear micro-peak master and Yihan gazed at Lin Xian's departing figure. Rendered speechless, Lin Xian had taken 70% of the spirit fruits from the colossal tree, leaving them only 30%. Yet the clear micro-peak master and her companions bore no resentment or dissatisfaction. Had it not been for Lin Xian, they likely would have returned empty-handed. Though he had departed, the shock Lin Xian instilled in them was indelibly etched in their hearts, impossible to forget, particularly for the clear micro-peak master. She finally grasped why the purple scorpion demon king had retreated so peculiarly upon their arrival at the entrance of the burning sky secret realm. At that time, she had been perplexed, doubting her own strength could intimidate a demon king. Now, everything was clarified. It turned out that the purple scorpion demon king feared him. The contest between the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden had reached its conclusion, the clear micro-peak master mused. After witnessing Lin Xian's prowess, she harbored no hope for the Holy Sun's victory. In the past, the Holy Sun had even sent emissaries to win Lin Xian over, but to no avail. As for the Holy Maiden, although she had garnered the support of the Master of Starfall Peak, she did not believe he could wield significant influence. Without reaching the King realm, his impact in this struggle would ultimately be minimal. Yet, who could have envisioned that this seemingly unremarkable Master of Starfall Peak concealed such depths? Such strength might even render the ancestral figures of the Qingyang Sword Sect ineffective as adversaries, would it not? Today's events must not be disclosed to anyone. The clear micro-peak master cautioned Yihan and the others behind her. Indeed, they responded solemnly, recognizing the weight of her words. The happenings of today would remain etched in their minds, yet they dared not spread the tale. None knew whether this Master of Starfall Peak would permit others to be informed. Should they carelessly circulate the news and incite displeasure from this esteemed figure, none would be able to bear the consequences. After departing, Lin Xian resumed his aimless exploration within the secret realm. He estimated that the substantial harvest of spiritual fruits he had previously gathered was sufficient for him to break through to the second level of the King realm. However, being in the secret realm, he felt no urgency. The secret realm was only open for a few days. Wasting too much time on a breakthrough would mean missing out on numerous treasures within the realm, thus proving counterproductive. In the following days, Lin Xian did come across some items, but they were rather mediocre, far inferior to the spiritual spring and fruits he had encountered earlier. Just as Lin Xian thought this expedition in the secret realm was nearing its end, his consciousness detected a location emanating an exceptionally potent spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way there. Upon arrival, he discovered that a considerable number of people had gathered, seated in a circular formation around a withered tree at the center. The source of the intense spiritual energy was indeed that very tree, which stood at the heart of the assembly. Lin Xian marveled at the sight. The tree was on the verge of decay, yet it still exuded such formidable and pure spiritual energy. It was hard to fathom what it must have looked like before its decline. Soon, Lin Xian noticed that the closer one was to the inner circle. The purer the spiritual energy became. However, the inner circle was not a place anyone could claim a spot. Nearly all present were beings of the King realm. There was only one exception, a woman who, despite being in the inner circle, was not of the King realm, merely radiating the aura of the 9th level of the Tribulation realm. What puzzled many was that no one dared to make a move against her. Even those in the outer circle of the King realm, who did not even dare to cast a glance in her direction. This left some newly arrived cultivators baffled. However, those who had witnessed her power understood her formidable nature. They still vividly recalled the scene where she had decisively defeated two formidable beings of the King realm. To conquer the King realm, while merely in the Tribulation realm, was beyond the definition of a prodigy. This was precisely why even those of the King realm did not dare to entertain thoughts of contending with her. She was an extraordinary talent, likely a figure listed on the mysterious rankings of the Xian domain. Though she had not yet reached the King realm, her strength vastly surpassed that of her peers. Her mere presence rendered the so-called geniuses of the 7 nations dim and ashamed. Compared to her, did they even qualify as talents? Even the numerous beings of the King realm situated in the inner circle regarded her with considerable trepidation. Such an individual could not possibly have emerged from the Yinhui 7 nations, nor could any ordinary faction cultivate someone of her caliber. She must have the backing of an immense power. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Xian's gaze ultimately settled upon the woman. He recognized her as the very same sister, Chu, who had attempted to vie with him for the spiritual spring upon his entrance into the secret realm. Lin Xian recalled that there had been a girl in a green dress by her side at that time, but now she was nowhere to be seen, leaving only her. A hint of amusement crossed Lin Xian's face as he made his way toward her. Those who witnessed this scene, after a brief moment of astonishment, broke into cold laughter. Another foolhardy individual had arrived. Surely, he did not think that she was easy prey simply because she was in the Tribulation realm? Did he not consider why the inner circle was exclusively comprised of beings of the King realm, with her as the sole exception? Several powerhouses in the outer circle dared only to watch, refraining from provoking trouble. Some scoffed internally, yet their hearts began to mourn for Lin Xian. Previously, there had been attempts to usurp the lady's position, including those from formidable figures, but invariably, the outcome was either death or grievous injury. Notably, one such figure was soundly defeated by her 3 strikes, sustaining severe wounds and fleeing. Had he delayed any longer, he might have lost his life in that very place. Lin Xian, still recovering from the injuries inflicted by the Thunder Tribulation, exuded an aura akin to that of a 9th-level Tribulation realm. As he approached the lady in the white dress, many onlookers turned their gazes upon him, their expressions mirroring that of incredulity, tinged with mockery, eagerly anticipating a spectacle. Upon reaching her, Chu Yuechan, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, slowly opened them, her delicate brows knitting together in irritation. Who dared to seek their own demise? However, as her gaze lifted and fell upon Lin Xian, she was taken aback. It was him, the only individual thus far capable of besting her within the same realm. And he had done so with but a single strike. The impact of this realization was profound. With her pride, she had never envisioned a day when she would be defeated by someone of equal standing. At that moment, Lin Xian simply regarded her in silence. His intent unmistakable: yield your position. Just when everyone anticipated that Chu Yuechan would, like before, suppress Lin Xian as she had the previous challenger, she unexpectedly turned and walked away, relinquishing her rightful place to him amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Witnessing this scene, The spectators experienced a brief mental lapse. Mouths agape, rendered speechless by the shock. This was entirely contrary to their expectations. When had Chu Yuechan become so accommodating? Previously, when confronted by others attempting to seize her position, she had shown no such leniency. Those who had dared to challenge her had met with dismal fates. With only that one king realm figure managing to escape, heavily wounded, the rest had nearly all perished in that location. Lin Xian, whose aura did not even reach that of a king realm, should not have received such treatment. Confusion filled the hearts of all present. Unable to comprehend why matters had unfolded in such an unexpected manner, they envisioned countless possibilities, yet none aligned with this outcome. As for Lin Xian, he remained oblivious to the peculiar stares around him. Settling into a cross-legged posture, he began to channel the Qingdi Sutra, simultaneously cultivating while mending his internal injuries. Thus, half an hour passed. Suddenly, the tranquility of the place was shattered by the arrival of a powerful figure. An elderly man with hair as white as snow approached, emanating an aura far surpassing that of an ordinary first-level king realm. He was the supreme elder of the Holy Sun Empire's Minghui sect, the revered Elder Minggu. Gasps of recognition filled the air, as many clearly knew this venerable figure. It was rumored that he had attained the pinnacle of the second level of king realm, mere steps away from comprehending the third avenue and ascending to the third level of king realm. Though this place is home to numerous individuals of the king realm, the majority are at the first level, making the arrival of a second-level king realm practitioner certain to displace someone from the inner circle. As the elder of the underworld approached, many of the first-level kings began to feel a sense of unease. However, they soon realized that their concerns were unfounded. Upon arriving, the elder of the underworld immediately fixed his gaze upon a particular individual in the inner circle and, without a moment's hesitation, struck down with a single palm. This individual was also an elder, appearing even more aged than the elder of the underworld, and was one of the few second-level kings present. His cultivation was by no means inferior to that of the elder of the underworld. "Old fool, you seek death." The elder bellowed angrily as he engaged the elder of the underworld in battle. This elder, known as Song He, hails from the Holy Sun Empire. Much like the elder of the underworld, and serves as a grand elder of the Yuan Ming sect, a faction that harbors a profound enmity towards the Moonlit sect. Whenever they cross paths, it is a fight to the death. A cultivator from the Holy Sun Empire gradually elucidated to the onlookers the reason behind the elder of the underworld's sudden aggression towards Song He. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Most of the kings in the inner circle were at the first level. Had the elder of the underworld targeted them, their positions would have been at risk. Watching the two combatants clash in midair, the mere aftermath of their confrontation sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. This exemplified the stark disparity between the first and second levels of the king realm. Each tier in this realm represents a significant gulf in power. There are 9 levels in the king realm, and each level is a world unto itself. Though ascending to the king realm is fraught with immense difficulty, the rewards of such breakthroughs are equally formidable. A second-level king can easily dominate several first-level kings. That is the magnitude of the difference. The fierce battle between the two disturbed the surrounding spiritual energy, yet none dared to intervene. Neither combatant was someone they could afford to provoke. "Could you possibly take your fight elsewhere? You are disturbing my cultivation." Yet, while they remained silent, others were not so reticent. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but amplified by his spiritual power, it resonated clearly for all to hear, including the battling elders. Both fighters paused in surprise, evidently unprepared for someone to dare interrupt them at such a moment. They turned their attention toward the source of the voice, revealing Lin Xian clad in white. The elder of the underworld and Song He were taken aback, as were the others, astonished that someone would be audacious enough to speak to them in such a manner. When they recognized Lin Xian as the one who had previously compelled Chu Yuechan to relinquish her position in the inner circle with just a single word, their expressions turned even more peculiar. "What on earth is this fellow's situation? Young man, what did you say?" The elder of the underworld's gaze turned frigid as he discerned Lin Xian's aura, which was merely at the 9th level of the tribulation realm, igniting a surge of murderous intent within him. Clearly, he did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. As Lin Xian concluded his statement, he drew his sword with a flourish, slicing through the air with an elegant arc. The sword energy surged forth like a rainbow, slicing through the heavens with the swiftness of thunder. A resonant hum filled the air as the vast sword energy enveloped the elder of the underworld. Then, nothing followed. As the sword energy dissipated, the figure of the elder of the nether bones vanished from the midair, his presence forever lost to the vastness of the universe. What remained were the astonished onlookers, including the celestial crane of the Yuanming sect, who had previously battled the Elder. He could hardly believe that the Elder, who had entangled him for years and whom he had sought to eliminate by every means possible, had simply fallen, struck down by a single sword. The gazes of all present turned towards Lin Xian, as though he were some sort of monster. And indeed, he was a monster. They finally comprehended why Chu Yuechan had once offered her position to Lin Xian. Everything began to make sense. So it was. I do not wish for any further conflict to arise here. With these words, Lin Xian not only addressed the celestial crane but also issued a warning to all present. If they desired to fight, they could do so elsewhere. Otherwise, they would meet the same fate as the Elder of the Netherbones. A chill surged from the depths of his being, leaving the celestial crane numb. Fortunately, his temperament was not as volatile as that of the Elder. However, he had previously harbored great dissatisfaction with Lin Xian's words, considering it audacious for a mere 9th-level tribulation practitioner to speak to them in such a manner. He had initially intended to confront Lin Xian, but he was a step too late, and now he was filled with trepidation. How fortunate he was. It could have easily been his demise. The sword that the Elder could not withstand, the celestial crane did not believe he could endure. After bowing to Lin Xian, the celestial crane returned to his original position. At last, the area around the withered tree fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. As if they feared disturbing this monster, Lin Xian. Just how powerful was he? Chu Yuechan's emotions were complex. How could such a creature arise in the humble 7 nations of the moon reflection? In her heart, Lin Xian resembled an unfathomable abyss, deep and inscrutable. Just when one thought they had witnessed his limits, Lin Xian proved through his actions that what they had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. Following his victory over her, he then decisively defeated a fully realized 2nd-level King Realm practitioner. Compared to him, even the top 10 of the Xian list could scarcely be deemed geniuses. It must be noted that the spiritual energy contained within the withered tree was extraordinarily vast. Despite numerous practitioners from the King Realm drawing upon it, nearly half a day passed before it was finally exhausted. Gazing at the now lifeless tree, the crowd felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. The half-day of cultivation they had experienced equated to months or even years of training in the outside world. Lin Xian, too, had reaped significant rewards. Not only had his injuries nearly fully healed, but he had also advanced in his cultivation. Having already reached the pinnacle of the 1st level of the King Realm, he now stood on the brink of the 2nd level, merely a step away from perfection, awaiting the fusion of his 2nd path. It should be noted that only a few days had passed since his breakthrough into the King Realm. Of course, this was also due to Lin Xian's early comprehension of the 22 paths, which allowed him to bypass the most challenging aspect of understanding the paths. As they looked at the now utterly lifeless tree, the crowd gradually dispersed. After some time, only a few remained. Lin Xian's injuries had completely healed, and rising to his feet, he prepared to depart. At that moment, a thunderous sound halted his departure. The once lifeless giant tree began to exhibit faint signs of revival. Soon, the colossal tree crumbled before the gazes of all, transforming into a bronze-armored wooden figure, positioned atop a massive wooden platform. It stood at one end of the platform, seemingly awaiting challengers to ascend and engage in combat. This bizarre scene left the few remaining cultivators in the vicinity utterly astonished. What was this? A bronze-armored wooden figure, composed of gold, silver, and bronze? Some pondered, while others widened their eyes, their expressions filled with awe. The ancestral tree trial. Indeed, staying here proved to be fortuitous. The ancestral tree trial? The legendary ancestral tree trial? My heavens! Some had heard of it, while others had not. Yet those who were familiar with the tale could not help but exclaim in surprise. It was said that within the burning heaven's secret realm lay an ancestral tree, reputedly acquired by the esteemed one from the desolate ocean, and it had been several centuries since this tree was last discovered. For hundreds of years since, the ancestral tree seemed to have vanished, never to reappear. Who would have thought it had now become a withered tree? No wonder, even in its desiccation, it still harbored such pure and abundant spiritual energy. Legend had it that passing the ancestral tree trial would yield exceedingly precious rewards. And this so-called trial must indeed be embodied by this bronze-armored wooden figure. The figure's strength would fluctuate according to the realm of the challenger, whatever the challenger's level. The wooden figure would match it. Several individuals were eager to test their mettle, their eyes gleaming as they fixed their gaze upon the bronze-armored figure. The resounding crash had attracted many nearby cultivators, who began to gather, and soon the number of people in the area increased. However, one figure leaped ahead of the crowd, appearing atop the wooden platform before anyone else, Lin Xian. It was him. At this moment, the crowd had shifted repeatedly, leaving few who recognized Lin Xian. Among those who did know him, all held their breath, directing their attention toward him. Chapter 24. Invincible among equals. Upon stepping onto the wooden platform, Lin Xian wasted no time. He immediately swung his sword at the wooden figure. Brilliant sword light surged along the platform, hurtling toward the bronze-armored figure. The figure, not to be outdone, unleashed its fists, attempting to confront the sword with brute force. Boom! It proved to be no more than a futile endeavor. Under the brilliance of the pure white sword light, the wooden figure was sent flying, shattered into pieces. One strike, and it was defeated. Immediately thereafter, a diagram of a sword formation slowly imprinted itself into Lin Xian's consciousness. Was this the reward for vanquishing the bronze-armored wooden figure? Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. The reward was, astonishingly, a diagram of a sword formation. Without further thought, he descended from the platform and closed his eyes in contemplation. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers' initial reaction was disbelief. Was this bronze-armored wooden figure truly so weak? They had anticipated that the legendary ancestral tree trial would be exceedingly challenging. How could it be so easily overcome? I shall give it a try, gazing at the gradually restored bronze-armored wooden figure. As Lin Xian effortlessly defeated it and claimed his reward, an onlooker could no longer contain his excitement and leaped onto the wooden platform after Lin Xian. This was a brawny man with bulging muscles, wielding a broad blade that exuded an air of ferocity. He was the famed blade demon, Qin Wu, of the Silver Frost Empire. The blade demon, Qin Wu? The very one from the Yin Blade sect? Indeed. He ranks among the top 10 prodigies of the younger generation in the Silver Frost Empire. It is said that 6 months prior, Qin Wu had already grasped the rudimentary essence of blade intent, and now, his strength was unfathomable. Oh, my anticipation for the grand tournament of the 7 nations is growing ever stronger. The robust man who ascended the platform was no ordinary contender. As soon as he stepped up, many recognized him. Those unfamiliar with him from other nations, upon hearing the term rudimentary essence of blade intent, quickly realized that this challenger was not to be underestimated. Positioned on the platform, Qin Wu swung his massive blade, the winds howling ferociously, and fiercely struck at the wooden figure. The strike from the bronze-armored wooden figure mirrored the punch it had previously unleashed against Lin Xian's sword light. Boom! The clash of the massive blade against the dual fists erupted in a thunderous cacophony reminiscent of metal colliding. Qin Wu let out a muffled groan, feeling a terrifying force transmit from the blade to his hands, causing him to uncontrollably fly backward, the surroundings blurring past him. As Qin Wu was sent sprawling, he lost all control, dragging a long trail of blood across the ground. This scene left the onlookers wide-eyed in astonishment. Qin Wu was defeated? Moreover, he hadn't even withstood a single strike from the bronze-armored wooden figure. The realization that he had been directly hurled away left the practitioners from the Silver Frost Empire, like Qin Wu, in disbelief. If it were someone else, it could be understood, but this was Qin Wu, a prodigious figure ranked among the top 10 of the Silver Frost Empire. In unison, the crowd turned their gazes toward Lin Xian, who sat cross-legged with closed eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation. The implication was clear. It was not that the wooden figure was too weak, but rather that Lin Xian was exceptionally formidable. In a single strike, one emerged victorious while the other faced defeat. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, engrossed in deciphering the sword array, paid little mind to the unfolding events. Subsequently, more audacious challengers ascended the platform, yet they faced fates akin to that of Qin Wu, if not worse. Soon, it became evident to all present that the strength of the bronze-armored wooden figure far surpassed their expectations. Not only was defeating it a daunting task, but even enduring a single strike from it was a near impossibility. Thus far, only Lin Xian had achieved such a feat. Others, even the top 10 prodigy Qin Wu of the Silver Frost Empire, had not managed to endure even a single punch from the bronze-armored wooden figure. As time passed, the gathering crowd swelled, with prodigies arriving from all directions. Among them, the appearance of a well-dressed youth caused a stir in the assembly. It was Prince Qingyang. Unlike Qin Wu, who was primarily recognized by practitioners of the Silver Frost Empire, the knowledge of Prince Qingyang was widespread among the practitioners of the other 6 nations. The Grand Jin Empire, ranked 3rd among the 7 nations of the Moonlit Reflection, boasts the illustrious Prince of Qingyang, the 9th son of the Grand Jin Emperor, who is undeniably the foremost prodigy of the empire, his renown echoing even into the realms of the other 6 nations. Yet, Before the crowd could fully express their awe, another formidable genius graced the scene. This was a breathtaking woman, adorned with a guqin upon her back, the celestial maiden of Uni from the Qingyang Empire. The Qingyang Empire, positioned fourth among the seven nations, may not possess the same illustrious lineage as the Qingyang prince, yet the fame of the celestial maiden is certainly not diminished in comparison. Unlike others who wield swords or blades, she has devoted herself to the path of the guqin, and since her emergence, she has firmly held the title of the premier prodigy of the Qingyang Empire, with no challenger ever having dared to usurp her position. Her presence elicited a glimmer of intrigue among the onlookers. Recently, the Qingyang prince had stirred quite a commotion by inquiring about the younger generation of the Qingyang Empire. He had initiated a series of challenges against the empire's prodigies, achieving victory after victory, culminating in a recent triumph over Guyu, the second most distinguished prodigy of the Qingyang Empire, whom he defeated in 3 strokes. This event sent shockwaves throughout the seven nations. Guyu, renowned as the second greatest talent of the Qingyang Empire, was anticipated to falter, but none expected him to be so utterly vanquished. In the hands of the Qingyang prince, he could not endure even 3 moves. Following this battle, the Qingyang prince's famed sword, everyone speculated that his next challenge would undoubtedly be the celestial maiden of Uni, hailed as the foremost prodigy of the Qingyang Empire. Indeed, this was the case, yet just as the Qingyang prince was poised to confront Uni, the unexpected opening of the celestial fiend's secret realm delayed this highly anticipated duel. Upon Uni's arrival, the Qingyang prince raised an eyebrow, casting a glance imbued with a hint of provocation. In contrast, Uni did not once direct her gaze toward him. The Qingyang prince had vanquished 9 of the Qingyang Empire's top prodigies, including Guyu, who fell to him in just 3 moves. The consensus among the public leaned toward the belief that the upcoming confrontation favored the Qingyang prince. However, what they did not realize was that she had never regarded him as a worthy adversary. Since her comprehension of the essence of the guqin, Uni's ambitions have transcended the limitations of the 7 nations of the moonlit reflection. To her, both the Qingyang prince and his counterpart from the Dawn Empire appear pitifully weak. This insight, however, remains unknown to the outside world, which is precisely why they eagerly await her clash with the Qingyang prince. As Uni continued to disregard him, the Qingyang prince let out a cold scoff. If not for the sudden emergence of the celestial fiend's secret realm disrupting his plans, she would have already faced defeat at his hands. The absence of immediate conflict left many spectators, reveling in the drama, somewhat disappointed, yet soon, their anticipation grew once more. Although they did not engage directly, the forthcoming trials beneath the ancestral tree would undoubtedly facilitate a series of indirect confrontations between the two. Their appearances had rendered them the focal point of the gathering, with only a handful occasionally casting glances toward Lin Xian, who was deep in contemplation. The assembly of individuals here has multiplied several times compared to before, with most being newcomers who have yet to witness the moment when Lin Xian vanquished the bronze-armored wooden man. Consequently, they perceive Prince Qingyang and Fairy Uni as the most likely contenders to triumph over the Wooden Guardian. Little do they know that prior to their arrival, someone had already defeated the Bronze Guardian. To them, the seemingly invincible wooden man is an entity that few can withstand even a single strike from. Not long ago, he was utterly defeated before Lin Xian, as if he were merely crushed underfoot. The excitement in this place reached its zenith with the arrival of Prince Qingyang and Fairy Uni, with the prince taking the stage first. Upon his arrival, he heard repeatedly about the formidable strength of the wooden man, with few able to endure even one blow, let alone defeat him, an endeavor deemed nearly impossible. Yet, in Prince Qingyang's eyes, it was not that the wooden man was excessively powerful, but rather that the challengers who came before were lamentably weak. It is said that the wooden man's prowess adapts to the realm of the challenger. Thus, if the challenger is of a certain level, the wooden man mirrors that level. Unfazed by whether the wooden man comprehends his musings, Prince Qingyang murmured to himself, "This means that we are of the same realm. Coincidentally, I have yet to encounter any rival within this domain." With that, a glimmer sparked in his eyes as a long spear materialized in his hands. Buzz! A flicker of cold light shot forth, and Prince Qingyang surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. In the face of Prince Qingyang's fierce assault, the bronze wooden man remained expressionless, delivering a straightforward punch that mirrored its previous encounters with other challengers. Clang! The collision of fist and spear resonated powerfully. A muffled grunt escaped Prince Qingyang's lips. The hands gripping the spear felt a searing pain. and he was propelled backward 3 or 4 steps before managing to regain his stance. Astonishment etched across his face. Initially, he believed that the previous challengers had been too feeble, thus attributing the wooden man's might to their inadequacy. However, the reality was starkly different. Although his initial strike had not been his full force, it had still encompassed 70% of his strength. This thrust, strong enough to defeat any prodigy from the top 3 tiers of the 7 nations in an instant, had not only failed to vanquish the wooden man, but had instead resulted in him being pushed back. This scene was anticipated by some. Each of the previous challengers had been proud and overly confident in their abilities, convinced that it was not the wooden man's strength that was at play, but their own weakness. One by one, they were met with harsh reality, and now, even the foremost prodigy of the Great Jin Empire was no exception. As the wooden man's might became increasingly evident, those who had witnessed Lin Xian's singular strike that had subdued it felt an even greater shock. The more formidable the wooden man appeared, the more it underscored the terrifying prowess of Lin Xian, who had previously defeated him with a single blow. Again, Prince Qingyang's fighting spirit surged as he transformed into a mere shadow, charging once more at the bronze wooden man. The two engaged once again in a fierce clash. And this time, Prince Qingyang held nothing back, unleashing his full strength. As he wielded the spear, a faint sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar echoed in the air. Yet, the Prince of Qingyang is formidable, but the bronze-armored wooden figure is even more so. Upon observing it, one cannot detect any ostentatious techniques, rather. It is the utterly mundane punches and stances that relentlessly forced the Prince of Qingyang into retreat. Ultimately, after nearly 10 exchanges, the prince was sent flying from the wooden platform, defeated. The spectators were profoundly shocked, not only by the prince's overwhelming strength, but also by the terrifying prowess of the bronze-armored figure. With all his might, the prince, at the 7th level of the heavenly profound realm, was capable of contending with those at the 9th level. Even those at the pinnacle of the 9th level would hesitate to claim victory over him, yet the bronze-armored figure achieved just that. The atmosphere was particularly hushed, especially among those who had recently arrived. If even the Prince of Qingyang could be vanquished, who could possibly defeat this wooden figure? Meanwhile, the defeated prince found himself engulfed in deep self-doubt. This battle marked his first defeat against an opponent of equal standing, though the foe was not a living being. He struggled to accept this reality. Your Highness, do not doubt yourself. If I may say, the esteemed master of heaven and earth devised this trial with no intention of allowing anyone to succeed. Even if he were still among us, would he dare claim he could conquer this wooden figure? Indeed, Your Highness, do not succumb to despair. This trial of the ancestral tree may not be one to be won by brute force, but rather by cunning. To withstand 10 exchanges before falling is no small feat. One must ask, who here could achieve such a thing? You have already proven yourself remarkable. Observing the prince, who was struck and lost in self-doubt, several cultivators from the Great Jin Empire spoke up. The prince had always been a source of pride for countless cultivators within the Great Jin Empire, as well as the designated successor by the emperor himself. If his resolve faltered now, it would be a grave loss, prompting many to offer their encouragement. There is indeed a possibility in that regard, although such words were meant to comfort. They also served as a reminder that relying on cunning rather than sheer strength is not without merit. The wooden figure's strength is astonishing, and they could scarcely fathom who might defeat it. Hence, could there be a possibility that passing the trial does not hinge on brute force? Indeed. Why had I not considered this before? Someone exclaimed, coming to this realization. Yuni, also lost in contemplation, had witnessed the battle between the Prince of Qingyang and the bronze-armored figure in its entirety. She had to admit she had underestimated the prince. His arrogance was indeed backed by some merit. While she could still defeat the prince, achieving a victory as swiftly as the wooden figure did would be quite challenging. If she were to engage, she could likely last longer than the prince, but ultimately, defeating the wooden figure would remain elusive. Thus, her thoughts mirrored those of many others. Perhaps passing the trial of the ancestral tree does not rely solely on brute strength, but rather on some other method. Had I not witnessed the moment Lin Xian defeated the wooden figure with a single stroke, I might have believed it. Only those who witnessed Lin Xian's sword vanquishing the wooden figure could smile wryly and shake their heads. Had they not seen it with their own eyes? Would they truly be swayed by the absurdities of these individuals? It is laughable to seek such excuses to comfort oneself. A failure is still a failure. As their gaze fell upon Lin Xian, who was engrossed in deciphering the dragon chart, they discovered that he had already opened his eyes, directing his attention towards a certain direction. Following his line of sight, they beheld a stunningly beautiful maiden, gracefully approaching with a long sword slung over her shoulder. Her beauty was unparalleled, rivaling even that of the renowned Yuan Yi, the foremost prodigy of the Lingjin Empire, and perhaps even surpassing her. Her arrival went unnoticed by the crowd, save for Lin Xian and those cultivators who were now looking in his direction. The reason Lin Xian's gaze was drawn to her was due to a familiar aura that had suddenly manifested in his consciousness. This familiar presence belonged to the maiden with the long sword, none other than his disciple, Su Lianxin. However, amidst the throngs gathered here, Su Lianxin was yet oblivious to Lin Xian's presence. Observing Su Lianxin as she walked toward the wooden platform where the copper-armored wooden man stood, Lin Xian refrained from calling out to her immediately. Although her cultivation level had not significantly progressed, remaining at the third level of the Earth Profound Realm, she exuded an aura of strength that was markedly greater than when she had entered the Burning Sky Secret Realm, suggesting she had encountered considerable opportunities therein. This left Lin Xian with a sense of anticipation regarding her forthcoming performance. As the maiden ascended the wooden platform, the collective gaze of the spectators turned towards her. A mixture of astonishment reflected in their eyes. Since the dismal defeat of Prince Qingyang of the Great Jin Empire at the hands of the copper-armored wooden man, no one had dared to approach the platform again, not even the illustrious Yuan Yi of the Lingjin Empire. It was evidently accepted that the wooden man was invincible, its power far beyond what those of the same realm could contend with. Even a genius like Prince Qingyang had not withstood 3 moves before succumbing, and anyone who dared to challenge it merely invited humiliation, or worse, met their demise at the wooden man's hands. Thus, Su Lianxin's decision to ascend the platform was met with incredulity. Moreover, as they surveyed their surroundings, they realized that no one seemed to recognize her. She was evidently an outsider, unaware of the formidable reputation of the copper-armored wooden man. "Hey, little girl, I advise you to descend quickly. This copper-armored wooden man is beyond your capabilities." Even Prince Qingyang of the Great Jin Empire met a woeful fate, some compassionate cultivators urged, unable to bear the thought of such a radiant beauty meeting her end. Yet, the maiden in white remained unfazed, slowly drawing the long sword from her back. Observing her disregard for their warnings, the onlookers shook their heads, foreseeing a tragic outcome for Su Lianxin. However, the ensuing spectacle was far from what they had anticipated. With a low hum, her longsword emanated a terrifying sword intent, striking fiercely at the copper-armored wooden man. Contrary to the expected scenario where Su Lianxin would be cast off the platform, she stood resolute, and in the very first clash of sword against fist, it was the wooden man that was sent hurtling over 10 meters away. This singular event starkly contrasted with the recent challenge posed by Prince Qingyang against the wooden man. It is worth noting that at that moment, the Prince of Qingyang, after a fierce clash with the bronze-armored wooden figure, staggered back 3 or 4 steps before he could stabilize his stance. Yet, this unremarkable girl, whose name no one could even utter, managed to send the bronze-armored figure flying in their confrontation. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg within. At this moment, even the Prince of Qingyang and Yuan Yi wore expressions of disbelief, gazing in shock at the white-clad sword practitioner upon the wooden platform. Buzz! Amidst their astonishment, the white-clad maiden unleashed another sword strike, propelling the bronze-armored figure, which had yet to regain its footing, off the platform. The bronze figure had fallen to her 2 strikes, defeated. Chapter 26, Sacred Rank, Slaughtering Immortals, Sword Array. This shocking scene rendered the place utterly silent, enveloped in a deathly stillness. Just moments ago, they had confidently asserted that the bronze-armored figure was insurmountable, that no one in the same realm could possibly defeat it. Insurmountable? What then? Was this spectacle unfolding before their eyes? Su Lianxin had, through her actions, demonstrated an undeniable truth. The bronze-armored figure was not invincible. Their belief in its invincibility stemmed solely from their own inadequacies. At this moment, the countenance of the Prince of Qingyang had turned a shade of deep dismay, while the previously comforting cultivators of the Great Jin Empire felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing for nothing more than to vanish into the earth. The girl's prowess had transformed the prince, who had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the wooden figure, into a complete laughingstock. Indeed, it must be remembered that a swordsman, once drawing their blade, can shatter mountains and rivers. They must march forward without the slightest hesitation, for doubt is a grave sin. A voice shattered the silence, belonging to none other than Lin Xian. The girl's 2 strikes against the bronze figure, to others, were beyond reproach. Yet in Lin Xian's eyes, there remained a flaw. She possessed the strength to defeat the wooden figure with a single strike but ultimately employed two. Lin Xian's critique struck the crowd as harshly discordant. To them, the maiden's ability to vanquish the bronze figure with two strikes was already exceedingly remarkable. Yet Lin Xian saw it as flawed? Was he deliberately seeking fault? Who did he think he was to offer such commentary? Before they could voice their derision, the white-clad maiden's next words stifled their thoughts. My master speaks truly. She offered a slight bow to Lin Xian, appearing humbled, which left those who had previously harbored mockery towards him bewildered. Master? This youth is her master? Some gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. Come, there are no opportunities left for us here, Lin Xian declared, turning to lead Su Lianxin away from the scene. Once they had distanced themselves, Su Lianxin presented the reward she had received for defeating the bronze figure, a catalog, respectfully offering it to Lin Xian. She felt an overwhelming debt of gratitude towards him. Throughout her journey, he had bestowed treasures upon her, and now she finally had the chance to repay him. The maiden, without a hint of reservation, extended the gift. Casting a profound glance at Su Lianxin, Lin Xian allowed a smile to grace his lips, accepting the catalog from her hands without refusal. Upon a closer examination, Lin Xian discerned that this diagram differed from the sword formation he had previously acquired after vanquishing the bronze-armored wooden figure. It appeared that each reward bestowed upon defeating the bronze figure was unique. The illustration obtained by Su Lianxin was a compilation of insights on the sword path from the esteemed Wen Tiandi, suggesting that this venerable figure was also a practitioner of the sword. After imprinting the contents of this diagram in his mind, Lin Xian returned it to Su Lianxin, simultaneously bestowing upon her the sword formation he had received from his own conquest. The knowledge inscribed within the sword formation was firmly etched in Lin Xian's memory. Retaining it served little purpose, and thus he deemed it more beneficial to offer it to Su Lianxin, curious to see what rewards such an act might yield. After all, to a certain extent, the greater the strength of his disciple, the stronger Lin Xian would become. Ding. Investment in the Star Sea sword formation yields the holy grade technique, Slaughter Immortal Sword Formation. The mention of the Slaughter Immortal Sword Formation stirred Lin Xian's thoughts. A holy grade technique that dared to proclaim the ability to slay immortals? Whether mastery of it would indeed grant such power remained uncertain. Yet he recognized it as a complete holy grade technique, quite distinct from the incomplete Qingdi scripture he had previously obtained. Master, is something amiss? Even Su Lianxin sensed Lin Xian's emotional fluctuation and inquired. Lin Xian composed himself and shook his head. For the remainder of their time, apart from continuing their exploration of the secret realm, he devoted himself to comprehending the Slaughter Immortal Sword Formation. Once unleashed, this formation would enable Lin Xian to transmute his spiritual energy into countless Slaughter Immortal Swords, capable of decimating all adversaries that dared to approach. Though Lin Xian could not yet achieve such feats, the potential it promised filled him with boundless imagination. The prowess of the Slaughter Immortal Sword Formation hinged upon the caliber of the swords he employed as the foundation for the array. Presently, the finest sword in Lin Xian's possession was a 5th-grade sword, painstakingly forged by a renowned swordsmith from the Tangqing Empire at great expense. Utilizing this sword as the base, he could summon only a little over 100 Slaughter Immortal Swords. However, if he were to wield a 6th-grade sword, he could command thousands, if not tens of thousands, of even more formidable Slaughter Immortal Swords in battle. Lin Xian sighed with a wry smile. In essence, he was still impoverished. A 5th-grade sword had sufficed for his former self. Yet for him now, post-breakthrough to the King realm, it felt somewhat lacking. Conversely, a quality 6th-grade sword often commanded exorbitant prices. Nevertheless, he recognized that his current strength, augmented by the acquisition of the Slaughter Immortal Sword Formation, had significantly escalated. It became increasingly challenging for Lin Xian to gauge the extent of his power when fully unleashed, as he had yet to encounter an opponent capable of compelling him to exert his full strength. As Lin Xian and his companion contemplated their continued exploration, they suddenly felt a powerful pull, signaling that the secret realm was on the verge of closure. True to this indication, mere moments later, they were enveloped in darkness before emerging from the secret realm. At the entrance of the Burning Heaven secret realm, individuals were continuously being teleported out, including Lin Xian and Su Lianxin. Upon their emergence, Lin Xian extended his spiritual sense and discerned Wang Yan's presence among them. The three had entered almost simultaneously and now emerged together. However, Wang Yan's countenance appeared somewhat grim as he noticed Lin Xian and Su Lianxin approaching. A flicker of panic crossed his features, and his gaze faltered. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What troubles you?" Wang Yan stammered, "Master, it seems I have gotten into some trouble." Without uttering a word, Lin Xian gestured for him to continue. "In the secret realm, I discovered a high-tier spiritual herb. Just as I was about to harvest it, another person appeared and, without a word, attempted to seize it. Naturally, I refused, and a conflict ensued. In the heat of the moment, I did not anticipate his weakness. He could not even withstand a single strike from me." At this, Lin Xian found it mildly amusing. Could it not be that the individual's frailty stemmed not from his own strength, but rather from Wang Yan's formidable prowess? Although Wang Yan's cultivation did not quite match that of his sister disciple Su Lianxin, having practiced the Qingdi Sutra and comprehended the essence of sword intent, he was indeed far more powerful than the typical cultivators of the second or third levels of Earth Profound, despite only being at the 9th level of Qi gathering. Wang Yan continued with a heavy heart. "Afterward, I learned that the person I had slain hailed from the Dawn Empire and belonged to a major power within it, holding a position of great esteem. Master, I have caused a grave calamity for the sect and for you. Please, punish me." With that, Wang Yan knelt before Lin Xian, seeking forgiveness. "I thought it was something serious." "Punishment? Who said I would punish you?" Lin Xian waved his hand, and a tremendous force lifted Wang Yan from the ground. "Let us not forget, you are not at fault here. Moreover, if he dared to attack you, it indicates he was prepared for the consequences. Had he been significantly stronger than you, it would have been you who perished. Therefore, where lies your error?" Wang Yan stared at Lin Xian in astonishment. In his mind, he believed he had caused a tremendous disaster for the sect, having slain someone he should not have. Yet, from Lin Xian's lips, he heard not a trace of reproach. This revelation left him both shocked and profoundly moved. "Rest assured, should the heavens fall, your master will bear the weight. You need not worry about this matter. Focus on your cultivation. Do not let this incident hinder your progress." Lin Xian patted Wang Yan on the shoulder. A few days later, Lin Xian returned to the Qingyang Sword Sect with his 2 disciples. Other members of the sect also returned in succession. Some rejoiced, while others wore expressions of dismay. There were those who emerged from the secret realm laden with rewards, while others returned empty-handed, filled with disappointment. Nevertheless, Lin Xian still did not catch a glimpse of Chu Yumeng within the Starfall Peak. Could it be that she had perished in the secret realm? Unlike Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, Lin Xian shared no true master-disciple bond with Chu Yumeng. Their relationship was merely one of title. He had accepted her as a disciple solely for the promise of enhanced cultivation speed. However, when Lin Xian glanced at the disciples listed in the system, Chu Yumeng's name remained, indicating she had not fallen, merely that she had not yet returned. Following the Burning Heaven secret realm, the grand competition of the Qingyang Sword Sect was soon to commence. The rivalry between the Saintess Li Fufeng and the Saint Sun Lu Tianxing has rendered this year's Qingyang Sword Sect competition rather extraordinary. Amidst the fervent anticipation of countless spectators, the grand event has finally arrived. Prior to its commencement, Su Lianxin and Wang Yan both achieved remarkable breakthroughs. Su Lianxin ascended from the 3rd level of Earth Profound Realm to the 5th, while Wang Yan successfully advanced from the 9th level of Qi Gathering to the Earth Profound Realm. Such astonishing progress left both of them in awe. In the main square of the sect's grand hall, platforms constructed of gold and stone rose from the ground. Surrounding these arenas were throngs of eager disciples of the Sword Sect, their fists clenched in anticipation, their eyes shimmering with determination, having devoted years of cultivation for this very moment. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the leaders of various peaks and senior members of the sect took their seats, with Lin Xian among them, albeit positioned relatively towards the back. The seating arrangement was dictated by the rankings of the peaks, and naturally, the Starfall Peak, being ranked 36th, could not occupy a front position. As a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, illuminating the high platform, the multitude of disciples fell silent, their gazes collectively focused on the newcomer. The figure that emerged was a distinguished middle-aged man clad in elegant robes, exuding an undeniable aura of authority simply by his presence. His arrival prompted the peak leaders and senior members seated in the observation area to rise and bow respectfully. The identity of this man, the master of the Qingyang Sword Sect, Qingyang, was unmistakable. As the foremost figure in the sect, he was reputed to possess a cultivation level that had reached the 4th level of the King Realm, stepping into the mid-tier of that domain. With the arrival of Master Qingyang, the elder presiding over the competition wasted no time, promptly announcing the commencement of the contest. The rules had been thoroughly discussed beforehand. The first round of the competition would follow a draw system, with each disciple holding a unique token, and the draw would determine who would step onto the platform. Number 136 versus number 225. When the elder called out the two numbers, Su Lianxin, amidst the crowd, was momentarily taken aback. She was indeed the bearer of token 225, but she hadn't anticipated that her first match would be against herself. A figure from the fifth peak, the Qianling Peak, leaped onto the arena. Su Lianxin, not one to shy away, gracefully stepped forward and joined the fray. "Isn't that young Jean?" murmured the onlookers. The luck of this lady from Starfall Peak appears quite unfortunate. While the disciples from various peaks knew little of Su Lianxin, they were well acquainted with young Jean, the prodigy of the fifth peak, whose prowess ranked among the top 5 among all disciples of the Qianling Peak. Perhaps it would be wise to concede gracefully, conserving strength for later matches. If luck favors her in subsequent draws, she might encounter opponents of lesser or equal strength, which could enhance her chances of advancing. As some lamented Su Lianxin's misfortune, others began to strategize on her behalf. Almost everyone believed that Su Lianxin had no chance at all. They did not know her, but were familiar with Yang Jin. He hailed from the bottom of the 36 peaks of the Qingyang Sword Sect, specifically from the Qingyang Peak, whose recent circumstances were well known to those who trained as disciples of the sect. There were hardly any disciples, let alone geniuses. In contrast, Yang Jin came from the fifth peak, where he was ranked among the top 5 talents. The disparity in strength was evident. However, Yang Jin, the prodigy from the fifth peak, did not share this sentiment when he ascended the stage. He was initially brimming with confidence, determined to secure a triumphant start in this first battle. Yet, upon seeing Su Lianxin take the stage, a chill ran down his spine. How could it be her? Indeed, Yang Jin was well acquainted with Su Lianxin, and his impression of her was remarkably profound. Back in the Burning Heaven secret realm, he had witnessed her single-handedly defeat 5 opponents while contending for treasure, incapacitating them with but a single strike. The elegance of that sword move often replayed in his mind even to this day. It was worth noting that each of the 5 assailants had far surpassed him in strength. At that moment, he had been quite curious about this sword-wielding maiden. Clad in the attire of the Qingyang Sword Sect, he had no recollection of her. When had such an extraordinary talent emerged from the Qingyang Sword Sect? Could she be a closed-door disciple of a revered elder? Now, he could scarcely believe that in the first match of this sect competition, he would face her. What dreadful luck! Especially as he listened to the flattery from those around him, Yang Jin could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to arrive at a decision. "I concede." The simple 3 words emerged from Yang Jin's lips, abruptly silencing the clamor outside the arena. Almost everyone gazed in astonishment at the stage, their eyes filled with disbelief as they watched Yang Jin, after uttering those words of surrender, leap off the platform. Wait? Surrender? What did they just hear? They anticipated that someone might concede in this battle, but they never imagined it would be Yang Jin. The one conceding was Yang Jin, not the female disciple from Qingyang Peak. How could this be? How was it possible? Confusion and bewilderment reigned. Even the esteemed elders and peak masters present were momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard by this outcome. "You concede? How could you say such a thing? You bring shame to Qianxing Peak," remarked a somewhat younger, strikingly handsome disciple, casting a cold glare at the returning Yang Jin. His name was Chu Xiao, a true disciple of Qianxing Peak, equally matched in strength with Yang Jin. The two had always been at odds, and now, witnessing Yang Jin's unexpected surrender, he could not resist mocking him. As for Yang Jin, he merely shot Chu Xiao a cold glance without further acknowledgement. His decision to concede was rooted in his own rationale. Against Su Lianxin, he knew victory was unattainable, even with all his might. He might not withstand a single strike from her and could potentially leave the arena gravely injured. Rather than this, it would be wiser to preserve one's strength and prepare for the forthcoming matches. As for the opinions of others, that is their concern. Whether they deem themselves cowardly or believe they have brought shame upon the Qianling Peak, it matters little. Moreover, has he truly brought shame upon the Qianling Peak? That remains uncertain. In due time, when the masses come to realize the true prowess of this woman, they will understand how sagacious their current choice has been. Finally catching up, just as the grand assembly of the sect was fervently underway, a striking figure appeared at the periphery of the plaza, panting heavily. This was none other than Chu Yumeng, who had not been seen at the Qingyang Peak or even the Qingyang Sword Sect for quite some time. Lin Xian, situated upon the high platform, sensed her presence immediately. However, he was taken aback. It was not Chu Yumeng's appearance that surprised him, but rather the fact that he could not detect the aura of the celestial level soul within her. Had the celestial-level soul within Chu Yuming perished? Or, with this perplexity in mind, Lin Xian cast another glance at Chu Yuming's current state. Her realm remained at the 4th level of the earthly profound realm, unchanged. Yet her aura was undeniably far stronger than it had been a few months prior. It was evident that she must have encountered significant opportunities during this interval. However, upon reflecting on this, Lin Xian found it somewhat amusing. Although Chu Yuming may have encountered considerable fortune in recent months, it paled in comparison to that of Su Lianxin and Wang Yan. Had Chu Yuming also practiced the Qingdi scripture from the outset, given her innate talent, ascending to the celestial profound realm would not have been out of reach. Alas, it is what it is. That remains her own choice. At this moment, Chu Yuming seemed to sense something and turned to look. Upon recognizing Lin Xian, she immediately clasped her fist and bowed, greeting him from afar. Although this esteemed master had only a nominal relationship with her, it was essential to maintain appearances while still within the Qingyang Sword Sect. With her master in a deep slumber, the time of awakening unknown, it mattered little. With her current strength, securing first place in this grand tournament would be effortless. Master, await your disciple's good news, Chu Yuming thought, brimming with confidence. The master she referred to was, of course, not Lin Xian, but the celestial-level soul that had originally resided within her. On arena number 1, contestant number 365 faced off against number 255. When Su Lianxin ascended the stage once more and caught sight of her opponent, both were taken aback. Sister? Junior sister? Su Lianxin gazed at Chu Yuming across the arena, a wry smile gracing her lips. Regarding this junior sister, who had entered their master's tutelage at the same time, she knew very little. Chu Yuming was often enigmatic and seldom appeared within the sect. Though they were nominally sisters, they had exchanged scarcely a handful of words over the past few months. With only 3 disciples from Xingyun Peak, including herself, the odds of drawing lots against a fellow sect member were exceedingly slim. Yet, this improbable occurrence had indeed transpired. Such fortune was truly remarkable. Chu Yuming, too, had not anticipated that her first battle would be an internal conflict. Sister, I beg your pardon, she said. Though nominally a senior sister, she showed no mercy, for she was determined to claim victory in this grand sect competition, having promised her master that she must secure the first place. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted around her. It turned out that a highly anticipated battle was unfolding on the 5th arena. Shi Hao from the 5th peak was set to face Jiang Lan from the 6th peak. These two were no ordinary contenders. Shi Hao was heralded as the foremost disciple of the 5th peak, while Jiang Lan held the same esteemed position within the 6th peak. Their imminent clash instantly became the focal point of attention, drawing the gaze of all spectators towards the 5th arena. Even the elders and peak masters seated in the high stands shifted their focus to this particular contest, rendering the outcomes of the other 4 arenas utterly insignificant. This battle not only represented a confrontation between the strongest disciples of the 5th and 6th peaks, but also marked the inaugural high-stakes clash between the factions of the Holy Maiden and the Holy Sun. Indeed, the 5th peak aligned with the Holy Maiden, while the 6th peak stood with the Holy Sun, which was the primary reason for the intense scrutiny surrounding this duel. The outcome would have profound implications for the honor and morale of each faction. Regardless of who emerged victorious, the defeat would significantly dampen the spirit of the opposing camp. Chu Yuming sensed this undercurrent, shrugging her shoulders, for she was indifferent to the opinions of others. The attention of the onlookers held no significance for her. Observing the girl across the arena, sword in hand, Chu Yuming found the situation somewhat amusing. If her junior sister were to discover that her cultivation was not merely at the 1st level of Qi gathering, but rather at the 4th level of Earth Profound, would she still dare to draw her sword against her? Be cautious, junior sister, Chu Yuming thought with a hint of disdain in her eyes, which did not go unnoticed by Su Lianxin. Of course, Su Lianxin had her own reasons to be proud. At the 4th level of Earth Profound, had she not received the Ice Phoenix true blood bestowed by her master and practiced the Qingdi scripture, she might not have been a match for her junior sister. Alas, she was no longer the person she had been 6 months prior. With a slight tremor in her sword, Su Lianxin was the first to strike. Sweeping her blade forward with a sound reminiscent of a phoenix's cry, cutting through the air with remarkable speed toward Chu Yuming. The swiftness of the attack momentarily caught Chu Yuming off guard, yet she quickly regained her composure, lightly tapping her foot against the ground. Instead of retreating from the incoming strike, she advanced, raising her sword to meet it head-on. This clearly demonstrated Chu Yuming's confidence in her own abilities. Despite the unexpected speed of Su Lianqing's attack, her confidence compelled her not to evade but to confront it directly. She did not wish to prolong the battle, intending to conclude it with a single strike. As for revealing her true strength, she was unperturbed. She had no intention of concealing it any longer. To claim the top position in this contest, revealing her prowess was inevitable. Clang! The clash of metal erupted in a sharp, resounding roar, as one figure was sent flying off the arena, leaving a long trail on the ground. In just one strike, the victor was determined. Chu Yoming's right arm felt slightly numb and continued to tremble, nearly losing its grip on the sword. Chu Yoming stared in astonishment at Su Lianqing, who stood unwavering on the stage, her eyes betraying a profound shock. I have lost. Chapter 28. Regret. She could hardly fathom that she had been defeated, especially by Su Lianqing, a senior sister she had never regarded with any significance. And all it took was a single sword strike? This was simply beyond her comprehension. Furthermore, the surge of spiritual energy that erupted when Su Lianqing unleashed that blow even surpassed her own mastery of the Earth Profound Realm. It was at least at the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Chu Yoming's mind was blank. The 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm? How could that be? Just a few months prior, she distinctly remembered her so-called senior sister barely having achieved the 9th level of body refinement, not even having reached the stage of energy gathering. How could she have ascended to the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm in such a short span of time? She could not grasp how such a feat was possible. In merely half a year, from the 9th level of body refinement to the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm, how many realms separated them? What on earth was happening? The pace of this advancement was truly astonishing. Ironically, just moments ago, she had intended to conclude the battle with a single strike. Indeed, it was a single sword strike that ended the confrontation, but the victor was not Chu Yoming, but rather Su Lianqing. Observing Chu Yoming, who had been thrown off the stage by her own sword and wore an expression of disbelief, Su Lianqing shook her head. If my junior sister had practiced the Qingdi scripture from the beginning, I would undoubtedly be no match for her. It was true that her junior sister's cultivation had far surpassed her own just months ago, and now she had somehow surpassed Chu Yoming. What an incredible turn of events. With this thought, Su Lianqing turned her gaze to her master, Lin Xian. All of this was bestowed upon her by her master. The Qingdi scripture? Chu Yoming was not dull. Su Lianqing's words clearly indicated the reason for her significant advancement over the past 6 months. But what exactly was the Qingdi scripture? Wait. A sudden realization struck Chu Yoming. Half a year ago, Lin Xian's own master had gifted them the same cultivation method. At that time, having just received the transcendent technique from her master, Yunjing Tianzuan, she had thought little of the technique bestowed by Lin Xian, dismissing it as inconsequential and carelessly tossing it aside in her storage ring like refuse. After all, she had perceived Lin Xian merely as a peak master of the Qingyang Sword Sect and one of the least esteemed among them. Surely, the technique he offered could not be of significant value. It likely wasn't even on the level of a royal-grade technique, especially when compared to the esteemed technique granted to her by Yunjing Tianzuan. With this in mind, Chu Yoming's consciousness swiftly delved into her storage ring, and soon enough, she found the technique that Lin Xian had previously bestowed upon her, tucked away in a corner. The words Qingdi scripture were clearly visible, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. As she opened the text, Chu Yoming's astonishment deepened with each page she turned. Since becoming a disciple of Yunjing Tianzuan, her perspective had undoubtedly broadened, rendering ordinary techniques unworthy of her attention. However, the Qingdi scripture, the more she read, the more it astonished her. Indeed, it was nothing short of shocking. She realized that the quality of this technique far exceeded her expectations, even surpassing the Xianbingju bestowed upon her by her master. It is essential to recognize that the Xianbingju is already a supreme technique of the esteemed tier. Ascending further leads to the imperial tier. The imperial tier? This Qingdi scripture, is it an imperial technique? Chu Yoming's breath caught, her eyes wide with astonishment. The technique bestowed upon her and the others by Lin Xian 6 months prior was indeed an imperial technique? Was this scripture the very reason for Su Lianqing's remarkable progress over the past half year? Yet, Lin Xian, the master of the Lin Peak, is merely a minor figure within the Qingyang Sword Sect. How could he possess an imperial technique? Regardless of her disbelief, the evidence lay before her. The Qingdi scripture is an imperial technique. Chu Yoming suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why had she not examined this scripture when she first acquired it? A mere glance would have revealed its extraordinary nature. As Su Lianqing had said, had she practiced the Qingdi scripture back then, she might have achieved significant advancement by now. A tide of immense regret engulfed her. The outcome of the battle on Arena 1 garnered little attention, aside from a few individuals like Lin Xian, the disciples, as well as the peak masters and elders, were predominantly focused on the combat between Shi Hao and Jiang Lan on Arena 5. At that moment, their battle was drawing to a close. With both sides revealing their ultimate strategies, Jiang Lan ultimately triumphed, sending Shi Hao flying off the stage. The sixth peak. Jiang Lan emerges victorious. The sixth peak, to which Jiang Lan belongs, is part of the Holy Sun's faction. Impressive. Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan. Well done, brother Jiang Lan. The morale of the Holy Sun's faction soared, with countless cheers erupting. This battle marked the strongest confrontation between the two factions thus far, culminating in victory for the Holy Sun's side. In stark contrast, the morale of the Holy Maiden's faction plummeted, with even Li Fufeng herself displaying a hint of unwillingness in her beautiful eyes. This battle was crucial for her and her faction. Shi Hao had several opportunities to defeat Jiang Lan, but ultimately failed to seize them. Closing her eyes, Li Fufeng endeavored to remain unaffected. It was not yet a time for despair. If she could defeat Lu Tianqing, there might still be a chance for redemption. Upon opening her eyes, she found Lu Tianqing gazing at her, a cold smile gracing his lips, laced with mockery, as if to convey that this was merely the beginning. The clash of their gazes sparked an unspoken tension. At that moment, an elder on the high platform called out two numbers once more. Arena 1, number 13, versus number 79? As the elder announced the numbers, a noticeable hesitation crept into his voice. The audience fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard amidst the stillness. All eyes were fixed in astonishment on Li Fufeng and Lu Tianqing. While they might not remember others' identifiers, they were acutely aware of Li Fufeng's and Lu Tianqing's numbers. Indeed, Li Fufeng was number 13, while Lu Tianqing was number 79. What was happening? Such a coincidence. Li Fufeng facing Lu Tianqing? The final battle was set to unfold prematurely? Chapter 29, Master Lin, are you satisfied? At this moment, even the expressions of Li Fufeng and Lu Tianqing bore traces of astonishment. In the blink of an eye, the two figures swiftly appeared atop Arena 1. Their terrifying auras erupting simultaneously. Li Fufeng, a master of the 5th tier of the Earth-Profound realm, was matched by Lu Tianqing, who stood at the same impressive level. In terms of cultivation, they both stood as the unrivaled champions of the younger generation within the Qingyang Sword Sect. To reach the 5th tier of the Earth-Profound realm at such a tender age was a rare achievement, unparalleled within the sect. Unexpectedly, this confrontation unfolded with alarming rapidity. Yet it suited Lu Tianqing perfectly. It was time to settle the score between them. Before the esteemed elders and disciples, he intended to proclaim to all that he, Lu Tianqing, was the most deserving candidate for the position of the young sect master, while Li Fufeng was unworthy. With a smile, Lu Tianqing acknowledged the early onset of the battle, dismissing any concerns. In his eyes, the outcome remained unchanged for Li Fufeng. It was merely a matter of whether he would fall sooner or later. The true measure of worthiness would be revealed in their contest. As he spoke, a chilling sword intent surged forth from Li Fufeng, causing many watching disciples to shudder, as if the very air around them had grown frigid. This was the embryonic form of sword intent. Gasps of astonishment echoed around them. Even the higher-ups took notice. Within the Qingyang Sword Sect, only the Grand Elder, Shenzhen Laozu, had comprehended sword intent, and those who had grasped its embryonic form numbered fewer than 10. Both Li Fufeng and Lu Tianqing were among this select group. The Qingyang Sword Sect traditionally boasted a majority of sword cultivators, and the understanding of sword intent was the ultimate aspiration for countless disciples. Yet, comprehending sword intent was akin to scaling the heavens. Many would spend their lives striving for even a glimpse of its essence. A significant portion of the elders seated upon the high platform had dedicated years to the sword path, yet failed to grasp even the embryonic form of sword intent. Sovereign Qingyang observed Li Fufeng's chilling sword intent, eyebrows slightly raised. Indeed, at such a young age, he had reached this remarkable level of sword intent comprehension. The leaders and elders of the Saintis faction exchanged knowing smiles. The greater Li Fufeng's strength, the more it affirmed they had chosen wisely. However, Lu Tianqing faced this sword intent head-on without a hint of fear. Instead, he stepped forward, his long sword trembling lightly. In an instant, a more formidable sword intent erupted from him, surging directly toward Li Fufeng, sweeping across the entire plaza in mere moments. Compared to Li Fufeng's sword intent, Lu Tianqing's was colder, sharper, and more foreboding. Although both wielded only the embryonic form of sword intent, Discerning eyes could easily see that, at least in this contest, Li Fufeng was at a disadvantage. His sword intent was even more potent than that of the Saintess, with the Saint's son present. The future ranking of the Qingyang Sword Sect within the Tangqing Empire could very well shift. The clash of sword intents transpired in an instant. The exchanges among the audience and the peak masters did not perturb Li Fufeng in the least. Her gaze remained steady, her steps flowing with an intricate grace, akin to a soaring dragon, as she aimed directly for Lu Tianqing's vital points. When she chose to strike, she would hold nothing back. Such was the nature of Li Fufeng's swordplay. Yet, Lu Tianqing was not to be underestimated. He raised his sword to meet hers. And with a flourish of his fifth-tier spirit sword, a dazzling array of afterimages erupted, unleashing a wild, aggressive force that indiscriminately targeted all living beings upon the arena. In an instant, the two had engaged in fierce combat. Their realms were comparable, yet Li Fufeng, slightly disadvantaged by her sword intent, found herself being pressed by Lu Tianqing. Although Lu Tianqing held a slight upper hand, he struggled to defeat Li Fufeng, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Suddenly, the more passive Li Fufeng let out a soft sigh. After all her preparation, she realized that her cultivation and sword intent were still inferior to Lu Tianqing's. Reluctantly acknowledging this, she recognized that Lu Tianqing's innate talent indeed surpassed her own. A crimson mark appeared on her lips as she bit down, tightly pursing them with a touch of unwillingness. "Reveal your hidden cards. Otherwise, you shall face defeat." Lu Tianqing's voice dripped with provocation. For a long time, he and Li Fufeng had been hailed as the twin prodigies of the Qingyang Sword Sect. While he was unaware of her sentiments about this title, he found it utterly distasteful. In his eyes, what merit did Li Fufeng possess to stand alongside him? Today, he would demonstrate to all that there had never been any twin prodigies in the Qingyang Sword Sect. The only one worthy of being called a prodigy was none other than him, Lu Tianqing. After a fierce clash, Li Fufeng retreated to the edge of the arena. In response to Lu Tianqing's taunt, her expression remained impassive. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, an unsettling aura emanated from her being. "As you wish," she spoke softly, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing many spectators to change countenance, their eyes widening in astonishment. Even an elder rose abruptly, trembling with disbelief and excitement. With a sharp sound, Lu Tianqing had no time to react as he beheld Li Fufeng gracefully grasping the sword hilt, her sword intent soaring exponentially. Countless sword lights and phantoms filled the arena, nearly engulfing Lu Tianqing and spilling over the edges. The disciples gathered at the periphery, fearful, instinctively retreated. Yet they could only gaze up at the poised Li Fufeng and the sword intent that had materialized around her. Is this sword intent? No. It is the Qingyang sword technique, the ultimate secret art of our Qingyang Sword Sect, the final form of the Qingyang sword technique, the long sword waterfall. Unbelievable. The Saintess has actually comprehended the highest level of the Qingyang sword technique. At this moment, even the Lord of Qingyang could no longer remain still, his gaze flickering as he observed the serene young woman on the stage. One of the sect's ultimate techniques, the Qingyang sword technique, at its highest level can cleanse sword intent, turning it into a tangible force, wielded as effortlessly as an extension of oneself. However, the requirements for comprehension are extraordinarily high. Even a slight deficiency in innate talent may prove insurmountable. Yet, once successfully understood, the likelihood of grasping true sword intent in the future would increase dramatically. Elders of the sect, those with slightly weaker abilities, often falter at the third level of the Qingyang sword technique, yet Li Fufeng, at such a tender age, had reached the fifth pinnacle. What a prodigy! The celestial maiden murmured softly, her joy evident. Meanwhile, the master of the third peak frowned slightly upon witnessing Li Fufeng's display of the ultimate technique, realizing he had underestimated her. Yet, she had silently mastered a secret art that many of them had yet to comprehend. This was information he had never previously encountered. Clearly, the Saintess was indeed superior. On the stage, the Elder and Peak Master were astonished, while the disciples of the sect below were utterly shocked. As they beheld the myriad of sword shadows cascading like a waterfall, the dazzling light of the swords left them only with feelings of reverence. The Qingyang sword technique. Moreover, it was the fifth level of the Qingyang sword technique. Such comprehension was terrifying beyond measure. No amount of envy could suffice had the Saintess not fallen. She would undoubtedly have become the second of the Qingyang ancestor, a true blessing for our sect. The high threshold. Even though the Qingyang sword technique could be exchanged for contributions within the sect to observe, still left many disciples stranded at the first or second level. Unable to comprehend further, the saintess, having regained her confidence, transformed her earlier despondence. Lu Tianqing, he was destined to lose. Just as they thought this, a hint of something amiss caught their attention. Where was Lu Tianqing? Each sword shadow cascading from the long sword was no mere illusion. To touch them would bring harm. Enveloping the arena with a dense array of sword shadows, leaving no gaps to exploit. Yet, Lu Tianqing was nowhere to be seen. Had he already fallen at the hands of the saintess? Speculation ran rampant among the crowd, but below, the peak master of Tianyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Amidst the countless sword shadows, one figure emerged, not only unscathed but also revealing a calm demeanor after brushing his palm across his face, which was astonishing. It was Lu Tianqing. Not only had he emerged uninjured from Li Fufeng's sword cascade, but he also appeared to be thriving, his aura even rising. Impossible. In that moment, Li Fufeng's fingers trembled, her gaze quivered as if she were witnessing the unbelievable. She had comprehended the Qingyang sword technique to the 5th level and was the one most aware of its terrifying power. But why? Not only had she failed to defeat him, but she hadn't even managed to wound him. Lu Tianqing easily evaded the sword shadows, his long sword in hand. Pointing it at Li Fufeng, his expression revealing no trace of astonishment, only an unwavering calm confidence. Surprised, are you? The Qingyang sword technique is not solely yours to command. Dressed in white and as striking as a cold pine, Lu Tianqing wore a light smile as he stepped forth from the myriad of sword shadows, his figure suddenly vanishing. When he reappeared, it was already behind Li Fufeng. Drip. Drop. Blood fell from the tip of Lu Tianqing's sword, a startling crimson streak appearing at the collarbone of Li Fufeng. Li Fufeng had been defeated. The master of Qingyang, feeling the scattered sword intent around him, suddenly let out a hearty laugh. This was the 6th level of the Qingyang sword technique. Though he had merely glimpsed its rudimentary form, Tianqing had perfectly fused sword intent with the sword itself, penetrating deeply, though there were no sword intents visible. They were present everywhere. The peak master of Xianyu landed beside Qingyang, her expression obscure. But wasn't the Qingyang sword technique confined to only 5 levels? Where did this 6th level come from? Had it not been for this, the match would have been a certain victory for the saintess. Those of their caliber, without needing to look closely, could discern the outcome of the duel, and it was precisely this knowledge that made their hearts ache with discontent. In the scripture pavilion, the Qingyang sword technique clearly documented only 5 levels. This was not the case. The peak master of Tianjian, in a joyful mood, cast a glance at his opponent. Seeing their pale, iron-like countenance, which felt akin to sipping a mouthful of ice-cold spiritual liquor on a scorching summer day, he could not conceal his delight. Smiling as he explained, in the beginning, the esteemed Qingyang ancestor created the Qingyang sword technique, which indeed comprised only 5 levels. The so-called 6th level, known as the Sword of Heart, had yet to be formalized. The fact that Tianqing could comprehend this 6th level speaks volumes of his exceptional insight. Implicitly, it pointed to the instability of the saintess's resolve. The master of Xianyu Peak discerned this, yet found herself outmatched, as a flicker of suppressed fury crossed her face. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "A petty person revels in their fleeting triumph." The master of Tianjian Peak responded with a grin, "No harm done. Feel free to vent your frustrations. I cannot prevent the defeated from savoring their verbal victories." This remark deepened the displeasure etched on the Xianyu Peak masteress face. Meanwhile, Li Fufeng's lips turned pale. "I have been defeated." The crushing defeat at the hands of Lu Tianqing left her utterly defenseless. What had once seemed a stalemate now appeared as nothing more than a farce. A profound sense of unwillingness flickered in her eyes as she clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white, only to release them helplessly moments later. The Qingyang sword technique, limited to 5 levels, had been transcended by Lu Tianqing, who astonishingly grasped the 6th level. How could this be? Had he also encountered a stroke of fortune, or was his innate talent simply unparalleled? Lu Tianqing gazed at Li Fufeng's changing expression for a while before sheathing his sword, teasingly stating, "Did you truly believe victory was assured? Alas, in terms of strength, you cannot rival me. In sword intent, I surpass you. Even the Qingyang sword technique has seen me reach its pinnacle first. Is this not utterly despairing?" He relished the sight of Li Fufeng's tumultuous emotions, feeling the pent-up frustrations of the years spent in comparison to her dissipate, allowing his spirit to soar further, as if on the verge of breaking through his current limits. Witnessing Lu Tianqing's minor breakthrough, Li Fufeng closed her eyes heavily, concealing the despair within. A tremor coursed through her as she forced a self-deprecating smile. After striving for so long, it all amounted to naught. Her aspirations transformed into illusions. Even the sect competition felt like a means to elevate another, inadvertently placing someone else in the position of junior sect master. How lamentable, how tragic. The sudden turn of events in this battle left not only the surrounding disciples of various sects taken aback, but also the peak masters momentarily stunned. Initially, as Li Fufeng revealed her hidden strength, the supporters of the saintess erupted in fervent cheers. However, after Lu Tianxing struck her down with a single sword, the atmosphere swiftly plummeted, akin to an icy chill. The saintess had lost. The peaks supporting her, 1st, 5th, 10th, and 14th, were engulfed in disbelief, their morale crashing in an instant, leaving countless disciples in a state of panic. They understood well what a defeat for the saintess would signify for them, her supporters. A wave of sorrowful negativity spread. Yet none could stem its tide. In stark contrast, the peaks backing the Saint Sun reveled with uncontainable excitement. At last, the competition for the junior sect master had reached its conclusion. The Saint Sun, deserving of his title as a prodigy, had indeed grasped the 6th level of the Qingyang sword technique, a revelation that stunned all. The title of junior sect master was rightfully his. Although Li Fufeng endeavored to mask her emotions, the disappointment reflected in the eyes of those close to her was unavoidable, causing her to blink back tears as she turned to leave the stage. Upon the elevated platform, the master of the 3rd peak observed the unfolding events with a gentle shake of his head. He had long anticipated such an outcome and was not taken aback by the result. Earlier, he had promised the saintess that if she achieved victory in the sect's grand competition, he would consider maintaining his neutrality. However, despite his assurances, the 3rd peak master harbored little faith in her ability to surpass Lu Tianxing, and now it was evident that she had indeed failed to surprise him. Fate, it seemed, had favored the Holy Sun. Although the elder had yet to announce the final outcome, it was clear to discerning eyes that the victor had already emerged. The master of Xian Peak exhaled a heavy sigh, her expression darkening as she gazed at the spirited Lu Tianxing on the platform. This contest, while outwardly a competition among the younger generation, was far more intricate. It was a confrontation between her and the master of the 2nd peak, a clash both overt and covert. The defeat of the saintess left her unwilling to accept this conclusion. She was consumed by bitterness. The duel between the Holy Sun and the saintess had captured the attention of all within the sect, and as the outcome became apparent, the master of the 9th peak laughed heartily, casting a provocative glance at Lin Xian, who stood not far from him. With a mocking sneer, he queried, "What say you? Are you satisfied with this contest, Master Lin?" Following this, he feigned an expression of regret, yet malice gleamed in his eyes as he continued to ridicule. "Oh, how could I forget, Master Lin? I nearly overlooked that you sided with the saintess. I wonder if you now rue your initial choice?" He relished the thought, envisioning Lin Xian's position as master slipping away, lamenting that no celestial remedy could reverse regret. Even if Lin Xian felt remorse now, it was far too late. Chapter 30. Su Lianxin on the battlefield. Regret? Lin Xian merely smiled inwardly. His gaze remained steadfastly away from the master of the 9th peak. Unfazed by the derision aimed his way, as he continued to observe the resumption of the battle unfolding before him. Noticing that Lin Xian had chosen to ignore him, treating him as though he were invisible, the master of the 9th peak felt a twinge of irritation, releasing a frustrated breath through his nose while harboring malicious thoughts. Just wait and see. You can maintain your composure for now. He was eager to witness Lin Xian's demeanor when his position was usurped by an elder even less competent than himself. The mere thought of such a scenario brought an involuntary smile to the master of the 9th peak's lips, his spirits lifting. After a brief interlude of gloom or fervent enthusiasm, the disciples of the sect largely regained their confidence, determined to vie for their rankings. The 5 arenas once again filled with eager competitors, swords clashing in a dazzling display, and a few exceptionally talented disciples caught the attention of several elders, who silently considered the prospect of taking on apprentices. Everything seemed to revert to normalcy, once the first arena had been cleared of both victors and vanquished. The elder on the platform soared forward, calling out the next match. In Arena 1, number 79 faces off against number 129. Naturally, number 79 was the Holy Sun. Lu Tianxing did not anticipate that he would be summoned so soon again. Although momentarily taken aback, he soon smiled with a sense of tranquility, casually discarding his snow-colored cloak. He exuded an air of self-assured ease, lightly laughing as he stepped onto the stage, performing a flourish with his sword. The grace and magnificence that belonged solely to the son of the holy sect were unmistakable. Aside from the expressionless figures of the Saintess faction and Li Fufeng, most disciples from other sects looked on with admiration and reverence. Who could possibly be number 129 to encounter His Highness the Sun? They hoped for a worthy opponent. One who could withstand a strike from the sun, allowing them to witness his swordsmanship more extensively. Each viewing enriched their understanding. You're overthinking it. Even the Saintess was effortlessly defeated by His Highness. What chance do the others have? Indeed, the Sun is unparalleled. He must be the foremost among us. But who is number 129? Which junior is it? Having already defeated Li Fufeng, hardly anyone within the sect believed anyone could rival Lu Tianqing. With each subsequent call, it was merely a formality for Lu Tianqing, as every disciple facing him immediately conceded. The title of champion in the grand competition undoubtedly belonged to Lu Tianqing. Without a shred of doubt, even he dismissed the forthcoming duel as inconsequential. Below the stage, Su Lianxin glanced at her number tag, which was indeed 129. Unfazed by the pressure, she subtly nodded in the direction of Lin Xian. Master, I shall take my leave. In the next moment, Su Lianxin soared onto the stage, maintaining a dignified composure as she clasped her hands in greeting. I am Su Lianxin, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Qingyang Peak. I seek guidance from the sun. Standing tall with her sword in hand, she was evidently prepared for battle. Qingyang Peak? Lu Tianqing's gaze darkened. His earlier good mood slightly marred. Wasn't this the very peak that had spurned his overtures, showing a lack of appreciation? Indeed. Both Lin Xian and this Su Lianxin were particularly irksome. Su Lianxin's ascent to the stage caused quite a stir, partly due to her rare beauty within the sect, and partly because of the reputation she boldly proclaimed. Qingyang Peak, though not lacking in notoriety, was infamous for less than savory reasons. The Peak Master's failed breakthrough had resulted in a decline in status, and the most talented disciple, Nangong Yaoguang, had abandoned him. Left behind were merely a collection of ordinary and mediocre disciples. Many within the sect believed that the fall of Qingyang Peak, once a contender for the top 10, to its current lowly standing and the departure of Nangong Yaoguang, were due to the incompetence of Peak Master Lin Xian. If not for his shortcomings, why would Nangong Yaoguang have left? Naturally, this represented only a fraction of the opinions held. As for Su Lianxin, she was not entirely unknown within the sect. However, her sole claim to fame rested on her beauty, which was regrettably mismatched with her modest abilities and limited talent. The fact that she dared to challenge the sun without conceding was indeed unexpected. Did this junior perhaps lose her senses, thinking she had the audacity to confront His Highness? Did she believe that her beauty would elicit mercy from him? How foolish. The Starfall Peak has indeed fallen into decline, and the disciples have become increasingly disoriented. While their courage is commendable, it lacks reason. Given the prowess of the Holy Sun, even a mere flick of his sword would be insurmountable for her. Should she sustain injury, her chances in the subsequent matches would dwindle. Surrendering to conserve strength would be the prudent course of action. An unexpected scene unfolded, leaving Lu Tianqing momentarily stunned as he narrowed his eyes. You refuse to concede? This provoked a look of incredulity from Su Lianxin. Why should I concede? Simply because you are the Holy Sun? At this, Lu Tianqing's irritation grew more pronounced, yet he maintained a facade of amusement. He shrugged and remarked, how intriguing. However, I shall not show mercy. Yet, in light of your commendable courage, I shall grant you the opportunity to make your move. He feigned contemplation, adding, given the decline of Starfall Peak, if you can force me back a step within 10 strikes, I shall personally invite you to join the second peak. Su Lianxin smiled. 10 strikes? No, one sword will suffice. Before Lu Tianqing could utter another word, Su Lianxin, without hesitation, executed a clean and decisive strike. This sword appeared to stir no ripples, lacking the hidden malice of Lu Tianqing's calm or the tumultuous force of the Holy Maiden. It was light and unobtrusive, yet in the blink of an eye, the sword's light had reached him. Instinctively, Lu Tianqing sought to retaliate, only to feel a sudden heaviness in his hand and an icy chill in his chest. To his astonishment, he looked down and found himself at the very edge of the ring. He had unknowingly been thrust out of the arena. A searing pain shot through his palm, bringing him back to reality. Had he lost? Lu Tianqing could scarcely believe it, his eyes wide with disbelief. Su Lianxin calmly sheathed her sword, stating, "Thank you for your kindness, Holy Sun." Upon finishing her statement, Su Lianxin immediately turned to look at Lin Xian. When she saw the admiration in his eyes and his subtle nod, a small smile blossomed on her face. Yet, The onlookers had little time to focus on this master-apprentice duo. As Lu Tianxing fell from the stage, they were collectively jolted to their feet, the entire arena in shock, including the sect leader of Qingyang. He lost. Lu Tianxing, who had comprehended the sixth form of the Qingyang sword technique, effortlessly defeated the Holy Maiden, rising to become the foremost figure of the Qingyang Sword Sect. How could he have lost? And to Su Lianxin, no less, with a single strike. This was beyond comprehension. Chapter 31. A resounding slap in the face. Li Fufeng was engulfed in astonishment, rising from her seat in shock, only to slowly sit back down as she regained her senses. Nevertheless, the astonishment in her eyes showed no signs of abating. The holy son Lu Tianxing, whom she could hardly hope to rival, had just lost. It was inconceivable. Her gaze remained fixated on the enchanting young woman in the arena. And no matter how she looked, it was hard to believe that this was someone capable of defeating Lu Tianxing. Yet, the reality unfolded before her, leaving her no choice but to believe. Moreover, she had achieved this with just one move, casting Lu Tianxing off the stage without any chance of retaliation. He was someone she had thought could not be defeated even with all her might and hidden cards. The sheer disparity was almost too much for Li Fufeng to bear. The master of Tianjin Peak was so utterly shocked that he nearly tore his own magnificent beard. He struggled to maintain his composure as the peak master. Yet the astonishment and disbelief in his eyes betrayed him. Were it not for the presence of other elders from various sects, who, like him, stood up in sheer horror, he might have thought himself delusional, as if caught in a surreal dream. Lu Tianxing, effortlessly victorious against the Holy Maiden, had succumbed to the disciple of Qingyang Peak, and not merely defeated, but utterly vanquished. Struck down by a single sword strike, he hadn't even had the chance to react before he was sent tumbling off the stage. How could this be possible? The Holy Son had actually been defeated. Despite having comprehended the hidden move of the Qingyang sword technique and never tasting defeat since his enlightenment, he had even grasped the embryonic form of sword intent long ago. However, no amount of words could alter the stark reality of Lu Tianxing's loss. I lost? As Lu Tianxing slowly regained his senses, the three words that suddenly surged in his mind nearly caused a mental breakdown. It felt like a heavy blow, striking him hard within his mind, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Unable to mask his shock, he looked up at Su Lianxin, who remained on the arena, and had to concede that even from a position of admiration, her features were flawless, as radiant as jade and as lovely as a peach blossom. But how absurd was this? He felt as though his previous proclamations had smacked him across the face, each slap painfully vivid. Surrender? To allow you to enter the second peak if you can repel me within 10 moves? Such audacity to grant you an opportunity. Reflecting on these ludicrous words, the truth was that only a single move had been employed, not to defeat him, but to graciously escort him off the stage. The gazes surrounding him suddenly transformed into mockery and derision, their stares as tangible as any weapon, piercing Lu Tianxing and leaving him feeling battered and bruised. Overwhelmed by fury and humiliation, he clenched his fists tightly, even as his nails dug into his flesh without him feeling a twinge of pain. With disheveled hair, he resembled a madman, barely able to retain his composure. As Su Lianxin observed the Holy Son's dramatic change of expression from the sidelines, she had no intention of reveling in the moment. She sheathed her sword and, with swift steps, descended from the arena, leaving only a parting remark as she passed Lu Tianxing. Excessive pride is not a virtue. With that, she waved her sleeve and departed, while the others remained entranced, still reeling from the shock. That earth-shattering sword strike had shattered Lu Tianxing's defenses and transformed the long-standing perceptions of Qingyang Peak among the sect members. It was not until Su Lianxin had exited the stage that they collectively regained their senses, erupting into fervent discussions. This junior sister is a disciple of Qingyang Peak. Is she not one of the lowest-ranked peaks among our sect's 36? How come we have never heard of this Su Lianxin before? She must be extraordinarily gifted. Chu Shao, still caught in the wave of astonishment, had yet to collect his thoughts, his gaze fixed on Su Lianxin, unable to conceal his own shock. Is this the reason Yang Jin conceded? Previously, he had stated that Yang Jin's surrender was a disgrace to Xianling Peak. In that moment, he had wished to take Yang Jin's place and battle personally to restore the honor of Xianling Peak. Now, as he regained his senses, Chu Shao found himself drenched in cold sweat. If even the Holy Son could not withstand the might of Su Lianxin's sword, what chance did he have? If it were to come to that, the situation would only worsen. Including him, others had begun to comprehend the reality. Yang Jin, a prodigy ranked among the top 5 of the Xianling Peak, willingly conceded to Su Lianxin, an obscure disciple of the Qingyang Peak. His act of surrender was not born of cowardice or weakness, but rather an acknowledgement of his inevitable defeat. As the crowd emerged from their stupor, they were left in a daze. If the Holy Prince could be vanquished by a single sword strike, what fate awaited Yang Jin? Did you already discern Su Lianxin's true prowess? Chu Xiao could not restrain himself and inquired in a hushed tone. The other disciples of Qianling Peak perked up their ears, eager for Yang Jin's explanation. Yet, deep down, they all harbored their own conclusions. Yang Jin must have been acutely aware of Su Lianxin's capabilities, which justified his decision to forfeit. Surrendering is often viewed as an act of the weak, deserving of scorn and derision, yet in the face of an insurmountable adversary. Conceding to preserve one's strength is undeniably a sagacious strategy. After all, losing was inevitable, thus. It was wiser to conserve one's energy for the subsequent contests in hopes of securing a commendable rank to bring glory to Qianling Peak. The disciples of Qianling Peak began to realize this truth. Initially aligned with Chu Xiao's sentiment, they had cast disdainful glances and mockery towards Yang Jin post-surrender, only to now recognize their grave misjudgment. "Brother Yang, my apologies," they murmured, their voices laden with regret, casting guilt-ridden glances his way. Yang Jin remained silent, merely emitting a cold snort. He had awaited this moment for a long time. He was no saint. How could he dismiss the taunts and ridicule of others so easily? Faced with a being of Su Lianxin's caliber, his concession was a prudent choice. Who felt the most disbelief and discomfort? None other than the master of the Ninth Peak. Just moments ago, he had been gleefully mocking Lin Xian, never anticipating that the slap of reality would arrive so swiftly, nearly inducing a heart attack. The humiliation was palpable. His countenance was awkward and stiff, his expression contorted, as feelings of shame surged forth like a torrent. Throughout it all, Lin Xian had not cast a single glance his way, neither during his previous boasts nor now in the wake of his humiliation. It seemed to Lin Xian that everything was but a fleeting spectacle, devoid of significance. In that instant, the master of the Ninth Peak truly grasped the essence of profound shame and indignation. He felt like a jester, performing a farcical play alone, while the audience remained unmoved, not even affording him a glance. The face of the master of the Ninth Peak turned crimson. Chapter 32. The True Essence of the Sword. The Holy Prince has actually lost. Many elders atop the platform remained in shock, unable to grasp the horrifying reality that had just unfolded. They were lost in the memory of the recent duel, replaying Su Lianxin's every move and the Holy Prince's downfall. Lu Tianxing stood rigidly at the foot of the stage for an extended period. His expression grew increasingly grim with the passage of time. His fingers pressed so tightly that they were stained with blood, even after some time had passed. He found it unbearable to accept that he had been defeated by an ordinary disciple. How could he reconcile with such a reality? He was, after all, a distinguished holy son, the very hope of the Qingyang Sword Sect. After years of arduous cultivation, not daring to slacken for even a moment, he had painstakingly comprehended the Qingyang sword technique, enduring numerous tribulations that nearly led him astray into madness. Having finally mastered the sixth stance, he was dealt a crushing blow within mere hours. Overcome by a disciple from the lowest peak, an inconspicuous female practitioner, how could he possibly accept this? How could he bear it? The entourage that typically surrounded Lu Tianxing remained silent and cautious, afraid to provoke him in the slightest. As Lu Tianxing caught their anxious expressions with a cold glance, the unease etched upon their faces nearly ignited his fury once more. Reflecting upon the significance of the sect competition, he suppressed his simmering rage, his countenance darkening as he turned back to his seat. He could not unleash his frustration here. Instead, he endured the weight of countless gazes from all directions, his inner turmoil intensifying, yet he could only clench his fists tightly within his sleeves. The atmosphere of the entire sect competition began to take on an eerie quality. Even when others took to the stage to compete, the excitement was notably absent. The sword techniques were executed with a palpable sense of caution and trepidation. After all, it was evident to everyone just how foul Lu Tianxing's mood had become. With a grim expression and no words to share, the initial joy of defeating an old rival had long dissipated. His fingers drummed anxiously against the back of his chair, a manifestation of the agitation brewing within him. He desperately sought an outlet to release the pent-up anger. On the first arena, combatant number 79, come forth. The moment he heard the announcement, Lu Tianxing straightened his back, his piercing gaze sweeping over the disciples from other sections. Who was it? Regardless of the identity, his fury finally had an outlet. Combatant number 222. Huh? Upon hearing the number, Wang Yin below the stage was momentarily taken aback, then elated. At last. It was his turn. Rising to his feet, he mimicked Su Lianxin's respectful gesture and smiled at Lin Xian, saying, "Master, I shall secure a victory for you." After receiving a nod from Lin Xian, Wang Yin joyfully leaped onto the stage, bowing with his sword in hand. Wang Yin, disciple of the Starfall Peak, seeks guidance from the Holy Sun. Upon his arrival, Lu Tianqing's response was immediate. Starfall Peak. He spat out those 3 words with venomous disdain, his gaze fixating on the unremarkable Wang Yin nearby, his murderous intent surging. Another disciple from Starfall Peak. Lu Tianqing was infuriated, almost laughing in his rage, struggling to maintain his composure as the Holy Sun. Su Lianxin had dealt him a defeat that shattered all his meticulously laid plans. The once assured victory. All the advantages he had tirelessly fought for were rendered utterly meaningless. As he ascended the stage, he instinctively cast a glance at the 3rd peak master seated above. Alas, the heavens did not align with his desires. The 3rd peak master, upon meeting Lu Tianqing's gaze, promptly averted his eyes, directing his attention towards the distant sect boundary marker. This evasive and elusive demeanor extinguished the flicker of hope lingering in Lu Tianqing's heart. A wave of despondency washed over him, and uncontrolled fury nearly erupted. As he turned to gaze back at the stage, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. The Starfall Peak. All of this was due to the Starfall Peak. It had thwarted his ambitions. In a moment of sudden recollection, Lu Tianqing recalled his recent attempt to woo Lin Xian through the master of the 9th peak. Lin Xian's rejection had scarcely registered with him. The success or failure of that endeavor seemed trivial. A peak ranked near the bottom, like Starfall Peak, could not possibly influence the grand scheme of things. At that time, he had never anticipated that Lin Xian and his Starfall Peak would become the greatest impediment to his ascension to the position of lesser sect master. As he regarded the seemingly unremarkable Wang Yin before him, old grievances and new animosities intertwined, and Lu Tianqing's defenses crumbled. His anger found an outlet. The gleaming 5th-tier sword was drawn, unleashing a tempestuous aura that swept across the venue, akin to divine wrath, causing countless lesser disciples to shrink back in fear. It was evident that this battle would not simply be about Lu Tianqing's desire to vanquish his opponent. Wang Yin, facing the onslaught of Lu Tianqing's aura, adapted swiftly. This mere sword intent paled in comparison to the ferocity with which his master had dispatched that scorpion. As the overwhelming and brutal sword energy surged toward him, the warmth of Wang Yin's smile gradually faded, replaced by a steely resolve. With a cold chuckle, he grasped the hilt of his sword, his gaze hardening. Indeed, his prowess was not on par with that of his esteemed junior sister Su Lianxin, and his talent was rather ordinary. Yet, who was Lu Tianqing to him? Just because he could not best junior sister Su, did he take out his frustrations on him? Slowly, Wang Yin unsheathed his sword adorned with azure tassels, concluding that Lu Tianqing had chosen the wrong adversary. He, Wang Yin, was not to be trifled with. Neither was junior sister Su, nor was Starfall Peak. No one paid heed to Wang Yin's inner thoughts. Upon witnessing his appearance, recognizing him as a disciple of Starfall Peak, and sensing the strength he displayed, many began to silently mourn for him. They were aware that Wang Yin was in for a grim fate. With only the 1st level of the Profound Realm, he was pitted against the enraged Holy Sun at the 5th level. It was likely that Wang Yin would either be gravely wounded or perish. As expected, after both contestants took the stage, the furious Lu Tianqing wasted no time, launching a ruthless assault without so much as a greeting. The nascent sword intent coiled around him as he initiated the 6th form of the Green Mountain sword technique, leaving Wang Yin no opportunity to respond. The unleashed wrath painted Lu Tianqing as a frenzied beast, and the onlookers were struck with terror, most retreating several steps to evade his lethal energy. In such a state, the motionless Wang Yin stood out starkly. Why was he not moving? Perhaps he had been rendered speechless by fear. If there was blame to be assigned, it could only fall upon his lineage from Starfall Peak. Some observers felt disdain for Lu Tianqing's actions, taking out his frustrations on other disciples of Starfall Peak simply because he could not overcome Su Lianxin. Such behavior elicited a measure of contempt. Only the recent sect master of the Qingyang seemed to sense something amiss, furrowing his brow momentarily, though no one noticed. On the arena, faced with the ferocious and silent approach of the sword light, Wang Yin exhaled softly, withdrawing his right leg to firmly anchor himself in place. With a tightening grip, he suddenly drew his long sword, standing immobile as a towering figure, an aura of terror swelling around him. Lu Tianqing initially believed that with this strike, he would easily crush Wang Yin and avenge his previous humiliation. He could not defeat Su Lianqing. So how could he be bested by someone at the first level of the Earth Profound realm? Yet, an unusual sensation arose, unbeknownst to him, causing his sword hand to tremble slightly, as if the sword had slipped from his control. Amidst his astonishment, he heard Wang Yan's soft murmur from across the stage. I am not as skilled as senior sister Su, thus I shall give my utmost effort. Su Lianqing's earth-shattering victory over Lu Tianqing was purely a testament to her swordsmanship. Although Wang Yin did not consider himself inferior to Lu Tianqing, the disparity in their realms weighed heavily on him. Despite practicing the Qingdi Sutra, uncertainty lingered in his heart, compelling him to treat this battle with utmost seriousness. Therefore, Lu Tianqing began with his most formidable strike, and Wang Yin did the same. As Wang Yan's sword was fully unsheathed, expressions shifted dramatically across the crowd. Notably, many elders atop the high platform stood in astonishment, their faces contorted with shock and disbelief. The essence of sword intent. No, it was sword intent itself. True sword intent. Chapter 33. Who regrets? Sword intent is not unfamiliar to anyone. The Qingyang Sword Sect, bearing its name as a sword sect, naturally prioritizes swordsmanship throughout its ranks. The majority of the elders within the sect are also sword cultivators. However, while becoming a sword cultivator is relatively easy, requiring merely a sword, mastering swordsmanship is profoundly challenging. Within the entire Qingyang Sword Sect, few have even grasped the embryonic form of sword intent, let alone the true essence. Only one individual throughout the sect has truly comprehended sword intent, the strongest among them, the Xianjian ancestor. Even the sect leader of the Qingyang sect has merely grasped the embryonic form of sword intent. Even a complete understanding of the embryonic form is still merely a shadow, not the real sword intent. It lacks the spirit of the sword. All elders and peak masters stood in disbelief, their eyes wide in astonishment, fixated on the figure on the stage. There was no mistaking it. As they absorbed the surrounding aura of sword intent, no one could maintain their composure. Some peak masters even displayed uncontrollable envy upon their faces. This young man, barely 20 and at the first level of the Earth Profound realm, had already comprehended sword intent? This was beyond comprehension. The disciples of all sects gathered near the arena could hardly believe their eyes. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed that a 19-year-old at the first level of the Earth Profound realm could grasp sword intent. This was no trivial matter, it was sword intent. Even upon witnessing it firsthand, they struggled to comprehend how someone could silently grasp sword intent, only revealing their prowess during the sect competition. The Qingyang sect leader gazed intently at Wang Yin, feeling the increasingly rich and potent sword intent in the air. After the initial shock, admiration and delight were unmistakable in his expression. Standing at the edge of the arena, his gaze towards Wang Yin was filled with an uncontainable fervor and excitement. Within the sect, there exists such a remarkable prodigy? Previously, there was Su Lianqing, who defeated the Holy Sun with a single sword strike, and now there is Wang Yin, who at a tender age has comprehended the essence of swordsmanship. Truly, the Qingyang Sword Sect is blessed. The gaze of the Qingyang sect master trembled slightly, his eyes flickering with contemplation. In stark contrast to his admiration and joy, the elders and peak masters of the Holy Sun's faction quickly regained their composure, their expressions betraying their inability to conceal their astonishment. Against the sword-wielding Wang Yin, does the Holy Sun stand a chance? Even if he is several realms above Wang Yin. On the arena, the ferocious sword intent erupted violently. Wang Yin held his sword before him, and with a firm step, he surged forward, enveloped by a tempest of sword intent, unleashing a barrage of strikes. In that moment, he embodied the sword, and the sword became him. The terror of his sword intent was palpable. Upon realizing Wang Yin's mastery, Lu Tianqing's heart sank. Despite being several realms above Wang Yin, he was no match for the ferocity and speed of Wang Yin's onslaught. Under the relentless barrage, he found himself retreating step by step. His body soon marred with numerous cuts, his splendid attire stained crimson. Boom. With each strike, every maneuver was fierce and sharp, exuding an overpowering aura. In less than the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, Lu Tianqing, who was barely hanging on in the arena, was sent flying off the stage by a single sword strike. Unlike his previous battle with Su Lianqing, where he at least managed to step down from the platform on his own, this time he was unceremoniously hurled away. Upon landing, he let out a muffled thud, bracing himself on his arms as he collapsed, quickly rolling over to expel a mouthful of blood. His vitality diminished significantly. A crushing defeat. Not only was it a defeat, but he was also grievously injured. The harsh reality of the sect's tournament was that no one could take a fellow disciple's life. No matter how much resentment Lu Tianqing bore, he had no choice but to swallow it down. The blood on the bluestone floor was a vivid crimson, and Lu Tianqing, filled with shock, glared up at Wang Yan, his emotions a tumultuous sea of frustration and loathing flashing in his eyes. He had intended to vent his anger on Wang Yan, yet he found himself utterly humiliated, reduced to a state of utter disgrace. The overwhelming malice and humiliation nearly drove Lu Tianqing to madness. This outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. Was this still the familiar Qingyang Sword Sect? One Su Lianxin was not enough, and now another Wang Yan had come to further disgrace him. Clutching his chest, Lu Tianqing coughed up another mouthful of blood. Others assumed it was merely stagnant blood, but he knew all too well that it was the result of his anger manifesting physically. "Forgive me, Your Highness," Wang Yan said, bowing slightly as he descended from the arena with his sword. He had not anticipated that the esteemed Holy Son could be so fragile. Unable to withstand his own sword intent and directly coughing up blood, they were separated by several realms, after all. He had overestimated the Holy Son and underestimated the formidable power of the Qingdi Sutra and sword intent. Victory for number 222. The judge's expression was peculiar. Evidently having just regained his composure, as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and announced the next match. Next up, on arena number 2. Contestant number 65 will face contestant number 89. Meanwhile, Lu Tianqing was assisted back to his seat and given a healing elixir, gradually calming the tumult within his body. His injuries healed swiftly, as one would expect from a holy son, with abundant resources at his disposal. Yet, while his injuries have healed, the humiliation he endured remains indelibly etched in his heart. His fingers are tightly clenched, as Lu Tianqing exhales the foul air from his chest, secretly calming his agitated spirit. On the third arena, contestant number 79 faces off against number 255. The announcement halts, as both summoned competitors wear expressions as somber as the depths of the sea. Upon ascending the stage, Lu Tianqing squints slightly upon seeing the opponent who leaps onto the platform. Whether it is sheer fortune or misfortune, he finds himself once again pitted against a disciple from Qingyang Peak. This time, it is none other than Chu Yumeng. Another disciple from Qingyang Peak? Can he not escape this? This singular thought occupies Lu Tianqing's mind at that moment. Surely, he cannot be defeated again? The onlooking disciples have grown numb. Lu Tianqing has suffered 2 defeats already, and another loss would seal his fate. Indeed, the more one fears something, the more it tends to materialize. In facing Chu Yumeng, Lu Tianqing is decisively vanquished this time. 2 swift strikes. Chu Yumeng defeats him effortlessly with merely 2 sword slashes, and had it not been for a timely intervention, his neck could have suffered a grievous wound. Withdrawing her sword, Chu Yumeng casts not a glance at Lu Tianqing, her gaze lowered as she descends the stage with an air of ease. There is no joy in her demeanor. She remains preoccupied with the memory of the defeat she suffered against Su Lianxin. The spectators, including disciples and elders from the sect, are now entirely desensitized. The leaders from the Tianjin Peak wear expressions as grave as lead, their faces betraying disbelief and astonishment. It is only at this moment that they abruptly grasp a bitter reality. The Holy Son has suffered 3 consecutive defeats, disqualifying him from the final battle. How will the contest for the position of the junior sect master be reconciled? Lu Tianqing, a prodigious Holy Son, endowed with extraordinary talent, has failed to reach the finals, and the news of his 3 consecutive losses would be met with incredulity. The prospect of this once promising genius being unable to contend for the championship is unfathomable. Before the grand competition commenced, who could have anticipated such an outcome? Who would dare to conceive it? Prior to this, Lu Tianqing was heralded as a potential champion, especially after his effortless victory over Li Fufeng, which seemed almost a foregone conclusion. Yet, now he cannot even make it to the finals. This must be a dream. Disciples from the second peak are lost in thought, pinching their thighs, unwilling to confront the harsh truth, feeling as though they are trapped in a surreal reverie. The only thought lingering in their minds is, how could this be possible? Their gazes toward Qingyang Peak are filled with profound shock and reverence. 3 prodigies from one peak have simultaneously vanquished the Holy Son, with one surpassing the majority of the peak masters and elders by comprehending the essence of the sword at merely 19 years of age. How did Qingyang Peak achieve this? Why had it remained so inconspicuous until now? It is baffling. Many direct their attention toward Lin Xian on the high platform, their expressions increasingly complicated. This so-called worthless peak master, whom they had underestimated, has seen his three disciples triumph over the holy son they had held in high regard, an utterly fantastical turn of events. Especially poignant are the sentiments of those disciples who, having left Qingyang Peak to join what they believe to be more promising factions, now find themselves grappling with a swirl of emotions. Unbeknownst to others, do they remain unaware? Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, once regarded as individuals of unremarkable talent, were hardly distinguishable even amidst a crowd, save for Su Lianxin's striking visage. Yet now, they have undergone a remarkable transformation, leaving all others far behind. As if trailing only the faintest whispers of exhaust, an ineffable sense of regret has gradually taken root and spread, with none feeling it more acutely than Yang Hao. Initially, he believed that Qingyang Peak held no promise and resolved to depart, motivated by his admiration for Su Lianxin. He could not bear to see her languish at Qingyang Peak. He attempted to persuade her to leave with him, only to be met with a cold rejection. Feigning indifference would be an understatement. He awaited the dissolution of Qingyang Peak, envisioning a moment of heroic rescue, yet upon their reunion, he found that everything had changed. He remained the same Yang Hao, lacking in progress. While the woman he once admired had ascended to heights he could only reverently look up to even profess admiration for her now felt like an affront. A tumult of complex emotions swirled within Yang Hao's heart, as if a dye pot had spilled its colors, and he could not help but smile bitterly, engaging in self-mockery. He had once mused about her future regrets, but now it was clear that the one who ought to feel regret was, in fact, himself. The conclusion of the sect competition bore no suspense, yet it was rife with peculiarity. Even the venerable leader of Qingyang sect, seasoned by numerous tempests, could not help but cast lingering glances towards Lu Tianxing upon seeing the winners list. Lu Tianxing, with his head bowed and eyes downcast, revealed only the tight line of his lips, his expression inscrutable, yet one could easily surmise that his spirits were utterly shattered. With the competition concluded, the leader of Qingyang sect sighed inwardly, gestured with a wave, and gracefully ascended to the high platform. He surveyed the eager faces of the disciples, particularly the cluster surrounding Su Lianxin, before pausing momentarily and speaking with authority to announce the results. One by one, he called out the names from the rear to the forefront. Each disciple who heard their name could not restrain their excitement, while others held their breath in tense anticipation. Finally, the top 5 were revealed. 4th place, the saintess Li Fufeng. 3rd place, Wang Yan of Qingyang Peak. 2nd place, Chu Yuming of Qingyang Peak. And 1st place, Su Lianxin of Qingyang Peak. Despite the foreseen outcome, all eyes instinctively turned to Lu Tianxing. He remained stoic. Yet the tautness of his lips and the pronounced veins on his forehead betrayed the tempest within. Wang Yan, however, accepted his position with grace. He had not anticipated achieving such a commendable rank, and landing in the top 3 surpassed all expectations, bringing him unrestrained joy. Losing to Chu Yuming held no weight for him, as they were all disciples of the same peak, students of the same master. As for Saintess Li Fufeng, she listened intently as her name was called, slowly lowering her eyelids, her heart a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. After toiling tirelessly, day and night, to end up in 4th place was a bitter pill to swallow. Her exquisite beauty was marred by a faint smile of despair. Truly, fate and fortune are capricious, and this outcome was likely beyond anyone's foresight. Yet, as she absorbed the results of the top 3 and regained her composure, Li Fufeng accepted reality, even managing a light laugh, releasing a long-held breath of frustration. She may be 4th, but Lu Tianxing didn't even make it to the finals. The top 3 are all from Starfall Peak, which is our own faction. Ultimately, this victory still lands in our own pot. It matters not who consumes it. Moreover, today has decisively quelled the arrogance of the Sun's faction. From now on, not only will they be unable to act haughtily, but Lu Tianxing is likely to find it difficult to hold his head high for some time. The positions of both factions will undergo a complete reversal, shifting from offense to defense. While feeling relieved, Li Fufeng also harbored some trepidation. On that day, she hadn't thought much of Starfall Peak, but unlike Lu Tianxing, she was not so arrogant. She believed that even a mosquito's leg is still meat, and fortunately, she thought this way. Otherwise, if Lin Xian had joined the Sun's faction, just imagining that scene sends shivers down her spine. She certainly did not wish to endure the same fate as Lu Tianxing. For every ounce of relief, there was a measure of regret. Take Lu Tianxing, for instance, who suppressed his madness beneath a calm facade, yet his fury and humiliation simmered just beneath the surface. Then there was the master of the 9th peak, who, upon learning the competition results, felt darkness closing in around him. Sitting not far from Lin Xian, he suddenly thought that perhaps Lin Xian's disregard for him was not so bad after all, as it spared him some loss of face. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly heard a light laugh beside him. The owner of that laughter was none other than Lin Xian, who turned to regard him with a half-smile, slowly articulating, "It seems my position as Peak Master may be out of reach now. At this point, it is quite evident who is regretting their choices. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 34. Return. The Nine Hells' infernal flame body. The master of the 9th peak's countenance darkened like the depths of water. Failing to strike back, he found himself publicly humiliated, his face turning the color of pig liver before the eyes of all. The sect competition concluded with an outcome no one had anticipated, yet none dared to question it. After the event, Lu Tianxing remained silent for a long time, gazing at the departing figures of the Starfall Peak members with a grim expression before turning to leave. Following this, Starfall Peak transformed from its previously desolate state into a lively hub. The newcomers were primarily those disciples who had previously distanced themselves from Starfall Peak. To outsiders, the emergence of the talents Su Lianxin, Wang Yan, and Xu Yumeng from Starfall Peak seemed due to their exceptional innate abilities. However, those who had once been part of Starfall Peak knew better, not to mention Xu Yumeng. Both Su Lianxin and Wang Yan were merely ordinary disciples within the peak during their time there, not even true disciples. Yet now, they had ascended to become prodigies capable of rivaling the sun. It would be hard to believe that this transformation did not owe much to the efforts of Peak Master Lin Xian. Their intentions were unmistakable. They sought to return to Starfall Peak. Their strength and talent were commendable, at least surpassing that of the former Wang Yan. They were eager to offer their loyalty and trust to the current Starfall Peak, all for a chance at redemption. Yang Hao was among them. After much effort, he finally sought out Su Lianxin. "Junior sister Su," he said, nervously swallowing, his eyes betraying his longing. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Lianxin interrupted him. "Brother Yang, your visit today is not merely to seek my intercession with our master for your return to the Starfall Peak, is it?" Su Lianxin's perceptive observation left Yang Hao's face flushed. He indeed harbored such intentions, and being so succinctly exposed was quite embarrassing. Yet, he felt no shame in his aspirations. Water flows downward, and people strive upward. His previous departure was a natural occurrence, especially given his commendable talent, even praised by Elder Huang. If Brother Yang shares this sentiment, it would be best to spare him the trouble. Su Lianxin regarded Yang Hao with an icy demeanor, and before he uttered a word, she discerned his thoughts with uncanny clarity. Her voice grew more frigid with each passing moment. She resolutely declined him, without any hesitation. "The Starfall Peak is not a place one can enter or exit at will. Having chosen to forsake the Starfall Peak and betray our master, we shall not welcome such faithless individuals. Brother Yang, safe travels. I shall not see you off." With that, Su Lianxin's expression remained stern, unequivocally conveying her emotions, leaving no room for negotiation. Yang Hao's countenance darkened as embarrassment and frustration enveloped him. He understood that the Starfall Peak was no longer what it once was. Even in his shame and indignation, he felt powerless and could only turn away. As he departed, Su Lianxin's voice echoed behind him. "Brother Yang, were you not the one who urged me to leave with you? You claimed I would come to regret it. Now, I return these words to you. I wish to ask, do you regret it now?" "Regret?" Yang Hao hesitated momentarily, neither turning back nor uttering a word, departing in silence. Of course, he regretted it. If he did not, he would not have returned. Alas, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. After watching Yang Hao leave, Su Lianxin turned back to seek Lin Xian. Facing their master in the hall, Su Lianxin respectfully bowed. "Master, Wang Yan and I have intercepted all the disciples wishing to return, denying them entry, ensuring they did not disturb your tranquility." "Well done," Lin Xian commended Su Lianxin, a faint, indifferent smile gracing his lips. Since the conclusion of the sect competition, he had come to a clear understanding. Neither the Starfall Peak nor he required an abundance of disciples. He sought not many personal disciples, rather, he desired that each disciple, whether his own or those of the Starfall Peak, be an unequivocal paragon of excellence. The Starfall Peak shall not accept those who are not exceptional. The disciples seeking to rejoin were halted, ensuring Lin Xian's peace remained undisturbed, yet tranquility did not last long. "Master, the Saintess requests an audience." Wang Yan had barred other disciples, but brought news of the Saintess and the Peak Master of Xian Yu seeking an audience. Upon Lin Xian's permission, he ushered them in. Unlike the previous occasion when a trivial peak master was sent to curry favor, this time it was Li Fufeng and the first peak master who had come in person. Fufeng, I have come to pay my respects to the peak master. Li Fufeng stated with utmost reverence, all formalities observed. Despite her status as the saintess, which exempted her from bowing to Lin Xian, she still performed the gesture of greeting. Raising her head, Li Fufeng conveyed her intent. Today, I have come bearing a gift to celebrate the commendable achievement of the 3 disciples of your esteemed peak in securing first place. Her smile was gentle and comforting. Her attire, a gown of moonlight silk, enhancing her graceful stature, exuding an air of elegance. With a swift motion of her hand, a jade box materialized, which she solemnly entrusted to Su Lianqin, who then presented it to Lin Xian. Once the jade box was in Lin Xian's possession, Li Fufeng continued to elucidate. This is a 5th-grade Apex elixir, a healing potion, a rare treasure I acquired at an auction some years ago. I present it to the Peak Master as an expression of my gratitude. Had it not been for the assistance of Qingyang Peak, I would have found myself ensnared in an inescapable predicament, for which I am immensely thankful. This was her greatest fortune. Had her actions faltered, allowing Lu Tianxing to gain power and the 3rd Peak Master to align with him, her fate would have been perilous. Reflecting on the 3rd Peak Master, Li Fufeng could not help but recall how he had initially spurned her overtures, yet after the grand competition, he sought out the 1st Peak, his demeanor courteous and sincere, devoid of any inclination towards Lu Tianxing. The transformation was so remarkable that it sparked doubts about whether he was indeed the same person. It is worth noting that her previous attempts to meet with him had required persistent effort. Yet now he was making every effort to see her, such is the capriciousness of fate. All of this was attributed to Qingyang Peak. A glimmer danced in Li Fufeng's eyes. Unlike the foolish Lu Tianxing, she would not recklessly offend those who appeared unremarkable, for the realm of cultivation has seen its share of unexpected dark horses in recent years. She sensed that the individuals from Qingyang Peak would undoubtedly redefine everyone's perceptions, leaving them utterly astonished. And she, too, would ascend to the position of the young master, ensuring it would not fall into Lu Tianxing's hands. With her ambitions firmly in mind, Li Fufeng departed. Yet it was destined that the day at Qingyang Peak would not unfold in tranquility. Following her exit, the master of Qingyang arrived, albeit fashionably late. This was a figure seldom seen, yet now he radiated warmth, his gaze towards Wang Yin brimming with intensity. Nevertheless, as the master, he possessed both restraint and grace. After casting a few admiring glances at Wang Yin, he shifted the conversation to the purpose of his visit. I have come to deliver the rewards of the sect's grand competition to the victors. The Qingyang master smiled, retrieving 3 storage bags. His demeanor was impeccable as he presented the bags to the 3 disciples of Qingyang Peak, uttering not a single word that was out of place. The 3 fine disciples cultivated by Peak Master Lin truly bring honor to my Qingyang Sword Sect. Lin Xian reciprocated with compliments, pleased by the exchange as thus far. He had suffered no malice from the sect, save for the prideful Lu Tianxing, a testament to the Qingyang Master's adept governance. After a brief exchange of praise, the Qingyang Master excused himself, as if his sole purpose for coming was merely to deliver rewards, something anyone could accomplish. He spoke little, and Lin Xian did not pry further. Master. After the departure of the sect master, Su Lianqin eagerly presented the contents of her storage bag before Lin Xian. Her demeanor exuded sincerity, and her glistening eyes were filled with affection and respect. I have not shamed my master's teachings, she proclaimed. In the grand competition of our sect, I have achieved victory and secured first place. This reward, I wish to dedicate to my master, and I hope you will not find it lacking. The elixir she offered was the preordained reward for the sect's competition, the 6th-grade Xianlong pill. The sect had indeed made a substantial investment, providing such a precious elixir as a reward for its disciples. Lin Xian accepted the pill without hesitation and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" As he rummaged through the storage bag, contemplating what he could bestow upon Su Lianqin, she promptly declined, gently shaking her head. A hint of shame graced her features as she replied, "I require nothing. It is said that a master bears the burden of their disciples' affairs, and I have caused you enough worry. The Xianlong pill is my offering to you. Should I seek further rewards, I would be unworthy." She bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with determination, her stance resolute. Lin Xian's heart warmed. Su Lianqin, as his disciple, was indeed a source of gratification. She understood gratitude well, justifying his substantial investment in her development. However, his intention to reward her was not solely for the sake of acknowledgement. It was primarily a matter of reciprocity. Since the Qianlong pill had been gifted by Su Lianxin, gifting it back would not trigger a return. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved a 5th-grade pill from the jade box. Without waiting for Su Lianxin to refuse, Lin Xian stated, "This 5th-grade pill serves no purpose for me. You will eventually venture out into the world. Keep it for protection. This is not a reward, but rather a gesture of my concern." Having just acquired the pill from Li Fufeng, he felt no regret in passing it on. Once Su Lianxin gratefully accepted it, he immediately received a return. Ding. Investment in Spirit Returning Pill, Return of Source Shaping Spirit Pill, 8 Patterns, X1. The Source Shaping Spirit Pill, an ancient elixir, is a supreme 7th-grade pill that can aid in the reconstruction of one's physical form. Though invaluable, it held no use for Lin Xian, and he cast it into his storage ring. After summoning Wang Yin, Lin Xian swiftly presented the Qianlong pill, a true treasure marked by a single pill pattern, rewarding him to encourage further efforts. In Wang Yin's eyes, filled with gratitude, Lin Xian triggered the return of the Qianlong pill. Ding. Investment in Qianlong pill. Return of 9 Nether Profound Flame Pill X1. The 9 Nether Profound Flame Pill, an exceptionally unique ancient elixir, when consumed, does not produce immediate effects but can awaken a special physique known as the 9 Nether Profound Flame Body. While this physique is merely a 3rd-grade destiny, it far surpasses Nangong Yaoyue within the entire Xian domain. This pill was perfectly suited for Wang Yin, coincidentally resonating with his name, which contained the character for flame. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Xian's mind as he retrieved the 9 Nether Profound Flame Pill and presented it to Wang Yin. "What is this?" Wang Yin asked, gazing down at the elixir in the porcelain vial, perplexed by its unfamiliarity. "This is the 9 Nether Infernal Flame Pill, which, upon consumption, can awaken a special spiritual body. This serves as a reward from the Master for your commendable performance in this sect competition." A special spiritual body. Despite being aware of the Master's generous nature towards his disciples, Wang Yin nearly forgot to breathe, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. It is well known that a special spiritual body signifies extraordinary talent. Is this truly bestowed upon him so readily? Wang Yin, filled with excitement and uncertainty, felt his face flush and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Lin Xian. "Thank you, Master, for your nurturing. I vow to repay your kindness with unwavering loyalty, even if it means facing fire and water." Although he may not possess the sharp wit of Su Lianxin, Wang Yin is sincere and steadfast. Proving to be a reliable disciple, Lin Xian waved his hand, instructing him to return and consume the pill to transform his physique. Wang Yin was so moved that his eyes brimmed with tears. Currently, none of Lin Xian's 3 disciples could be deemed worthless. All were destined for greatness, their fates far surpassing those of others in the entire Xian domain. Not to mention Su Lianxin's golden 9th tier Icewind True Blood. Wang Yin was on the verge of awakening the golden 3rd tier 9 Nether Infernal Flame Body, while Chu Yoming's orange 9th tier Ghost Water Profound Body was equally remarkable. Ironically, this meant that Chu Yuming, originally the most gifted, found herself at the bottom. One wonders how she would feel upon learning this. Unbeknownst to Chu Yuming, Wang Yan's talent was shifting, yet she could not find joy in her own achievements. Even after securing 2nd place in the competition, she remained despondent and listless. For others, placing 2nd would be a cause for celebration, but her aspirations were solely for 1st place, the only path to entering the Qingyang secret realm. How could she feel joy in this outcome? Despite the generous rewards, they held no significance for her. She furrowed her delicate brows, seated at the table, consumed by her discontent. When the celestial being Yunli awakened, the first sight before her was this scene. "Disciple," she called, pulling the contemplative Chu Yuming back to reality. Initially, Chu Yuming felt a flicker of joy, but as a thought crossed her mind, her expression quickly turned bitter. "What troubles you, my disciple? Why do you appear so downcast?" Accompanied by a light and melodic voice, a pure white figure materialized beside Chu Yuming in a spectral form. This ethereal being appeared to be a woman in her 20s, with an elegant figure and a serene countenance. Upon closer inspection, she was even more beautiful than Chu Yuming, who was already a rare beauty. This spirit was breathtaking, akin to a graceful fairy. She was none other than the soul of the heavenly sovereign residing within Chu Yuming, her master. After the conclusion of the sect competition, she had finally awakened. The first thing she did upon awakening was to perform a brief calculation, her face revealing a hint of confusion. "Have I truly been asleep for so long? Disciple, has the sect competition concluded? Did you secure 1st place?" Chapter 35. The Shock of Yunli. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. Chu Yuming felt a twinge of guilt. her gaze evasive as she lowered her head and shook it despondently, disappointing the master. The disciple feels deeply remorseful for failing to secure the first place in the grand competition. To her astonishment, the celestial master Yunli did not anticipate such a response. A flicker of unacknowledged disappointment crossed her gaze, yet, upon observing the guilt-ridden Chu Yuming before her, she ultimately exhaled softly, refraining from uttering any reproachful words. It matters not. I understand you have exerted your utmost effort. Do not be too harsh on yourself. But if it is not you who claimed the first position, then who could it be? The celestial master Yunli spoke with genuine curiosity. She was acutely aware of the so-called geniuses from the Qingyang Sword Sect, and even the two saintly disciples lacked the prowess to pose a threat to her own student. She was intimately familiar with her disciple's innate talent. No one in this sect should have been able to rival her. Upon hearing this, Chu Yoming's expression turned slightly awkward. The first place was claimed by senior sister Su Lianqing. Ah, now it was Yunli's turn to be astonished. Su Lianqing? Senior sister? She was well aware of her disciple's pride. To hear her genuinely refer to someone as senior sister was unexpected. Could this Su Lianqing truly be the same one she knew? Yet, was this not the little one at the 9th level of body refinement? How could she possibly have interfered with her disciple's victory? And to claim the first position, how could that be? She struggled to comprehend. The difference between the 9th level of body refinement and the 4th level of Earth profound realm was not merely a few minor realms. They spanned several significant ones. To triumph solely through strength seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens. In fact, it could be deemed utterly impossible. Moreover, being acquainted with her own disciple's capabilities, she knew that the latter had mastered many of her techniques. It was not just the Qingyang Sword Sect. Even the top talents within the same realm in the Xian domain might not stand a chance against her. To falter in the Qingyang Sword Sect's grand competition was all the more unfathomable. Chu Yuming recognized the absurdity of her second-place finish, letting out a resigned sigh as she began to explain. Master, the situation is as follows after a brief moment. Chu Yoming's bitter smile grew increasingly helpless as she recounted the events of the Qingyang Sword Sect competition in full detail. It was only after hearing her explanation that Yunli finally grasped the true nature of the matter, and the ensuing shock nearly caused her to lose composure. An Imperial-level technique? The astonishment within Yunli's heart was unparalleled. The technique bestowed upon her disciple by the master of Starfall Peak was an Imperial-level technique? It was worth noting that even during her prime, when she possessed the strength of a celestial master, she had never possessed an Imperial-level technique. Such techniques were primarily found within the supreme imperial palaces and sacred lands, far beyond the reach of a mere celestial master. Despite her status as a celestial master, standing just a step away from the imperial realm, she understood the vast chasm that separated the two. While she had reached the pinnacle of the celestial master realm, in the face of an imperial realm expert, she was no different from an ant. The greater the realm, the more terrifying the disparities became. For countless years, the number of those who ascended to the imperial level was exceedingly few, and these beings were either the masters of imperial palaces or sacred lands, each a formidable force in their own right. The imperial-level cultivation techniques, when compared to practitioners of the same tier, are exceedingly rare. It is indeed remarkable that the unassuming leader of the insignificant Qingyang Sword Sect, nestled in the depths of the falling peak, possesses such techniques and even imparts them to disciples. One must recognize that even within the most prestigious sects and the imperial palaces, these techniques are treasures, accessible only to the most central figures. Who, then, is Lin Xian? However, what the esteemed Yunli does not realize is that the Qingdi scripture is not merely imperial level. It is, in fact, of the saintly tier. Yet, the version in Chu Yoming's possession is merely the first of its 7 layers. The first 3 layers are imperial level, while the subsequent layers ascend to the saintly tier. Yuming, take me to meet your master. Meanwhile, shortly after sending Wang Yin off to cultivate, a troubled young lady appeared before Lin Xian. This beautiful girl was none other than Chu Yuming, Lin Xian's nominal disciple. Lin Xian was not surprised by her appearance. He had a comprehensive understanding of her status, as reflected in the virtual panel above her head. Name: Chu Yuming. Age: 17. Realm: Earth Profound 4th Level Identity. Disciple of Falling Star Peak Destiny. You Water Profound Body. Orange Grade 8. Recent events: discouraged after failing to secure first place in the sect's grand competition due to the awakening of her divine soul. Master, Chu Yuming began as she stepped into the hall, only to realize that she had scarcely addressed him as such in the past few months. Unlike Su Lianqing and Wang Yin, she had not only remained inconspicuous but had deliberately distanced herself from everything related to Falling Star Peak. In her view, her stay at Falling Star Peak and even the Qingyang Sword Sect would be brief, rendering it unnecessary to forge deep connections with the people here. She couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, confronting the arrogance that lingered within her heart. Although she had accepted Lin Xian as her master, she had never truly regarded him as such. What qualifications did a mere figure at the Tribulation Realm, who had not even attained the King Realm, have to be called her master? In her mind, only the divine soul of the esteemed Yunli residing within her was the true powerhouse, the master she acknowledged. Yet now, she realized her grave error. Especially after perusing the Qingdi scripture, she became acutely aware that her seemingly unremarkable master was far from simple. Mere words could not encapsulate his complexity. The Qingdi scripture, let alone existing within the Qingyang Sword Sect, should not even be a part of the entire Xin domain. Even her master, Yunli, would be astounded by its existence. Lin Xian observed Chu Yuming's awkward demeanor and instantly discerned her in her thoughts. She had returned to him after a reflection prompted by Su Lianqin's suggestion. Having reviewed the Qingdi scripture, whether she had truly submitted was of little consequence. What mattered was that her calling him master felt forced. Enough, he said. Since it feels uncomfortable, simply refer to me as Peak Master. I fear that if you call me master too often, the true master within you might take offense. Without reservation, and leaving no stone unturned, Lin Xian brought to light the deeply concealed secret of Chu Yuming. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yuming, who had been hanging her head, suddenly looked up in disbelief, her pupils constricting, her complexion paling abnormally, staring at Lin Xian in terror. The true master within her? Lin Xian knows. He is aware that a soul of the heavenly sovereign realm lies hidden within her? How could this be possible? The terror within Chu Yuming reached its zenith. Had she not possessed remarkable composure, she might have been unable to resist fleeing. After all, her master had explicitly stated that even at the level of a sovereign, as long as she wished to remain hidden, the other party might not even sense her existence. What on earth is happening with Lin Xian? Not only was Chu Yuming startled, but even the heavenly sovereign Yunli found herself equally astonished. She nearly believed that she had failed to conceal herself adequately, only to dismiss this thought, staring incredulously at Lin Xian's serene visage. How did he come to know of her existence? Do not panic. I harbor no ill intentions. Although the expression of Yun Li was not visible, it was evident how frightened the master and disciple were. Lin Xian offered a gentle smile, attempting to soothe them. Chu Yuming, however, struggled to articulate her thoughts. And after a prolonged silence, she managed to ask, "Did my master, the Peak Lord, already know?" "Indeed," Lin Xian replied, nodding with ease. "Although I am unaware of your intentions, I harbor no malice, and it poses no threat to me, so I shall let it be. Ultimately, who among us is not utilizing one another?" Lin Xian, too, was leveraging her talents to aid his cultivation. Of course, he had also provided compensation. The first layer of the Qingdi Sutra served as recompense. Regrettably, Chu Yuming had lacked the patience to explore its depths back then, only now realizing the intricacies of the Qingdi Sutra. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Chu Yuming could not help but take a deep breath. "Master, it seems your existence had long been known to the Peak Lord." A wave of inexplicable shame washed over her. How foolish they had been to believe that in this small Qingyang Sword Sect, no one could influence them, and that no one could uncover their secrets. It turned out they had been self-deceived all along. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Chu Yuming's face, Lin Xian leisurely added, "Since I have bestowed it upon you, I shall not retract it. You may cultivate the Qingdi Sutra, but should you desire access to the subsequent sections, it would require you to genuinely acknowledge me as your master, contingent upon the consent of your other master, of course." Lin Xian would not easily grant the latter layers of the Qingdi Sutra. The first three layers were merely at the level of the Emperor's realm, but the fourth layer and beyond transcended into the realm of the saints. Unless one demonstrated absolute loyalty, Lin Xian would remain reluctant to share. Having been mentioned several times, the heavenly sovereign Yunli sighed softly from within Chu Yuming, understanding that Lin Xian sought a response. She transformed and emerged from Chu Yuming, gracefully stepping into the grand hall of the Starfall Peak, where she offered a respectful greeting to Lin Xian. Yunli pays her respects to her fellow cultivator. "I apologize for the prolonged silence and hope for your understanding." She knew that when Lin Xian exposed her, both she and her disciple had already fallen to a lower tier. However, at this juncture, she had no other choice. With gritted teeth, she could only take a gamble, hoping that this Lin Daoist might extend a helping hand. The elegant fairy who emerged from Chu Yuming's body nodded gently at Lin Xian, her demeanor calm and amicable. She was Yunli, the revered soul of a celestial being, and the true master whom Chu Yuming had kept hidden. This was Lin Xian's first genuine encounter with the soul of this revered figure. She did not possess the ethereal aura Lin Xian had envisioned. Yet she was undeniably exquisite. Her attitude was not haughty. By addressing him as Daoist friend, she placed herself on equal footing with Lin Xian, showing no signs of arrogance. Even though she had once been a celestial being in life, in the presence of the enigmatic Lin Xian, she could not afford to adopt a lofty demeanor. "Are you the master of Yuming?" Neither Lin Xian nor Yunli harbored intentions of hostility, and their meeting was exceedingly harmonious. Yet, one point piqued Lin Xian's curiosity. "Though you are a soul, you were once a celestial being. Why remain silent in this small Qingyang Sword Sect of the Tangqing Empire? Even if you were drawn by Chu Yuming's talent, could you not take her to a grand sect in the Xian domain for better cultivation?" Upon hearing this, a hint of a wry smile appeared on Yunli's face as she slowly shook her head. "I cannot hide this from you, Daoist friend. The reason for my actions lies in a certain artifact within the Qingyang secret realm." She spoke candidly, revealing her purpose without reservation. The Qingyang secret realm of the Qingyang Sword Sect can only be accessed by sect members, and within it lies a treasure that can aid me in reconstructing my physical form. As you can see, her expression grew somber. "I am indeed not from the Xian domain. I hail from beyond it. However, due to betrayal from my disciple and being ensnared by several adversaries, I fell and lost my corporeal body." At this point, she offered a resigned smile and gazed at Lin Xian, saying, "It seems we share a similar fate, Daoist friend." Yunli's words stirred Lin Xian's heart, reminding him of Nangong Yaowei, who had forsaken the Starfall Peak. He sighed inwardly as he looked at the magnificent revered figure before him. She too was a pitiful soul, while he had merely faced betrayal. Nangong Yaowei had not gone so far as to seek his life. In terms of tragedy, Yunli's plight was indeed more severe. After losing her physical form, she had narrowly escaped with her soul, wandering through the Xian domain, and later encountered Yuming, whose talent captivated her. We shared a bond of teacher and disciple, which is why, after testing her, I accepted her as my apprentice. Chu Yuming, who had been named, straightened her back and gazed at her semi-transparent master. A deep concern etched on her brow. Is Master's soul becoming even more fragile? Yunli remained unaware of her disciple's worry and continued to narrate her journey with a calm, yet resigned tone. Eventually, I sensed that there was an object within the Qingyang Sword Sect that could assist me in reconstructing my physical form, so I had Yuming temporarily join here, intending to acquire that treasure before making further plans. I had hoped for a smooth process, but unexpectedly with a sigh, Yunli's words trailed off. Over the years, she has devoted herself wholeheartedly to nurturing Chu Yuming, treating her as a beloved disciple and imparting her knowledge without reservation, despite her plans for resurrection through the reconstruction of her physical form. However, fate took a cruel turn when Chu Yuming met her demise at the hands of an unexpected adversary, rendering her unable to access the Qingyang secret realm and acquire the coveted treasure. The longing for her own rebirth now transformed into a distant aspiration. Yet, upon recalling Su Lianxin, the esteemed Yunli Tianzuan lowered her graceful swan-like neck and implored earnestly, "Friend Lin, I have a humble request. If you would be so kind as to assist me in retrieving the artifact from the Qingyang secret realm that can reconstruct my body, I am willing to offer a commensurate reward. Once I have regained my physical form, I shall serve as your protector for a century." A protector of the Tianzuan realm is indeed a rare treasure. Not only could the Qingyang Sword Sect find none, but even the Tangqing Empire and the Xian domain would struggle to produce a single one. The promise of 100 years of protection from a Tianzuan is, without a doubt, a gesture of profound sincerity. Aware of the richness of her offer, Yunli Tianzuan gazed expectantly at Lin Xian, eager to hear the response she yearned for. However, amidst the hopeful gazes of Chu Yuming and Yunli Tianzuan, Lin Xian slowly shook his head. In that instant, disappointment washed over both women, their expressions revealing a bitter sense of loss. Yet, they could not blame Lin Xian. It was evident that a nebulous promise would hardly inspire someone to take risks for them. The treasure required for the reconstruction of one's body was not easily obtained. Just as despair settled over them, Lin Xian spoke again. "I cannot assist you in retrieving the artifact, but if it is merely the reconstruction of your body you seek, I possess alternative methods." At his words, Yunli Tianzuan felt a jolt of disbelief as she regarded Lin Xian. Did he truly comprehend the implications of his statement? Even if she were to obtain the treasure from the Qingyang secret realm, it did not guarantee her resurrection. That artifact was merely one of the essentials in the lengthy process of reconstructing her body, a journey she had prepared herself for, knowing it could consume decades, if not centuries. before she could embark once more on the path of cultivation. But what was Lin Xian suggesting? That the reconstruction of her body was a trivial matter? This was utterly absurd. No wonder Yunli Tianzuan's initial reaction was one of disbelief. The complexity of reconstructing a body is not to be underestimated, for it demands resurrection. Not only does it require several rare treasures, but it also necessitates the intervention of an emperor-level powerhouse, whose assistance comes at a steep price. Yet, as doubt flickered and faded, Yunli Tianzuan quickly recalled Lin Xian's enigmatic nature. He was capable of producing imperial-level techniques. Although he was not an emperor himself, his mysterious prowess led her to wonder if he might indeed have the means to aid her. Do you truly possess a method? Without elaboration, Lin Xian produced the Su Yuan Ling Dan from his possession. This pill, known as the Su Yuan Ling Dan, is a pinnacle-grade 7th-tier elixir that aids in the reconstruction of one's body. Even a soul entity can consume it. With this pill, you may reclaim your mortal form and return to the realm of the living. The delicate and exquisite pill was held in Lin Xian's palm, radiating a potent spiritual fluctuation. In that fleeting moment of its appearance, even the esteemed Yunli, the celestial sovereign, sensed the extraordinary nature of this elixir. Although it was merely a 7th-grade pill, its spiritual energy surpassed that of some 8th-grade pills. However, the concept of a source-shaping pill was entirely foreign to her. Yet, in the next instant, Yunli's attention was drawn to the clearly visible pill patterns on this remarkable medicine. An 8th-pattern spiritual pill. The very thought made her gasp, her eyes widening in astonishment. 8 intricate patterns. Was she truly not mistaken? Was this the sort of thing that should appear in the Xian domain? No wonder the aura emanating from this pill felt more potent than some 8th-grade elixirs. It was indeed an 8th-pattern spiritual pill. What did this signify? Even at the height of her prowess in the past, she had never encountered such a phenomenon. To her, a 7th-grade pill was inconsequential. But 8 patterns were a different matter altogether. While it was true that lower-grade pills could exhibit a few patterns with sufficient refinement, the higher the grade of the pill, the more challenging it became to forge and the rarer the patterns were. Otherwise, why would the 6th-grade Xianlong pill of the Qingyang Sword Sect, which bore a single pattern, astonish so many? And this pill, a 7th-grade high tier with 8 patterns, could it possibly have been crafted by the pill emperor himself? No. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Yunli swiftly dismissed it. Even if the pill emperor had personally forged it, could he have truly created a 7th-grade pill adorned with 8 patterns? She initially believed she had overestimated Lin Xian, yet to her surprise, she had still underestimated him. Who on earth was he? An emperor-tier technique, an 8th-pattern 7th-grade pill. These were not the possessions of an ordinary peak master. Yunli was left speechless in her shock, while Lin Xian merely smiled, seemingly indifferent to the pill in his hand. I can give you this pill, he stated, observing the flickering flame of hope igniting in her eyes. He then leisurely added, however, I require a slight adjustment to the terms. Let's extend the duration to 500 years instead of a mere century. This request is not unreasonable, is it? Lin Xian's proposition was made with careful consideration. 500 years, while not an insignificant span for a celestial sovereign, was relatively short given that the typical lifespan of an ordinary celestial sovereign was merely a few thousand years. Yet for Yunli, this request was undoubtedly a tremendous bargain. This was not a trivial favor, but rather an opportunity for resurrection and the reconstruction of her physical form. If she were to seek out the necessary materials for reconstructing her body, disregarding the time it would take to gather all those rare treasures of heaven and earth, the intervention of an Emperor-tier expert was no trivial matter. Those of Emperor-tier had long transcended worldly concerns. They were inherently enigmatic, devoted solely to the pursuit of the great Tao, elusive and difficult to locate. To enlist their assistance in reconstructing a body, thereby incurring a karmic debt, was an endeavor as daunting as climbing to the heavens. All the hardships had been smoothed over by Lin Xian, transformed into a singular pill that now lay rotund before the celestial sovereign. The 7th-grade 8-pattern elixir, adorned with an abundance of intricate patterns, promised effects that, if truly as Lin Xian described, would undoubtedly aid her in reconstructing a flawless physical form. Yunli, the celestial sovereign, could not suppress her flights of fancy. Should the reconstruction of her body succeed, she would surpass even her peak vitality during her previous existence. Furthermore, the path ahead would likely be considerably smoother, and the potential to attain imperial status could very well be within reach. All of this could be secured simply by consuming a single pill. If she were to embark on a quest to gather rare treasures herself, even with the best of fortune in summoning an imperial-level expert to aid in her physical restoration, the result would merely be an ordinary body, akin to that of mortals. Not only would she need to start her cultivation anew, but she would also have to devise means to harmonize and elevate her innate talents. Even if she could cultivate back to the pinnacle of her former glory, it would take countless years. Had it not been for Lin Xian, Yinli would never have contemplated such matters. To be reborn and reconstruct one's body is to defy the heavens, and enduring countless tribulations is an expected part of that journey. Yet, laid before her was a path leading to the heavens. Why should she tread a treacherous road? After a brief moment of contemplation, Yinli decisively nodded. Very well. For 500 years, I shall protect you. After the reconstruction of my body, I will stand by your side, with heaven and earth as my witnesses and my heart's demons as my oath. 5 centuries is no trifling span, yet in comparison to the reconstruction of her body, it is a worthy trait. At that moment, Yinli pondered whether 500 years was too lengthy, unaware that in the near future, she would not only cease to see it as long but might even lament not having pledged for a millennium or beyond. With her heart's demons binding her oath, Lin Xian readily presented her with the coveted source-conceiving elixir. As she gazed at the pill pulsating with formidable spiritual energy, a tempest brewed within Yinli. Waves of hope crashed upon her heart, fueled by a thirst for vengeance. She could not afford to forget the betrayal that had led to her downfall. Having lost her physical form and been forced into a humiliating flight to the Xian domain, she could not erase from her memory the identity of the one responsible for her plight. Thank you, Daoist Lin. Yinli expressed her heartfelt gratitude, a smile gracing her lips as she held the elixir. She had long proclaimed that one day she would personally resolve the matter concerning that treacherous disciple. That disciple had likely ascended to the position of the Lord of the Yunhai Celestial Palace, scheming grandly, with such cunning. The denizens of the Yunhai Celestial Palace might believe the disciple had met an untimely demise. Yet they remained unaware of the expression that would cross the disciple's face upon witnessing her return to life. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yinli's gaze towards Lin Xian grew increasingly sincere. Meanwhile, Lin Xian turned his attention to the side, where Chu Yuming stood. Chu Yuming felt a tad bashful. Yet with Yinli having secured her chance for physical restoration, her master, who had lifted her from the depths of despair, would finally live on. A sense of relief washed over her, and her eyes, now brimming with warmth, turned to Lin Xian. Master! The call rang clear and melodious, prompting Lin Xian to nod slightly, his tone laced with playful banter. This address was far sweeter than before. Indeed, it was quite delightful. He chuckled lightly, not holding accountable. She was inherently gifted, having never received any protection from the occasional interactions between her, and made it evident that the latter genuinely cherished, imparting all his knowledge to her. If were to betray, abandoning him, would not accept her. A disciple who lacks gratitude, regardless of her talent, is destined to become merely a second, has no need for treacherous souls, and neither does he. Teasing caused cheeks to flush. She puffed out her cheeks in playful annoyance, revealing a rare display of girlishness towards. The way she called him was heartfelt, and she had received tacit approval, not merely consent, but a sign of acknowledgement. From his perspective, having 2 masters posed no issue. Exceptional talent rivaled that of the top prodigies and as her sole beloved disciple, she wished to ensure her did not miss such an opportunity. Enigmatic nature left her unable to discern his true origins. Should she let this chance slip away, both she and would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. After all, it was merely a matter of 500 years. A life-saving grace is worth 500 years. After briefly comforting her beloved disciple, turned to and spoke up to take her leave. Friend, we must prioritize the matter of protecting the Daoist. I shall return to seclude myself and absorb the medicinal energy. On the day of my success, I will immediately come to support you, without question. Nodded slightly, watching the master and disciple depart. The process of reconstructing her physical form would take some time, and given its level, it should not be too short. Thus, it was best to commence as soon as possible. Once they left, casually fiddled with his storage bag, a look of contemplation crossing his eyes. To date, he still possessed over 10 million spirit stones, not an insignificant sum, yet not overly abundant either, at the very least. It was sufficient for him to procure a 6th-tier royal spirit sword. A 5th-tier spirit sword felt somewhat inadequate for him now. Was eager for a 6th-tier spirit sword to serve as the foundation for his. At that moment, the power of the would undergo a qualitative transformation. Then, even emperors might not be beyond reach. Just as was contemplating the timing of the auction, yet to finalize the details, hurried in, carried by the winds. What is it? Inside the hall, sought an audience but appeared hesitant, stammering and struggling to form a complete thought even after several breaths. raised an eyebrow, fully reassuring his most favored disciple. What has happened? Speak plainly. There is no need for hesitation. After a moment's further indecision, finally nervously parted her crimson lips. I have received some news. Would you like to hear it? It concerns. The name felt almost like a distant memory. S' expression remained unchanged as he slightly raised his hand, casually inquiring. What has happened to her? He had long since put aside that past relationship, and hearing news of now evoked no emotional turbulence. It was impossible for him to feel any lingering attachment. Su Lianxin observed Lin Xian's expression, and upon seeing his indifference, she sighed in relief, clearing her throat. She stated decisively, a few days ago, Nangang Yaowei has triumphantly defeated several prodigies from the potential dragon ranking, forcefully entering the top 10 and establishing an unparalleled legend. This news has spread like wildfire across the Xian domain, with many setting up arenas to wager on how far Nangang Yaowei can go. Is that so? How intriguing. Lin Xian remarked with a fleeting smile, as if he had merely heard an inconsequential piece of information. In truth, he was unfazed, no matter how formidable Nangang Yaowei was. She was not his disciple, and Lin Xian had confidence that his own disciples would not be outdone. Observing her master's calm demeanor, Su Lianxin fell silent, refraining from further commentary. Yet, she silently vowed, it is merely the potential dragon ranking. Fear not, master. I shall ensure that Nangang Yaowei is trampled beneath my feet, forcing her to regret betraying our Qingyang peak. More so, she shall rue the day she betrayed you. In Su Lianxin's eyes, a hidden flame flickered, potent enough to scorch the very dome of the Xian domain. She understood that Lin Xian had moved past the betrayal of Nangang Yaowei. Yet her master's magnanimity was not a mere excuse to lightly forgive the treacherous. Over the years, she had witnessed her master's decline, and she harbored a grudge against anyone who dared to harm him. While her master bore no ill will, she did. She was determined to make Nangang Yaowei regret her actions for a lifetime, personally compelling her to apologize before her master. Though Su Lianxin's revelation regarding Nangang Yaowei did not disrupt Lin Xian's composure, it indeed caused him to momentarily set aside his plans for the auction. Before he could revisit them, he received an urgent summons from the head of the Qingyang sect. Such a call was seldom issued unless matters of great importance arose, and its use indicated extreme urgency. Though it was not a matter threatening the sect's safety, it was nonetheless infrequently invoked. Upon receiving the summons, Lin Xian frowned. The head of the Qingyang sect not only requested his presence, but also instructed him to bring Wang Yin along. The terse message conveyed little. Yet it was evident that something significant had transpired. Contemplating the directive to bring Wang Yin, Lin Xian ultimately rose and, accompanied by Wang Yin, made his way to the main hall. As they approached the main hall, Lin Xian sensed an unusually tense atmosphere, one far more serious than usual. Upon entering, he found the upper echelons of the sect gathered, including various peak masters, the head of the Qingyang sect, and even an elderly figure exuding a formidable aura, none other than the most powerful individual of the Qingyang Sword Sect, the Grand Ancestor Qingyang. Typically elusive, the Grand Ancestor had remarkably made an appearance today, indicating that whatever had occurred was of no trivial matter. The solemn expressions of those present further emphasized the gravity of the situation. As Lin Xian and Wang Yin stepped into the main hall, they instantly drew the attention of everyone in the room. The gazes they received were rife with a spectrum of emotions: accusation, inquiry, disdain, hatred, ridicule, and mockery, all vividly apparent. Unlike Lin Xian, who maintained his composure in the face of such a grand assembly, Wang Yan's mind struggled to process the scene, his complexion paling. Eventually, he swallowed hard, and a faint suspicion began to emerge in his mind. Without granting the two a moment to converse, a thunderous roar erupted in Wang Yan's ear. Wang Yan, do you realize your error? I must inquire. Did you slay the young master of Lingyu's sect? Your audacity knows no bounds. What punishment awaits you? The questioning commenced without preamble. Wang Yan's complexion turned ashen, his eyes filled with panic. Even without uttering a word, the gravity of the situation was evident. The expression of the sword ancestor darkened, resembling ominous clouds gathering before an impending storm. He and Qingyang were entirely oblivious to the circumstances, particularly he. The sword ancestor had long ceased to involve himself in worldly matters, dedicating his efforts to cultivation in pursuit of transcendence, but not long ago, he received a message from an old friend. The missive was succinct, comprising merely 2 sentences. My friend, powerful figures from Lingyu's sect are advancing towards your sect's mountain gate. They shall arrive shortly. It has come to my attention that a disciple from Qingyang Sword Sect has slain the young master of Lingyu's sect. True or false? Regardless, Lingyu's sect is exceedingly enraged. Prepare accordingly. Within our sect, a disciple has slain the young master of Lingyu's sect. Upon grasping the situation, the sword ancestor was engulfed in fury. Who possessed such audacity, daring to take the life of the young master of Lingyu's sect? Though not among the top 10 sects of the Morning Dawn Empire, Lingyu's sect was nonetheless a prestigious entity, renowned far and wide. In contrast, Qingyang Sword Sect, while recognized as one of the top 10 sects of the Tangqing Empire, could hardly be compared. The Morning Dawn Empire held the esteemed position of the foremost among the Seven Kingdoms, while the Tangqing Empire languished at the bottom. One was a phoenix's tail, the other a mere hen's head. What comparison could be made? Even if Lingyu's sect did not rank within the top 10 of the Morning Dawn Empire, and Qingyang Sword Sect was indeed one of the Tangqing Empire's elite, the disparity between the two was akin to that between a hen's head and a phoenix's tail. The bottom-ranked sects of the Morning Dawn Empire boasted formidable guardians at the 7th level of the King realm. Lingyu's sect, as an elite sect of the Morning Dawn Empire, though lacking a 7th-level king, was nonetheless protected by a fully realized 5th-level king ancestor. In contrast, the strongest at Qingyang Sword Sect was merely at the 4th level of the King realm. Although the sword ancestor wielded his sword intent to overpower the majority of his contemporaries, he was no match for an existence at the 5th level of the King realm. Most critically, this calamity was entirely unwarranted. He was utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. Wang Yan's complexion remained pale, unable to meet the sword ancestor's gaze. Yet he struggled to articulate an explanation. Before he could utter a word, Lin Xian interjected calmly. The death of that young master is not the fault of my disciple Wang Yan. It was he. Enough. The sword ancestor rudely interrupted Lin Xian before he could finish. With an imperious gaze and an unwavering tone, he enunciated each word with precision. At this juncture, right and wrong are of little consequence. What matters is that the young master of Lingyu's sect lies dead, and by the hands of a disciple of Qingyang Sword Sect. The wrath of Lingyu's sect is imminent. They are approaching our Qingyang Sword Sect. The consequences will be dire. He exhaled slowly, attempting to quell the fury within, casting not a glance at Wang Yan, but surveying those present. Today, esteemed elders and peak masters, you have gathered here. How do you propose we address this matter? Shall we fight or concede? If we fight, is it worth the risk? If we concede, how shall we appease the fury of Lingyu's sect? What difficulties does this matter present? A voice suddenly interjected, laced with subtle mockery, capturing the attention of the crowd. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Since it was Wang Yan who killed the young master of Lingyu's sect, the blame rests squarely upon him. Regardless of whether he was aware of the young master's identity prior to the act, a murder is a murder. Therefore, it is only fitting that Wang Yan personally seeks forgiveness from Lingyu's sect. Lin Xian turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and beheld Lu Tianxing, who, with a grin that revealed no attempt to conceal the malice and arrogance in his eyes, seemed to take pleasure in the unfolding drama. As Lu Tianxing noticed Lin Xian's gaze, his smile broadened even further. How could one individual's misdeed implicate an entire sect? Surely, the peak master Lin would not allow us all to bear the burden of your protection. Chapter 37. I withdraw from the sect. With a provocative glint in his eyes, Lu Tianxing's disdain grew as Wang Yan glanced in his direction. His resentment towards Lin Xian and his disciples, who had unexpectedly disrupted his plans, simmered beneath the surface. The rejections he faced from Lin Xian and his 3 consecutive defeats in the arena had already filled him with humiliation, especially after being ignored by the 3rd peak master. His animosity towards Lin Xian and the Starfall Peak had reached a boiling point. Now, with a rare opportunity to strike, he would not let it slip away easily. Following Lu Tianxing's lead, several elders began to voice their opinions, most of whom leaned in favor of the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun was correct. Why should the sect bear the consequences for Wang Yan's actions? Handing over Wang Yan would quell the wrath of Lingyu's sect, a rather simple resolution. To rally the entire sect against Lingyu's sect for the sake of one individual would be profoundly unjust and innocent for the other disciples. The sect master should have prepared for this sooner. The peak leaders aligned with Lu Tianxing were biased towards him, and their words only served to exacerbate Wang Yan's distress. After a moment of hesitation, Sect Master Xianyang furrowed his brow and whispered something into the ear of the ancient sword master. This Wang Yan is not an ordinary disciple. He is the youth I mentioned earlier, who shone brilliantly in the sect's grand competition and has grasped the essence of sword intent. The ancient sword master halted. casting a deep glance at Wang Yin. To comprehend sword intent at such a young age is undoubtedly a sign of extraordinary talent, if nurtured properly. He could surpass even me and become a cornerstone of the Qingyang Sword Sect. However, Lingyu Sect, before the ancient sword master could articulate his thoughts, a woman standing opposite Lu Tianxing stepped forward, visibly enraged. Lu Tianxing, how can you utter such words? What are your true intentions? Li Fufeng's chest heaved. Her fair complexion flushed with indignation. Clenching her teeth, she shot a furious glare at Lu Tianxing before turning to Sect Master Qingyang. This is not solely Wang Yan's fault. In the course of external training, how can one avoid casualties? Blades are merciless. It was merely a matter of the young master of Lingyu Sect being outmatched. If we surrender Wang Yin, how will the outside world perceive our Qingyang Sword Sect? Who would dare to join us afterward? It would only invite ridicule upon our sect, implying we lack the capacity to protect even one disciple. Such actions would only dishearten our followers. Her words resonated with a powerful cadence, her gaze unwavering. No longer casting a glance at Lu Tianxing, whose expression had subtly shifted, Li Fufeng articulated with deliberate clarity, I propose a resolute confrontation with the Lingyu sect. Though formidable, the Qingyang Sword Sect is not without its own fighting spirit. Furthermore, the Lingyu sect is a force of the Dawn Empire, should hostilities commence. The royal family will undoubtedly intervene. Li Fufeng's conviction was palpable, her eyes sincere and steadfast. Her willingness to speak up was not merely due to Lin Xian's support. Even if the transgressor were an ordinary disciple, she would still rise to their defense. Such was her unwavering principle. One might deem her foolish. Yet she remained resolute in her belief that if a sect cannot protect its own disciples, then what purpose does its existence serve? Even an ordinary disciple must not be surrendered merely because another sect demands it. However, Li Fufeng slightly lowered her eyelids, acutely aware of the surrounding silence. A chill creeping into her heart. Despite her impassioned plea, no one stepped forward to lend their support. In that moment, she suddenly gained clarity about the dynamics within the sect and realized that the position of vice master she had long coveted was not as significant as she had once thought. It even began to repulse her. Naive. Before long, a voice erupted within the hall, but it was not the response Li Fufeng had anticipated. The peak master who emerged to chastise her wore an expression of thinly veiled anger and could not help but mock her. Surely the saintess has been ensconced in her lofty perch for too long, oblivious to the sufferings of the world, and unaware of the complexities of sect management. What contributions has Wang Yin made for the sect? To sacrifice countless lives for the sake of one is utterly foolish. How naive. His tirade dominated the hall, leaving little room for dissent. Even so, those peak masters and elders who aligned with the saintess refrained from rebuttal, unwilling to stand with Li Fufeng in shared outrage. Clearly, to most, this matter was of little concern to them. Why risk the entire sect's existence for a single disciple? Even if this disciple possessed extraordinary talent, what of it? There are countless prodigies in this world, yet only those who survive are deemed true talents. How many have fallen before their potential was realized? If one must place blame, let it fall on the individual who did not recognize the weight of their actions, who struck down those they should not have. Ultimately, it was their belief that the Lingyu sect was simply too powerful. Should war break out, the Qingyang Sword Sect would stand no chance. To hope for intervention from the Dongxuan royal family? Such a notion was, quite frankly, naive. As these thoughts coalesced, many peak masters and elders could no longer contain themselves and began to speak out. Your Highness, the Saintess, we are unwilling to pay with our lives for the errors of others. Indeed, if one wishes to court death, they should do so alone, without dragging the innocent into the fray. One must bear the consequences of their own actions, the saint's son rightly stated. In an instant, the hall was rife with heated debate, emotion surging and receding. Yet, as Li Fufeng listened to the cacophony, her heart grew colder and heavier. A bitter smile, steeped in irony, crossed her face. Was this truly the sect she had longed for? Amidst the uproar, the revered ancestor of the Qingyang interrupted, commanding silence from all present. His imposing presence commanded respect, instilling a palpable silence within the hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Li Fufeng could not suppress her anticipation. What were the ancestors thinking? With varying opinions at hand, it was time to cast a vote. Those in favor of surrendering Wang Yin were to step forward. A sudden clap echoed through the air. The crowd turned their gazes. Lu Tianxing maintained his composure, stepping forward without a glance at the figure standing at the center of the hall, his stance unequivocal. Following him was the second peak master, then the ninth peak master. And soon a majority of the peak masters had aligned themselves behind Lu Tianxing, including some from the Holy Maiden-S faction. The light in Li Fufeng's eyes dimmed. The peak masters averted their gazes from her, yet they did not perceive themselves to be in the wrong. What fault lay with them? Even though they belonged to Li Fufeng's camp, they found themselves in alignment with Lu Tianqing's reasoning. To surrender a disciple and quell a storm. Such a bargain was too tempting to resist. After all, it was Wang Yin who had first resorted to violence, yielding him aligned perfectly with reason. The outcome was all too evident. Observing this spectacle, along with the peak masters who dared not meet her gaze, Li Fufeng was utterly disheartened. She had not anticipated that the sect she had devoted herself to for so many years, for which she had sacrificed everything, would turn out to be so heartless and ungrateful. Did they not realize that today, by abandoning Wang Yin, they could just as easily forsake them in the future? No, it was not that they were oblivious. They simply believed that the flames of this conflict would never reach them. Li Fufeng scoffed with irony. How foolish she had been to fiercely contest the position of junior sect leader against Lu Tianqing, only to find it utterly laughable now. At that moment, a melodious voice suddenly shattered the silence in the hall. There is no need for further deliberation. Lin Xian surveyed the faces of those unwavering in their resolve, his eyes glinting with coldness. This farce must come to an end. There is no need for a vote. I, Lin Xian, along with my disciple, hereby withdraw from the Qingyang Sword Sect. From this day forth, our lives and deaths shall be our own, utterly unrelated. Chapter 38. A certain death with a decisive declaration. Lin Xian turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Wang Yin followed closely behind, his steps mirroring Lin Xian's. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Lin Xian silenced him before he could utter a word. What purpose would words serve? Since they were futile, there was no need for them. Guilt flickered in Wang Yin's eyes as he reluctantly closed his mouth. He did not wish to burden his master. Yet, in Lin Xian's view, to blame his disciple for an unfounded accusation, or even to abandon him, was inconceivable. What crime had Wang Yin committed? Moreover, it was merely the Lingyu sect. What was there to fear? The Qingyang Sword Sect may tremble, but he, Lin Xian, had never feared in the slightest. Initially, Lin Xian had intended to represent the Qingyang Sword Sect at the Seven Nations competition, striving for a commendable ranking. However, it now seemed unnecessary. The master and disciple did not look back, feeling no lingering affection for this cold and heartless sect. The Grand Ancestor gazed at the departing figures of Lin Xian and Wang Yin, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable light. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet was halted by the intervention of the Xianjin Grand Ancestor, who shook his head slightly. Let them go, he mused, for they were no longer entangled with the Qingyang Sword Sect. In his view, Lin Xian had embarked upon an irrevocable path, for the sake of a single disciple. No matter how talented, what did it matter? Both Wang Yin and Lin Xian were destined to meet their demise. Thus, there was little to be gained in lamentation. Without the Qingyang Sword Sect, they would merely be akin to ants, easily crushed by the Lingyu sect. Pitifully oblivious to the source of their audacity in confronting the Lingyu sect, parting from the Qingyang Sword Sect might awaken them to reality, ensuring that in their final moments, they would not live in folly. Though Lu Tianqing felt a pang of resentment, he could only fall silent under the Grand Ancestor's subtle directive, retreating into the background. Unbeknownst to them, they should feel fortunate for not having forcibly detained Lin Xian and his disciple. Otherwise, a graceful figure brushed past, moving in the opposite direction to stand before the Xianjin Grand Ancestor and Lu Tianqing. Li Fufeng, in gratitude for the sect's nurturing over the years, earnestly besieged the sect leader and the Grand Ancestor for understanding, expressing her desire to depart alongside Lin Xian and his companions. Her choice astonished all present, rendering them momentarily speechless. She offered a respectful bow to the sect leader of Qingyang, then glanced back at the master of Xinyu Peak, a fleeting smile gracing her lips before she bowed once more to the Grand Ancestor and resolutely pursued Lin Xian. The tenets of the sect starkly contrasted with her own aspirations. She was unwilling to compromise her integrity, nor did she wish to be assimilated into the Qingyang Sword Sect as its young master, sinking into oblivion. Li Fufeng understood that she was not a figure of great import, her words carrying little weight. Yet, the distinction between speaking and remaining silent, between action and inaction, was profound. She refused to be complicit in moral decay. Such a sect was not one she desired to belong to. As Fufeng witnessed Li Fufeng's impetuous departure, the master of Xinyu Peak furrowed his brow slightly, opening his mouth to call after her. Upon hearing his voice, Li Fufeng momentarily stiffened, but before she could respond, the master of Qingwei approached, blocking her path. The Qingwei fairy looked at Li Fufeng with concern, her delicate brows knitting together. Is this truly your resolve? Do not act on a fleeting impulse. However, before she could finish, Li Fufeng resolutely interrupted her. I appreciate the support you both have provided over the years. But my decision is made. There is no need for further persuasion. I shall take my leave, and I hope you both take care. In her eyes, there was no trace of reluctance, only a serene sense of release. She bowed once more to the masters of Xianyu and Qingwei before departing. As she gracefully left, her pale silhouette fading from view, the Xianjian Grand Ancestor wore a grim expression, mirrored by the sect leader of Qingyang. The departure of Wang Yin and Lin Xian could be tolerated, yet Li Fufeng, despite her status as the sect's holy maiden, leaving in such a manner was undeniably demoralizing. Very well. Let her go, he concluded. The venerable Xianjian ancestor slowly narrowed his eyes. After Li Fufeng disappeared from sight, he abruptly turned to address the others in the hall, posing a sudden inquiry. Apart from their small group, were there others wishing to depart? Should you choose to leave now, I shall permit your exit without any conflict. As his words resonated, a few breaths passed, yet none stirred or responded. The master of Qingwei Peak bowed her head, gently biting her lip. Her mind swirling with countless thoughts, yet ultimately, she refrained from voicing them. Unlike Li Fufeng, who was youthful and reckless, capable of departing with a mere flick of his hand, she found herself ensnared by circumstances, bound by reasons that prevented her from leaving. A sense of loss enveloped the Qingwei Peak master, an inexplicable feeling of having lost something precious. At that moment, the most triumphant individual was undoubtedly Lu Tianqing. The dreaded Qingyang Peak had been disbanded, and the prodigious young genius Wang Yin had been expelled from the sect. It was likely that Su Lianxin and Chu Yumeng would follow Lin Xian in leaving as well, with Li Fufeng, who had always opposed him, also gone. The position of junior sect master, which he had nearly missed, was now destined to fall into his hands. Truly, this was nothing short of delightful. Lu Tianqing's face radiated joy, and it took him a while to suppress the elation that bubbled within him. Only the sect master of Xianong sighed sincerely, lamenting the loss of such a remarkable talent like Wang Yin. What a pity it is, he remarked. Yet, it is of no consequence, Xianjian ancestor interjected coldly. Without the old, the new cannot emerge. Our Qingyang Sword Sect possesses the fortitude to endure losses, and besides, a genius must survive to be deemed as such. Those who perish can only be regarded as a regret. Pausing momentarily, Xianjian ancestor produced several items, capturing the attention of all present. A hint of self-satisfaction graced his expression. These are treasures I obtained not long ago in the burning heaven secret realm. The loss of a few disciples is inconsequential. As he spoke, he revealed a jade-white porcelain bottle, showcasing it to the assembly. What is this? The collective breath of the crowd stilled momentarily as they beheld the treasure in Xianjian ancestor's hand, nearly overwhelmed by joy. Such a plethora of treasures. Xianjian ancestor had indeed encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities in the burning heaven secret realm. Wang Yin, Li Fufeng, these names faded from their minds, replaced by a yearning desire to receive the gifts bestowed by the ancestor. Lu Tianqing was among those sharing this sentiment, and Xianjian ancestor's gaze fell upon him. Tianqing, these two elixirs are for you, he stated, as the porcelain bottle slipped into Lu Tianqing's grasp. Before he could ponder the nature of the elixirs, Xianjian ancestor calmly elucidated. These are 2 dragon soul pills, each bearing a single pill pattern. Cultivate them well. The ancestor anticipates your growth. Dragon soul pills. Lu Tianqing nearly trembled, almost dropping the porcelain bottle in his hands. Regaining his composure, he gazed at the bottle with eyes filled with astonishment and ecstasy. Dragon soul pills. These were exceedingly rare. 7th-grade elixirs capable of enhancing one's innate talents and significantly augmenting strength. He had, against all odds, obtained such a precious 7th-grade elixir so effortlessly? Lu Tianqing could hardly believe it, yet he was overwhelmed with joy, nearly laughing out loud. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Lu Tianqing composed himself, bowing his head to conceal his expression, joyfully clasping his fists. Indeed, Tianqing would not disappoint the expectations of the ancestor. He felt a surge of gratitude towards Li Fufeng. Had she not departed, he might never have encountered such an opportunity. He truly wished to witness the depth of her regret upon discovering this. Surely, her heart would be filled with remorse. Chapter 39. Today, we shall flatten the Lingyu sect. The fervent gazes of the crowd within the sect converged upon Lu Tianqing's hands. This was indeed a 7th-grade elixir. Moreover, it bore a unique pill pattern, a treasure that could entice even a sovereign. The Qingyang ancestor had acquired such a precious item, and to possess two of them was nothing short of fortuitous. At this moment, the thoughts of the other peak masters aligned with Lu Tianqing's own. What profound regret would the saintess feel if she were to learn of this? The imposing gaze of the Qingyang ancestor swept across the hall, and when it landed upon Lu Tianqing, a flicker of emotion appeared in his indifferent eyes. Originally, these two elixirs were intended for you and Fufeng. His words trailed off. Yet all present understood the implication. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at Li Fufeng for her lack of fortune. The expression of the Xianyue peak master grew increasingly grim, harboring a sense of regret, silently cursing his failure to persuade Li Fufeng to remain. Unperturbed by the thoughts of the peak masters, the Qingyang ancestor gazed into Lu Tianqing's eyes, his own like ancient wells, seemingly able to peer into the depths of one's soul. Two elixirs are sufficient to transform your aptitude. Our Qingyang Sword Sect shall rely on you in the future. With those words, Lu Tianqing was overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, he could hardly contain his elation. With Li Fufeng and Wang Yin gone, his talent would multiply. And the ancestor's words effectively secured his position as the future deputy sect master. From this moment forth, no one could challenge his standing. How could he not be exhilarated? However, I have one request. The Qingyang ancestor's tone shifted, a sharp glint appearing in his gaze as he fixated on Lu Tianqing. In the upcoming grand competition of the Seven Nations, I want you to secure a position within the top 100. The rewards for this competition are extraordinary. And as the holy son of our Qingyang Sword Sect, it is only fitting that you shine and seize a ranking. Can you achieve this? The grand competition of the Seven Nations. Upon uttering these words, the hall erupted in astonishment. Achieving a top 100 placement in this competition was as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Since its establishment, the Qingyang Sword Sect had participated in the Seven Nations competition. Yet no genius had ever succeeded in entering the top 100. The best ranking achieved was merely above 200. Were it not for exceptional fortune in acquiring 2 dragon soul elixirs within the burning heaven secret realm, the Qingyang ancestor would not have dared to entertain such aspirations. Even the royal family of the Dongxuan Empire, or the foremost disciples of the top 3 sects within it, would not presume to claim they could secure a spot among the top 100. Historically, these coveted positions have been monopolized by the prodigies of leading empires such as the Morning Dawn Empire and the Holy Sun Empire. For the lesser empires, including the Dongxuan Empire, aspiring to claim a share of the glory has proven to be an arduous task, making the pursuit of even a single spot exceedingly difficult. However, should the Qingyang Sword Sect achieve a position within the top 100 during the grand competition of the Seven Nations, emerging as an unexpected dark horse, it would undoubtedly shine brightly and elevate the sect's reputation to new heights, compensating for the loss of talented individuals such as Li Fufeng. Moreover, the departure of Li Fufeng may not necessarily be a negative occurrence. It may indeed benefit Lu Tianqing, allowing him to consume the Dragon Soul Pill without sharing it with Li Fufeng. With his already exceptional aptitude, he is certain to surpass Wang Yin and Su Lianqing. Contemplating this, the heart of the elder Qingyang lightened considerably, as he felt a tinge of regret dissipate. Recently, he had managed to open a dilapidated storage ring acquired from the Burning Heaven secret realm, obtaining 2 7th-grade Dragon Soul Pills, which caused him to miss the sect competition, only hearing about it from the master of Qingyang. Originally, he had intended to focus on cultivating Wang Yin, but the unexpected events had transpired. Upon receiving the elder Xuanjian's instructions, Lu Tianqing did not hesitate, bowing respectfully. Rest assured, elder, I will not disappoint you, nor will I waste these 2 Dragon Soul Pills. The top 100 is far from my limit. In the past, he might have lacked confidence, but from this moment forward, he would be a transformed individual. Observing Lu Tianqing's ambitious and self-assured demeanor, the elder Qingyang nodded, a sense of expectation blossoming within him. The Qingyang Sword Sect would strive to surpass the Dongxuan Empire and its various sects in this grand competition of the Seven Nations. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had returned to the Starfall Peak, followed closely by the anxious and apprehensive Wang Yin. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Su Lianqing approached, accompanied by Chu Yumeng, both of whom were drenched in sweat, remnants of their unresolved battle spirit evident. Clearly, they had been engaged in a sparring match prior to Lin Xian's return. Master, you have returned. Lin Xian regarded his 3 disciples and reflected before stating, from this day forth, I shall sever ties with the Qingyang Sword Sect. Before he could finish, Su Lianqing interjected eagerly, wherever you go, I shall follow. Chu Yumeng echoed her sentiment, Master, my intentions for joining the Qingyang Sword Sect were never pure. I harbor no feelings for it. Wherever you go, I shall follow alongside Master Yinli. Lin Xian offered no explanation, and they posed no questions, showing no concern. Once they had left the confines of the Qingyang Sword Sect, Lin Xian adjusted his stride and spoke slowly. Although I am departing from the Qingyang Sword Sect, I shall still participate in the grand competition of the 7 nations. My objective for you this time is to secure a place within the top 3. Just the top 3, he believed in his disciples' capabilities. With the blood of the Ice Phoenix, the mysterious water body, and the 9 nether flame body, combined with the Qingdi scripture he had bestowed, if they could not secure a position among the top 3, how could they hope to contend with the prodigies of the Xin domain? I will not let Master down. The 3 responded in unison. Lin Xian, not intending to conceal his reasons for leaving the Qingyang Sword Sect, offered a calm explanation. He did not embellish the narrative, yet even so, it incited the ire of Su Lianqin and Chu Yuming, who felt shame in associating with such individuals. Master, where shall we go next? To participate in the grand competition of the 7 nations, we must have a sect, one that possesses competition slots. Solitary cultivators cannot partake in the contest. This is precisely the dilemma that Lin Xian contemplates. Currently, without a sect or affiliation, they naturally lack any quota. However, joining a random sect might lead to a fate akin to that of the Qingyang Sword Sect, as relying on others is ultimately inferior to relying on oneself. Why not establish a sect of their own? Why must one necessarily join another? Yet, founding a sect is not a simple endeavor. Are you, my friend, planning to seek a place to settle? At this juncture, the celestial venerable Yunli appeared gracefully from within the body of Chu Yuming, her gaze still gentle, but now accompanied by a hint of a smile, a stark contrast to her previous impatience. The vexing issue of reconstructing her physical form had been resolved. All that remained was to find a secure location to assimilate the medicinal effects, allowing her to reclaim her own body. The shadows that once loomed over celestial venerable Yunli dissipated, and she no longer concealed her presence. During this time, she had become well acquainted with all of Lin Xian's disciples, often personally instructing them. Thus, Su Lianqin and Wang Yin were not surprised to see the sudden manifestation of her spirit. Upon her appearance, Celestial Venerable Yunli promptly addressed the matter at hand. If you currently have no place to go, I suggest the Songlu Empire. I once established a faction there, though I am uncertain if it still exists after all these years. You may consider it a temporary refuge before deciding on your next course of action. The proposal put forth by Celestial Venerable Yunli was indeed commendable, and Lin Xian nodded slightly in agreement. With no immediate destination, and considering his participation in the 7 nations' great competition, he certainly required several quotas. Contemplating this, Lin Xian shared his thoughts with his disciples. I intend to establish my own faction, to be named the Sword Pavilion, though it will not easily accept disciples. Only those with extraordinary talent may enter. This is not arrogance. Rather, Lin Xian had a clear vision when articulating this idea. He would designate the first 3 levels of the Qingdi scripture as the primary cultivation method for the Sword Pavilion, available for the disciples to comprehend and practice. In the future, should he encounter more profound and formidable techniques, Lin Xian would consider incorporating the 4th and 5th levels of the Qingdi scripture into the curriculum. It is important to note that the 4th and 5th levels of the Qingdi scripture belong to the sacred tier of cultivation. If others were to discover Lin Xian's intentions, they would likely be incredulous, their eyes wide with astonishment. The Qingdi scripture, while only comprising the first 3 levels, as the main cultivation method of an imperial tier? How extravagantly lavish. Even some titans of the mysterious realms might hesitate to dream of such a thing, not to mention whether they possess the audacity. One must also question if they even had access to imperial tier techniques. Lin Xian's vision was straightforward. If he were to establish a sect, it would not be an ordinary one. He aimed to elevate the Sword Pavilion into a transcendent force. He did not seek disciples scattered across the lands, but rather, he desired the mere utterance of the name Sword Pavilion to instill fear and trepidation in the hearts of all. The number of disciples within the sect need not be vast. However, each individual must be an unparalleled prodigy capable of dominating a realm. Yet, reflecting on the words of Celestial Venerable Yunli, Lin Xian found himself in deep thought. The 7 nations of the Yingwei region are the Morning Dawn Empire, the Holy Sun Empire, the Great Jin Empire, the Spirit True Empire, the Silver Frost Empire, the Tangqing Empire, and the Zhonglu Empire. The power she once established in the Zhonglu Empire is indeed unexpected, as the Zhonglu Empire ranks lower than the Tangqing Empire among the 7 kingdoms, being at the very bottom. Thus, let us venture to the Zhonglu Empire. He turned to his disciples and instructed, You all should proceed to the Zhonglu Empire and await my arrival. I must attend to some matters in the Qincy Empire." Upon hearing that Lin Xian intended to personally visit the Qincy Empire, Wang Yan's heart stirred, and he hurriedly inquired, "Master, your journey to the Qincy Empire is—" For a moment, he hesitated to continue. Lin Xian nodded slightly, a chilling smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "Isn't the Lingyu sect precisely seeking us? Why make it complicated when I can deliver myself right to their doorstep?" Though he spoke with a smile, anyone could discern the icy undertone and deeper implications in his words. "I shall return shortly. You should accompany the esteemed Yunji first. Farewell to Zhonglu." Yes. As they watched Lin Xian depart, Wang Yan and the others felt a deep tremor within their hearts. Especially Wang Yan, who felt profound gratitude, realizing that Master had personally ventured to the Lingyu sect for his sake. They believed that since Lin Xian dared to go, he must possess unwavering confidence, and naturally, they held immense trust in their master, without a shred of doubt. Then, farewell to Zhonglu. A few days later, in the Qincy Empire, at the gates of the Lingyu sect, nestled amidst the mountains, the Lingyu sect is renowned for its superior spirit veins. 8 small floating peaks gracefully surround the main peak, with the ethereal spirit energy almost materializing in the air, enveloped in mist, while spiritual flowers and herbs abound in abundance. This site, tailored to its environment, boasts layers of overlapping formations that secure the sect's internal spirit energy, preventing leakage, while also safeguarding the gates and numerous peaks, with dense prohibitions to deter prying outsiders. Compared to the Lingyu sect, the Qingyang Sword Sect is reduced to mere dust. In contrast, the dingy appearance of the Qingyang Sword Sect signifies its inferiority, not to mention the disparity in the caliber of its inner strength. Here, a cursory exploration reveals the presence of at least 20 formidable king's auras traversing the sect, safeguarding the mountains, while the Qingyang Sword Sect can muster only half that number. It is no wonder that, when faced with threats from the Lingyu sect, the Qingyang Sword Sect would be the first to consider capitulation. Although the Lingyu sect does not rank among the top-tier sects and does not make it into the top 10 of the Qincy Empire, it is incomparably more powerful than the Qingyang Sword Sect. Countless disciples and elders flow in and out of the sect, receiving tasks and returning, occasionally bringing back slain spirit beasts or bearing wounds, all receiving prompt and careful care. Even the disciples guarding the gates are spirited and vigorous. Yet the tranquil serenity outside the sect does not reach the Lingyu sect's main hall where the sect leader resides. Over the years, the leader of the Lingyu sect has had but one son, which has made him exceedingly indulgent. He believed that others would fear the name of the Lingyu sect, and that even in conflict with his only son, the sect would provide a safety net, ensuring no significant danger would arise. However, who could have imagined that after just one outing, his sole son would never return? How could he not be enraged? How could he maintain composure? The uncontrollable fury of the Lingyu sect leader surged, spirit energy wildly coursing around him, his brows filled with murderous intent. "Master, calm your wrath. Elder Li and his companions have already ventured to the Qingyang Sword Sect to retrieve someone. Upon their return, they will ensure that the vile creature will find neither life nor death to seek." The higher-ups of the sect have gathered within the hall, attempting to console the master of the Lingyu sect. The elder speaking bears a countenance of deep sorrow. The young master was raised under his watchful eye, and the fact that he has perished in such a manner leaves him restless. The master of the Lingyu sect's gaze is icy and through clenched teeth. He utters, "Who dares to slay my son? I shall have that wretched creature flayed alive, cast into a serpent's lair to be refined into elixirs, that he may serve as my son's guardian in the afterlife, to soothe my son's spirit." As his words linger in the air, his expression suddenly shifts. A terrifying presence sweeps in, sudden and formidable, dominating the entire mountainous region of Lingyu sect, brazen and unabashed in its malevolence. Countless disciples find themselves gasping for breath, gritting their teeth as they gaze skyward, utterly oblivious to what has transpired. At this moment, the master of the Lingyu sect seems to find an outlet for his fury. He swiftly moves, dashing out of the great hall to the entrance of the main temple, lifting his eyes to the heavens. There stands a figure in white, a sword cultivator, arms crossed behind him, towering above the protective formation of the sect, gazing down upon Lingyu sect as if a deity surveying its domain. Witnessing this, the master's rage surges, and he bellows, "Who dares to intrude upon the gates of Lingyu sect?" The figure aloft is none other than Lin Xian. He casts a fleeting glance at the agitated master of the Lingyu sect, ignoring him entirely, and gathers his spiritual energy in his throat. projecting his voice across the expanse of Lingyu sect. All ordinary disciples, you have 1 incense stick's time to vacate the Lingyu sect. After 1 incense stick, should you still remain, you shall perish. Today, I intend to flatten Lingyu sect. Chapter 40, One Sword. The formation shattered the disciples of Lingyu sect struggle against the oppressive aura while peering through the protective formation at the white-clad sword immortal outside. Fortunately, the formation shields them from a portion of the spiritual pressure, or else the majority would be reduced to kneeling, unable to rise. This individual is audacious indeed, daring to provoke our Lingyu sect single-handedly. Fear not, Junior Brother Liu, the master and the elders are present. This person cannot stir up much trouble. What formidable sword intent! Thankfully, we have the protective formation. The disciples jest among themselves, yet the higher echelons of Lingyu sect are incensed by this brazen act. This is the very threshold of Lingyu sect, their sacred ground, and yet they are being openly challenged. The elders, their hair standing on end in fury, display their wrath. Whether elder or ancestor, all are within the sect, and yet someone dares to exert pressure upon their gates. This is a blatant provocation. If they do not retaliate, others may think Lingyu sect is defenseless. Motivated by their indignation, the elders move in unison, and simultaneously, beams of golden light shoot forth, aimed directly at the mountain gate. Who dares to act so recklessly within Lingyu sect? Bold fool, seeking death. One by one, the elder kings soar into the air, unleashing their terrifying pressure toward the white-clad sword immortal beyond the gates. Hearing the outcries and curses from within Lingyu sect, Lin Xian, the white-clad sword immortal, remains expressionless, drawing his sword and unleashing a cataclysmic strike against the gate before him, unyielding and relentless. The quintessence of the sword intent erupted at that moment. A terrifying force that swept through like a tempest, charging with the might of 1,000 steeds towards the gates of the Lingyu sect. The myriad lights of the sword converged at this instant, transforming into a colossal sword of spiritual energy wielded by Lin Xian. Aimed directly at the sacred protective array that had safeguarded the sect for centuries, descending with furious precision, this strike was unassailable. It bore down with the overwhelming might of an avalanche, rendering countless disciples of the Lingyu sect motionless, eyes wide and mouths agape, paralyzed by shock. The sheer spectacle of this sword stroke was enough to shatter the hearts of the sect's myriad disciples. An impact so dazzling that the very essence of its fourfold sword intent left them stunned. Some of the weaker disciples even spitting blood from the sheer force of its gaze. How audacious! How dare he assault the protective array of the Lingyu sect? The elders of the Wangjing realm, far surpassing the disciples in strength, were filled with both astonishment and fury, their eyes fixed on the white-robed sword immortal. They could scarcely fathom the urge to rend him limb from limb. Such a brazen individual had dealt them a resounding slap in the face. Without uttering a word, he had made his move, seemingly intent on declaring war against their sect. This provocation spelled a relentless conflict with the Lingyu sect. Thus, amidst the tumultuous reactions of anger, shock, and awe from the entire Lingyu sect, the colossal sword of spiritual energy struck down, directly impacting the protective array. Crack, crack, under the piercing gazes of the elders. The protective array shattered. A multitude of cracks, resembling a spider's web on the verge of collapse, rapidly spread overhead, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds until it disintegrated into a cascade of glimmering shards. Astonishment! Countless disciples and elders found themselves rendered as mere husks in that moment, utterly stunned. The protective array, a source of pride for the Lingyu sect, had been obliterated, and by a single sword stroke. Who was this individual? His power was unfathomably terrifying. At this moment, a beam of golden light shot forth, revealing the Lingyu sect's lord, who had arrived tardily. Grief from the loss of a child weighed heavily upon him, and now, faced with this humiliation upon the very face of the Lingyu sect, he recognized that this individual's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, even without a confrontation. The oppressive sword intent lingering in the air made it abundantly clear that he was no match for the assailant. Not only he, but even their ancestral patriarch would stand no chance. The thought struck him, nearly causing him to spit blood in distress. His face pallid as he struggled to suppress his seething anger, feeling an unbearable sense of humiliation, the sorrow of losing a child, the disgrace of being insulted. Did this man not regard him as human? With great restraint, he called out to the white-robed sword immortal. Esteemed elder, our Lingyu sect bears you no grievance. Why do you so brazenly insult our mountain gate? He spoke with genuine feeling of grievance, bewildered by the strength displayed. Yet he did not recognize the man, having never crossed paths. What enmity had provoked such a desire for annihilation? To his surprise, The white-robed sword immortal did not even meet his gaze, but instead smiled. Indeed, when one is vastly superior, the weaker party begins to speak of reason. How absurd. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, observing the Lingyu sect's leader, whose face was marked by suppressed frustration. No grievances, no enmity? He replied coolly. Were you not the one seeking trouble with me? Now that I have come to you personally, you claim there are no grievances? A series of rhetorical questions, accompanied by Lin Xian's mocking smile, were bound to provoke ire, and the Lingyu sect's leader felt it acutely. Seeking trouble with a senior? The senior jested. How could my Lingyu sect dare? The words trailed off as a thought surged through the leader's mind like a flash of lightning, causing him to abruptly halt his speech. Lifting his gaze in shock towards the white-clad sword immortal outside, his expression shifted several times, finally settling on sheer terror as he contemplated the possibility. His voice turning remarkably strained. Senior, you are not aware of your connection with Wang Yin of the Qingyang Sword Sect? Lin Xian responded flatly, he is my disciple. What an audacious stance my Lingyu sect has taken, to demand someone from the Qingyang Sword Sect without understanding the reasons or discerning right from wrong. Now that I am here in person, are you intimidated? Lin Xian's smile was ambiguous, yet his eyes held an icy disdain, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The Lingyu sect's leader felt a cold sweat break out under Lin Xian's indifferent gaze. This man was actually Wang Yin's master? How is that possible? He had previously investigated, discovering that Wang Yin was merely an ordinary disciple within the Qingyang Sword Sect, and the Xingyan peak he belonged to was unremarkable, ranked among the lowest. How could he possibly have such a powerful master? The strength of this white-clad sword immortal was such that, not only within the Qingyang Sword Sect, but throughout the entire Tangqing Empire, there should be no one of his caliber. The Lingyu sect's leader struggled to comprehend, his thoughts in disarray. Momentarily forgetting his vendetta against Lin Xian, awkwardly laughing as he stammered in an attempt to extricate himself from the situation. Senior, you jest. This is all a misunderstanding. How could I dare ask you to? Lin Xian cut him off abruptly. Who is jesting? Before the words had fully left his lips, he unleashed another sword strike. Decisive and ruthless, leaving no room for the Lingyu sect's leader to defend himself. He was a fiercely protective master. How could he not safeguard his own disciple? Anyone who sought to harm his disciple was an enemy, and Lin Xian had never known mercy towards his foes. The Lingyu sect leader's display of weakness merely stemmed from Lin Xian's overwhelming strength. Had his power been insufficient, it was clear that the Lingyu sect's attitude today would have undergone a monumental shift. It would not be the Lingyu sect that faced death, but rather himself and Wang Yin. To show kindness to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Thus, without even a word of greeting, Lin Xian's sword sliced down with the swiftness of thunder. No one anticipated that he would be so domineering, moving to strike without granting the Lingyu sect any time to react. Senior, wait. The Lingyu sect's leader let out a heart-wrenching roar. Yet it did not elicit even a glimmer of pity from Lin Xian. Lin Xian was utterly indifferent. The time he had allotted had expired from this moment forth. The lives of everyone in the Lingyu sect rested solely on fate. The sword fell. Chapter 41. Now we speak of reason? Late, an oppressive sword strike was unleashed. And as the master of the Lingyu sect had anticipated, no one possessed the strength to resist it. Under this fierce assault, several elders of the Wang realm were instantly drenched in their own blood, while the sect master himself was gravely injured, with half of his arm severed, continuously spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. The once thriving Lingyu sect stronghold now lay in ruins, its grand gates reduced to debris. Countless disciples, caught in the aftermath of the sword's energy, fled in terror, their surroundings awash in blood and cries of anguish, while the few survivors fell to their knees, incessantly prostrating themselves. Please, Senior, spare us. We acknowledge our wrongs. Senior, please relent. This matter has nothing to do with us. The plaza of the Lingyu sect was a scene of utter devastation. Observing this chaos, Lin Xian could only find it amusing. These individuals truly did not take their previous words to heart. Did they believe he would not have allowed them the time to escape? The sect master, forcing a healing pill into his mouth, struggled against his pain to rise and lament with fervor. Senior, you massacre the entirety of my Lingyu sect, sowing unwarranted bloodshed. And do you not fear retribution from the brethren of the Seven Kingdoms? Is there no sense of right or wrong in your heart? He accused with indignation. I indeed harbor resentment towards your disciple for slaying my son, but it was your disciple who struck first. I merely sought justice. Lin Xian was nearly amused by his antics, yet found it tedious. Discussing right and wrong with him now was futile, when he sent people to capture Lin Xian. Did he ever consider his own righteousness or the principles at stake? All of his current claims were sheer nonsense. The so-called principles had always been established upon the foundation of strength. Where might prevails, there lies justice. Lin Xian had recognized this truth long ago. The sect master of Lingyu, now merely feigning a facade of reasonableness out of desperation, would not have granted him the opportunity to speak had his sword lacked sufficient sharpness today. At that moment, the sect master, feigning despair, could not conceal the glint of cruel delight and excitement that suddenly shone in his eyes. Behind Lin Xian, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a gaunt visage appeared silently, reaching for Lin Xian's nape. His hand, resembling an eagle's claw, was imbued with an eerie power, inching closer, causing the Lingyu sect master to flare his nostrils in exhilaration. Ancestor. The wind stirred silently. No one witnessed how Lin Xian moved. In the blink of an eye, he materialized a short distance away, while the elder who had stood behind him now lay decapitated at the feet of the Lingyu sect master. The old man's face, once bearing a cunning grin, was now forever frozen in a look of terror. Ancestor. The sect master of Lingyu was engulfed in grief, his anguished scream nearly rendering him unconscious. That was their sect's ancestor, a being of the fifth realm of Wang. How could he have died just like that? The pain in the heart of the sect master was profound, and even the other disciples and elders who remained conscious were rendered speechless by shock. This was their ancestor, the very source of their confidence. Yet, was he slain by a single sword? Am I dreaming? The ancestral figure, struck down by a mere blade? Whose voice, shrouded in a dreamlike whisper, uttered this despairing truth, shattering the profound silence that enveloped the assembly? Shock, terror, both descended upon the disciples simultaneously, rendering them as if they had lost their kin, trembling with fear. Flee, echoed another voice, igniting the chaos that ensued. For every soul that fled, there were 10, 100 more. Countless disciples, disregarding the honor of their sect, were solely focused on preserving their lives, escaping in disarray, bloodied and battered. The further they fled, the better. Today, the Lingyu sect would surely be annihilated. Many disciples, tears streaming down their faces, glanced back at what was once their sect, only to behold a desolate wasteland. Who could have imagined that not long ago, the Lingyu sect, a prestigious sect of the Dawn Empire, could be reduced to ruins by a solitary, enigmatic sword cultivator? A single man wielding a sword? As they gazed upon the figure standing amidst the rubble, a chill coursed through many disciples, deepening their resolve to escape. This scene, this individual, would undoubtedly cast a shadow over the remainder of their lives, possibly even evolving into a haunting specter of their hearts. Yet, Lin Xian remained unfazed. He paid no heed to the fleeing disciples, for those who had caught his gaze would not escape unscathed. Senior. The sect leader of Lingyu stammered as Lin Xian turned his attention towards him, the alarm bells ringing in his mind, instinctively seeking to negotiate for a fleeting chance at survival. Noise. Lin Xian, however, had no desire to entertain the final murmurs of the doomed. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword, its intent razor-sharp, severing the head of the Lingyu sect leader, reuniting him with his ancestral forebears in the afterlife. Then, silence fell, the sword halted. Many elders breathed a sigh of relief, discreetly wiping away their cold sweat. With the instigator deceased, surely this harbinger of death would cease his onslaught? Those elders who had once stood united against the sect leader, cursing Wang Yin as a little beast, now conveniently forgot their prior words, incessantly cursing the fallen leader for inviting such a calamity upon Lingyu's sect. Yet, their relief was short-lived. The sword that hovered beside Lin Xian stirred once more. By the time everyone realized what was transpiring, it was too late. The explosive brilliance of the sword light engulfed the entire Lingyu sect in an instant, ensnaring all who had not escaped this realm into an eternal silence. A moment, eternal. As the sword light dissipated, the true visage of the Lingyu sect's abode gradually revealed itself. Those who witnessed it could not help but draw a sharp breath. The mountain gate of Lingyu's sect was gone. The entire entrance, along with the task hall behind it, and the outer disciples' peak, had vanished entirely, amidst the suffocating ruins. The most striking figure was that of the white-clad sword immortal. He remained untainted, leisurely traversing the debris, drifting away. Though the white-clad sword immortal moved with a lightness that seemed ethereal, his presence was indelibly etched in the minds of all who beheld him. Indeed, this scene was one that would be remembered for eternity. One man, one sword, sweeping away a force that could be deemed a first-rate sect within the Dawn Empire? In a realm shrouded in dust and desolation, an individual cautiously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, trembling as he retrieved a transmission talisman from his storage pouch. I bear momentous news, indeed significant news. The Morning Dawn Empire's Spirit Jade sect has been annihilated. The identity of this person remains a mystery. All that is known is that he alone, wielding a sword, laid waste to the Spirit Jade sect, akin to a celestial sword master. Chapter 42. You hail from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace? In the Zhonglu Empire, on the frontier. After several days of arduous travel, Lin Xian finally arrived at his destination. This place is a border city named Jinsong City, which adjoins the Silver Frost Empire. Furthermore, due to the deteriorating relations between the Zhonglu Empire and the Silver Frost Empire in recent years, the city is heavily garrisoned. This city is also where he had arranged to meet with the esteemed Yun Li and several disciples. Upon Lin Xian's arrival, Su Lianxin, who was staying at an inn within the city, sensed his presence and rushed to welcome him, hastily ushering the master into the inn where several disciples were temporarily residing. Seeing their master safe and sound, the disciples immediately rose to their feet, a collective sigh of relief escaping them as the anxiety that had weighed upon their hearts finally dissipated. Although they held faith in Lin Xian, their uncertainty regarding their master's true strength left them with inevitable concerns. This journey to the Morning Dawn Empire was undertaken by their master alone, armed solely with his sword. Moreover, the Spirit Jade sect, after all, was a formidable force far superior to the Qingyang Sword Sect. Master Wang Yin, feeling a twinge of apprehension, stood and inquired. The Spirit Jade sect has been destroyed? As Lin Xian's words fell, the two simple characters he uttered sent tremors through the hearts of his disciples. Wang Yin and Su Lianxin exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. The brief statement from their master, seemingly trivial, belied the gravity of a sect's annihilation. How could such an event possibly be deemed insignificant? Furthermore, this was not merely a minor faction, but a sect more powerful than the Qingyang Sword Sect, now eradicated by their master. The implications were terrifying. At that moment, the three disciples found themselves unanimously pondering a singular question: just how formidable is their master? The Spirit Jade sect not only surpassed the Qingyang Sword Sect but was also protected by a fifth-level sovereign ancestor, an entity far mightier than the Xianjian ancestor of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The fifth-level sovereign, within the entire Dongxuan Empire, could only be matched by the imperial family and a handful of top-tier sections. The disciples speculated wildly, yet none were more astounded than the venerable Yun Li, who had yet to successfully reconstruct her physical form. She remained within the body of Chu Yuming, recently awakened and privy to the discussions of her younger companions. However, unlike these young ones, Yun Li had once existed at the level of a supreme being. As a powerful entity of that caliber, she had encountered many prodigies, her perspective far exceeding that of these fledgling disciples. Those extraordinary talents, each one capable of sweeping the realm, paled in comparison to their master. Yet, even with her lofty standards, she had never witnessed a genius of such magnitude. A second-level sovereign capable of obliterating a sect protected by a fifth-level sovereign ancestor? Was this truly a prodigy born of the Shen domain? That was a first-rate sect of considerable repute. Behold the Dawn Empire, the foremost among the 7 nations, a paragon of unparalleled might. Logically, even a formidable warrior at the 6th tier of the King realm would find it nearly impossible to annihilate the Lingyu sect. Though supreme combat prowess may dominate, one must not forget that a sect is not merely comprised of a handful of individuals. The Lingyu sect, aside from its venerable ancestor at the 5th tier of the King realm, boasts masters at the 4th and 3rd tiers, with numerous elders firmly entrenched. The total number of King realm experts within the sect is assuredly no fewer than 20, for otherwise the Lingyu sect would not maintain its esteemed status as a first-rate force within the illustrious Dawn Empire. Moreover, the presence of their protective grand formation renders the Lingyu sect virtually impregnable. Yet, this formidable sect has been utterly vanquished. How much time did Lin Xian expend in this endeavor? Merely the span of a single day. Even the venerable Yun Li, with her extensive experience, could not suppress a deep breath of astonishment. While she had encountered prodigies before, none had reached such extraordinary heights as Lin Xian. Her own experiences paled in comparison, let alone those of others. Could this truly be a genius born of the Shen domain? Surely, the illustrious heirs of the supreme imperial palace and sacred lands could not rival such a marvel. As her thoughts swirled, Yun Li strove to quell the tumult in her mind and chose to manifest in the external realm. She greeted Lin Xian with a graceful bow and commenced discussing matters of significance. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, on your safe return. Concerning the matters we previously discussed, I have recently unearthed some insights. The group gathered around the table as Yun Li, with a hint of reminiscence and regret upon her visage, began to speak softly. Years ago, I casually established a sect known as the Qingyang Sword Palace. Remarkably, it still endures to this day. Furthermore, after years of development, the Qingyang Sword Palace has ascended to become one of the 7 major sects of the Songlu Empire. Within a sect, there are 3 King Realm experts, with the most formidable being the Vice Master, Han Yu, who possesses a cultivation at the 2nd tier of the King Realm. Wang Yin scratched his head, perplexed. If the Vice Master is the strongest, then what of the Master? Typically, the most powerful figures within a sect are the Master, Grand Elder, or Ancestor. Yet in the Qingyang Sword Palace, it seems the Vice Master holds that distinction. Why is that? Xu Yuming shot him a glance, speechless. Fool. The Master is, of course, a distant enigma, yet ever-present. Yun Li, with a wry smile, lowered her gaze, a trace of warmth flickering in her eyes. From the information she had gathered, the one in control of the Qingyang Sword Palace was indeed the Vice Master, Han Yu, who has assumed this role since its inception. The Master had never been seen, and her existence was shrouded in uncertainty. Though questions had been raised, Han Yu had quelled them all. Yet, unbeknownst to others, Yun Li was well aware of the reason behind Han Yu's self-designation as Vice Master. That little girl, who once cried and whined at the slightest provocation, had now matured into a capable leader. A wave of nostalgia washed over her as she reflected on the past, filled with fond memories of her dear friend. Upon realizing that Han Yu was the sole Vice Master of the Qingyang Sword Palace, she understood that time had passed, yet the girl had never ceased to cherish her thoughts. Truly, Yun Li mused, shaking her head with a gentle smile, let us proceed. Fellow Daoist Lin has arrived. It is time for us to embark on our journey to the Qingyang Sword Palace. She eagerly anticipated the moment she would reunite with that little girl. Years have passed since our last encounter, and I am curious to know what expression she will wear upon seeing me. The esteemed Yun Li, the Celestial Master, is filled with anticipation. When mentioning the jade-balanced Sword Palace, a gentle warmth radiates from his eyes, and with a sense of resolve, he declares, this journey will likely take some time. With Daoist Lin by my side, I can consume elixirs to reshape my physical form. I entrust the remainder of our journey to you. Naturally, Lin Xian offers his unwavering support. In the vicinity of the Songlu Empire and the Xianyu Forest, the atmosphere grows tense. Cease your futile struggles, Qin Xiong. Your demise is imminent. You cannot escape, Qin Xiong. Figures flit through the tranquil woods, their forms darting amid the towering peaks. Leading the charge is a muscular man with a rugged beard, his bronze skin marred by tattered robes, blood trickling down his chin. And despite his labored breaths, he persists in hastening his escape. Judging by his fluctuating aura, he is at the 1st level of the King Realm. A formidable presence within the Songlu Empire, yet he finds himself in a desperate plight. The two pursuing him are both at the 2nd level of the King Realm. Despite Qin Xiong's frantic flight, the distance between him and his pursuers diminishes rapidly. It will not be long before they catch him. Lin Xian, sensing the tumultuous energies ahead, casts his consciousness over the scene, absorbing everything with indifference, having no intention of intervening. He has never been one to meddle in others' affairs. Suddenly, a disheveled figure bursts forth from the woods. Glancing at Lin Xian and the others, he intends to disregard them and continue his flight, but sharpens his senses upon detecting Lin Xian's aura. A fellow of the King Realm. Overjoyed, Qin Xiong exclaims, Daoist friend, please, lend me your strength to escape this enmity. I shall repay you handsomely for your kindness. As he speaks, 2 more men emerge behind him, both possessing the strength of the King Realm. Noticing Lin Xian's unexpected presence and recognizing his power, they furrow their brows, eyeing him warily. Lin Xian pays them little heed, ignoring their pleas for assistance and continuing on his path without hesitation. Though unafraid of trouble, he finds no interest in engaging in conflict. Moreover, he considers the plight of a 1st-level King Realm individual beneath his notice. As Lin Xian maintains his pace, despair and resignation flash across Qin Xiong's face. He feels a profound sense of anguish, his injuries worsen, and his spiritual energy dwindles. Soon, only death awaits him on the road ahead. Is this fate's decree for him? What a cruel twist of fate. The 2 King Realm experts, reassured by Lin Xian's apparent disinterest, close in on Qin Xiong with mocking smiles. Qin Xiong, cease your struggles. Your demise is assured. Before you meet your end, allow me to share a little secret. It's no secret at all. The attack on your jade-balanced Sword Palace was orchestrated not only by my illusory feather sect but also by the Lingxiao sect. Have you always wondered who this esteemed individual beside me is? Today, I shall enlighten you. This is Elder Han Guang of the Lingxiao sect. Lingxiao sect? Elder Han? Qingyang's countenance shifted, revealing a glimmer of desolation in his eyes. The strength of the illusory feather sect was comparable to that of the jade-balanced sword palace. Had it merely been the illusory feather sect, he would not have succumbed to such despair. However, with the addition of the Lingxiao sect, a grand sect among the top 3 of the Zhonglu Empire, boasting a formidable presence with a 4th-level sovereign presiding over it. The disparity was insurmountable when compared to the recently ascended jade-balanced sword palace. He never anticipated that the figure beside the elder of the illusory feather sect was, in fact, a sovereign of the Lingxiao sect. Initially, he had speculated it to be a member of the Thundercloud Pavilion. No wonder Qingyang appeared so forlorn. His grip on the long sword slackening, as overwhelming despair and oppression threatened to engulf him. How could he possibly escape? What hope remained for him? At that moment, Lin Xian, who was preparing to depart, suddenly halted, turning back with a puzzled expression directed at Qingyang. You hail from the jade-balanced sword palace? Chapter 43. Do not forget to pay your respects to the palace master. In his state of despair, Qingyang felt utterly powerless, awaiting his inevitable fate. Yet he was taken aback when Lin Xian unexpectedly paused. Stunned, he had yet to respond when the 2 sovereigns pursuing him regarded Lin Xian with cold, menacing gazes, commanding him to leave. My dear fellow, this is a private matter between the Lingxiao sect and the illusory feather sect. It does not concern you. We kindly ask you to depart swiftly and avoid unnecessary troubles. The warning was unmistakable. Their declaration of identity served as a caution to Lin Xian, implying that if he wished to meddle, he ought to weigh his own strength carefully, lest he lose his life in the process. With this proclamation, the 2 assumed Lin Xian would retreat. While the illusory feather sect might not pose a significant threat, the Lingxiao sect, among the top 3 in the Zhonglu Empire, had few who dared to interfere in their affairs. Yet, Lin Xian paid them no heed, raising a hand to lightly gesture at the void. 2 streams of intangible sword energy erupted from the ether, resulting in a violent spray of blood. The 2 sovereigns, boasting their formidable ranks, had no time to react or defend themselves before they fell lifelessly to the ground. The swift and lethal sword energy descended, accompanied by Lin Xian's voice, devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an overwhelming authority. Did I grant you permission to speak? As his words echoed, 2 bloodied heads rolled away, their eyes forever shut in death. The 2nd-level sovereigns had perished, without a chance to resist. Witnessing this scene, Qingyang was left in profound shock. Rooted in place like a statue. How formidable! Despite the aura of his opponent being akin to his own, the ability to instantaneously slay 2 2nd-level sovereigns was nothing short of astounding. And at such a young age, when had the Zhonglu Empire produced such an individual? Those were seasoned sovereigns who had entangled him for quite some time, and he had been utterly helpless against them, certainly not ordinary beings. Thank you immensely for your timely intervention, esteemed senior. I, Qingyang, am willing to offer my entire fortune in gratitude. In the realm of the powerful, respect is paramount. Even though Lin Xian appeared exceptionally youthful, he was still regarded as a senior, especially given the life-saving favor he had bestowed. Thus, Qingyang addressed him with heartfelt reverence. With a heart full of gratitude, he began to retrieve valuables from his storage pouch, intending to present them as a token of appreciation for the life-saving intervention. However, Lin Xian raised his hand to gently decline. Are you from the jade-balanced sword palace? Lin Xian inquired once more. Qingyang, for whom Lin Xian felt no admiration, was saved solely for the sake of that esteemed palace. Realization dawned upon Qingyang, and he promptly nodded in affirmation, responding to your esteemed presence. I am the 2nd elder of the jade-balanced sword palace, Qingyang. A flicker of understanding illuminated his mind. Could it be that this venerable elder had a past connection with their palace, which prompted his willingness to intervene? If so, he truly felt fortunate. Lin Xian, a faint smile gracing his lips, spoke with an airy tone. Indeed, that is the case. Just as he was about to utter further words, he suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere, prompting him to smile. Do you truly understand why I saved you? The latter part of his statement was directed at Qingyang. Ah, esteemed elder, please enlighten me, Qingyang replied. Just as the figure of Chu Yumeng nearby suddenly lit up with joy. Master has awakened. A figure clad in white, ethereal as a celestial being, appeared beside Chu Yumeng. No longer a spectral form but fully present on the ground, exuding an aura that was both profound and unfathomable. It was the successful re-embodiment of the revered Yun Li Tianzun. The elixir of life had spared her the trials of reconstruction, allowing her to reclaim her human form. Yuming's heart surged with joy as she cast a grateful glance towards Lin Xian. Before Yunli Tianzun could express her delight at regaining her corporeal form, Lin Xian gestured towards Qingyang. With a hint of playful mockery, he stated, as a second elder of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace, "Should you not pay your respects to the Palace Master?" What a remarkable coincidence it was. Not only had he saved someone from the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace, but he had also witnessed the awakening of Yunli Tianzun. The Palace Master? Qingyang was taken aback. His expression one of disbelief as he turned to gaze at Yunli Tianzun, utterly bewildered. Paying respects was a trivial matter. He would gladly bow or even kneel, as his very life had been saved by her. But the title of Palace Master, how could he fathom it? Since his entry into the sect, he had never encountered the Palace Master and could not even ascertain whether such a figure truly existed, nor would he dare to inquire of Deputy Palace Master Han Yu. Yet now, a person stood before him claiming to be the Palace Master of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace? How could he possibly believe it? Beside him, under Chu Yoming's hushed explanations, Yunli Tianzun began to comprehend the situation. She had no intention of putting Qingyang in a difficult position. Instead, she smiled and tossed him a jade tablet. "Do you recognize this item?" As the jade tablet appeared, Qingyang hastily caught it, and upon examining its design, his pupils dilated in shock. He was all too familiar with this jade tablet. It resembled the one worn by Deputy Palace Master Han Yu. Yet this one was adorned with even more exquisite and regal patterns. Cautiously, he infused it with a trace of spiritual energy, recognizing the familiar spiritual patterns within, alongside the distinct aura of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. Any lingering doubts vanished. Second Elder Qingyang of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace pays his respects to the Palace Master. Qingyang bowed deeply without hesitation, his heart brimming with excitement. Before him stood in ethereal beauty, the very master of the Yuheng Sword Palace, a figure he had only heard of but never seen. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that his voice trembled, and before he could articulate his thoughts, an irresistible force gently lifted him, preventing him from kneeling. Qingyang gazed up in astonishment, only to see the celestial Lord Yunli retracting her delicate hand. She gently shook her head, saying, "There is no need to kneel. Please rise and speak." Her gaze fell upon the token in Qingyang's hand, and a warm reminiscence flickered in her eyes. Initially, she had never envisioned the Yuheng Sword Palace evolving into such a formidable force, nor had she provided Han Yu with extensive guidance or resources. The arduous journey that led the Yuheng Sword Palace to its current stature as one of the 7 great sects of the Zhonglu Empire was known only to Han Yu. At this moment, Qingyang was profoundly astonished. The master was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but the power she emanated left him without the slightest thought of resistance. Was she at the 5th level of the Wang realm? Perhaps even higher? Just as he contemplated, he heard the celestial Lord Yunli's smiling inquiry. "Is that little girl Han Yu currently within the sect? Is everything well at the Yuheng Sword Palace? And what of those 2 individuals pursuing you? Speak freely, and I shall intercede on your behalf." "Little girl?" Qingyang shuddered. After all, she was the master. Who else would dare refer to the renowned ice beauty in such a manner? He swallowed hard. "Master, the deputy master is currently not within the sect. And the reason those 2 have been pursuing me is a lengthy tale." He hurriedly recounted the events, striving to be concise. And Lin Xian and others finally grasped the situation. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. The Zhonglu Empire was among the lower tiers of the 7 nations of Yingwei, with only 7 top sections. The Huanyu sect and the Yuheng Sword Palace both belonged to the 7 sects of Zhonglu, with the former holding a slight edge in strength. One sect was located in the north, the other in the south, and they had rarely interacted, resulting in no enmity between their disciples. Alas, wealth stirs the heart. Recently, the secret realm of the burning sky had opened, leading to a conflict between 2 elders of the Wang realm from both sects as they vied for treasure, resulting in injuries on both sides. Upon exiting the secret realm, each elder held their own narrative, with no clear right or wrong. Yet the elder from the Yuheng Sword Palace had been fortunate enough to secure the treasure. Enraged, the elder from the Huanyu sect, accompanied by several other Wang realm elders, descended upon the Yuheng Sword Palace, exerting pressure to compel them to surrender the prized relic. Naturally, the elders of the Yuheng Sword Palace resisted. Thus, a conflict inevitably erupted, though the Huanyu sect boasted 4 Wang realm elders. The prowess of the fairy Han Yu was formidable. She single-handedly engaged the leaders of the Huanyu sect and managed to gain the upper hand, ultimately forcing them into retreat. Despite their reluctance, The Huanyu sect had no choice but to withdraw. However, this matter did not conclude there. Just days prior, the Qingyang Sword Palace received intelligence that the Huanyu sect intended to ally with Yun Pavilion, another of the 7 sects, to strike against them. The Yun Pavilion, ranking above the Huanyu sect, and the Qingyang Sword Palace in strength, posed a significant threat should they join the fray. The situation would become exceedingly dire for the Qingyang Sword Palace. Upon learning of the situation, Han Yu could not afford to remain passive. She promptly dispatched Qingyang to seek assistance in Songnan City. Although Songnan and the Qingyang Sword Palace have always maintained a cordial relationship, it is not one of the 7 sects, but holds a unique status. Within its walls resides a formidable figure, the City Lord, who has attained the 3rd level of the King Realm, with a distinct cultivation technique that endows him with exceptional strength. Even the 7 sects would be reluctant to provoke him lightly. Meanwhile, Han Yu set off for the Silver Frost Empire, where there exists a royal-level sect known as Qifeng Valley. This sect once owed a favor to the Qingyang Sword Palace, and if she could persuade them to extend their support, even if the Huanyu sect and Yun Pavilion joined forces, the Qingyang Sword Palace would remain unyielding. However, unexpectedly, Qingyang encountered 2 King Realm assassins en route to Songnan. One of them was an elder from the Huanyu sect, whom he recognized, while the other, though unfamiliar, was also at the 2nd level of the King Realm, beyond his capacity to confront. Had it not been for Lin Xian, he would surely have met his demise. To his dismay, Qingyang initially presumed that the unfamiliar King Realm expert pursuing him was dispatched by the Yun Pavilion, only to discover it was actually from the Lingxiao sect. Lingxiao sect. Qingyang nearly lost his composure upon this revelation. Unlike the Yun Pavilion or the Huanyu sect, Lingxiao sect ranks among the top 3 super sects in the Zhonglu Empire. Why would they join forces with the Huanyu sect solely to target the Qingyang Sword Palace? In that moment, despair engulfed him. If the Huanyu sect had allied with the Yun Pavilion, there might still have been a chance for the Qingyang Sword Palace. But with the Yun Pavilion replaced by the Lingxiao sect, what could the Qingyang Sword Palace possibly do? Even combined, the strength of the Qingyang Sword Palace would fall short against Lingxiao sect. Should the Lingxiao sect truly join forces with the Huanyu sect, any plea for help from the Qingyang Sword Palace would be utterly futile. With a bitter expression, Qingyang shook his head and sighed. The deputy palace master had exerted every effort, and the Qingyang Sword Palace had mobilized all available resources, yet how could they possibly contend with the Lingxiao sect? A sense of despair settled in his heart. Thus, Lin Xian and his companions managed to clarify the situation and gained a general understanding of the power distribution within the Zhonglu Empire. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xian produced a black jade containing a shadow clone and handed it to Qingyang, instructing him, "You should visit the Huanyu sect. Take this black jade with you, and when you arrive, shatter it." Qingyang caught the black jade but was momentarily stunned by Lin Xian's directive. He, a mere 1st-level King Realm, was to venture into the Huanyu sect? Would he even return alive? Yet, upon looking up at Lin Xian, he tightened his grip on the black jade and nodded resolutely. "Yes, I shall obey." This man was his savior. And beside him stood the palace master of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Their close relationship was evident, assuring him of their good intentions. Moreover, his life had been spared by Lin Xian, and he trusted that this elder would not send him on a futile errand. With determination, Qingyang took the black jade, bowed to the others, and departed. To an onlooker, his willingness to risk his life for a cause might indeed seem like a march towards certain death. Though he did not believe that Lin Xian would send him to his demise, a sense of uncertainty lingered within him. After all, he was embarking on this venture alone. Infiltrating the Phantom Feather sect, he hastened his pace and finally arrived at the sect stronghold in what he considered the swiftest time possible. Qingyang made no effort to conceal his presence, nor did he possess any techniques for such a feat upon his arrival. The formidable warriors of the Phantom Feather sect almost immediately sensed his aura. Who dares to intrude upon the gates of the Phantom Feather sect? 3 streaks of light shot forth, landing before the mountain gate with formidable presence. No, it was not merely 3. There were 4, following the initial 3 powerful auras. A 4th streak of light darted forward, landing behind the sect leader and the deputy leader. However, this individual did not don the sect's attire nor bear its insignia. In total, there were 4, all at the King Realm. A chill ran through Qingyang as he clenched his jaw, suppressing the fear and uncertainty that threatened to overwhelm him. If it were not for Lin Xian's orders, he would never have dared to approach recklessly on his own. Faced with a coordinated assault from 4 King Realm warriors, he would have no chance of escape. Yet, among these 4, only 3 belonged to the Phantom Feather sect. Who was the unfamiliar King Realm warrior? The Lingxiao sect? They had previously dispatched a King Realm warrior to eliminate him, only to meet a grim fate at Lin Xian's hands. Had they truly sent 2 King Realm warriors to aid the Phantom Feather sect against the Jade-balanced Sword Palace? Exhaling slowly, Qingyang steeled his resolve. He thought to himself, regardless, the Palace Master and Senior Lin would not wish me harm. The 4 King Realm warriors of the Phantom Feather sect presented an undeniable force. One of them stepped forward, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Qingyang, suddenly breaking into a cold smile. Qingyang, you are still alive? How fortunate you are. This man was none other than the leader of the Phantom Feather sect. A fully realized second-level King Realm warrior, his foundation solid. Though not as powerful as the Cold Moon Fairy, his sharp aura still sent shivers down Qingyang's spine. He suppressed his unease, retorting, "What, my survival disappoints you?" With a scornful sneer, the sect leader's gaze upon Qingyang was one of utter disdain, akin to that reserved for a dead dog, as he waved his hand dismissively. The foolish babbling of a child has its own amusement. Although I am unaware of how you escaped Elder Han, your audacity to come to my Phantom Feather sect instead of fleeing suggests you are indeed tired of living." His eyes flashed with murderous intent, his aura surging to its zenith. With those words, he struck with ferocity, his visage twisted with cruelty and malice. "Now that you are here, do not think of leaving. Prepare to pay with your life." As the sect leader's decree echoed, the other 2 King Realm warriors swiftly coordinated with him, surrounding Qingyang from 3 directions and completely sealing off his escape. In that moment, Qingyang felt fear. But even faster than that fear was his hand. With a barely perceptible crack, he crushed the black jade given to him by Lin Xian, and a shadow, as dark as ink, suddenly materialized before him, standing guard. This shadow was none other than Lin Xian, or rather, Lin Xian's shadow clone. The emergence of the shadow clone immediately unsettled the sect leader and his companions. The sudden appearance of this figure, without alerting any of them, stood before Qingyang. Was this a technique? No, there is no aura of any technique, nor does it resemble a spiritual artifact or spirit. What on earth is this? Who are you, lurking in the shadows? Why do you hide your true form? Yet, Lin Xian paid him no mind. As soon as he landed, the shadow clone struck without hesitation, wielding a sword towards the master of the Illusion Feather sect. He had no intention of holding back. His attack was a lethal strike aimed to vanquish his foe. In an instant, a vast brilliance of sword light erupted, enveloping the master of the Illusion Feather sect completely. There were no cries of agony, no curses, nor any sound at all. As the blinding sword light dissipated, the once vibrant master of the Illusion Feather sect simply vanished, leaving not a trace, let alone a life behind. The master of the Illusion Feather sect was dead. All present, including Qingyang, stood frozen in place, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. The master of the Illusion Feather sect was a formidable figure, possessing the complete power of the second level of the King Realm, a notable personage within the entire Canglu Empire. Yet, after a single sword strike, his physical form and reputation alike were obliterated. The other 2 King Realm experts in different directions, along with the unfamiliar King Realm figure, were equally engulfed in profound shock. A single sword strike to slay the sect master? What kind of power is this? Even if their sect's ancestors were to descend, they could not achieve such a feat. This unknown King Realm figure pondered in astonishment. He was not a member of the Illusion Feather sect but one of the elders from the Lingxiao sect, summoned to discuss matters concerning the distribution of benefits following the annihilation of the Yuheng Sword Palace. One of his companions had been dispatched to hunt down Qingyang, but had yet to return, and while he had not concluded his negotiations, this bizarre occurrence was beyond comprehension. Who exactly is this shadowy youth? Qingyang's shock and confusion were no less than anyone else's. He understood that the senior who saved him was powerful, yet he never imagined such overwhelming strength. While others might remain oblivious, he recognized that the shadow's form was identical to that of his rescuer. It was clearly a clone, and yet it could eliminate a sect master in an instant. Just how powerful must the original be? For a moment, the presence of the shadow instilled such trepidation that no one dared to make a move. Silence enveloped the arena. Not a whisper to be heard. After vanquishing the master of the Illusion Feather sect, Lin Xian's voice emerged softly from within the shadow. Within 7 days, the Illusion Feather sect, along with the Lingxiao sect, must each carry 10 million spirit stones to the Yuheng Sword Palace to offer their apologies. Otherwise, there would be no reason for either the Illusion Feather sect or the Lingxiao sect to exist any longer. Remember, this decree is limited to 7 days. As his words concluded, Lin Xian's figure dissipated, and the dark shadow transformed into a black jade, once more resting in Qingyang's hand. At that moment, despite being surrounded by 3 King Realm figures, Qingyang felt an unparalleled sense of security holding the black jade. "This is the dark jade bestowed upon me by Lin Xian. Pray tell, as soon as he grasps the jade, who among those present can survive?" With the prowess of Lin's avatar, neither the 2 kings of the Feathered Ascension sect nor that figure from the Lingxiao sect could withstand a single strike from him. He surveyed his surroundings, leaving no words behind, akin to a messenger conveying commands, and turned away calmly, with no one daring to impede him. At the moment he distanced himself from the Feathered Ascension sect, Qingyang could hardly contain his excitement. To confront the Feathered Ascension sect alone, facing 5 kings, slaying 1, and departing unscathed, who dares to question the meaning of true strength? This is strength. What defines dominance? This is dominance. The elders of the Feathered Ascension sect, along with the deputy sect leader and that elder from the Lingxiao sect, were left in prolonged silence, exchanging glances. Ultimately, it was the deputy sect leader of the Feathered Ascension sect, the highest authority present, who broke the stalemate. "Elder Zhou, what should we do next? You ask me. But who should I ask?" Elder Zhou shot a cold glance at the deputy sect leader, who was now troubled about how to report back to the sect leader. The death of a king was a burden even the Lingxiao sect found hard to bear. At this moment, he was too preoccupied to concern himself with the affairs of the Feathered Ascension sect. With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, he turned and left, heading straight back to the Lingxiao sect to inform the sect leader. The Qingyang Sword Palace, regardless of past circumstances, would undeniably become a formidable force they could not provoke. 10 million spirit stones. After Elder Zhou's departure, a bitter smile crept onto the lips of the deputy sect leader of the Feathered Ascension sect. With the sect leader fallen, they were also required to compensate 10 million spirit stones. Even for the Feathered Ascension sect, one of the 7 great sects, this was no trifling sum. Who could have anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner? Before even setting out to the Qingyang Sword Palace, they encountered this calamity. At the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate, as the grand competition of the 7 nations approached, the upper echelons of the Lingxiao sect gathered in the main hall, with all but those in secluded cultivation present to deliberate the upcoming contest. The competition among the 7 nations was no trivial matter, and the Lingxiao sect treated it with utmost seriousness. In comparison, the alliance with the Feathered Ascension sect to confront the Qingyang Sword Palace was of little consequence. None among the higher-ups of the Lingxiao sect regarded this matter with any concern. The Qingyang Sword Palace, a feeble entity barely squeezing into the ranks of the 7 sects, appeared to the outside world as one of the 7 great sects alongside the Lingxiao sect. However, among the members of the Lingxiao sect, they believed that merely dispatching a few elder kings would suffice to obliterate the Qingyang Sword Palace. Just as they were fervently engaged in their discussions, an unexpected figure burst into the hall. It was Elder Zhou, who had just returned from the Feathered Ascension sect. His face bore a heavy expression. Upon seeing this, the sect leader and the upper echelons of the Lingxiao sect were taken aback. Was Elder Zhou's return too swift? Could it be that the Feathered Ascension sect was so accommodating, having swiftly resolved the issues of profit distribution? However, it was indeed the leader of the Feathered Ascension sect who had sought out the Lingxiao sect, and given the Lingxiao sect's overwhelming strength. What objections could the Feathered Ascension sect possibly raise, even if they were to secure a greater share of the benefits? Elder Zhou, how is it that you have returned so swiftly? Has the negotiation with the illusory Feather sect been concluded? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou shook his head, his expression stern and resolute. He inclined his hands towards the sect leader and spoke candidly. Sect leader, an unfortunate incident has occurred. Elder Han has tragically fallen. And he briefly recounted the matter concerning the shadow demon, his countenance heavy with gravity. That individual has proclaimed that you must personally bring 1 million spirit stones to the Jade Balanced Sword Palace to atone, or else they shall annihilate our Lingxiao sect. Preposterous. What audacity. Do they take our Lingxiao sect for naught? How dare they issue such threats? Who do they think they are? Elder Zhou's words ignited a tempest of outrage. In that moment, it was not only the sect leader who expressed his fury, the other senior elders also erupted in indignation. Their faces flushed with resentment at being belittled and scorned. This was no mere provocation, it was a profound humiliation. How could they, the Lingxiao sect, be subjected to such indignities? Throughout the entire Conglu Empire, even the foremost sects would not dare to speak so brazenly against them, unless they wished to incite turmoil within the empire. The Lingxiao sect was no insignificant faction. It ranked among the top 3 sects, boasting numerous supreme experts within its ranks. How could any insignificant individual dare to threaten them? Elder Zhou listened to the ire of his former colleagues, maintaining an air of silence. Regarding their words with a measure of disdain, they simply did not comprehend the true power of that cloaked youth. Otherwise, even with their combined courage, they would not dare utter such words. The clamor for retribution continued unabated, but Elder Zhou chose to ignore it. Instead, he retrieved a recording stone from his storage pouch and handed it to the sect leader, unwilling to elaborate further. The sect leader, still seething with anger, accepted the recording stone, instinctively probing it with his spiritual sense. Upon doing so, he was rendered speechless. In an instant, the sect leader appeared as deflated as a punctured balloon. All his fury dissipated as he stared at the recording stone in his hand, his pupils trembling as if witnessing something truly astonishing. Silence. An extended silence. The earlier anger had now transformed into profound quietude. Prepare 1,000,000 spirit stones. I shall personally visit the Jade Balanced Sword Palace to offer my apologies. All the elders, previously brimming with rage, were now left in stunned silence. What? Did we mishear? This was entirely contrary to their expectations. They had anticipated the sect leader would dispatch someone to the Jade Balanced Sword Palace to demand retribution. Instead, he was actually considering taking spirit stones to apologize. What could this mean? All the elders were bewildered, but as they observed the sect leader's inscrutable expression, a few began to piece together the situation, instinctively glancing at the recording stone in his grasp. From that moment onward, the sect leader's demeanor had shifted. And this shift had begun the instant he viewed the recording stone. Previously, he had shared their outrage, eager to rend asunder those who dared to belittle the Lingxiao sect. Yet now, there was an issue with the recording stone. The gazes of the elders burned with intensity. The Lord of Lingxiao sect did not intentionally keep them in suspense. He remained silent and tossed out the memory stone. As it soared through the air, it was struck by spiritual energy and shattered, revealing the image within. In the scene, there stood a solitary figure clad in black robes, surrounded by approaching adversaries. The elders of Lingxiao sect immediately recognized this as the master of Huanyuman and several of its elders, 3 of whom were at the pinnacle of the king realm. Before they could utter a word, the black-robed youth calmly drew a sword and, with a single stroke, swiftly dispatched the grotesque master of Huanyuman, accomplishing the feat in the blink of an eye. Instantly, the grand hall of Lingxiao sect was enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 46. Ancestor, something terrible has happened. The scene mirrored that of the Lord of Lingxiao sect moments prior. The elders were nearly rendered speechless, their eyes bulging in disbelief. A single strike to eliminate a formidable opponent at the second level of the king realm? Even their revered ancestor could not achieve such a feat. What extraordinary power was displayed here? Most troubling was the realization of some perceptive elders who discerned that the slain individual was the master of Huanyuman, while the assailant appeared to be merely a projection. At that moment, Elder Zhou spoke. This must be a mere avatar, summoned by an elder from Yuheng Sword Palace using a peculiar stone. His words sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the sect. If such might resided in a mere projection, how formidable must the original be? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. One elder immediately stood and declared, Lord, I shall promptly arrange for 10,000,000 spirit stones to be sent to Yuheng Sword Palace. They were not foolish, nor did they doubt the authenticity of the Shadow's words. Should they fail to deliver the 10,000,000 spirit stones as reparations, the moment that Shadow descended upon Lingxiao sect, calamity would surely follow. The Lord of Lingxiao sect made no effort to intervene, wearily waving his hand to dissolve the assembly. Alone in the hall, he reflected on the visage of the black-robed youth, his expression inscrutable as he exhaled slowly. The absence of any sect insignia upon the young man and his unfamiliar sword technique suggested he was not of the Zhonglu Empire. Yet, how could such a powerful figure be linked to Yuheng Sword Palace? He was perplexed and bewildered. Meanwhile, in the Tangqing Empire, at Qingyang Sword Sect, the elders of Lingyu sect were unable to find peace for even a single day without their presence. Their resentment towards Lin Xian and his disciples grew. Feeling unjustly burdened by the troubles they had inadvertently brought upon Qingyang Sword Sect, they could not comprehend why the Lord and the Ancestor allowed Lin Xian and his disciples to depart unimpeded. In their minds, they should have captured them and handed them over to Lingyu sect upon their arrival, to quell the anger and prevent it from being directed at Qingyang Sword Sect. Now, they could only pray that the members of Lingyu sect would not retaliate against Qingyang Sword Sect after learning of Lin Xian's departure. The Grand Ancestor of Xianjian had abandoned any thoughts of seclusion, remaining vigilant within the sect as they braced for the impending crisis. Ancestor, Lord, Something dreadful has occurred. The disciple dispatched by the Qingyang Sword Sect, responsible for intelligence, hurriedly arrived. Upon encountering the venerable Qingyang and the sect leader of Qingyang, he took a deep breath. His expression a mixture of panic and inexplicable excitement. The Qingyang sect leader furrowed his brow and reprimanded gently, "What has transpired? Why such disarray? Is this how one conducts oneself?" The informant, still struggling to catch his breath, hurriedly reported, "Respected sect leader, a calamity has befallen the ancestor. The Lingyu sect has been annihilated." "What?" The expression of the venerable Qingyang shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, fixing his gaze intently upon the disciple. "Is this true?" "Indeed." The informant explained hastily. "It is said that the destruction occurred some time ago, leaving the entire sect in ruins, with disciples either perishing or fleeing. The Tangqing Empire is distant, hence the delayed news. The elder from the Lingyu sect, who intended to confront our sword sect, turned back halfway. And now their whereabouts are unknown. It is rumored that a peerless sword cultivator, wielding but a single sword, leveled the Lingyu sect, slaughtering nearly all its high-ranking members. This includes the ancestor of the Lingyu sect, dead, all dead." "What?" Both the venerable Qingyang and the sect leader of Qingyang were taken aback, their hearts filled with profound shock. The ancestor of the Lingyu sect was a being of the 5th realm of the King's domain, reputedly just a step away from the 6th realm. How could he have perished so easily, without a chance to escape? Taking a deep breath, the venerable Qingyang felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon his heart. The unpredictability of fate is indeed alarming. Even the Lingyu sect, far more powerful than the Qingyang Sword Sect, was obliterated overnight. In that moment, the venerable Qingyang felt increasingly reassured that his earlier decisions had been wise. This world is perilous. A single misstep could lead to a fate as tragic as that of the Lingyu sect. Choices outweigh all else. Yet, one wonders how the Lingyu sect managed to provoke such a formidable sword cultivator. In retrospect, Lin Xian and his disciples had narrowly escaped with their lives. After dismissing the reporting disciple, the sect leader of Qingyang sighed heavily. He had always felt that the sect should not abandon Lin Xian and his disciple Wang Yin. Yet, despite being the leader, he had no final say in major sect matters. This authority rested with the venerable Qingyang. The news of the Lingyu sect's annihilation swiftly spread throughout the Tangqing Empire, reaching the ears of Lu Tianqing as well. At that moment, he was absorbing the residual potency of elixirs when he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a shadow passing over his brow. "What a stroke of fortune," he mused. Striving for calm, the peak master of the Tianjin Peak approached and gently shook his head at Lu Tianqing. "They are but a few lost souls, unworthy of concern. The paramount focus now is the great competition of the 7 nations." Lu Tianqing nodded in agreement, exhaling softly to center his thoughts, yet could not suppress a sarcastic remark. "Rest assured, Peak Master, I harbor no intention of settling scores with them. However, should fate allow our paths to cross again, I shall demand their demise." As he spoke, a glimmer of icy resolve flickered in Lu Tianqing's eyes, still nursing a grudge over the incident where Lin Xian's 3 disciples had bested him, causing him to lose face in the sect competition. "It suffices that you possess this awareness. Indeed, you must diligently remember the guidance bestowed upon you by the venerable ancestor during this period, for it would be a disappointment to him otherwise. The ancestor has high hopes for you. Therefore, maintain your composure and thoroughly assimilate the potency of the Dragon Soul Elixir without leaving any remnants." The 2 one-pattern Dragon Soul Elixirs represent a considerable investment from the Qingyang ancestor, who is resolute in ensuring that the Qingyang Sword Sect shines brilliantly during the 7 Nations Grand Competition, allowing its name to resonate across all 7 realms. Lu Tianqing nodded slightly, closing his eyes once more to absorb the elixir's energy, a confident smile playing upon his lips. Although this enhancement is not solely reliant on his innate talent, what of it? He feels no shame, but rather a certain indescribable pleasure, such as fate. Wang Yin and Su Lianxin possess remarkable talents, yet how does that matter? Currently, they remain far behind him. He understands that should they face each other again, victory would come with ease. In the 7 Nations Grand Competition, he is determined to represent the Qingyang Sword Sect and secure a place within the top 100, if not beyond. As for them, they shall never again have the opportunity to compete on the same stage as he. Chapter 47. The enemy approaches. Qingyang, having evaded pursuit, had long distanced himself from the Yuheng Sword Palace, which is why the location where Lin Xian encountered him was still a considerable distance from the palace. As Lin Xian and his companions journeyed toward the Yuheng Sword Palace, The Cold Moon Fairy traversed thousands of miles to reach the Silver Frost Empire's Qingyang Valley. Nestled within a valley rich in wind spirit energy, Qingyang Valley specializes in the path of wood and boasts formidable strength. Not long after her arrival, the Cold Moon Fairy met with the master of Qingyang Valley. With candor, she articulated the dire predicament facing the Qingyang Sword Palace and, slightly anxious, expressed the purpose of her visit. She requested the assistance of Qingyang Valley to aid the Qingyang Sword Palace, framing it as a way to repay an old favor. Furthermore, the Cold Moon Fairy presented several jade vials containing numerous precious elixirs. From their aura alone, one could discern their extraordinary value. In order to persuade the master of Qingyang Valley, she had indeed invested significantly. Listening intently, the master of Qingyang Valley furrowed his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, the Cold Moon Fairy felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although the master owed her a significant favor from years past, the troubles currently besieging the Qingyang Sword Palace were indeed grave, and any misstep could lead to its annihilation. Had she not been driven to desperation, she would not have resorted to such measures. However, after a moment's reflection, the master gently shook his head in response to the Cold Moon Fairy. I regret to inform you, Cold Moon Fairy, that I cannot grant your request. He sighed softly, as if lamenting a tragic fate while feeling helpless. The matter between the Qingyang Sword Palace and the Illusionary Feather Sect is a conflict between sects, and moreover, a conflict within your Zhonglu Empire. As an external force, Qingyang Valley cannot intervene. Furthermore, the favor owed to you is personal, not representative of Qingyang Valley. Should I choose to assist you and engage in the strife with the Illusionary Feather Sect, it would be perceived as Qingyang Valley taking sides. I cannot gamble the future of my sect. If you have other difficulties, I may be able to assist you. His words were delivered with righteous conviction. Yet with careful consideration, it becomes evident that the notions of appropriateness and propriety were merely excuses stemming from his reluctance. In his view, he indeed owed a considerable favor to the Cold Moon Fairy from years past. However, that favor was not substantial enough to compel him to offend the two prominent sects, the Illusory Feather Sect and the Thundercloud Pavilion, for the sake of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. Although he was the master of the Clear Wind Valley, the valley was not solely his domain. Furthermore, it was absolutely inconceivable for him to involve the Clear Wind Valley in a sectarian conflict merely to repay a personal debt. Master Yang, the Cold Moon Fairy felt a surge of urgency within her, furrowing her brow as she contemplated her next words. Yet the master of Clear Wind Valley raised his hand, interrupting her. There is no need for further discussion, Cold Moon Fairy. My mind is made up. Please take your leave. He then retrieved an item from his storage pouch and tossed it to the Cold Moon Fairy. It was also a rare treasure, meant to settle the debt he owed her from years ago. Catching the item and examining the treasure in her hand, the Cold Moon Fairy was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Indeed, the master of Clear Wind Valley spoke the truth. This item was indeed precious. Yet, with the imminent destruction of her sect, what good were treasures to her? The master of Clear Wind Valley had clearly shut the door to further discourse, making it evident that he wished to dismiss her. Even if she were to plead fervently, it would be in vain. Despair enveloped her heart as she clenched her hands tightly and departed. At present, her only hope rested with Elder Chun, praying he could summon the city lord of Tsangnan. Otherwise, the Jade Balanced Sword Palace would face dire peril. With Clear Wind Valley refusing to intervene, the Cold Moon Fairy made no further attempts to persuade Master Yang and hastened back to the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. Upon her return, she did not disturb any disciples. Yet the sight of harmony within the sect made her heart ache, and her expression darkened. How could the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, which she had guarded for so long, perish before her return? But what could she do? Within the conference hall of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, all the elders, including the Grand Elders and the Steward, were gathered, each bearing a heavy heart, their faces etched with worry and despair. Just then, upon noticing the Cold Moon Fairy's return, they turned to her, anxiously inquiring, Deputy Palace Master, what news? Is Clear Wind Valley willing to assist us? The Cold Moon Fairy initially fell silent, then took her seat and shook her head. She remained mute, and the face of the elder who had questioned her quickly darkened, retreating to his seat with a countenance ashen. What shall we do now? A bitter smile played on the Cold Moon Fairy's lips as despair permeated the conference hall, enveloping them all in sorrow. She gently tugged at the corners of her mouth and asked, What has been the response from the disciples? They are still unaware of this matter. Elderly and I have sealed the news. The alliance between the Illusory Feather Sect and the Thundercloud Pavilion targeting our sect has not leaked for the time being. One elder replied before hesitating. Does Clear Wind Valley truly refuse to come to our aid? We can offer spirit stones. We can provide medicinal pills. Anything we possess. Before the Cold Moon Fairy could respond, a solemn elder beside her sighed and spoke. It is already meaningless. Even if Clear Wind Valley were to change their mind now, it would be too late. At these words, the Cold Moon Fairy was taken aback, bewildered. What do you mean by that? The Deputy Palace Master may not be aware. But shortly after your departure, our informants relayed news back to us. The collaboration with the Illusory Feather Sect is not with the Thundercloud Pavilion, but with the Lingxiao Sect. What? The Lingxiao Sect? The Celestial Maiden of the Cold Moon was engulfed in disbelief, her mind reeling as if struck by lightning. How could it possibly be the Lingxiao Sect? The pressure from the two sects had already plunged her into despair. And now with the Thundercloud Pavilion switching allegiances to the Lingxiao Sect, it felt as though despair had reached its zenith, leaving her heart cold and lifeless. Did the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace truly have any hope of salvation? It seemed as if fate itself sought to extinguish the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. Yet, this was not the most devastating realization. There was Elder Qingyang. Since his departure, there had been no word from him, and it was likely that misfortune had befallen him. Though unspoken, the implication was understood by all. A heavy silence enveloped the hall, the air thick with despair. This situation was irrevocably doomed, without a solution. With the combined might of the Illusory Feather Sect and the Lingxiao Sect, what could the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace possibly wield in defense? Their lives? But even that might not suffice. At that moment, the Celestial Maiden suddenly lifted her gaze, her expression shifting as she flew out of the council chamber without hesitation. Standing outside the main peak while furrowing her brow in grave concern as she gazed toward the horizon, the other elders hurried to follow, their expressions changing before they could even inquire about her distress. They sensed that several formidable presences were approaching from beyond the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace, among which the aura of Wang Jing was far superior to that of 10 others combined. Activate the protective formation. Instruct the disciples to take their positions and ensure the lower-ranked disciples are safe. The people of the Illusory Feather Sect and Lingxiao Sect were coming. Swiftly, they arranged themselves and dashed alongside the Celestial Maiden to the mountain gate, but upon arrival, they froze in place. Before the gate, 3 figures from the Wang realm of the Illusory Feather Sect had appeared. Although the sect leader was absent, the deputy leader and others were present. Meanwhile, the Lingxiao Sect boasted a complete assembly of 10 Wang realm experts, including their sect leader. The elders of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace and the Celestial Maiden felt a weight in their hearts, their faces betraying utter desolation. Separated by the protective formation, the Celestial Maiden took a deep breath, her expression resolute, prepared to sacrifice herself for righteousness. Yet, before she could draw her weapon, she noticed that the leader of the Lingxiao Sect had acted quicker than she, not drawing a weapon but producing 2 storage rings. Bowing respectfully toward the Celestial Maiden within the confines of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. Chapter 48. The astonished Celestial Maiden of the Cold Moon, the Lingxiao Sect, and the Illusory Feather Sect, as per the requirements, had delivered a total of 20 million spirit stones and requested that the Celestial Maiden accept them to resolve the misunderstandings between both parties. A statement laden with sincerity left the Celestial Maiden and all members of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace utterly stunned. What was happening? According to whose demands? 20 million spirit stones for the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace? One elder of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace stumbled, nearly losing his footing, his face a mask of bewilderment. Am I dreaming? The elders of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace were momentarily paralyzed, exchanging glances, all of them filled with confusion. The individuals before them were undeniably from the Lingxiao Sect and the Illusory Feather Sect, yet they were not here to cause trouble but rather to offer an apology? How could this be possible? All the elders of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace were in a state of disbelief. Those acquainted with their own kin are well aware that the Yuhing Sword Palace holds little that would provoke fear from the Huanyu Sect or the Lingxiao Sect. To put it bluntly, a confrontation between their sect and the Lingxiao Sect would be akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. After all, this is the Lingxiao Sect, the third most formidable power in the Conglu Empire. What could they possibly possess that would warrant such trepidation, including the esteemed Hanyu Fairy? Every individual present was left utterly dumbfounded, as they beheld the sect master of the Lingxiao Sect presenting a storage ring with both hands. Not a single elder dared to reach out and accept it. They even harbored suspicions that this could very well be a plot devised by the Lingxiao Sect and the Huanyu Sect to humiliate them. Until the situation was clarified, none were willing to act rashly, seeing that the Hanyu Fairy refused to accept it. The sect master of the Lingxiao Sect, and the deputy master of the Huanyu sect grew increasingly anxious. Fairy, please accept this gift. We genuinely come to offer our apologies. We hope you can relay to that esteemed elder that this matter is indeed a result of our ignorance regarding your connection to the Yuhing Sword Palace. We present this tribute, and in the future, we shall certainly avoid any confrontation with that esteemed elder. His words were earnest. Yet the Hanyu fairy felt even more perplexed. What esteemed elder? How could she, as the deputy master, be unaware of such a powerful figure within her own sect? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. However, their overt display of contrition could not simply be a case of miscommunication. Just as the Hanyu fairy remained in a state of confusion, hesitating to act, a streak of light appeared from the horizon, and a figure materialized before them, none other than Qingyang, who had been unreachable for quite some time. Elder Chun, you are alive? The elders of the Yuhing Sword Palace exclaimed in surprise and joy. Qingyang scratched his head and chuckled. Of course. My communication jade pendant was lost while I was being pursued, which is why I had not been in contact with the sect. But enough of that, Deputy Master. You should accept their apology. If you do not, they may be reluctant to leave. The higher-ups of the Yuhing Sword Palace had presumed Qingyang had met with an unfortunate end, and to see him again was a delightful surprise. Yet his words left them utterly baffled. Elder Qin, what do you mean by that? Faced with the confusion of his fellow sect members, Qingyang glanced at the external sect leaders and elders nearby, chuckling as he shook his head. This matter is rather complex. First, accept the spirit stones. I will explain everything in detail later. In any case, the crisis for our sect has been resolved. From now on, the Ling Xiao sect and the Huanyu sect will neither seek trouble with the Yuhing Sword Palace nor dare to. His tone was confident and carefree, yet it left the higher-ups of the Yuhing Sword Palace feeling anxious. The leaders of the Ling Xiao sect and the Huanyu sect were still present. Speaking in such a manner was akin to slapping them in the face. However, the ensuing scene left the elders of the Yuhing Sword Palace further bewildered. The deputy master of the Huanyu sect and the sect master of the Ling Xiao sect exchanged glances, both revealing faint, bitter smiles. Indeed. We do not dare to seek trouble with your esteemed sect. The previous incident was our fault. The sect master of the Ling Xiao sect wore a countenance of bitterness. Hastily agreeing, one could hardly believe he was the master of the Ling Xiao sect given his demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, the Hanyu fairy extended her hand and ultimately accepted the storage ring. Thus, I shall accept it. The master of Ling Xiao sect gazed at the storage ring she had received, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. With the apologies delivered, we shall not linger any longer. Farewell. He hurriedly departed with the elders of the sect, while the members of Huanyuman, having lost their leader, felt unworthy even to speak and hastily followed behind. A multitude of powerful beings transformed into streaks of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving the higher-ups of Yuhing Sword Palace in a state of bewilderment. Should we still activate the protective formation of the sect? Clearly, there is no need to do so. Amidst the haste and confusion, the protective formation was deactivated just as it had been activated, while Qingyang was escorted to the conference hall. Faced with a sea of eager gazes, he swiftly recounted his experiences during the journey. During the trip to Songnan, he spoke with great detail, although his words were plain. The audience could not help but feel a chill when they heard of the two powerful beings pursuing him. Reflecting on that perilous moment, Qingyang himself was somewhat taken aback, filled with gratitude. Though fraught with danger, fortune smiled upon me, allowing me to encounter Senior Lin and the palace master. Otherwise, I fear I would not have returned to the palace today. He shook his head with a sigh, full of trepidation. Yet the elders listening keenly seized upon the terminology in his discourse. Palace master? They were half astonished and half puzzled, casting a glance at the revered fairy Hanwei. The elders present had been part of Yuhing Sword Palace for many years, yet they had never encountered the palace master nor heard of her deeds. All they knew came solely from the words of Deputy Palace Master Hanwei. Consequently, many of them even speculated that the palace master had long since perished, or perhaps that there was never a palace master to begin with, but rather a pretext devised by Fairy Hanwei to divert the scrutiny of certain factions. Upon hearing the term palace master, Fairy Hanwei's expression instantaneously transformed into one of immense excitement as she stepped forward, urgently inquiring, "You have seen the palace master? You truly have seen her?" Qingyang, not daring to delay, promptly nodded and recounted the entirety of his encounter with Lin Xian and her entourage in meticulous detail. Among his descriptions, he elaborated most on the appearance and demeanor of the white-clad palace master. Upon finishing, a glimmer of tears sparkled in Fairy Hanwei's eyes, her exhilaration barely contained. nearly moved to tears. The Palace Master is indeed the Palace Master. After so many years of absence, has she finally remembered me? Remembered that Songlu Empire still holds Yuhing Sword Palace? It was as if heaven had opened its eyes, responding to Fairy Hanyue's innermost thoughts. Just as she struggled to conceal her joy, several powerful presences surged into Yuhing Sword Palace, landing directly outside the main hall. Before this, not even the elders had sensed their arrival, and it was only when the foreign auras reached the main hall that they became aware. Who is it? Chapter 49. The results are in. All the high-ranking members poured out, yet Fairy Hanwei, leading the charge, froze on the spot upon seeing one of the intruders. Qingyang, brimming with excitement, quickly admonished the surrounding elders. Stop. Do not offend the Palace Master and Senior Lin. They are esteemed guests of Yuhing Sword Palace. The arrivals were none other than Lin Xian and her party. Due to certain circumstances, their delay on the road was prolonged, otherwise they would have arrived much earlier. However, it is not too late now. The Fairy of the Cold Moon was startled awake by Qingyang's loud call. Coming back to her senses, she gazed at the enchanting woman not far away, whose demeanor radiated joy, and her eyes immediately reddened, prompting her to kneel without hesitation. Master, you have finally returned. Yun Li, the celestial sovereign, smiled gently, observing the once cold girl now transformed into a beautiful woman, her eyes reflecting a hint of emotion. The little girl from years past had grown into such a figure. With a casual wave of her hand, an invisible force gently lifted the Fairy of the Cold Moon. Undeniable in its power. You have grown, she remarked, a statement that nearly brought forth uncontrollable tears from the Fairy. The elders nearby were shaken, astonished by the celestial sovereign's strength, and they momentarily fell silent. After a round of nostalgic exchanges and once they entered the main hall, Yunli no longer delayed and quickly got to the point. She solemnly dropped a bombshell to the gathered members of the Yuhing Sword Palace. From now on, there is no need to refer to me as the Palace Master. Hanyu, the prefix vice in your title can be considered removed. Before the Fairy of the Cold Moon could express her anxiety, Yunli proceeded to introduce the young man beside her, reigniting astonishment among the crowd. This is Lin Xian, the master of the Lin sect. I am now under the command of Master Lin and serve as the first sword master. At Yunli's declaration, gasps of shock echoed in the room. For the first time, they regarded Lin Xian with new eyes. Initially, they had assumed these individuals were merely disciples or subordinates of Yunli, never anticipating that they were, in fact, the reverse of the celestial hierarchy. The Palace Master was a subordinate? The Fairy of the Cold Moon opened her mouth to speak but ultimately shook her head. I shall heed the Palace Master's wishes. Yunli, with a hint of exasperation, looked at the once Navi girl, chuckling softly as she shook her head. You have said there is no need to call me Palace Master. Regardless, let us return to the matter at hand. My purpose for returning this time also includes facilitating the participation of Master Lin's 3 esteemed disciples in the Grand Tournament of the 7 Nations, which requires 3 slots from the Yuhing Sword Palace. As is well known, the Grand Tournament of the 7 Nations is a competition among the 7 nations, limited to disciples of the respective sects, and slots are required for participation. The Yuhing Sword Palace, as one of the 7 sects of the Songlu Empire, possesses a limited number of slots. The quantity of slots available is contingent upon the strength of the sect, and the Yuhing Sword Palace has only 10 slots. Upon hearing this, the Fairy of the Cold Moon readily responded, Of course, there is no problem. Besides, you are the Palace Master. This is merely a trivial matter. No need to consult me, the Vice Master. The other elders remained silent, evidently in agreement with this decision. It was absurd. They were not foolish. Without the Palace Master and the Venerable Lin, the Yuhing Sword Palace might have ceased to exist. They merely sought 3 slots. And even if they were to claim them all, they would have no objections. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Yunli nodded slightly. Then it is settled. Yes. Days later, in the arena of the Yuhing Sword Palace, a place where numerous disciples engage in combat and training, an air of excitement fills the atmosphere today, as the space has been cleared for a significant announcement that will determine their future honor. For today marks the day when the slots for the 7 Nations competition will be revealed. Silence. As the time approached, Qingyang, channeling his spiritual energy to amplify his voice, commanded the noisy crowd to hush. Standing tall, his expression serious, he bore an imposing presence reminiscent of the second elder. Today, I shall announce the candidates from Yuhing Sword Palace who will participate in the 7 Nations competition. Henceforth, all disciples whose names I call shall ascend the stage. Ao Phone. Present. Qingyu. Present. Han Shuang. Su Lianxin. Wang Yan. Chu Yuming. With that, he declared the names of 10 individuals. You all, prepare diligently upon your return. 1 month hence, we shall depart for the Dawn Empire to partake in the Seven Nations competition. Chen Xiong, an unyielding name-calling machine, paid no mind to the reactions following the announcement of the 10 slots as he briskly left the stage, having accomplished his task. Yet, the list he provided sent shockwaves through the assembly of disciples. The first 7 names were expected, each a distinguished talent within the sect. However, when the names of Su Lianxin and the others were called, astonishment swept through the crowd. Who is Su Lianxin? Is there such a person within our sect? No Xian Mo? How could it be? Mo Qingyang is also absent from the list. This is unbelievable. Liang Chu as well. What is happening? Who are Su Lianxin, Wang Yin, and Chu Yuming? Why have we never heard of them? Are they truly disciples of our Yuheng Sword Palace? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Even the 3 named, Xian Mo and his companions, stood frozen in place, their faces reflecting sheer surprise. Initially, they believed their names would surely be on the list. Yet what was this? Their names were entirely absent, replaced by 3 unfamiliar identities that had seemingly emerged from nowhere, usurping the slots that rightfully belonged to them. How could they endure such an affront? Incredulity washed over the 3 as they cast their glances towards the stage. Eyeing the unknown Su Lianxin and her companions with a mix of resentment and indignation. How could they possibly accept this? They had invested so much time preparing for the Seven Nations competition, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase their prowess and shine brightly. Yet now what was this? What were the higher-ups of the sect thinking? Regardless of their shock and dismay, once Qingyang finished reciting the names, he departed swiftly, leaving no room for suspense. With a cold expression, Xian Mo scrutinized Su Lianxin and her companions for a long moment before abruptly turning away, his demeanor icy. This matter demanded clarification. Without hesitation, the other 2, unwilling to accept the situation, followed suit and approached Qingyang directly. Elder Qin, we failed to comprehend why those 3 were able to seize our slots. Xian Mo, suppressing his anger, fixed his gaze on Qingyang, seeking an explanation. Yet, to his dismay, Qingyang merely cast a fleeting glance at them. Why? There are countless questions, yet this is the decision of the Palace Master. I am aware of your dissatisfaction, but you must trust that the Palace Master has her reasons for such arrangements. There is no need for further inquiries. Qingyang has always maintained a commendable temper within the sect, and even when these disciples have been somewhat disrespectful, he refrains from displaying anger. After all, the quota belongs to the sect, not to any individual disciple. The allocation is solely at the discretion of the sect. However, the trio of Xian Mo nearly voiced their indignation. How could this possibly be fair? That quota rightfully belonged to them. Yet, they understood that further questioning was futile and could only watch Qingyang leave with sullen faces, their resentment palpable, while they overlooked the mention of the Palace Master in his words. To date, the Yuheng Sword Palace has only one Vice Master, and many disciples privately refer to Han Yu as the Palace Master, leading the 3 to instinctively assume that Qingyang was speaking of the Vice Master Han Yu. They were not alone in their confusion. The entire Yuheng Sword Palace shared their bewilderment, including the esteemed prodigy Chu Jianchen, who is also a direct disciple of the fairy Han Yu and has been entrusted with great expectations and focused training. Unlike Xian Mo and the others, Chu Jianchen approached the fairy Han Yu directly, inquiring softly, Master, there is something I do not understand. Why have you chosen to replace Xian Mo and his companions with those 3? Have you forgotten our wager with the Yuxian Sword Palace? The Yuxian Sword Palace was once a part of the Yuheng Sword Palace and was notably the first peak, the Yuxian Peak. However, the Peak Master was overly zealous, holding beliefs contrary to those of the fairy Han Yu, which led to a significant rift between them. Following a decisive split, the Yuxian Peak declared its independence from the Yuheng Sword Palace and relocated to the Silver Frost Empire. The Yuxian Peak did not leave empty-handed. It took with it many formidable individuals from the Yuheng Sword Palace, resulting in a substantial decline in the latter's strength. Otherwise, the Yuheng Sword Palace could have ascended to become one of the 7 sects of the Zhonglu Empire long ago, rather than waiting until now. Meanwhile, the Yuxian Peak, having severed ties, rapidly developed over the years into one of the top 10 sects of the Silver Frost Empire. Despite the historical ties between the 2 sects, they have been marred by past grievances, leading to persistent rivalry and contention whenever they meet. The master of the Yuxian Sword Palace has never forgotten the conflicts of yesteryears and continues to seek to prove that the fairy Han Yu was in the wrong. Thus, a year ago, during a friendly contest between the 2 sects, a wager was established. For Chu Jianchen, that contest was a deep humiliation. At that time, Both the Yuhang and Yuxian Sword Palaces dispatched 10 disciples for the competition. Regrettably, the outcome was far from favorable, with the Yuhang Sword Palace suffering a defeat of 4 wins to 6 losses against the Yuxian Sword Palace. This defeat cast a long shadow over the Yuhang Sword Palace, leaving its members unable to hold their heads high in the presence of those from the Yuxian Sword Palace. It was during that event that the two sects agreed on a wager, promising to hold another friendly contest at the sacred Silver Egret Mountain after the great competition of the 7 nations, in which the participating disciples would be those who took part in the aforementioned competition. Thus, the Yuhang Sword Palace has sent participants to the 7 nations competition not only to compete but also to bear the heavy responsibility of resolving old grievances and winning a long-standing bet. Consequently, as the moment approached, the sudden replacement of familiar disciples with strangers left Chu Jianshan somewhat disconcerted. He had diligently prepared and summoned all his strength, eagerly anticipating this opportunity to cleanse the shame of the previous year and reclaim his honor, striving to surpass the Yuxuan Sword Palace. Initially brimming with confidence, he was taken aback when his master unexpectedly introduced 3 disciples, whose names he had never even heard, to replace Xian Mo and his companions. For Chu Jianshan, this was akin to having a bucket of cold water splashed upon his fervent enthusiasm. Had it been Xian Mo and his companions, he was certain they would triumph in this contest. However, the abilities of these unknown individuals were shrouded in uncertainty, and it was unreasonable for him to feel confident. Yet, upon hearing his grievances, the Cold Moon Fairy merely cast a fleeting glance at her disciple and gently shook her head. In due time, you shall understand. There is no need to dwell on this matter. My decision is resolute. Do not attempt to persuade me. Proceed. Understood. Chu Jianshan inhaled deeply. Recognizing his master's unwavering determination, he knew any further protestations would be futile. Concealing the disappointment in his eyes, he turned and departed. A knot of discomfort tightened within him, yet he could not afford the luxury of venting his frustrations. He could only suppress his discontent, silently hoping that those who had replaced Xian Mo and the others would not prove to be inadequate. Watching Chu Jianshan's retreating figure, the Cold Moon Fairy shook her head in resignation. Her disciple possessed considerable talent, but he tended to be overly earnest and impulsive, which was not ideal. As for the competition, she felt no concern. With the 3 esteemed disciples of Elder Lin by her side, this 7 nations competition, or the contest against the Yuxuan Sword Palace, would be far from a simple matter of mere superiority. She had witnessed their prowess firsthand. Moreover, the reason the Yuxuan Sword Palace had triumphed the previous year was not lost on her, even if her disciples were unaware. A flicker of cold light flashed in the Cold Moon Fairy's eyes as a faint smile curled upon her lips. Since the Yuxuan Sword Palace chose to disregard the rules, she too would not adhere to the conventions of her old adversary. If they sought outside assistance, she would do the same. Let them see whose allies were the most formidable. Chapter 50. Yuni seeks to become an apprentice with some time remaining before the 7 nations competition. Su Lianxin, Wang Yan, and Chu Yuming faced countless unfriendly gazes while walking within the Yuhang Sword Palace. Xian Mo, Mo Qingyang, and Liang Chu were renowned prodigies within the palace, firmly seated among the top 10 of the younger generation, and their righteous actions had garnered them a significant following. In the eyes of these followers, Su Lianxin and her companions were interlopers who had inexplicably claimed spots that rightfully belonged to Xian Mo and his peers. Thus, they naturally harbored no goodwill towards the trio. However, Su Lianxin and her companions remained unfazed. While it seemed they had usurped 3 slots within the Yuhang Sword Palace, it was, in fact, the palace that had gained a substantial advantage. The following day, Elder Lin, there is a matter I wonder if it may pique your interest. The Cold Moon Fairy's figure flickered into existence before Lin Xian, her expression one of deep respect. Before her stood a youth who, despite appearing to be of similar age, possessed a prowess and status that far surpassed her own. Even the sect master was merely one of his sword disciples. In the heart of the Songlu Empire, atop the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, a grand ascension ceremony was poised to unfold. Lin Xian felt a flicker of curiosity. Ascension ceremony? The Cold Moon Fairy paused, then realized that this esteemed Elder Lin was not from her nation, and hurriedly began to elucidate. The Ascension ceremony is a prestigious gathering of the 7 major sects of the Songlu Empire, aiming to recruit disciples from outside their ranks. This event is traditionally held at this time of year, with representatives from each of the 7 sects attending. While talented individuals from across the empire converge to seek opportunities for entry into these venerable sections, The 7 major sects monopolize nearly all cultivation resources within the Zhonglu Empire and harbor countless advanced techniques. For independent cultivators lacking affiliation, being favored by any of the 7 sects is akin to reaching for the heavens. It not only provides a solid backing and resources, but also alleviates the burden of solitary struggle. Furthermore, it grants access to numerous sacred cultivation sites, exclusive to those within the sections. Honored Elder Lin, would you be interested? The Cold Moon Fairy treated this formidable elder with utmost respect, as she recognized that, according to Qin Xiong's words, he could slay 2 kings with a single sword strike, a personage not to be trifled with. Indeed, upon hearing the Cold Moon Fairy's explanation, Lin Xian's interest was piqued, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Currently, he had, and only had, 3 disciples, yet his disciple capacity extended to 10, leaving 7 vacancies. The more disciples he had, especially those of exceptional talent, the swifter his own cultivation would progress. Should he manage to recruit 10 outstanding disciples, his advancement would be nothing short of astonishing. Naturally, they must be prodigies. With the aid of his system, Lin Xian could discern the destinies and experiences of others, identifying those with unique physiques or exceptional talent who had been overlooked. The multitude of potential candidates at the Ascension ceremony presented a splendid opportunity for him. Observing Lin Xian's burgeoning interest, the Cold Moon Fairy refrained from elaborating further and retrieved a token from her storage pouch. This token represents our Qingyang Sword Palace. If you are interested, esteemed elder, simply take this token to the Silver Egret's Sacred Mountain. Lin Xian graciously accepted it, mentally calculating the time. With the 7 nations competition still some time away, this journey would not impede his schedule. It was fortuitously timed. Seizing the moment, Cold Moon added, while the rules of the Silver Egret's Sacred Mountain are few, having a familiar companion would certainly make things more convenient. I shall have Qin Xiong accompany you. Lin Xian had no objections to this suggestion. Then I shall prepare for your journey to the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain. Meanwhile, at the border of the Zhonglu Empire, a small spiritual vessel glided through the skies, seemingly at a languid pace, yet moving with remarkable swiftness. At the bow sat an elegant woman, her back adorned with an ancient zither. Yuan Yi, the foremost prodigy from the Lingjin Empire, specialized in the art of the zither and had already grasped the essence of its music at a tender age, leaving many in her wake. She had crossed paths with Lin Xian and Su Lianxin within the secret realm of the burning heaven. For Lin Xian, that brief encounter held little significance. Yet for Yuni, it lingered in her memory, an indelible impression that she recalled time and again as if etched in her mind. The young swordswoman in white, who had effortlessly vanquished the bronze-armored wooden man with just 2 swords, alongside her formidable master. What caliber of power could possibly cultivate such an extraordinary disciple? Yuan Yi was both perplexed and unable to forget. This singular journey into the secret realm had profoundly altered her aspirations. Initially intending to venture beyond the 7 kingdoms to join one of the great sects of the Xin domain, the Thousand Sounds Pavilion, her experience in the secret realm transformed her resolve entirely. Once indifferent to the path of the sword, she now found herself deeply fascinated by it, even contemplating a fusion of the guqin and sword. Upon the emergence of this idea, Yuni could no longer remain still. She yearned to take that master as her own. However, despite her fervent desire, she faced vehement opposition from her clan. Yet, she remained unfazed. The woman aboard the spirit vessel gently plucked the strings of her guqin, lifting her gaze to the clouds that loomed close at hand. What did it matter if they disagreed? Her will was unyielding. Once she had made a decision, no one could sway her, neither her father nor the ancestors of her family. Previously, Yuni had planned to seek a master at the Qingyang Sword Sect. But upon learning that Lin Xian and Su Lianxin had departed from there to the Yuheng Sword Palace in the Zhonglu Empire, she altered her course and journeyed to the Zhonglu Empire instead. How foolish the Qingyang Sword Sect was. As she reflected on the news she had received, a fleeting look of disdain crossed her features, but as she beheld the approaching peaks of the Zhonglu Mountains, she regained her usual composure, her lips curving in a smile that spoke of her confidence. The Silver Egret's Sacred Mountain, where the Ascension ceremony awaited, she had arrived. Chapter 51. The Madwoman. The Silver Egret's Sacred Mountain, situated in the heart of the Zhonglu Empire, was the venue for the Ascension ceremony held at this time each year. Bustling with activity and throngs of people, nearly every notable faction within the Zhonglu Empire was present, including the 7 major sects renowned throughout the land. However, this year, something was amiss. Only 5 of the 7 sects had made an appearance. Where were the others? The absence of the illusory feather sect and the Qingyang Sword Palace had sparked confusion and speculation among the attendees. I have heard some whispers regarding the illusory feather sect. It seems they have encountered unforeseen circumstances and have sealed their mountain, one person suddenly remarked. Really? Sealing their mountain at such a time? What could have transpired? Pray tell us. Good sir. Others eagerly urged him. Alas, that remains a mystery. I had been contemplating joining the illusory feather sect myself, he replied, shaking his head. A lively discussion ensued among the cultivators gathered near the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, with the most frequently mentioned sects being the Yushu Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion, which ranked first and second in the Zhonglu Empire, second only to the imperial family. The two prominent sects, renowned for their profound heritage and formidable strength, have long dominated the rankings of the 7 sects of the Zhonglu Empire. In recent years, the Lingxiao sect has subtly emerged as a potential rival to the Qingyang Pavilion, though it remains merely a threat for now. As established sects with substantial legacies, these two hold a prestigious status in the Zhonglu Empire. Deeply ingrained in the hearts of its people, countless prodigies and noble offspring aspire to become disciples within their ranks. For the denizens of the Zhonglu Empire, the Yushu Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion are regarded as sacred sanctuaries for cultivation. Above the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, shimmering lights danced across the sky as elders and high-ranking members from various factions gathered. Lin Xian, accompanied by Chen Xiong, soon made their entrance, drawing the attention of many cultivators. Although they were unfamiliar with Lin Xian, Chen Xiong was a recognizable figure, a powerful being within the Wang realm, esteemed throughout the Zhonglu Empire. Finally, the Qingyang Sword Palace has arrived. There were concerns they might not come. This year, their arrival was somewhat delayed, as they are typically among the earliest to participate. It is indeed Elder Chen Xiong, one of the 3 Wang realm experts of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Who might that young individual beside him be? He bears an unfamiliar visage and appears youthful. He must be Elder Chen's disciple. Elder Chen enjoys a degree of renown as one of the 3 Wang realm experts, and in the Zhonglu Empire, which is considered the weakest among the 7 kingdoms. A Wang realm cultivator is undoubtedly a figure of immense strength. As for Lin Xian, he remained unnoticed as the crowd regarded him with indifference. Hearing the offensive remarks nearby, Chen Xiong felt a twinge of displeasure and turned to confront the speaker, but Lin Xian restrained him. It is unnecessary, Lin Xian remarked, unfazed by the comments. Chen Xiong, with a wry smile, shook his head, acknowledging Lin Xian's indifference to such trifles. Just as the two settled onto the elevated platform prepared for the Qingyang Sword Palace, a figure clad in earthy tones approached, appearing anxious and somewhat sheepish. Elder Chen and Senior Lin, he greeted. His attire bore the emblem of the Lingxiao sect, characterized by a soaring cloud-hunting falcon entwined with evergreen vine patterns, indicating his status as an elder sent to recruit disciples. This was Elder Yin, also a Wang realm cultivator, who hurried over upon recognizing the young man captured in the stone projection. Lin Xian offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, though he was unfamiliar with Elder Yin. The elder's warm demeanor warranted respect, and Lin Xian deemed it inappropriate to rebuff him. The prior incidents were now behind him. The sect leader of Lingxiao had personally come to apologize and fulfilled his promises of reparation, thus resolving any lingering grievances. At this moment, the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain was bustling with attendees from 6 major sects, all of whom were elders, with the exception of the reclusive Huanyu sect. Given that this was merely a celestial ascension conference, it was customary for sect leaders to refrain from diminishing their status by attending. The presence of Wang realm elders sufficed. Elder Yin dared not intrude upon Lin Xian for too long and engaged in hesitant small talk with Chen Xiong, much to the surprise of those surrounding them. Though the distance rendered their conversation inaudible, the courteous and warm demeanor of Elder Yin did not escape the attention of the onlookers. Elder Yin's cultivation was no trifling matter. Being at the 2nd level of the King realm, however, his esteemed lineage from the Lingxiao sect, second only to the Yushu Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion, placed him far above the ordinary practitioners of the same level. Even the leaders or deputy leaders of the lesser-ranked sects would treat Elder Yin with the utmost respect. Thus, it was indeed surprising that Elder Yin, of such high standing, would lower himself to greet the elders of the lowly-ranked Qingyang Sword Palace with such enthusiasm. While the presence of the talented Fairy Hanwei from Qingyang Sword Palace could be somewhat justified, the astonishment and whispers among the crowd were not lost on Elder Yin, though he chose to disregard them. Did they not realize? He was well aware that the current Qingyang Sword Palace was no longer the same as before. The Qingyang Sword Palace had become a force to be reckoned with, one that even he, as well as their sect leader, and indeed the entire Lingxiao sect, could not afford to provoke. Following an apology visit, their sect leader had sternly warned everyone to avoid offending the Qingyang Sword Palace, and if possible, to seek a cordial relationship with them. His affable demeanor was not a means to ingratiate himself with Lin Xian, but rather a desire to leave a favorable impression. Engaged in lively conversation with Qin Xiong, Elder Yin discreetly observed Lin Xian's expression, finding no signs of disdain, which reassured him that he had made the right move. However, just as Elder Yin was in high spirits, an unwelcome interruption occurred. Who could that be? Came a derisive voice. Is Qingyang Sword Palace so destitute that they could only send a mere first-level King Realm practitioner? How truly pitiable indeed. The inappropriate remarks, laced with mockery, echoed behind Elder Yin. As the crowd turned to identify the source of the voice, recognition dawned in their eyes. The speaker was none other than Elder Feng, representing the Qingyang Pavilion to recruit disciples, and she was at the second level of the King Realm. There was little animosity between Elder Feng and the Qingyang Sword Palace. Yet a significant feud existed between her and Fairy Hanwei. The specifics of their conflict remained unknown to outsiders, likely only understood by the two female cultivators themselves. Each encounter between them was fraught with tension, as Elder Feng's countenance would darken, akin to someone who had consumed gunpowder, filled with scorn and derision. Conversely, Fairy Hanwei, known for her icy demeanor, seldom acknowledged Elder Feng. Nevertheless, Elder Feng's animosity toward Fairy Hanwei never waned. At the annual Silver Egret Sacred Mountain Ascension ceremony, attendees often witnessed the classic scene of Elder Feng deriding Fairy Hanwei. This year, with Fairy Hanwei's absence, Qin Xiong and Lin Xian of Qingyang Sword Palace naturally became Elder Feng's primary targets. Upon spotting Elder Feng, Qin Xiong's eyes flashed with disdain as he scoffed and turned away. What concern is it of yours who Qingyang Sword Palace sends? He was acutely aware of the enmity between Deputy Palace Master Hanwei and Elder Feng. In fact, aside from Lin Xian, it was likely that no one else present was oblivious to it. Consequently, Qin Xiong felt an extra measure of disdain for this occasionally deranged woman. Elder Feng, looking down her nose at Qin Xiong, rolled her eyes in contempt. Not my concern. Apart from the absent Huanyu sect, which of the 6 major sects has failed to send at least one elder of the second realm? Only your Jade-Balanced Sword Palace has deigned to send someone like you, which is nothing short of a disgrace to our 6 sections. What? Is there not a second elder of the second realm in your Jade-Balanced Sword Palace, because that woman Hanwei is absent? What of that old dog Lu Ming? Dead. She regarded Qin Xiong with disdain, her gaze shifting, her lips constantly clicking in disapproval, as if she had encountered something foul. Qin Xiang clenched his fists, staring at Elder Feng, who spewed venomous words, wishing he could slap her twice. However, he was acutely aware that such an action was out of the question. Not to mention that this was the venue for the Ascension ceremony. His own strength paled in comparison to that of this madwoman. Disgusted, he turned away, treating Elder Feng as if she were mere air. This woman raved like a lunatic year after year, seemingly insatiable, her words dripping with malice and filth. At times, Qin Xiong even wondered if Elder Feng had spent all these years not in seclusion and cultivation, but rather honing her verbal skills, striving to ensure her insults never grew stale. One could only speculate what grievances Deputy Palace Master Hanwei had inflicted upon her. Had she slain her family or stolen her lover? Such bitterness could hardly be explained otherwise. Upon meeting, she lunged at him like a rabid dog, truly reminiscent of a toad on a calloused foot. The onlookers observed Elder Feng's tirade with a hint of pity in their gazes directed at Qin Xiong. The elder from the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace was indeed a pitiable figure. Having not encountered the enchanting Hanwei, Elder Feng unleashed all her ire upon Qin Xiong. Elder Feng, perhaps you should temper your words, Elder Yin interjected, frowning. He bore no personal grudge against Elder Feng and shared little camaraderie with her. Yet the relationship between Lingxiao sect and Qingyang Pavilion was relatively amicable, prompting him to offer a word of caution. The Jade-Balanced Sword Palace was no longer what it once was. Lingxiao sect was not to be trifled with. And although Qingyang Pavilion was somewhat stronger in overall power, it still found itself at a disadvantage against the current Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. Should they inadvertently provoke Elder Lin, even coming from Qingyang Pavilion would not guarantee survival. Were it not for the ties between the two sects, Elder Yin would have been reluctant to say anything at all. He acted out of goodwill, yet it was apparent that his intentions were unwelcome. Get lost. Elder Feng shot him a fierce glance, her words leaving no room for Elder Yan's dignity. Witnessing this, Elder Yan's expression darkened, publicly humiliated before so many. He concluded that this woman was beyond saving. Humph. Elder Yin snorted coldly, withholding further comments. He had issued his warning, and since it had not been appreciated, there was little more to be said. As long as it did not backfire on him later, he would not bear the blame. Elder Lin, let us depart and ignore this madwoman, Chen Xiong discreetly transmitted to Lin Xian. He shared a similar sentiment with Elder Yin, unwilling to engage in a quarrel that would diminish their dignity. Together with Lin Xian, they soon took their seats. Elder Yin offered a slight bow before hastening to his designated position within the Lingxiao sect. With the 6 sects now assembled and the incense for ascension having burned away, the grand ceremony officially commenced. Atop the silver egret sacred mountain, the 7 sects were arrayed in a formation reminiscent of the 7 stars, with other first-rate powers occasionally falling behind them. Although these other forces were not as formidable as the 7 sects, they were not devoid of their own sovereign-level guardians. This year, the conspicuous empty space atop Silver Egret Sacred Mountain drew much attention. The absence of the illusory feather sect sparked numerous discussions and speculations among the attendees. However, only Chen Xiong and Elder Yin comprehended the true reason behind their non-appearance. With the death of their sect leader, it was hardly surprising that the illusory feather sect could muster no appetite for participation. The demise of their leader left the sect with only 2 sovereigns, a level of strength insufficient to sustain the illusory feather sect, causing it to plummet from its previously superior standing, now languishing at the bottom of the 7 sections. As the Zhonglu Empire eyed the positions of the 7 sects with keen interest, the illusory feather sect should first contemplate how to preserve its precarious status. Elder Yin pondered this, feeling both a sense of dread and relief. It seemed likely that the illusory feather sect would remain out of the public eye for a considerable time to come. The process of the ascension ceremony was not particularly intricate. Despite being termed a grand event, it resembled more a collective initiation rite for the 7 sections. Once the ceremony commenced, there was but a singular focus, the testing of talent. In cultivation, innate aptitude remained paramount, while other factors could not be dismissed entirely. None held as much weight as one's natural endowment. At the center of the plaza constructed atop Silver Egret Sacred Mountain stood a massive spirit tablet, employed for the assessment of talent. This spirit tablet featured 10 radiant columns. The number of columns illuminated by the tester signified their level of aptitude. The spirit tablet itself was exceedingly rare. Aside from the foremost sect of the 7, the Yushu Sword Sect, only the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain possessed one, enveloped in formidable protective formations, rendering it nearly indestructible. The elder presiding over the ascension ceremony had already taken the stage. Each year, a different elder was chosen from the 7 sects, with a rotation system in place to ensure fairness and impartiality. The ascension ceremony had officially begun. The spirit tablet was now activated, and all participants were urged to prepare themselves. A hush fell over Silver Egret's sacred mountain as the elder on stage recited the rules. This was a customary procedure. Although many had heard it numerous times before, no one interrupted, listening attentively. As you can see, the spirit tablet comprises 10 luminous columns. Should you touch the tablet and successfully illuminate it, it signifies your aptitude for cultivation, affording you the opportunity to enter a sect and seize your fortune. Conversely, should you fail to illuminate the tablet, it is merely fate's decree. Harbor no grievances and refrain from causing a disturbance. Illuminating 4 columns indicates outstanding talent. Permitting entry into our 7 sections, 5 or 6 illuminated columns qualify one for the inner sect as a true disciple. Illuminating 7 columns is exceedingly rare. Our Yushu Sword Sect's young lord and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion achieved this feat in their youth. Both are exceptional talents and now stand at the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm, truly deserving of their title as the chosen of heaven. The elder conducting this year's test hailed from the Yushu Sword Sect, and his voice brimmed with pride as he mentioned his sect's young lord. Chapter 52. Do you wish to die? A clamor arose from the audience below. Even the young master of the minor sect and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion have only illuminated 7 beams of light. The test spirit monument boasts a total of 10 beams. Is there truly anyone capable of achieving such a feat? This question lingers in the minds of many, presenting a conundrum that remains unsolved. After all, the 2 prodigies from the Yushu Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion have barely managed to manifest 7 beams. As for the elusive 8, 9, or even 10 beams, can anyone genuinely attain such heights? The elder on stage seemed to perceive the thoughts of the crowd, and this, indeed, is a matter often discussed. With a slight smile, he addressed the assembly. In the annals of the Zhonglu Empire, Only one individual has ever achieved the illumination of 8 beams, and that is the founder of our Qingyang Sword Sect. It is said that he, in his prime, ignited 8 beams of light. This statement was primarily directed towards the uninformed and the outsiders present. As the elder's words resonated, the audience below was visibly stirred. The founder of the Qingyang Sword Sect, a legendary figure, rumored to have 1 foot already in the imperial realm, half a step into the imperial domain. It is crucial to note that in the current realm of the 7 nations of Qingyang, not a single individual has attained the imperial level. The existence of 8 beams is indeed astounding, stirring deep reverence and aspiration. However, there are no records of 9 or 10 beams. Throughout the ages, such achievements remain unchronicled. Even if such extraordinary beings exist, they are unlikely to emerge from our Zhonglu Empire, the elder mused with a sigh. Perhaps only those prodigies listed on the Qianlong and Xian rankings possess such heavenly talents. The Qianlong and Xian rankings are well known to the people of the 7 nations of Qingyang. The Qianlong ranking lists prodigies under the age of 20, while the Xian ranking encompasses those aged between 20 and 30. Currently, no individual from the 7 nations has managed to secure a place on either list, highlighting the immense difficulty of such an endeavor. The 7 nations of Qingyang, when viewed from the perspective of the Xian domain, are merely a remote and insignificant region. Having concluded his preliminary remarks, the elder resumed his task, igniting the ascension incense once more, and called out assertively, "The testing is about to commence. Those who wish to be tested, step forward." The testing spirit monument is both impartial and unforgiving. Not only do solitary cultivators seek to leverage this opportunity to enter the 7 sects, but countless young men and women gaze at the spirit monument with longing, hoping to ascend to greatness through this trial. However, Yuchong failed to illuminate any beams. Yang Wenao also did not light up. And Zhengzhen managed to produce 1 beam. Susier did not illuminate any beams either. Among the multitude of participants, those who could cause even a single beam to shine were exceedingly rare. The illumination of a solitary beam merely indicates the possession of cultivation talent, yet the 7 sects demand far more than such trifling potential. Even 2 or 3 beams would fall short of the entrance threshold required by the 7 major sections. Then came Qingji, who illuminated 5 beams. As time progressed, a talent worthy of the 7 sects gradually emerged. The youth, clad in coarse hemp garments, bore dark skin, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. The elders of the 7 major sects gazed upon the boy's potential, their attention drawn to him. One elderly man slowly smiled, taking the initiative to speak. 5 beams. Nearly reaching a 6th. Well done, Yin Qingji. I must ask, would you consider joining our Yuling sect? Upon entering the sect, you become a true disciple, receiving the guidance of your master. In addition, you may procure a medicinal pill suitable for your needs from our sect's Dan Peak. The Yuling sect, ranked 4th among the 7 sects, possesses formidable strength. The other sects have also extended their olive branches, eagerly vying for attention, yet they remain somewhat reserved, as it is merely a matter of 5 radiant pillars. Yin Qingji did not hesitate long and turned towards the elder of the Yuling sect, bowing respectfully from a distance. Disciple Yin Qingji wishes to join the Yuling sect. The elder of the Yuling sect immediately beamed with joy, waving his hand and saying, "Come, step forward to the Yuling sect. After the ceremony concludes, I shall personally accompany you to select your medicinal pill." Following his instructions, Yin Qingji approached steadily. Observing the attention he garnered from the 7 major sects, the onlookers who had not been chosen felt an overwhelming envy. If only they too could demonstrate the 5 radiant pillars, they would likely receive similar treatment. Alas, after Yin Qingji, it seemed that the feng shui of the Zhonglu Empire was not favorable this year, for a considerable time passed without any other testers revealing 5 radiant pillars. Lin Xian did not remain idle. While the elders scrutinized the testing spirit monument, he scanned the area with his system. Unfortunately, the results were rather disheartening. White. Black. No green or blue. The scanning results left Lin Xian feeling a rare sense of frustration. The system could not scan the entire area at once. He had to proceed one by one. However, after half a day's time, he had seen nothing but the most ordinary of qualifications. With even the green talents being scarce, only one had emerged, that being Yin Qingji. Nonetheless, possessing green talent was comparable to his former self, having cultivated to the advanced stage of the Calamity Realm. Although not solely reliant on innate talent, green qualifications at least indicated the potential for a cultivator to ascend to the Celestial Xian Realm or even the Calamity Realm. Just as Lin Xian was feeling disheartened while scanning with his system, he casually swept over the spirit monument in the plaza, only to suddenly freeze in place. Wait a moment, is that purple? Lin Xian could not help but feel intrigued, directing his attention to the youth approaching the testing spirit monument. A purple talent, while not surpassing that of his own disciples, was still impressive when compared to others. In comparison to the junior sect master of the Yushu Sword Palace and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion, it was indeed superior. For the Zhonglu Empire to produce a genius with purple destiny was truly a rarity. Lin Xian grew curious. How many radiant pillars would he manifest? 8, 9, or perhaps 10. On the high platform, the youth ascended step by step, placing his hand upon the testing spirit monument, his expression betraying a subtle tension and anticipation. However, moments later, the testing elder merely glanced at him and announced the final result. Shi Huan, no light pillars have illuminated. At that moment, Lin Xian could not help but sit up straight, staring in astonishment at the elder. A purple talent, yet it failed to illuminate the testing spirit monument? According to the system standards, individuals detected with purple talent possess immense potential to reach the imperial realm. It was inconceivable that not a single radiant pillar would shine forth. 8 beams of light could be deemed ordinary, and even 9 beams were not entirely out of the question. Lin Xian, maintaining a composed demeanor, glanced at the information of the youth before him, and after a brief moment, he comprehended the situation completely. Name, Shi Huan. Age, 15. Realm, 7th level of body refinement identity, side branch of a third-rate family in Dongxuan City, Zhonglu Empire. Destiny, spirit of clear wind. His physique was devastated due to an attack in his childhood, requiring wind restoration pills or the rare Yunju grass for recovery. Recent events, bullied by his family's direct line. He resolved to strive towards the sacred mountain of silver herons. Vowing to erase his humiliation, no wonder Lin Xian was not surprised that Shi Huan had failed to illuminate any beams of light. His physique had been ruined, and despite having once been an exceptional prodigy, the destruction of his spirit rendered him no different from an ordinary person, or even weaker. The clear wind spirit was notoriously difficult to detect, and activating it required an abundance of wind-attributed rare treasures. Not to mention the arduous task of repairing it after its destruction. At the very least, the wind restoration pills and Yunju grass mentioned by the system were unfamiliar to Lin Xian, even in the mystic domain. Furthermore, the testing spirit monument was incapable of discerning the ruined spirit. Compared to Lin Xian's system, the spirit monument was vastly inferior. A mere scan was sufficient for him to see through anyone's facade. Observing the pale and despairing youth standing before the testing spirit monument, yet harboring an unwillingness to succumb, Lin Xian nodded slightly. The youth possessed commendable talent. Although his physique had been destroyed and the wind restoration pills and Yunju grass were exceedingly precious and hard to find, for someone with a system like Lin Xian, it was insignificant. This young man was certainly worth considering as an apprentice. With that in mind, Lin Xian stepped forward and inquired in a voice that resonated like celestial music to the despairing youth. Would you be willing to take me as your master? The sound from the high platform fell upon the youth's ears like a heavenly melody, leaving him momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming joy. Was this esteemed elder truly asking him? Trembling all over, he could hardly believe it. And only upon sensing the envious gazes of the crowd did he finally confirm that it was indeed him. He abruptly raised his head to gaze at Lin Xian's position, his eyes brimming with uncontainable eagerness and profound gratitude. Though he was unfamiliar with this elder, it was evident that Lin Xian stood in the prominent position of the Yuheng Sword Palace, one of the 7 great sects. Although Yuheng Sword Palace ranked last among the 7, it was still one of the 7 major sects of the Zhonglu Empire, with not just one but several kings stationed there. Regardless of which elder he might apprentice under, it would be a fortunate opportunity. Shi Huan could hardly fathom the reality that he, who had not even illuminated a single beam of light, had been chosen. Such monumental fortune fell upon him like a meteor, nearly overwhelming him. The surrounding individuals, with jealousy and envy in their eyes, looked at Shi Huan, still on the stage, wishing they could take his place. What incredible luck was this? How could he be noticed without even a single beam of light to show for it? Did this young man perhaps serve as a savior in his past life? It was worth noting that some of the previous testers who had illuminated beams of light, albeit few, were ultimately not selected by the 7 major sects and ended up in lesser sects beneath them. Elder Yin of Lingxiao sect, observing from his position, harbored a tinge of envy. While others remained oblivious, he was acutely aware of the significance of this moment. They merely perceived this youth as possessing mediocre talent. Yet he caught the attention of the seven sects. What he truly saw, however, was that this lad had garnered the favor of Elder Lin. A fact that even stirred envy within him, merely based on the recorded image of Elder Lin slaying the leader of the illusory Feather sect with a single strike. It was evident that this individual was not only a swordsman but an extraordinary one at that. He surely had mastered the essence of the sword. And it was highly probable that he possessed not just one, but multiple layers of sword intent, perhaps even 2 or 3, although both were of the King realm. They were worlds apart in capability. Had it not been for insufficient talent, Elder Yin might have even shamelessly sought to become a disciple. The excitement within Shi Huan was palpable, and amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, he took a deep breath, preparing to kneel and pay his respects to his master. Just then, a piercing voice shattered the moment. "Boy, I am Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion, and I am also inclined to take you under my wing. Would you be willing to join my Qingyang Pavilion? I can offer you a position as a core disciple." The voice belonged to Elder Feng, who had previously clashed with Qingyang, stepping forward with her chin held high. A hint of disdain flickered at the corners of her mouth as she glanced dismissively at the jade-balanced sword palace, then fixed her gaze on Shi Huan. Exuding an air of determination, her proposition left the audience momentarily breathless. The Qingyang Pavilion, a core disciple. The core discipleship of the Qingyang Pavilion, ranked second among the 7 sects, was undoubtedly prestigious. Even Shi Huan, who was on the verge of kneeling, could not help but gasp, his knees going rigid. The Qingyang Pavilion, second only to the Yushu Sword Sect in the Zhonglu Empire, boasted profound heritage and a long-standing legacy, far surpassing the humble jade-balanced sword palace. To speak of Elder Feng's cultivation level alone would suffice. Her prowess could rival that of the renowned Cold Moon Fairy of the jade-balanced sword palace. Yet she was merely an elder within the Qingyang Pavilion, underscoring the latter's formidable strength. Moreover, should he accept, he would acquire a coveted position as a core disciple of the Qingyang Pavilion. How many would envy such an opportunity? To enter a sect and receive focused cultivation as a core disciple was akin to ascending to the heavens in a single bound. Accepting this offer would not only allow him to slap the faces of those who once looked down upon him, but would also set the stage for his family to become a prestigious lineage in no time. With such a proposition laid before him, how could anyone remain unmoved? Even among the 7 sects, the disparity was vast. Shi Huan instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting a struggle and hesitation. Meanwhile, the expressions of those around him shifted from envy to intrigue. They had all witnessed Elder Feng's earlier altercation with the jade-balanced sword palace, and it was well known that she harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Cold Moon Fairy. Elder Feng's actions were transparent. She had no intention of taking on a disciple. Rather, she sought to vex the jade-balanced sword palace and provoke Qingyang and Lin Xian. It was an overt maneuver, a blatant attempt to irritate others. Otherwise, how could a boy, who hadn't even illuminated a single light beam, attract the attention of the Qingyang Pavilion? Was this not a clear case of either snatching someone away or simply seeking to annoy? If not, why did she only mention the prospect of recruitment after Lin Xian spoke? After Elder Yin listened to Elder Feng's words, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively glanced towards the jade-balanced sword palace. Upon seeing Lin Xian's displeased expression, he immediately abandoned the thought of persuading Elder Feng further. Truly reckless. He shook his head and sighed. Even a clay figure retains some semblance of anger. How much more so a formidable figure like Elder Lin? Elder Lin had previously overlooked her provocations, considering her a mere clown unworthy of his attention. However, her repeated taunts were nothing short of folly, and Elder Yin had no desire to comment further. Lin Xian, caught off guard, could hardly fathom that someone would dare to compete for a disciple with him, particularly one perceived as incompetent by the masses. He turned his gaze toward Elder Feng, who showed no signs of retreat, her eyes glinting with defiance as she disdainfully curled her lips toward Lin Xian. The intentionality of her actions was unmistakable. His brows arched slightly, and his cold gaze narrowed, fixating on Elder Feng with an icy intensity. "Do you wish for your own demise?" Chapter 53. No one to accept? Lin Xian's words struck like thunder, plunging the entire assembly into silence. On the high platform, one could hear a pin drop as all eyes widened in astonishment at Lin Xian. This unfamiliar youth possessed an audacity beyond measure. From his tone, the crowd began to grasp that Lin Xian was not the disciple of Qingyang as they had speculated. He was likely an elder of the jade-balanced sword palace. Yet, how could an elder of the jade-balanced sword palace dare to threaten Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion? Had they forgotten how Qingyang had been mocked and had to endure it? Surely he must be mad. It was a well-known fact that the Jade-balanced Sword Palace boasted only 3 King Realm members. Although they could not discern Lin Xian's cultivation level, they certainly did not envision him as one of the King Realm. Moreover, among the 3 King Realm members, who here did not know them, Qingyang stood present. Fairy Hanyue was a female cultivator, and Lu Ming had already turned into a white-haired elder. This individual was far too audacious. Even Qingyang beside him would not dare to speak in such a manner. The gazes directed at Lin Xian were filled with a mixture of pity and disbelief. To threaten Elder Feng, a woman known for her fiery temperament, was to court disaster. The consequences for such insolence would undoubtedly be dire. Did he truly believe that his affiliation with the Jade-balanced Sword Palace would shield him from Elder Feng's wrath? A lunatic, indeed, lacking any self-awareness. Even if Elder Feng were to slay him, what could the Jade-balanced Sword Palace do? Elder Feng did not even fear the vice-master of their own palace. Indeed, would the Jade-balanced Sword Palace dare to storm the Qingyang Pavilion? The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet Elder Yin felt a jolt of apprehension. He had heard Lin Xian's words clearly. Though his tone was calm, the undercurrent of murderous intent was unmistakable. Elder Feng, too, had grasped the gravity of the situation. She looked at Lin Xian in disbelief, never imagining he would dare to threaten her so boldly. A smile crept onto her face, though it was laced with anger. Her expression was chilling, her eyes fixed on Lin Xian, as a terrifying rage surged within her, barely contained. Everyone could sense the wrath belonging to the formidable Wang Jing, sweeping in like a tempest, directly assailing the location of the Yuheng Sword Palace. Fortunately, Qingyang reacted swiftly, rising to his feet with wide eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed his own aura, bellowing, "Impudent! Is this not sheer audacity? To show disrespect to Elder Lin is to court death." The 2 auras clashed mid-air, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent those nearby reeling, squinting against the overwhelming pressure. As the tension dissipated, Elder Feng disregarded the menacing Qingyang, fixing her gaze intently on Lin Xian. "If you possess the courage, repeat what you just said." Lin Xian merely smiled. He was disinclined to engage in a quarrel with this madwoman, drawing his sword to prepare for battle. However, just as the blade was unsheathed, the observing testing elder on the platform suddenly stepped forward, interjecting, "Esteemed gentlemen, this is not the place for your quarrel or conflict. If you must fight, please wait until the ascension ceremony concludes. Consider it a favor to the Yushu Sword Sect. We gather here today not for personal grievances, but to honor deserving disciples. I kindly ask both of you to cease hostilities." The aura of Wang Jing's 3rd-level perfection spread with his step, grounding the turbulence in the hearts of those present. This testing elder was the most powerful among the 7 sect elders and hailed from the esteemed Yushu Sword Sect. His words carried significant weight. Elder Feng snorted disdainfully, retracting her folding fan. While she could disregard the face of others, she could not dismiss the authority of this elder from Yushu Sword Sect. Though she was somewhat deranged, she was not foolish. Whether it was the Cold Moon Fairy or the 2 individuals before her, she could afford to offend them, but not Yushu Sword Sect. Although she restrained her aura, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Xian as she spoke deliberately, were it not for the Silver Egret's Sacred Mountain and Elder Li's intervention. You would already be dead. Lin Xian could not be bothered to respond to this woman, sheathing his sword and returning to his seat. In his mind, Elder Feng was already a nonentity. He refrained from combat to avoid disrupting the ascension ceremony, as he still intended to take on a disciple. Elder Feng, feeling slighted and agitated, cast a resentful glare at Lin Xian's back before turning her attention to the pale-faced youth on the platform. Moments ago, the clash of auras between her and Qingyang had sent shockwaves that affected Shi Huan as well. Although the protective formations near the testing spirit monument mitigated the impact, he had still suffered some injuries from the distance. Such minor turbulence could inflict harm? Elder Feng felt a twinge of disdain. Yet, having spoken, she could not go back on her words simply to save face against the Yuheng Sword Palace. "Let me ask you, do you wish to join my Qingyang Pavilion?" Shi Huan glanced at Lin Xian, then at Elder Feng, his internal struggle reaching its zenith. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth and bowed to Elder Feng. "Disciple Shi Huan, willing to join Qingyang Pavilion." "Excellent." Elder Feng finally smiled, raising her brows in triumph as she cast a glance at Lin Xian. The fury that had engulfed her slightly abated as she gestured for Shi Huan to stand behind her. Observing the youth approaching the Qingyang Pavilion, Lin Xian felt little within. It was merely a choice he had made. He could only hope that the young man would not harbor regrets in the future. Rejecting himself and turning to join the Qingyang Pavilion was not a loss for Lin Xian, but rather for the youth himself. Or perhaps the young man truly believed that by joining the Qingyang Pavilion and obtaining the status of a core disciple, the sect would expend resources to nurture him? The larger the sect, the more coveted the resources. Ultimately, talent remains paramount, no matter the location. The youth's spiritual body could only be restored by someone equipped with a system. The wind supplement pill was something Lin Xian had never even heard of. It was likely an ancient elixir. Moreover, the matter of his spiritual body being destroyed was unknown to the Qingyang Pavilion. And even if the ancestors of the sect were aware, they would struggle to detect it. Only the Celestial Emperor might perceive a hint, but even then, assisting the youth in restoration would be a Herculean task. Without a spiritual body, Shi Huan resembled an ordinary person in essence. This life would be thus. However, Lin Xian would naturally refrain from voicing such thoughts, for they bore no significance. Ultimately, each individual makes their own choices, despite Lin Xian's composed demeanor. Elder Feng imagined the other party seething with frustration beneath the surface, her cold laughter serving to further irritate the Qingyang Sword Palace, which greatly improved her mood. The grand ceremony continued. Unfortunately, after Shi Huan, Lin Xian did not witness another individual surpassing the green mark of destiny. At that moment, however, a brilliant light suddenly erupted before the testing spiritual monument, beams of light shooting skyward. 3 beams, 4 beams, 5 beams, 5 beams of light. Matching the best result thus far. Yet it was not over. The 6th, the 7th. The beams trembled before ceasing, extinguishing just before illuminating the 8th beam. Stabilizing at 7 beams. 7 beams of light. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the usually stoic elders of the Yushu Sword Sect opened their eyes, preparing to recruit disciples. However, after a brief moment of anticipation, silence enveloped the arena. 7 beams of light, yet not a single elder from the 6th sect spoke. It was an unprecedented hush. Chapter 54. The 4th disciple. As the silence stretched, the tester on stage slowly lowered his hand, neither surprised nor disheartened, as if he had anticipated this outcome. When the elders recognized his identity, they swallowed their words, their expressions growing increasingly complex. It was Qin Feng. Others also discerned the identity of the tester, their expressions shifting to understanding. It was he. Thus, it was no longer surprising. Yet Lin Xian remained puzzled. This individual possessed such extraordinary talent, rivaling the young master of the Yushu Sword Sect and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion, yet no sect had stepped forward to solicit him. This was exceedingly unusual. It is worth noting that previously, even those who had only illuminated 5 beams of light had been fiercely pursued by numerous sections. Now, this young man had ignited 7 beams, yet no one showed interest. This was indeed peculiar. The stage remained enveloped in silence, while the onlookers below murmured amongst themselves, speculating on his purpose in appearing there. Did he truly believe that the 7 great sects would accept him as a burden? Alas, it is indeed a tragic circumstance. Were I in his position, I would acquiesce to the Red Demon King. He is nothing short of a calamity who would willingly involve themselves with him, preferring instead to maintain a safe distance. Surprisingly, many are acquainted with this young man, yet as they observe his reluctance to step down, they engage in hushed whispers and pointed glances. However, the expressions they wear suggest that none are his friends. Rather, they all adopt an air of avoidance, skirting around him. Even the elders on the high platform avert their gazes, with the elder responsible for recruiting disciples for the Jade Void Sword Sect even going so far as to close his eyes once more, as if he had never opened them at all. Only Lin Xian remains, fixated on Qin Feng. Senior Lin, you do not intend to take him as your disciple, do you? Chen Xiong, positioned beside Lin Xian, remarked with a wry smile upon noticing Lin Xian's unwavering gaze. Although he was aware of Lin Xian's formidable strength, he felt compelled to voice a cautionary sentiment. Senior, I know your prowess is unparalleled, and I should not overstep my bounds. Yet I must advise against associating with Qin Feng. It would be prudent to avoid entanglement with him, lest it bring about dire consequences. This individual has previously rejected the Red Demon King's offer of apprenticeship, inciting the king's wrath. The Red Demon King has made it abundantly clear that anyone who dares to harbor Qin Feng shall find themselves in opposition to him. The king desires nothing more than to torment Qin Feng, forcing him into a position of desperation where he must beg the king for acceptance. This is precisely why no one here dares to take in Qin Feng, not even the Jade Void Sword Sect, who are unwilling to confront such a troublesome predicament. Lin Xian listened intently for a moment, and once Qin Xiong concluded, he posed a singular question. Who is the Red Demon King? Qin Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Senior Lin is unaware of the Red Demon King? Then, recollecting that Lin Xian was not from the Zhonglu Empire. It seemed reasonable that he would not recognize the Red Demon King. Thus, Qingyang proceeded to elucidate. The Red Demon King is among the most formidable figures in the Zhonglu Empire, ranking second. In fact, he is very likely the most powerful individual in the empire. However, his character is abominable. He is notorious for his malevolence, capriciousness, and his penchant for exterminating entire families at a whim. He revels in the spectacle of betrayal and the suffering of the virtuous. He is undoubtedly a sinister figure, possessing terrifying strength. In the Zhonglu Empire, no one can contend with him, not even the royal ancestors. In a past confrontation, the Red Demon King and a royal ancestor clashed, resulting in mutual devastation. Nonetheless, that battle solidified his status. Aside from the royal ancestor, even the elder of the Jade Voidsword Sect is no match for him. The royal ancestor is a pinnacle 5th-level king, implying that the Red Demon King possesses at least 5th-level kingly cultivation, and it is highly probable that he has reached perfection. Who would dare provoke such power? Furthermore, the Red Demon King maintains a delicate balance with the 7 great sects, ensuring they do not conspire against him. The feasibility of defeating him is one matter. The potential loss of lives among the 7 sects and the subsequent shifts in their standings is another entirely. Thus, even the Jade Voidsword Sect is disinclined to offend the Red Demon King. Consequently, as it stands, Qin Feng, marked by the Red Demon King, remains untouchable, and none dare to take him in, regardless of his extraordinary talent. Is this truly the case, even considering his remarkable aptitude? Lin Xian inquired. Indeed, even in light of his exceptional talent, Chen Xiong affirmed with utmost certainty. Whoever accepts Qin Feng will undoubtedly offend the Red Demon King. I ask, in this Zhonglu Empire, who dares to do so? Observing the contemplative expression on Lin Xian's face, Chen Xiong discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. His intention in saying this was to convey to Lin Xian that it was best to simply ponder the situation. Offending Elder Feng of the Sword Pavilion was inconsequential. But entangling oneself with someone like the Red Demon King, who practices the sinister arts, was a perilous endeavor. He was not to be compared with Elder Feng. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Thus, Lin Xian nodded in understanding. No wonder he had wondered why those elders showed no interest in Qin Feng's extraordinary talent. It was not due to a lack of interest, but rather a fear of acting upon it. Just as Chen Xiang believed he had sufficiently dissuaded Lin Xian from taking on a disciple, Lin Xian's voice resonated throughout the mountaintop plaza. Qin Feng, do you wish to become my disciple? At this proclamation, silence enveloped the crowd. Even the previous whispers faded into oblivion. Everyone, including the elders on the stage, turned their incredulous gazes towards Lin Xian. Even Elder Feng, who had previously competed for a disciple, stood frozen in disbelief. Elder Yan, who feared Lin Xian's might, was equally taken aback. He knew all too well that Lin Xian was formidable, but that was the Red Demon King they were discussing. Madness. Utter madness. The collective sentiment was that Lin Xian had surely lost his senses. Did he not comprehend the gravity of his words? He was challenging the Red Demon King. Accepting Qin Feng meant declaring enmity with the Red Demon King, who stood at the 5th realm of the royal domain. Beside Lin Xian, Chen Xiong was equally astonished. Had Lin Xian truly not heard his warnings? Even Qin Feng himself, the subject of this proposal, gazed up at Lin Xian in bewilderment. He had come here with a sense of numbness, devoid of hope. Time and again, he had witnessed the death of all his friends and family at the hands of the Red Demon King. Those who still lived avoided him like the plague, wishing for his swift demise. Yet, to his astonishment, someone was willing to take him on as a disciple. He stared blankly at the figure cloaked in dark hues and instinctively asked, "Senior, are you not afraid of the Red Demon King?" He certainly longed to have a mentor, but he would never wish to involve an innocent person in his plight. If this esteemed senior was unaware of the risks, he would have to decline, despite the pain it would cause him. Lin Xian, with a reassuring smile, replied, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. Simply answer me, do you wish to? Or do you not? Do you wish to?" Of course, he wished to. Gazing into Lin Xian's profound eyes, Qin Feng inhaled deeply. "I am willing." "Excellent." Lin Xian responded without hesitation. "From this day forth, you shall be my 4th disciple." No one intervened. All stood in a daze, staring at the high platform, uncertain whether Lin Xian had lost his mind or if they had. He had truly accepted Qin Feng. Observing this scene, Elder Feng smirked coldly, swiftly unfurling her folding fan to obscure half her face, thus concealing the malice that resided within. Initially, She had intended to wait until after the Ascension ceremony to personally eliminate this audacious individual who dared to offend her. It now appears that some effort has been spared. The Red Demon King, both in strength and ruthless methods, far surpasses one's own cruelty. Who dares to disregard the Red Demon King's warning? Truly, one must possess the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. She is eager to see if he has the audacity to accept Qin Feng as his disciple and whether he possesses the fate to teach a disciple. Yet, Lin Xian remains indifferent to these matters. If he were to fathom the thoughts of Elder Feng at this moment, he would only chuckle. This madwoman wishes to witness how he instructs his disciple? Apologies, but once the Immortal Ascension ceremony concludes, it will be your demise. You may not even have the opportunity to behold the sun of tomorrow. As he summoned the hesitant Qin Feng to his side, the Immortal Ascension ceremony continued amidst an odd atmosphere. It was then that a celestial vessel flashed across the horizon, and an enchanting woman descended from the mountains, swiftly approaching the vicinity of the square, clad in a graceful pink and white dress, cradling an ancient zither. Her eyes shimmered like rippling waters as she gazed at the testing spirit monument still on the stage, suddenly breaking into a smile reminiscent of a fairy from a painting. Fortunately, I have not arrived too late. I made it in time. Chapter 55. Yunyi, greetings to the master. The uninvited woman exudes an ethereal grace, and the ancient zither she holds is evidently no ordinary instrument. As she traverses through the crowd, not a soul obstructs her path. They instinctively part to make way for her. With her eyes half closed, she scans the stage and immediately spots Lin Xian, her slightly squinted beautiful eyes blossoming into a smile. Lin Xian also recognizes her, momentarily taken aback. Is it she? His memory serves him well, as he recalls this to be Yunyi, the first prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire, who had comprehended the essence of the zither, encountered within the burning heaven secret realm. How did she arrive here? Just as Lin Xian is engulfed in confusion, the girl, still cradling the zither, has already stepped onto the high platform, arriving before the testing spirit monument. She extends her delicate hand and gently presses it against the monument. Instantly, a beam of light erupts. 1 beam, 3 beams, 6 beams, 8 beams, 10 beams. Without any hindrance or obstruction, 10 beams of light ascend almost simultaneously, dazzling with blinding brilliance. 10 beams of light. The sudden turn of events leaves everyone momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the scene. As they regain their senses and comprehend the significance of this occurrence, the crowd erupts in an instant, countless individuals rising to their feet, their eyes filled with fervor as they fixate on the breathtaking maiden on stage. 1, 2, 3, an entire 10 beams of light. There can be no mistake. It is indeed 10. The ancestral master of the Yushu Sword Sect had only demonstrated 8 beams of light, and that individual was merely half a step into the imperial realm. The 9th and 10th beams are not even recorded. Could this not signify the emergence of the first 10-beam tester in the Songlu Empire? How astonishing must her talent be? The words of the testing elder seem to echo in the ears of the crowd, incessantly repeating 8 beams, 8 beams. They gaze at the antiquely elegant woman with a mixture of shock and bewilderment, tinged with a hint of fear of that which they do not comprehend, and astonishment at this dazzling and extraordinary talent. The 9th and 10th pillars of light, heights that even the most formidable master of the Yushu Sword Sect, the ancestral founder, could not attain, were effortlessly reached by a young girl. What a defiance of the heavens this is. Whether it be the reticent elders of the Yushu Sword Sect, the eccentric matron of the Qingyang Pavilion, or the ever-spectating elder Yin, nearly all the elders present were driven into a frenzy. They rose simultaneously, their eyes ablaze with fervor and excitement, fixated on that ethereal figure. Would you be willing to join our Yushu Sword Sect? I can take you as a disciple on behalf of our ancestral founder. Furthermore, you may select your own elixirs and techniques, and the sect will spare no effort in cultivating you. Fearing that the young girl might not grasp the worth of their sect, the elder of the Yushu Sword Sect wildly presented an array of high-quality elixirs and techniques, continuously reciting their names, each one a coveted treasure, promising them all as an olive branch to entice the Guqin maiden. Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion, unwilling to be overshadowed, followed suit with a similar barrage of promises. Her eyes gleamed with fervor as she gazed at the Guqin girl, seemingly eager to devour her whole. Should they succeed in taking this prodigy under their wing, the Qingyang Pavilion would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Songlu Empire. What is there to compete for in merely being the foremost in the Songlu Empire? If they were to contend, let it be for supremacy over the 7 kingdoms of Yingwei. Elder Yin was no different. Nearly all the elders were vying for her favor, simultaneously reaching out with sound transmission jade talismans, fervently broadcasting messages. A monumental event has occurred. Ancestor, sect leader, come quickly. This is a once-in-a-century, perhaps even a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. We must bring her to our sect. Yet, the Guqin maiden seemed to have anticipated their reactions, her gaze tranquil and unperturbed. Upon hearing the maddening offers, she displayed no emotional upheaval. In the midst of their astonishment, she gently shook her head, lifting her gaze towards the direction of the Qingyang Sword Palace. A smile gracing her lips. Senior, would you be willing to accept me as your disciple? Lin Xian opened his mouth in surprise. Not having expected that Yuni had come for him, to take him as her master, he found it difficult to comprehend her intentions. It was not that he felt unworthy of being her teacher, but rather that the most crucial point was that he practiced the sword while she mastered the Guqin. His insights lay in sword intent, while she had long since grasped the essence of Guqin. These are two distinct paths, and she should be well aware of this. How could she harbor thoughts of taking him as her master? Lin Xian felt a sense of astonishment, but for the others, it was sheer shock. Had they misheard? The prodigious Guqin maiden, disregarding the invitations from the Yisu Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion, had chosen to seek a master from the Yuheng Sword Palace? And not the illustrious Qingyang, but rather that youth who had offended Elder Feng? Was the world mad, or were they the ones losing their minds? How could anyone forsake the eminent Yisu Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion for the lowly Yuheng Sword Palace? Elder Feng was equally taken aback. What was happening? Had she not communicated clearly? This prodigy actually wished to take that fellow as her master? Blinded by folly. It was utterly absurd. The 7 elders of the sect promised an abundance of treasures, techniques, and even offered to take on disciples in place of their respective patriarchs. Yet, she chose to disregard these readily available benefits and instead sought to take a youth, who had not even uttered a word, as her master. Moreover, this young man hailed from the Yuheng Sword Palace, the weakest among the 7 sects. Was this not a sign of folly? Elder Feng could hardly believe that such a humble place as Yuheng Sword Palace could produce any formidable talent. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Young girl, have you truly thought this through? The individual you refer to is merely from the lowest-ranked Yuheng Sword Palace, while I am from the second-ranked Qingyang Pavilion. Powerful individuals abound. Do not waste your efforts." Before Elder Feng could finish her statement, she was interrupted by Yuni. Not everyone is worthy of being her master. With just a few words, she silenced Elder Feng. Yuni's intentions were clear. She sought Lin Xian. After all, why would she travel such a distance? Forsaking the prestigious Qingyang Pavilion, to come here? Facing Yuni's piercing gaze, Lin Xian did not hesitate to respond. Very well, you shall be my 5th disciple. At that moment, the system also scanned her. Name, Yun E. Age, 19 Realm. 8th level of Earth Profound Realm Identity. Disciple of the Sword Pavilion Fate. Dual Mastery of Qin and Sword, Orange Grade 1. Recent events. Shocked by the prodigy Su Lianxin within the Burning Sky Secret Realm. She defied her clan's opposition and rejected Qingyang Pavilion's invitation, traveling to the Zhonglu Empire in hopes of apprenticing under Lin Xian. Orange Grade 1. Dual Mastery of Qin and Sword? This talent rivals that of Nangong Yaowei. As Lin Xian's words fell, Yun Yi, holding her Guqin, gracefully approached him. Her face adorned with a bright and cheerful smile. Yun Yi pays her respects to Master. She moved lightly, paying no heed to the complex gazes of others, leaving the onlookers to sigh in despair. How could such a talented disciple, at such a tender age, be blind enough to join the Yuheng Sword Palace? It was akin to a golden phoenix landing in a chicken coop. By accepting Yun Yi as his disciple, Lin Xian emerged as the most prominent victor in the ascension ceremony. Curious glances frequently fell upon him from behind, an array of 7 and 10 beams of light. Even if the one who illuminated 7 beams faced significant troubles, it was undeniable that Qin Feng was a genius. How remarkable it was that this young man enjoyed such extraordinary fortune in accepting disciples. Truly perplexing. As the ceremony concluded, Lin Xian did not encounter a 3rd disciple that met his expectations, while there were talents with 5 or 6 beams of spiritual light. Even if Lin Xian wished to accept them, they were more inclined to seek masters from other major sects rather than the seemingly doomed Lin Xian. Everyone knew he had offended the Crimson Ghost King. After the ceremony, as they returned to their respective sects, Qingyang followed closely behind Lin Xian, his face etched with worry. He wished to speak but found himself at a loss for words, his expression betraying his hesitation. Elder Feng stood far from the Yuheng Sword Palace, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Xian, a smirk of mockery gracing her lips before she turned away without hesitation. Originally, she had intended to confront Lin Xian after the ceremony, but his reckless acceptance of Qin Feng spared her the trouble of dealing with the aftermath. The Crimson Demon King would undoubtedly not let him go. If she were to act before the Crimson Demon King, killing the person he sought to slay, it would incite his wrath, a burden she could scarcely bear, and the Qingyang Pavilion would find it challenging to withstand the fury of the Crimson Demon King. A death is still a death, regardless of the hand that delivers it. Let us depart, Elder Feng casually called out, taking with her a few of her disciples as they left. Yet, she did not perceive that Lin Xian, though not gazing in her direction, seemed to sense her resentful glare. His fingers twitched slightly, and a shadow as dark as ink sank into the ground, rushing towards the direction from which the Qingyang Pavilion members had departed. Elder Feng spoke a singular truth. A death is merely a death. Naturally, whether it be at the hands of the original or a doppelganger, it remains death. Chapter 56. Do you know who she is? On the return journey to the sect, the spirit vessel of the Yuheng Sword Palace glided leisurely through the skies. Lin Xian sat at the bow, observing the clouds as they drifted by. Behind him were the worried Qin Xiong and the hesitant Qin Feng, accompanied by Yuan Yi, who scrutinized her senior brother. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. Senior, I believe it would be better if I reconsidered. You should seriously contemplate this. Although my talent is decent, the Crimson Demon King ultimately poses a significant threat. If you accept me as a disciple, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. At the mention of the Crimson Demon King, a flicker of anguish crossed Qin Feng's brow, yet he persevered in his counsel, unwilling to bring harm to his well-meaning senior. Lin Xian did not turn, his hands occupied with a fishing rod, casting lines into the clouds. I have stated, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Since I dare to accept you, I shall not fear the Crimson Demon King. Yuan Yi, sitting nearby and gently polishing an ancient chain, listened to the conversation between her senior brother and master with curiosity. Master, who is the Crimson Demon King? He sounds rather formidable. Being from a different realm than the Songlu Empire, she was unaware of his identity. It fell to Qin Xiong to elucidate, and he, with a furrowed brow, began to recount the heinous acts committed by the Crimson Demon King, emphasizing that he was a formidable adversary at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the King's realm. After listening, Yuan Yi nodded thoughtfully, observing the bitter fear etched on Qin Feng and Qin Xiong's faces, which brought a bemused smile to her lips. Master, shall I send someone to slay the Crimson Demon King? Yuan Yi's suggestion was nothing short of astonishing. Qin Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief, and Qin Feng looked utterly flabbergasted, as if rendered speechless by his junior sister's audacity. Send someone to slay the Crimson Demon King? Does she truly comprehend the gravity of her words? The Crimson Demon King is a figure capable of rivaling the royal ancestors of the Songlu Empire. Moreover, with the passage of years, he may have ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th level of the King's realm, far from a foe easily vanquished. Yet, the tone of Yuan Yi suggested that to her, the Crimson Demon King was merely an inconsequential being, akin to a fly that could be easily swatted. Is this truly reasonable? Lin Xian, hearing Yuan Yi's well-meaning suggestion, offered a faint smile and shook his head nonchalantly. There is no need for concern. This trouble was stirred by your senior brother, and as your master, I shall naturally address it. Should he dare to come, I shall personally deal with him. It is not merely that Lin Xian himself fears not the Crimson Demon King. His protector, the esteemed Yuntian Zun, the foremost master of the Sword Pavilion, though not yet at the peak of his powers, has nevertheless attained the realm of an emperor. A mere Crimson Demon King is nothing. He can be dispatched with ease. So what is there to fear? Of course, Lin Xian did not perceive Yunin's words as mere bravado, while others may be unaware. Lin Xian is acutely cognizant of her true capabilities. She is, after all, the preeminent genius of the Lingzhen Empire, and her lineage is of no ordinary caliber. The information provided by the system reveals that her family, the Yun clan, is a hidden aristocracy within the Lingzhen Empire. Her assertion alone suffices to demonstrate that, at least in her eyes, a formidable entity like the Crimson Demon King, who stands at the 5th level of the King realm, could be effortlessly vanquished. Upon Lin Xian's refusal, Yunin made no further insistence, opting instead to linger by his side, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the cloud sea below. Engaging in light conversation, the bond between the master and disciple was harmonious. However, as they exchanged words, Qin Xiong and Qin Feng, positioned behind them, were rendered utterly dumbfounded. To them, the Crimson Demon King seemed like a mere nameless pawn, an ant that could be crushed at will, rather than a terror that instilled fear across the entire Zhonglu Empire. One suggested sending someone to slay him, while the other proclaimed he would do it himself. Is this normal? The two were momentarily speechless, their faces flushed with an overwhelming urge to express their disbelief. Observing the expressions of Qin Xiong and Qin Feng, Lin Xian could not suppress a chuckle. He shook his head and asked, "Do you two think Yunin is jesting?" Qin Xiong and Qin Feng remained silent. Did they dare to speak? They not only believed that Yunin was joking, but they also thought Lin Xian was being facetious. This was the Crimson Demon King, a formidable adversary who had plagued Qin Feng for an indeterminable span, a being at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the King realm. As if sensing their thoughts, Lin Xian reeled in his fishing line, pulling up a cloud-winged fish and tossing it into a nearby empty bucket, shaking his head nonchalantly. If you knew her true identity, you would not think so. Chapter 57. Here comes your capture. Qin Xiong was contemplating crafting a delightful dish from the cloud-winged fish for his esteemed senior Lin. As this fish dwells among the clouds and is composed entirely of spiritual energy, making it a rare delicacy, he instinctively responded, though confusion lingered in his mind. Could it be that she possesses another identity? Yunin, the foremost prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire, that is who she is. After leaving this remark, Lin Xian casually set down his fishing rod and entered the cabin. Yunin, too, offered a slight bow to the two, smiling as she said, "I am Yunin. It is a pleasure to meet Elder Chun and Senior Brother Qin. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Though she did not expect them to offer her any substantial advice, she understood the importance of maintaining proper etiquette. As Yunin concluded her words, she followed Lin Xian back into the cabin. Left behind were Qin Xiong and Qin Feng, who remained ensnared in a state of bewilderment and disbelief. Although Lin Xian and Yunin had departed, their words continued to resonate in the ears of the two. Yunin is the foremost genius of the Lingzhen Empire? She is Yunin? Qin Xiong stood in a daze, instinctively murmuring to himself. The name of Yun may not resonate with the younger generation, such as Qin Feng. Yet for Qin Xiong, it is a name of thunderous repute. She is a renowned prodigy within the realm of the 7 kingdoms, standing on par with illustrious figures like the Crown Prince of Qingyang from the Great Jin. The very notion that such a paragon would grace their Zhonglu Empire and choose to be a disciple of the esteemed Lin is utterly astounding. Qin Xiong was so taken aback that he nearly gasped for breath, taking deep inhalations to regain his composure. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, he staggered a few steps and hastily departed with several cloud-winged fish, realizing that it was futile to ponder such matters further. Instead, he resolved to prepare a sumptuous meal for his revered elder. Once Qin Feng regained his senses, he was swept away by a torrent of astonishment. While he was unaware of Yun's fame, he was well acquainted with the prestige of the Lingzhen Empire and its foremost prodigy, along with the significance of the 10 Pillars of Light. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the realization that such an extraordinary figure had become his junior sister. His incredulity lingered. How could he, of all people, be worthy of such a connection? Yun's assertion about sending someone to eliminate the Red Demon King was no jest or mere bravado. She genuinely possessed the capability to do so. Qin Feng felt a sense of numbness wash over him. Yet, once he regained his faculties, the foremost thought that flickered through his mind was, what manner of being was his master? To have attracted the foremost prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire to seek him as her mentor? Should Yun become aware of his doubts? She might simply shake her head with a wry smile, for being the top prodigy merely meant she was the best of the Lingzhen Empire. She held no pride in her status, fully aware that her accolades paled in comparison to those of her master. To illustrate, her illustrious senior sister, the sword cultivator she encountered in the Burning Heaven secret realm, was vastly superior to her, even after the passage of time. The formidable presence of Su Lianxin lingered in Yun's heart. In the stillness of midnight, memories of the burning heaven would resurface, allowing her to once more behold the breathtaking elegance of those two swords. This profound impression was what ultimately compelled her to seek Lin Xian as her mentor. Qin Feng stood in place, braving the chill of the wind, and after much hesitation and inner turmoil, he steeled himself and entered the cabin, his expression tinged with caution. "Master, I cannot return with you just yet. There is a matter I must attend to." After a moment of reflection, he gazed at Lin Xian's unperturbed countenance and, with a bittersweet smile, briefly recounted his personal affairs. "The matter I wish to address pertains to the last remaining member of my family. She is my sister." Upon mentioning his sister, Qingyang, a veil of guilt clouded his eyes. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards her, a burden that words could scarcely convey. This sentiment intensified, especially after Qingyang's marriage, which had been arranged years prior to a young lord from a noble family within the Zhonglu Empire. At that time, both he and Qingyang believed him to be a commendable match, prompting Qin Feng to finalize the union. However, everything shifted after Qin Feng's refusal of the Red Demon King, leading to unforeseen complications. To Qingyang, the once gentle companion at her side suddenly transformed into a malevolent fiend, hurling insults and casting her aside with a divorce decree, urging her to depart as far as possible, fearful of being entangled in her misfortunes. The venomous words recounted by Qingyang left both siblings in disbelief. The terror of the Crimson Demon King instilled a psychological pressure that drove people to avoid him. Others, wary of being implicated, were understandable in their desire to sever ties. Both Qin Feng and Qingyang grasped this, yet the drastic change in the young lord, with his plague-like gaze and sudden reveal of his grotesque nature, was hard to fathom. It became apparent that the so-called love could indeed be feigned. Qingyang did not weep or protest. She quietly left the noble house, harboring no hatred for his heartlessness, only lamenting her own blindness, and returned quietly to Qin Feng's side. However, for Qin Feng, witnessing his once vibrant and spirited sister reduced to such tranquil desolation was heart-wrenching. He pressed his lips together, unable to mask the bitterness in his expression. It was he who had wronged Lana, and he felt responsible for her plight. Master, I cannot abandon Lana. I must first lay a path for her before returning to the sect with you. For the first time, Qin Feng confided his inner turmoil to another, his demeanor suffused with tenderness and agony. What he did not voice was that prior to this, he had contemplated surrendering to the Crimson Demon King, considering it for his sister's sake. The living were of utmost importance. The outside world labeled him arrogant and obstinate, preferring to witness his kin suffer rather than bow his head. Yet, they were unaware of the countless times he had wished to lower himself before the Crimson Demon King, only to find him elusive. It was then that Qin Feng truly comprehended the king's intent to torment him, to isolate him from all, to make him aware of the consequences of defiance. After hearing Qin Feng's heartfelt plea, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Since it concerns your sister, and you are unwilling to part, let her accompany you to the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. It is merely one additional person. What? A windfall from the heavens nearly left Qin Feng dazed, his words stammering. But is that permissible? Was it not said that the 7 major sects do not harbor idlers? This time, Lin Xian remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Once Qin Feng confirmed the validity of this promise, an overwhelming joy surged within him, prompting him to kneel in gratitude, tears of appreciation streaming down his face. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Had he not been mindful of still being on the spiritual vessel, he would have rushed back immediately to share this splendid news with Qingyang. As the spiritual vessels of the various sects sped through the skies, the party from Qingyang Pavilion, led by Elder Feng, was also on their way back. Shihuan, aboard the spiritual vessel of Qingyang Pavilion, was filled with excitement. The vessel's speed was remarkable, yet due to its defensive array, not a whisper of wind disturbed those within. Not only was there no wind, but he could even sense that the concentration of spiritual energy inside the vessel was significantly higher than that of the outside world. This vessel must have been enhanced with a gathering spirit array. Truly, it befits the second-ranked sect, Qingyang Pavilion. As he contemplated the imminent prospect of becoming a core disciple of the Qingyang Pavilion, stepping into the celestial gates and embarking on a cultivation path far surpassing that of the majority, an uncontrollable surge of excitement surged within him. However, when he cast his gaze upon Elder Feng at the bow of the boat, the joy on Shihuan's face slightly diminished. He himself was perplexed as to why he was being coveted by 2 sects, yet after being led back by Elder Feng, he sensed her disdain towards him. Following the initial thrill, an almost imperceptible thread of worry quietly crept into Shihuan's heart. Observing Elder Feng's retreating figure, he opened his mouth, intending to utter some pleasing words, but before he could take a step forward, he heard Elder Feng's sudden, thunderous shout from the bow. Who are you? Shihuan looked up in astonishment to see a figure clad in black robes, having appeared out of nowhere, blocking their spiritual vessel's path. The vessel came to an abrupt halt, and Elder Feng eyed the enigmatic shadow with caution, sensing a malevolent aura emanating from the newcomer, an ominous premonition washing over her. With a voice laced with fury, she demanded, "Who are you to dare obstruct the spiritual vessel of the Qingyang Pavilion?" "I am Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion. If you know what is good for you, withdraw at once. Otherwise, Do not blame me for being ungracious. Although Elder Feng was somewhat eccentric, she was far from foolish. Yet, the figure in black seemed to disregard her warning entirely. No one could discern how the cloaked figure moved. It was as if he were a shadow. Sparing not a word, swiftly closing in on the Qingyang Pavilion's vessel, aiming directly for Elder Feng's face. Instinctively, she took a step back, her gaze falling upon the shimmering defensive array of the vessel, and in that instant, she regained her composure. Foolish. Our Qingyang Pavilion's formations are not so easily breached. The word breach was swallowed by her throat, the unfinished sound morphing into a strange choking noise. While the youths behind her stared in horror and disbelief, they beheld Elder Feng's face clasped in a massive hand, her cheeks squished between the fingers, her pupils dilating in terror as she gazed at the silent figure who had effortlessly shattered the vessel's defensive array, leaving her no time to resist. In less than a heartbeat, the reliable protective array that had once fortified their vessel crumbled like fragile paper. Meanwhile, Elder Feng, the one presiding over the vessel, was seized by the neck with such force that she could not even lift a finger, yanked out of the vessel and hurled downwards with tremendous might into the valley below. The second-level Wang realm Elder Feng, akin to a fledgling chick, struggled desperately but could not escape her fate. During her fall, she was pierced through the heart by a sword beam shot from the black-robed figure's sleeve, impaled firmly into the low-lying valley. A torrent of blood erupted from her mouth and nose, her heart pierced, her organs shattered. Her demise was inevitable. Yet, she continued to fixate on the figure in black, her despair manifesting in a blood-tinged roar. "Who are you? Who am I? The one who will kill you?" Came the soft voice of the black-robed figure, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Elder Feng, as the black hood was lifted before her, revealing the true countenance. Her pupils constricted in disbelief, her mind momentarily stalling. Is it him? Could it truly be him? Chapter 58. What of my kill? Lin Xian, having removed his hood, regarded the twisted and shattered visage of Elder Feng with an expression devoid of both sorrow and joy. I recall in the sacred Silver Egret Mountain, I once inquired whether you wished for death, to which you offered no reply. I took your silence as acquiescence. In that very instant, Elder Feng gasped, unable to draw another breath, his eyes wide open in a seething glare directed at Lin Xian, the vitality within them extinguished irrevocably. A second-tier elder of the Qingyang Pavilion fell lifeless in that humble valley, having had no time for resistance before his demise. Disinterested in the tragic scene of Elder Feng's death, Lin Xian casually brushed off the dust clinging to his black robe and vanished from sight. The fate of the Qingyang Pavilion youths, how they would navigate their spirit boats back, whether they would retrieve Elder Feng's remains, or if the pavilion would pursue him, was no concern of his. A kill is a kill. Should the Qingyang Pavilion take issue and come seeking him, he would simply eliminate them as well. It merely meant transforming their status from second among the 7 sects to the second of the illusory Feather Sect. Elder Feng's death left no ripples upon Lin Xian's consciousness. Upon Qin Feng's return with Qin Lan, and after Lin Xian and Qin Xiang returned from Silver Egret Mountain, the Cold Moon Fairy did not even inquire about the disciples' recruitment, but rather directly inducted all into Lin Xian's Sword Pavilion. This suited Lin Xian perfectly, as he did not wish to slight the Cold Moon Fairy. For several consecutive days, he patiently engaged her and the other elders in discussions regarding the upcoming competition among the 7 nations. The subsequent agenda was to be determined by Pavilion Master Lin. I shall say no more regarding the competition among the 7 nations. Within the conference hall of the Qingyang Sword Palace, the Cold Moon Fairy's voice resonated like pearls cascading down, yet her words abruptly ceased mid-sentence, her countenance swiftly clouding with frost as she turned sharply to gaze outside. Who could it be? In a flash, the Cold Moon Fairy darted forth, confronting the powerful aura rushing toward her. Upon seeing the white-haired crone suspended in midair, her expression momentarily faltered. Though aged and frail, the aura exuded by this elderly woman was profoundly unsettling. In a fleeting moment, the Cold Moon Fairy recognized the visitor's identity, her expression shifting in haste. It was none other than the master of the Qingyang Pavilion, and she quickly extended an invitation. The Qingyang Sword Palace, being relatively weak, was bound to bow before a formidable sect like the Qingyang Pavilion. The strength of the Qingyang Pavilion's master, being a senior to the Cold Moon Fairy, did not render it disgraceful for her to show deference. However, the Cold Moon Fairy harbored doubts. The ties between the Qingyang Sword Palace and the Qingyang Pavilion were at most tenuous. Why would the master of the Qingyang Pavilion visit unexpectedly? Moreover, the visitor's expression was exceedingly grim. Despite her uncertainties, the Cold Moon Fairy did not neglect the appropriate courtesies, respectfully ushering her into the main hall for discussion. The master of the Qingyang Pavilion, with barely concealed fury, huffed coldly as she took her seat. Once seated, the Cold Moon Fairy finally voiced her perplexities. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your esteemed visit?" To utter such a question brought forth an even darker cloud upon the face of the Qingyang Pavilion's master. What business could this be? Elder Dongxuan, after the conclusion of the Ascension ceremony, vanished without a trace and has yet to return. I fear the situation may be dire. Vice Palace Master Hanyue, what do you believe I have come here for? Hanyue was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in contemplation. That madwoman has actually perished? But her death holds no relevance to the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. Could it be that the animosity between her and Elder Feng has led the master of Qingyang Pavilion to mistakenly believe that it was the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace that instigated this? Absurd. Hanwei's expression darkened, and her tone lost any semblance of cordiality. What is the meaning of this, esteemed elder? Are you here to hold the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace accountable? Although she harbored animosity towards that lunatic, she had never intended to resort to murder. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. What is the meaning of this? The master of Qingyang Pavilion, detecting the impatience in Hanyue's voice, let out a cold laugh and laid her cards on the table. I have heard that at the Ascension ceremony, Elder Qingyang and another elder from your sect had a conflict with Elder Feng, and subsequently, our esteemed elder mysteriously disappeared after leaving the sacred Silver Egret Mountain. Vice Palace Master Hanwei, I must inquire, if you were in my position, would you not harbor suspicions regarding the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace? Hanwei opened her mouth to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qingyang, whose name had been mentioned, underwent a series of emotional shifts. Gradually revealing a contemplative expression, the hall fell silent as the white-haired matriarch slowly rose, surveying the assembly. I lack concrete evidence, and do not know who may have slain our Elder Feng. The Jade-Balanced Sword Palace can choose to disavow any involvement, and I will not force action upon you. However, I strongly advise that you pray I do not uncover anything further, otherwise, as her words hung in the air. An overwhelming and fierce pressure, emanating from a perfected realm of King's fourth layer, swept across the hall. The elders present were caught off guard, their faces paling under the oppressive force. The fourth layer of the King's realm is among the pinnacle of powers within the entire Zhonglu Empire, with no rival save for the Yusu Sword Sect. The highest strength of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace resides in Hanyue and the Grand Elder Lu Ming. Being openly provoked and threatened in such a manner left them with grim expressions, struggling to contain the turbulent blood surging within them, glaring at the master of Qingyang Pavilion. Yet, they found themselves powerless to retaliate, enduring the pressure while striving to maintain their composure, silently hoping that their palace master, who was currently in seclusion, would emerge to defuse the crisis. Unbeknownst to them, although Lord Yunli sensed the impending threat posed by the master of Qingyang Pavilion, she paid it little mind and did not stir from her meditative state, focusing instead on restoring her strength. With Lin Xian present, a mere fourth-layer king posed no significant threat. There is no need for investigation. It was I who committed the act. What of it? Chapter 59. Draw your sword, and let us battle. No one expected Lin Xian to speak up so suddenly. However, more astonishing than his ability to articulate a response under such formidable pressure was the content of his words that left the master of Qingyang Pavilion in shock. As Lin Xian's voice echoed, astonishment rippled through the entire assembly, including the master of Qingyang Pavilion, causing her previously exerted pressure to falter momentarily. The master of Qingyang Pavilion had not genuinely anticipated uncovering anything during her visit to the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. After all, would a murderer confess to their crimes unless confronted with irrefutable evidence? Yet she never anticipated that the disciples of the Yuheng Sword Palace would dare to accept it so brazenly. The fearful thoughts that flickered in the heart of the Qingyang Pavilion master were swiftly dispelled by her own resolve. For in the very next moment after the white-clad youth uttered those words, an overwhelming and boundless sword intent surged forth, accompanied by an oppressive aura that crashed upon her like a tidal wave. The tumultuous pressure made her heart sink, and instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her own aura in resistance, only to turn pale upon encountering the immense sword intent. How powerful, even in the briefest of contacts. She realized that she could never hope to be his match. The Qingyang Pavilion master gazed incredulously at Lin Xian, struggling to fathom her previous sensations. How old could he be? Sword intent. How could it exude such terrifying potency? At this moment, even as the pressures counterbalanced within the hall. With only the residual waves of sword intent lingering, devoid of any deliberate targeting, the Qingyang Pavilion Master felt as though her heart was gripped tightly by an enormous hand, rendering it motionless. It was the innate fear one felt in the presence of a formidable opponent. Seated languidly, Lin Xian regarded the pale-faced Qingyang Pavilion Master and inquired, word by word, what? Do you wish to accompany her? The Qingyang Pavilion Master, panting heavily within the discussion hall of the Yuheng Sword Palace, felt her legs tremble unnaturally. Were it not for her unwavering will, she might have succumbed to the urge to kneel. This was beyond her comprehension. The white-clad youth had not even made a move. Merely the sword energy he casually emitted instilled within her, an accomplished warrior at the pinnacle of the fourth realm, an urge to submit. What kind of concept was this? What terrifying strength did he possess? Even the ancestral figure of the royal family could not achieve such prowess. Yet, here existed a deity of such caliber within the Yuheng Sword Palace. With such power, what purpose did they have remaining in the ranks of the seven sects? With a pale complexion, the Qingyang Pavilion Master swallowed hard. Depart. The single, emotionless word felt like a reprieve to the formidable white-haired matron, prompting her to leave hastily without uttering another word. Her hurried steps bore a semblance of a panicked escape. The Qingyang Pavilion Master arrived swiftly and departed even quicker. Before she left, even upon discovering the true culprit, she refrained from uttering a single word of grievance against the Yuheng Sword Palace. And all of this stemmed from a singular reason: strength. Dominance belongs to the powerful. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, no one would dare to voice their objections. The elders of the Yuheng Sword Palace, although they had been aware of Lin Xian's extraordinary nature, were nonetheless profoundly impacted and shaken upon witnessing his prowess firsthand. The Qingyang Pavilion Master was a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the fourth realm, someone they all looked up to. Yet she departed in such a disheartened manner. Not daring to glance back, even knowing that Lin Xian had slain one of her sect's elders, she still did not dare utter a word. This is strength. Knock, knock. Lin Xian paid no heed to the tumultuous emotions of those within the hall. He casually tapped the back of his chair to draw their attention. From this day forth, I shall prepare for a period of seclusion until before the grand competition of the seven nations. With a casual command, Lin Xian rose and departed. He sensed that the opportunity for a breakthrough had arrived, and this time, it was not merely a matter of transcending a single realm. Lin Xian's retreat triggered a wave of seclusion within the jade-balanced sword palace. After witnessing how a mere word from Lin Xian had deterred the master of the Qingyang Pavilion, they became acutely aware of the significance of strength. Only through power can one establish a true foundation. After Lin Xian's departure, Chen Xiong abruptly stood up, exclaiming in a deep voice, I shall enter seclusion as well. The remaining elders, more than half of them, echoed his sentiments. With formidable figures like Lin Xian diligently seizing every moment to cultivate, what excuse did they have to lag behind? The Fairy of the Cold Moon was momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with Grand Elder Lu Ming, revealing a hint of helplessness intermingled with a faint smile. This is indeed a positive development, Grand Elder Lu Ming remarked slowly. In that case, the Deputy Palace Master should also enter seclusion. We shall await the grand competition of the seven nations. The Fairy of the Cold Moon did not refuse and nodded gently. I shall entrust the affairs of the sect to the Grand Elder during this period. Naturally, this is my duty, he replied. With merely 2 months remaining until the grand competition of the seven nations, the time felt neither excessively long nor short. It would pass in the blink of an eye. Within those 2 months, Lin Xian managed to break through, directly advancing through the 5 levels of the Wang realm, achieving a remarkable 3 breakthroughs. He reached the pinnacle of the 5th level, just a hair's breadth away from entering the 6th level. Such speed could hardly be described as anything but astonishing. It is crucial to note that for a Wang realm expert, each level is exceedingly difficult to transcend, often requiring years or even decades. Lin Xian accomplished this in a mere 2 months, a feat that defies belief. However, the resources he had previously acquired were now mostly depleted. While his speed was impressive, the consumption was equally significant. As he observed the dwindling spiritual stones within his storage ring, Lin Xian began to feel troubled. Initially, he had intended to use these spiritual stones to procure a high-tier spiritual sword, which would serve as the foundation for the slaying immortal sword array. Now, it seemed that plan had been dashed, and he would have to seek alternative methods. The grand competition of the seven nations presented a splendid opportunity. With remarkable rewards for the top 3, While the first prize was grand, the second place offered a 6th-tier spiritual sword, precisely what he required. If he were to bestow this upon a disciple, he could expect to receive a 7th-tier imperial spiritual sword in return. Just the thought of it filled Lin Xian with anticipation. Over the past 2 months, his disciples had also made significant strides. Su Lianxin steadily progressed, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Earth Profound Realm, just a step away from the Heavenly Profound Realm. After successfully merging with the 9 Nether Dark Flame body, Wang Yin experienced a substantial enhancement in his aptitude, propelling him to the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Chu Qiuming, leveraging her orange tier talent, benefited from the dual guidance of Lin Xian and the celestial master Yunli, comprehending her own sword intent. Furthermore, having grasped the sword intent and cultivated the Qingdi scripture, Chu Qiuming's cultivation surged at an astonishing pace, reaching the 8th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Although she did not surpass Su Lianxin, it was understandable given Su Lianxin's extraordinary talent. The Qingdi scripture had also been imparted to 2 newly initiated disciples early on. Among them, Qin Feng possesses the weakest realm, having endured immense suffering that left him little time for cultivation. In a mere span of 2 months, despite his remarkable talent, his cultivation has inevitably lagged, now standing at the 8th level of Qi gathering. However, this is understandable, although he ranks 4th. He's the youngest and has had the least time to cultivate. As for Yunyi, she is indeed a prodigious talent, now wielding strength equal to Su Lianxin. Both having attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of Earth Profound, it is said that understanding one principle leads to understanding all. With the assistance of the Qingdi scripture and her prior comprehension of the essence of the zither guiding her, grasping the essence of the sword is not a daunting task for this unparalleled prodigy. With both sword and zither essences understood, Yunyi's prowess ranks just below Su Lianxin among Lin Xian's disciples. Yunyi mused inwardly that none in her master's fold were ordinary. Initially, she believed her talent and strength would place her among the top 2, if not the very best, under Lin Xian's tutelage. Yet, to her astonishment, her talent barely ranks within the top 3 among Lin Xian's 5 disciples, only slightly surpassing the recently accepted Qin Feng. This revelation left her astounded, solidifying her belief that rejecting the Qingyang Pavilion in favor of aligning with the protagonist was an exceptionally wise choice. Each of her senior brothers and sisters harbors the potential to ascend to the ranks of super prodigies on the Xian ranking. Indeed, it may be merely the beginning, especially for senior sister Su Lianxin. Over the past 2 months, Yunyi sought to spar with Su Lianxin, only to be defeated by a single sword strike, leaving her utterly defenseless. Previously in the Burning Heaven secret realm, she had only glimpsed Su Lianxin's formidable prowess without truly comprehending it. Now, she has gained a profound understanding of her extraordinary talent. This has further ignited Yunyi's competitive spirit. She is resolute in not being content with merely ranking 4th under her master. She cannot afford to bring shame to her master. Among her master's disciples, all are prodigies, and she must not lag behind. What has left Yunyi most astounded is the imperial-level technique bestowed upon her by her master. Even now, the mere recollection of it fills her with awe. In a realm where even emperor-level experts are absent, how could such an imperial-level technique exist? What kind of being is her master? When Lin Xian emerged from his seclusion, he was met by the celestial sovereign Yunli. Upon seeing Lin Xian, she smiled softly, raising her hand in salute. "Welcome back from seclusion, Pavilion Master. Your emergence is perfectly timed, as the grand competition among the 7 nations is about to commence, and we are preparing to head to the imperial city of the Dawn Empire. The venue for this competition is indeed the foremost among the 7 nations. The Dawn Empire's imperial city." Lin Xian understood, yet he did not take on the responsibility of leading the group. "You may take them ahead. I wish to remain in seclusion for a while longer." "Is that so? Truly splendid." As expected of the Pavilion Master, Yunli remarked, expressing her congratulations on Lin Xian's remarkable growth and power. She was quite surprised, not anticipating Lin Xian's rapid advancement. Her elevated realm allowed her to sense that, although Lin Xian's progression was swift, it was far from superficial. Such growth could not merely be achieved through pills and resources alone. "Indeed, he is a genius beyond my reach," she mused. After a moment of contemplation, Yunli concluded, "In that case, let Han Yu lead the way first. I will remain here to support the Pavilion Master in his breakthrough." Lin Xian nodded slightly in agreement, feeling no objection. He was confident that upon breaking through, with his speed, he would undoubtedly arrive before the grand competition. Although Su Lianxin and her companions felt somewhat disheartened at not being able to accompany their master, they understood what truly mattered. Together with the Cold Moon Fairy and the 7 prodigies from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, they journeyed to the imperial city of the Morning Dawn Empire. This time, there were 11 participants from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, with the extra one being Yuni. Hailing from the reclusive and prestigious Yun family of the Spirit Truth Empire, securing a mere spot in the competition was an effortless task for her. Furthermore, having joined the ranks of her master, she naturally intended to compete under the banner of her master's current faction. On their journey to the Morning Dawn Empire, the Cold Moon Fairy led the way aboard the finest spirit vessel in the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. The vessel not only boasted ample space but also a high concentration of spiritual energy, making it suitable for cultivation. However, last-minute efforts were of little use, thus. The time aboard the vessel was spent with disciples from various sects gathering to discuss and analyze the opponents they would face. Yet, this discourse bore little relevance to Su Lianxin and her friends. The 7 disciples of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, including Chu Jianxin, intentionally or unintentionally isolated Su Lianxin and her companions, not overtly hostile but undeniably snide in their remarks. Clearly, they had yet to come to terms with the fact that Su Lianxin and her friends had claimed spots meant for them. Regrettably for them, Su Lianxin and her friends were utterly indifferent to the opinions of others, dismissing their petty thoughts entirely. The veiled jabs and subtle ostracism from the others mattered little to them. As disciples of Lin Xian, they were well aware of their bright future, destined for immeasurable achievements. The opponents they would face were bound to be the top prodigies of the mystic domain. Though the comments from Chu Jianxin and his companions about being frogs at the bottom of the well were somewhat harsh, they were ultimately just talented individuals from a lesser sect of a minor empire, akin to the most exquisite feather on a wild chicken's tail. In the end, they were merely feathers of a wild chicken. Su Lianxin and her friends remained unfazed, yet Chu Jianxin and his cohorts grew increasingly restless. Bang! The tea on the table trembled as Chu Yuming halted her conversation, her delicate features cold as frost, furrowing her brows at the person who had suddenly slammed their hand on the adjacent table. She, along with Su Lianxin and her friends, had been quietly discussing cultivation techniques, and the interruption was unwelcome. Unexpectedly, someone had chosen to provoke them. You, with a sharp glint, the tip of a sword was aimed directly at Chu Yoming's nose, accompanied by a hostile tone. Draw your sword and fight me. I wish to see what qualifications you possess to replace Xianmo. Chapter 60, Breakthrough. 6th level of the Monarch Realm. The steam still rose from the tea, and Chu Yoming's gaze swept over the spilled white tea. Feeling a sense of loss for no apparent reason, the spiritual energy in the tea was secondary. It was the tea leaves shared by Yun that particularly suited her taste. Such an interruption was indeed a pity for a fine brew. She cast a glance at the aggressive young man brandishing his sword beside her. No. With a disinterested sigh, Chu Yuming stood up, intending to leave. To put it bluntly, this person lacked even the qualifications to compel her to draw her sword. He and she were not on the same plane, even if they were of the same realm. He could never be her rival. Moreover, his level was even inferior to hers. As she prepared to leave, the man first displayed shock, quickly followed by fury. What? Are you afraid? I thought you were someone formidable, but it turns out it's just this? He was a close friend of Xianmo and had long been indignant on his behalf. Today, he intended to avenge him. When Chu Yuming chose not to engage, his anger intensified. How could it be justified? A coward who wouldn't dare to face him in battle had no right to replace brother Xianmo. This was utterly unfair. Beside them, Chu Jianxin, who had been observing the situation, felt a flicker of disappointment. He had initially thought these individuals possessed some strength, but now it appeared they lacked even the courage. Any hopes of them contending with the Jade Xian Sword Palace were futile. Sighing, Chu Yoming's response slowly came forth. Yet, contrary to what the disciple had anticipated, anger or shame, she simply stated, if you believe so, then so be it. Such a base provocation held no significance for her. Failing to ignite her interest, not even enough to desire to strike back. Provocation was meaningful only when strength was comparable. Any challenge from an inferior was nothing but a farce. It was unnecessary and pointless to witness her sect's members making fools of themselves. She preferred to retain her intrigue for the prodigies of the Seven Nations tournament. Simultaneously, within the Jade Hangsword Palace, the esteemed Yun Li Tianzuan sat in her courtyard when she suddenly felt a stirring in her brow, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. Raising her head, she beheld Lin Xian standing before her. With flowing black hair and clad in white, he resembled a celestial swordsman, exuding an air of refined elegance. Before she could utter a word of congratulations, Lin Xian unexpectedly flashed her a slight smile. In the next moment, he unleashed a sword strike. The movement appeared slow and unremarkable, yet when the sword intent was unleashed, it bore the sharpness capable of shattering the heavens. An overwhelming force pouring forth and engulfing the small courtyard. Even though she understood Lin Xian meant no harm and merely wished to test his current strength, Yunli Tianzuan instinctively felt her pupils constrict. She dared not underestimate him and vanished from her seat. She reappeared a short distance away from Lin Xian, her delicate hand trembling, summoning a multitude of runes that surged like ethereal light, coalescing into a colossal phantom. The phantom drew back a bow, releasing a fierce stream of golden radiance. The clash of sword light and arrow light erupted in a spectacular explosion, sending shockwaves that trembled the ground. Fortunately, the area had long been fortified by Yunli Tianzuan's intricate formations, preventing the residual waves from disturbing the outside world. Otherwise, even this single collision's aftermath could have devastated the Jade Hang Sword Palace. After the sword strike, the mist settled and the waves calmed. Yunli Tianzuan steadied herself. Having retreated several steps from her original position, though she was unharmed, her beautiful eyes reflected astonishment and disbelief. Had she truly found herself at a disadvantage? In this exchange, she had indeed fallen behind, while Lin Xian remained unchanged. The depth of Yunli Tianzuan's shock was nearly palpable. It is important to note that although her strength had not yet fully recovered, she possessed the prowess of a sovereign realm. And coupled with the sudden strike of Lin Xian's sword, she did not hold back. Initially, the heavenly sovereign Yunli was concerned that her attack might inadvertently harm Lin Xian. After all, despite his prodigious talent, he was merely at the king realm. And even at the 6th level, he remained far from the sovereign realm, a significant chasm indeed, not to be taken lightly. Yet, to her astonishment, her sovereign strike was unexpectedly suppressed. Recovering from her shock, the heavenly sovereign Yunli gasped in disbelief. Over the past period, she had been astonished by Lin Xian numerous times. Each time she thought she had a clear understanding of his extraordinary abilities, he managed to surpass her expectations once again. With a slow exhale, genuine delight illuminated her face as she approached Lin Xian. Congratulations, sect leader, on your remarkable advancement in strength. The elegance of your swordplay truly humbles me, she expressed with sincerity. Lin Xian retracted his hand, feeling quite satisfied with his own strength. He had exerted nearly all his power in that strike. Apart from the slaying immortal sword array, he had utilized nearly all his available techniques, such as the Qingdi Sutra and the Hunyuan sword body. Consequently, he had formed a rough assessment of his current capabilities. Presently, he could contend with those in the sovereign realm, and if he were to employ the slaying immortal sword array, he could even defeat them. Testing his sword, he found it to his liking as he conversed with Yunli while they made their way outside. How long had it been since their departure? The heavenly sovereign smiled. You emerged at just the right moment. Han Yu and the others have likely not yet arrived at the Morning Dawn Empire. Lin Xian nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed his calculations regarding time were indeed accurate. Without further ado, as the protector, Yunli naturally accompanied Lin Xian. With Lin Xian having exited his seclusion, the two wasted no time and promptly set off for the imperial city of the Morning Dawn Empire to participate in the grand competition of the 7 nations. 2 streaks of light darted across the sky at an astonishing speed. Along the way, they soared past numerous spirit vessels, leaving the onlookers in awe and envy. As they traversed the skies with such swiftness, it was evident that they were 2 formidable beings. A young man standing on the deck of a green spirit vessel gazed longingly at the fleeting lights, clenching his fists tightly, unable to conceal the ambition in his eyes. I wonder when I will reach such a level. There is no rush. With my current talent, I will surely soon rival those powerful figures, he murmured to himself. If Lin Xian had noticed, he would have realized that this green spirit vessel belonged to the Qingyang Sword Sect, and the young man at the bow was none other than Lu Tianxing. Now transformed, Lu Tianxing had significantly enhanced his strength compared to before. With the aid of his ancestor, he had fully absorbed the potency of 2 one-pattern dragon soul pills, solidifying his foundation. His realm had also risen remarkably, approaching the 8th level of the earthly profound realm. This level of cultivation positioned him among the elite talents of the 7 nations. Moreover, his experience in combat had seen even greater advancements. Apart from the dragon spirit pill, there exists the entire Qingyang Sword Sect, which has devoted immense resources to his training. Various spiritual elixirs and medicinal baths were provided, with the Qingyang sect master investing heavily. Lu Tianqing was acutely aware of the mission he bore, yet he felt no fear, only an unwavering confidence. As he sensed his current strength, he clenched his fists, filled with absolute conviction. In this upcoming competition among the 7 nations, my ambition extends far beyond merely breaking into the top 100. Chapter 61, 10 million. Too little in response to Lu Tianqing's grand aspirations, the Qingyang sect master, standing beside him, gazed at him with hopeful eyes. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he offered faint praise. Indeed, possessing such ambition coupled with a spirit of hard work is commendable. You have become increasingly enterprising, living up to the expectations of our ancestors. The Qin Sword ancestor did not accompany the group this time, having invested considerable effort in Lu Tianqing early on, and he held high hopes for Lu Tianqing's performance in the 7 nations competition. Thus, after the conclusion of the Burning Sky secret realm, the Qin Sword ancestor did not enter seclusion but focused solely on guiding Lu Tianqing. Now, as the seeds he had sown were on the verge of blossoming, he could finally settle down to meditate and heal the wounds he sustained in the Burning Sky secret realm. The Qin Sword ancestor had more faith in Lu Tianqing's potential achievements in the 7 nations competition than Lu Tianqing himself. Therefore, he felt no need to be present at the event, remaining within the sect, awaiting the return of his promising disciple with the finest news. As the morning dawn Imperial City served as the venue for the 7 nations competition, it had already witnessed a rapid influx of countless cultivators a month prior, filling the city to its brim. Spirit ships traversed the skies incessantly, frequently landing at the city gates, where disciples clad in sect attire paid the entrance fee and streamed into the Imperial City, according to the prearranged signal with Fairy Hanwei and others. Lin Xian and the Celestial Master Yunli arrived just in time before the commencement of the competition and successfully reunited. The Yunlian, part of the largest commercial organization spread throughout the entire Xin domain, had branches in almost every empire and city, making it the most suitable gathering place. However, when Lin Xian and the Celestial Master Yunli found Fairy Hanwei and Qin Xiong, they encountered an unexpected guest beside her. A woman dressed in a fiery red dress with fox-like eyes approached, seemingly oblivious to Fairy Hanwei's cold demeanor, her smile exuding a sense of disdain. "It has been a while, Hanwei. It seems you have acquired some new acquaintances." She chuckled lightly, her laughter laced with subtle contempt, suggesting that she had come prepared. "Why don't we make a wager?" The newcomer was none other than the master of the Yushuan Sword Palace, whose beauty contrasted sharply with the cool elegance of Fairy Hanwei, resembling a blazing flame. However, as their paths diverged, Fairy Hanwei's voice grew frigid upon encountering this smiling predator. "What do you wish to wager?" 1 million spirit stones. How does that sound? Almost as soon as Fairy Hanwei's words fell, the master of the Yushuan Sword Palace eagerly interjected. "The 7 nations competition is the perfect opportunity. If any disciple from either of our sects ranks higher, regardless of who wins, it will certainly be better than your constant claims that my Yushuan Sword Palace's previous victory was unjust." Clearly, it was she who had come fully prepared. Even the proposition of a wager seemed to be a well-planned strategy on her part. The audacity to propose such a wager stemmed from the confidence of the master of the Yushuan Sword Palace. Her assurance lay in the silent presence of the young man lingering behind her. With a demeanor as cold as ice, he contrasted sharply with his master's fiery enthusiasm, showing no regard for appearances as his gaze casually swept over the assembly from the Yuhing Sword Palace. Ultimately, his attention settled on Chu Jianxin, a hint of palpable disdain flitting across his lips. The sight of this individual darkened Chu Jianxin's expression instantly, his fists clenching tightly. A year had passed since he was defeated by this young man, a humiliation he had never forgotten. In preparation for this rematch, he had dedicated an entire year. This time, he vowed to redeem himself. However, the focus of the other disciples from Yuhing Sword Palace was drawn towards the stakes of the wager. 10 million spirit stones. Several disciples gasped quietly, for this was no trifling amount, especially considering that Yuhing Sword Palace ranked last among the 7 sects of the Zhonglu Empire, notorious for its poverty. Would the deputy master agree to such terms? The disciples looked towards the Fairy of Cold Moon, only to find her expression unchanged, seemingly unperturbed. In fact, she even managed a faint smile. The smile of this icy beauty was indeed a rare sight, as fleeting as the melting of first snow. Yet before the spectators could become entranced, they were met with the Fairy of Cold Moon's startling proclamation. 10 million is far too meager. If we are to gamble, let us not be timid. 50 million, do you dare to wager? 50 million, not 500,000, nor 5 million, but a staggering 50 million. What does this signify? Even the grand sects like Ling Xiao would feel a pang in their hearts at the mere suggestion of parting with 10 million spirit stones. And 50 million nearly represented the entirety of Yuheng Sword Palace's resources. At that moment, those who heard the fairy speak were rendered speechless with astonishment. Even the disciples of Yuheng Sword Palace and Chu Jianshan, her most favored disciple, could only stare blankly at her impassive visage. Their minds engulfed by a singular thought. Would our master, the deputy master, truly be driven mad by this provocation? How else could she utter such words? Even Chu Jianshan, despite his determination to erase the shame of his past defeat, did not possess absolute confidence in overcoming his old rival. 50 million. This wager seemed to put the entire sect at stake. Not only they, but even the master of Yushuan Sword Palace was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such boldness from the Fairy of Cold Moon. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, regarding her with a skeptical gaze laced with disbelief. 50 million? I have no objections, but can Yuheng Sword Palace truly muster such a sum? The Fairy of Cold Moon regarded her with an indifferent glance, her demeanor remaining frosty as she inquired, "What? Are you afraid?" "Huh." The master of Yushuan Sword Palace laughed aloud, her eyes shifting through various expressions before settling on one of derision. "If you dare, then what is there for me to fear? The tactic of provocation holds no sway over me. Since you are willing to offer 50 million to Yuheng Sword Palace, I shall gladly accept this fortune. This wager is made. Yuheng Sword Palace shall partake." She held unwavering confidence in her victory, regardless of whether it was 10 million or 50 million in the end. All would belong to Yushuan Sword Palace. The master of the Yushuan Sword Palace, accompanied by a group of disciples, gracefully departed, although her disciples remained silent. The derisive glances they cast towards the Yuheng Sword Palace were unmistakable, inciting the disciples of Yuheng to glare back in anger. Only Chu Jianshan furrowed his brow, waiting until the figures of the Yushuan Sword Palace had vanished from sight before he approached the Fairy of Cold Moon with disapproval. "Master, you have acted impulsively this time. I do not possess complete confidence in securing victory," he confessed, feeling constrained yet unable to ignore the truth. The Fairy of Cold Moon regarded her direct disciple, noticing the dissatisfaction in his eyes. She shook her head, having never truly expected much from him. "This matter is for me to decide. Now, you may return to your quarters and prepare diligently for the upcoming competition. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. Since I dare to wager, I must possess certainty." With a heart full of unspoken words, Chu Jianshan could only suppress his frustrations. He gazed at his serene master, feeling an anger he could not express, causing him to miss her words entirely. After taking a deep breath, he turned to leave, his footsteps betraying his discontent. The Fairy of Cold Moon remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Su Lianqing and the others who had not yet departed, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Having tasted defeat last time, she harbored more resentment than any disciple within the sect. If it were a fair contest, she could accept the loss, but this time, she vowed to instill despair in her opponents. Chapter 62, Royal Tier Spirit Artifact. The Seven Kingdoms' great competition is a grand assembly of extraordinary talents. As all cultivators converged upon the imperial city of the Morning Dawn Empire at the pinnacle moment, the grand event officially commenced. Array formations shimmered with light, and the rarely seen ancestors and elder masters appeared, while the governor established layers of formations to isolate the competition venue from the outside world, leaving no room for delays. Within the venue, each empire occupied its designated position, further divided by sects, as countless prodigies sat upright, gathering to celebrate this grand occasion. The champions of the Seven Kingdoms had thus assembled. As noon arrived, the venue was completely sealed. Above the arena, 3 royal elders of the Morning Dawn Empire silently manifested, their overwhelming auras sweeping across the crowd. All of them were above the 7th level of the King Realm. Such a level of cultivation places them at the pinnacle within the entirety of the ANUS Seven Kingdoms. The 3 elders wore serious expressions, their royal insignia-adorned robes billowing wildly in the wind. With a unified gesture, they summoned an ancient mirror. As the intricately patterned mirror emerged, some individuals in the crowd felt their breaths grow heavy. This mirror was familiar to some. A 7th-tier spirit treasure, a royal tier spirit artifact. The Morning Dawn Empire truly possessed immense wealth, unhesitatingly bringing forth such a treasure. Is this the Shifang mirror of the Morning Dawn Empire? It is indeed extraordinary. Merely gazing upon it evokes a sensation of being drawn in. The foremost kingdom, as expected, possesses astonishing depth. The prodigies from various nations and sects, displaying keen insight, immediately recognized the rarity of the Shifeng ancient mirror, igniting a flurry of discussion. Their discussions reached the ears of the uninformed, revealing to a multitude of ignorant individuals the extraordinary value of the mirrors held by the three clan elders. In an instant, their eyes sparkled with fervor and astonishment. A royal-grade spiritual artifact. Anything associated with the royal path was, in their eyes, nearly akin to a legendary existence. It is worth noting that within the current seven kingdoms, not a single royal realm powerhouse could be found. Yet, not everyone was swept away by overwhelming emotions. The prodigies of the Dawn Empire mostly maintained calm gazes, their expressions showing little fluctuation. After all, as the foremost empire among the seven kingdoms, the talents it nurtured could not be short-sighted. Although royal-grade spiritual artifacts were indeed precious, they had encountered such wonders before. Lin Xian's disciples, too, wore serene expressions, revealing little greed or astonishment, having already seen and cultivated imperial-level techniques. What could royal-grade artifacts possibly represent? In comparison to imperial techniques, they were hardly worth mentioning. However, their indifference did not imply that others believed they should be indifferent. Upon regaining their composure from the awe, Chu Jianxin and his companions cast scrutinizing glances at Su Lianxin and the others, who appeared unperturbed, their brows furrowing in discontent. Some could not suppress their disdain and muttered under their breath, expressing their disbelief at the apparent pretense. What a pathetic display! Chu Jianxin frowned, intervening with discontent, admonishing them not to be so harsh, reminding them that they were, after all, teammates. As the eldest disciple of his sect, he commanded considerable respect, and despite their inner grievances, his peers fell silent. Aside from them, a few individuals present exhibited not surprise, but rather mockery. These people truly lack worldly experience. A youth clad in silver light armor casually toyed with a finger tiger, contrasting sharply with the dignified posture of the Seven Kingdoms prodigies. He sprawled comfortably, his demeanor dripping with scorn. It's merely a royal-grade artifact. These worthless beings from the Seven Kingdoms have likely seen little more than this. The two youths beside him laughed in agreement, their expressions equally filled with contempt. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. TSK. What a waste of our time. But for the sake of this mirror. The gaze of the last youth lingered on the ancient mirror, a glimmer of greed flashing within his eyes as he murmured softly, the lowly royal-grade Shifeng ancient mirror, though somewhat inferior in rank, is still a fitting match for me. Once our divine martial dynasty unifies the Seven Kingdoms, this mirror shall serve us well. Amidst the diverse thoughts of the prodigies on the ground, the three clan elders had already united to successfully refine the ancient mirror. The antiquated and enigmatic Shifeng ancient mirror emitted a faint glow, hovering above the crowd, reflecting not a trace of human figures, but instead showcasing a shifting landscape of forests, marshes, and grasslands. It was at this moment that one of the clan elders declared the rules in a resonant voice. Esteemed talents, the grand competition of the Seven Kingdoms officially commences. I shall now announce the rules for this contest. The first round of the grand competition will take place within the Shifeng ancient mirror. All prodigies must enter the ancient mirror within the span of a single incense stick, commencing simultaneously. Within the mirror's realm, countless demonic beasts roam. Slaying these beasts will earn you points. The more beasts you vanquish, the greater your score shall be. Time is of the essence. As the fragrant incense burns to its end, all participants must promptly exit the ancient mirror to tally their scores, which will determine their rankings. A minimum of 10,000 points is required to advance to the second round. Now, let the competition commence. With a wave of the clan elder's hand, the ancient mirror radiates a splendid spiritual light. The ethereal glow stirs, and jade tokens soar into the hands of the esteemed contestants. In the blink of an eye, those holding the jade tokens are systematically drawn into the world of the ancient mirror. These tokens will record the scores of the participants, simultaneously displaying them on an external leaderboard for all to observe. Once everyone has entered, an elder establishes the leaderboard inscription, and the towering spirit monument remains devoid of names for the moment. Another clan elder produces a long-lasting incense, igniting it beside the ancient mirror. As the fragrant smoke rises, the first round of the Seven Nations competition officially begins. All contestants commence their fierce battles simultaneously. Su Lianxin, Wang Yan, and the others find themselves scattered upon entry. Although they had no intention of joining forces to slay the demon beasts, Wang Yin feels a fleeting discomfort at being separated from his senior sister. However, as soon as he lands, he is immediately enveloped by a circle of demon beasts and cannot afford to feel anxious. There are only demon beasts. The weakest among them is at the Earth Profound realm, and their numbers are overwhelming. Are these truly demon beasts? No. Before him lies a veritable bounty of points. An opportunity too precious to disregard. Wang Yan's eyes burn with fervor, and without hesitation, he draws his sword and charges forth. A grin spreads across his face. Filled with exhilaration, having followed his master for extensive training, he welcomes this chance to hone his skills against them. He will not let this opportunity to gauge his true combat prowess slip away. However, as he thrusts his sword, he does not have time to unleash his sword intent, nor to engage in a fierce duel with the demon beast. The fox demon beast, seeming oblivious, fails to evade as he had anticipated and is instead impaled by his sword, meeting its demise on the spot. Wang Yin is momentarily stunned. Blood spills from the fox demon's wound, provoking the remaining beasts into a frenzy, heedless of their own safety as they charge at him. Observing this, Wang Yin casts aside his hesitation and strikes out once more. With a few swift strokes, the ground is littered with the corpses of demon beasts, and Wang Yin stands amidst the carnage, somewhat speechless. Are they truly this feeble? No, it is not that they are weak, but rather, am I too strong? Realization dawns upon Wang Yin. After enduring countless defeats while sparring with his senior sister and junior sister, he had developed a false sense of inadequacy, unaware that his prowess was merely being measured against theirs. Tears of frustration almost spring to his eyes. Indeed, I am a genius after all. Chapter 63. Results of the first round in comparison to my seemingly frail peers. Am I excessively formidable outside? This thought briefly flits through Wang Yan's mind. He hesitates slightly, gazing into the distant woods, shaking the droplets of blood from his sword's tip before stepping deeper into the fray. Within the ancient mirror, waves of demon beasts continue to surge, relentless in their onslaught. As long as one moves, they will encounter more foes. Soon, Wang Yin finds himself confronted by a horde of demon beasts leaping from the dense forest. A group of cat demons, their faces twisted with ferocity, brandishing bloodied fangs and claws, screech and charge toward Wang Yin. Excellent! Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as the corners of his lips curled upwards. He unsheathed his sword and charged forth. In an instant, the blade gleamed like a rainbow, crimson splatters erupted, and a cacophony of frightened birds took to the sky. Within the ancient mirrors of the 10 directions, neither the sun nor the moon shifted, nor did time elapse. Everything was frozen in a perpetual noon. Even as time moved on, the shadows within the mirrors showed no inclination. All the prodigies were engulfed in a relentless struggle, exerting themselves to elevate their scores. None wished to be eliminated. All aspired for higher ranks, except for Wang Yin and a select few. The blade became caked with a thick layer of blood, and Wang Yin, perched atop the treetops, casually flicked it clean while chewing on a stray tuft of dogtail grass he had found. He gazed at the indistinct treetops and sighed. How utterly mundane. It had already been a full day since he was cast into the 10 directions mirror, and it seemed that a third of the everlasting incense, which could burn for 3 days, had already diminished. The time limit for the first round of the competition was the duration of a single stick of this incense. For the first time, he felt that 3 days stretched interminably. After a full day of hunting, he had come to a realization. The beasts within this ancient mirror realm possessed little intelligence and weak combat prowess. Even when he had recklessly plunged into a horde of beasts and found himself besieged, there was scarcely any danger. Of course, he also suspected it might be due to his own overwhelming strength. Regardless, he had failed to achieve his goal of gaining practical experience from the first round of assessments. It was merely a one-sided slaughter. The notion of experience was rendered moot. Whether it was the vastness of the world within the 10 directions mirror or the fact that the internal space separated all the prodigies, Wang Yin had not encountered any other competitors despite his long journey and the numerous beasts he had slain. Glancing at his jade tablet, which prominently displayed a score of 10,078, he couldn't help but be astonished. His senior sisters must have also secured their advancement scores by now. With a sense of reflection, he settled into a cross-legged position atop the treetop. With his points exceeding 10,000, he was assured of entering the second round. There was little to lament about the first trial. It was far more prudent to seize the time for cultivation. Engaging in fruitless skirmishes with these beasts was hardly worthwhile. He would rather devote his time to meticulously studying the sword techniques imparted by his master. The world within this mirror was constructed from the power of rules, and the essence of sword intent was particularly profound. Upon entering, he sensed the peculiarities of this place, which seemed more conducive to comprehending martial arts. Now, merely by attuning himself, he swiftly confirmed his suspicions. Soon, Wang Yin closed his eyes and entered a tranquil state of cultivation. Similarly, Su Lianxin and her companions, upon observing their own scores surpassing 10,000, made the same choice. With 3 days at their disposal, they were unwilling to squander time on meaningless battles. After all, the first round of assessments was merely a selection process. Regardless of how high their scores might be, they would not contribute to the final ranking weight. Nor were there any tangible rewards, merely hollow prestige. They were not individuals who sought the limelight, so they paid it no mind. With this time, they could either delve into their martial arts or take a moment to rest and recuperate. 3 days swiftly passed, and as disciples beneath the Qingyang sect began their tranquil meditations to replenish their vitality, the other prodigies engaged fervently in fierce battles. The leaderboard scores fluctuated almost continuously, with competitors rising and falling in a relentless contest. The outside world was blind to the realm within the ancient mirror. Yet the increasingly intense shifts in rankings hinted at the ferocity of the struggles occurring inside. As time progressed day by day, upon the arrival of the third day SSI hour, the eve of the first round's conclusion, the leaderboard's positions began to stabilize. At this moment, the score of the top contender had reached a staggering 100,000. Even the rankings beyond the top 100 boasted scores exceeding 60,000. However, a glance at the inscriptions revealed that the top 100 were predominantly occupied by the 3 great nations, the Morning Light Empire, the Holy Sun Empire, and the Great Jin Empire, with other nations scarcely represented. Even among those few, most were clustered beyond the 80th or 90th positions. The Zhonglu Empire found itself utterly absent, having been outpaced by an incalculable number of ranks. The leaders from the Zhonglu Empire, who had come to partake in the 7 nations grand competitions, could only sigh in resignation as they scanned the top 100, failing to find even a single representative from their own ranks. Alas, they had grown accustomed to this reality. Each 7 nations grand competition unfolded in this manner, with no exceptions. It had become almost a numbing routine. Yet, as they observed, their gazes inevitably drifted towards the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Throughout history, many renowned prodigies had emerged, leaving their names resounding across nations. Figures such as Qing Yuan and Shen Li, both secured within the top 20, stood unwavering, eliciting no surprise among the onlookers. After all, these individuals were celebrated top-tier prodigies of the 7 nations, their cultivation already having ascended to the celestial realm, far beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. At present, the majority of prodigies remained at the 7th or 8th level of the earthly realm, rendering the advantage of the likes of Qing Yuan and Shen Li significantly pronounced. They were indeed the frontrunners for the championship of the 7 nations grand competition. Yet, amidst these familiar names, 3 individuals emerged, Ao Tai, Shizhen, and Lin Xingzhou, whose identities were both surprising and obscure. Who were they, that their names had never before graced the ears of the crowd? Yet they managed to secure places within the top 20? Moreover, they trailed the illustrious Chang Xia by merely a few thousand points. It was perplexing. Such talents had only now surfaced, remaining unheard of until this moment. As the crowd speculated on the unfamiliar names inscribed upon the stone tablet, their curiosity piqued. They sought answers yet found none. Just as their bewilderment deepened, the elder seated above, who had remained in a meditative posture, suddenly opened his eyes. Concurrently, a resounding chime echoed through the air, and the ancient mirror, suspended high above, erupted in a brilliant radiance. Following this, a group of individuals was abruptly ejected from the ancient mirror, descending onto the previously vacant arena below. Some individuals sat with their eyes closed, meditating in a cross-legged position, while others wielded their swords in the air, and some nearly stumbled to the ground. One elder of the clan waved his hand effortlessly, dispelling the chaos that almost erupted below due to the sudden change in the scene. Observing the crowd of proud talents, some appearing disheveled while others exuded confidence, he calmly announced, "The first round of the 7 nations competition has concluded." Chapter 64. Are you desperate? In the heart of the 7 nations competition arena, the talents who had been teleported slowly regained their senses. Upon realizing their surroundings, most were expressions of eager anticipation and collectively looked up. The disciples from the Qingyang Sword Palace were no exception. They yearned to see how their hard-earned points fared after 3 arduous days. However, when they lifted their heads to gaze at the scoreboard, their expressions suddenly froze in disbelief. To their astonishment, The first place on the leaderboard boasted over 100,000 points. How could this be possible? Shocked murmurs escaped their lips, as the disciples of Yuheng's Sword Palace felt deeply disheartened. They had fought valiantly against the monstrous beasts, sparing no effort, and yet had only managed to secure a little over 10,000 points, barely qualifying for the second round. In stark contrast, all the top 10 talents had amassed points exceeding 100,000. This was utterly terrifying. The first round had starkly revealed the vast chasm between them and the elite talents of the Seven Nations. Even with prior mental preparation, they were still profoundly impacted. At that moment, even Chu Jinshan found himself momentarily dazed. Lowering his gaze to the jade token in his hand, a wave of defeat and helplessness enveloped his heart. Lingering stubbornly, in the first round, he had garnered 29,300 points, nearing 30,000. This score was considered commendable within the history of participating disciples from Yuheng's Sword Palace. He had felt a sense of pride, believing that even if he did not stand out, he would not lag too far behind. However, the reality before him shattered his pride into dust, dousing him with a cold wave of disillusionment. With a bitter smile, Chu Jinshan sighed. Well, I never truly expected to break into the top 100. Just then, several fellow disciples from Yuheng's Sword Palace approached him, their faces etched with concern and displeasure, leaning in to speak in low tones. Senior brother, have you seen the scores of those three? Chu Jinshan turned to follow their gaze, only to see that Su Lianxin and the others displayed scores just above 10,000, with Wang Yin barely scraping through to the third round by a mere few points. Chu Jinshan's mood, already dim, darkened further at this revelation, and his dissatisfaction with his master reached a crescendo. Master, what were you thinking? Scores just above 10,000. Such strength would have been better suited for Xian Mo and the others. Surely they could have earned more than this. He rubbed his temples in frustration, a shadow of discontent casting over his countenance, accompanied by a particularly loud scoff. Previously, grandiose claims echoed, and I was led to believe in their formidable prowess. Yet, the outcome reveals a mere 29,000 points? Absurd, truly absurd. Chu Jinshan's brows instantly darkened, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance and wariness as he fixed his gaze upon the newcomer. Gong Yuan, what brings you here? The foremost disciple of the Yuxuan Sword Palace, Gong Yuan, bore a delicate countenance laced with mockery and disdain. I had anticipated that after a year of preparation, you would astonish me. Alas, I am sorely disappointed. With a flick of his wrist, a jade token fell into his palm, suspended by an ethereal golden chain. The glimmering aura emanating from the chain hinted at its exceptional quality, yet the disciples of the jade-balanced Sword Palace were not preoccupied with the chain. Their eyes were riveted upon the jade token. 73,000 points. This figure eclipses Chu Jinshan's score by more than double. Moreover, he has entered the top 100, a position notably near the forefront. In that moment, the disciples of the jade-balanced Sword Palace were engulfed in shock, disbelief clouding their minds, while a profound sense of despair surged within them. With such a staggering disparity, how could they possibly prevail? Gong Yuan, however, erupted into laughter, his tone dripping with derision. Feeling despair, are we? Indeed, despair is warranted. Chu Jinshan, remember how you lost last time? This time, it will be even more humiliating. Watching their retreating figures, Chu Jinshan felt as if he could crush his teeth in frustration, yet the sensation of helplessness was inescapable. Could they truly emerge victorious this time? The corner they occupied was sparsely populated, with few onlookers, save for the elders from their respective sects, who observed with keen interest. Noticing this scene, an elder from the Yuxuan Sword Palace chuckled softly, turning to the side to address the moonlit fairy, her tone laced with mockery. It appears we are in for quite a spectacle. However, moonlit deputy palace master, it seems you are destined to lose once more in this competition. The presence of elders here was a temporary arrangement, as the red-clad palace master of the Yuxuan Sword Palace, having attained enlightenment, had withdrawn into seclusion. Although this elder was also a woman, she bore the marks of age, her beauty marred by a sharp and acerbic demeanor. Alas, it is truly unfortunate. Originally, you were required to contribute 10 million spirit stones, yet you have escalated it to 50 million. 50 million spirit stones, one might ponder. What shall we do with such an amount? Her smug expression was thoroughly distasteful. The moonlit fairy, standing beside her, lightly bit her silver teeth, her countenance shadowed with unease. This is merely the first round. What is there to gloat about? These beasts are so feeble that even if they were to achieve 70,000 points, or even 100,000, it would mean little. You celebrate too soon. Yet, discerning eyes could sense her underlying resentment and insecurity. The Grand Elder of the Yushuan Sword Palace chuckled heartily, his spirits lifted. Her words ring true. I concur that these beasts are indeed weak. However, if they are so feeble, why have you not managed to secure 70,000 or even 100,000 points? Do you find the figure 29,000 to be auspicious? However, since Deputy Palace Master Han Wei does not recognize the results of the first round, I shall await to see what further stratagems you may employ. I sincerely hope they are plentiful, rather than a display of ineptitude. Ha 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 ha. She laughed arrogantly, turning away with an air of haughtiness. As she observed the departing figure of the Grand Elder from the Yushuan Sword Palace, the indignation that had adorned the face of Fairy Han Yue gradually dissipated. A faint smile graced her lips. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. She whispered softly, her voice barely audible, a playful glimmer emerging in her eyes. Although the master of the Yushuan Sword Palace was sequestered in meditation and would not witness the disbelief etched across her face due to her failure, Fairy Han Yue had already begun to anticipate the expressions that would adorn the faces of those from the Yushuan Sword Palace once the second round concluded. It was akin to savoring an appetizer before indulging in a grand feast. She mused that their expressions would undoubtedly be nothing short of spectacular, bringing her immense satisfaction. The results of the first round of the Seven Nations competition had been announced. The disciples belonging to their respective sects returned to their designated areas, some buoyant with pride, while others bore expressions of dejection. Among the ranks of the Qingyang Sword Sect, a group of disciples, their faces flushed with excitement, gazed adoringly at the individual they had gathered around, their eyes brimming with joy and trust. Senior brother, you were incredible, as expected of senior brother Lu. You made it into the top 100 in the first round. You are truly a role model for us disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The principal subject of their accolades was Lu Tianxing. He smiled with a relaxed demeanor, casually waving his hand in humility. It was merely luck. Yet, the pride in his eyes revealed his true sentiments. Nearby, the master of Xingyang nodded slightly, his gaze filled with admiration for Lu Tianxing. Well done, Tianxing. However, do not let pride overwhelm you. The beasts in the first round were not formidable enough to showcase the prowess of a true top-tier talent. The upcoming second round, with its draw of opponents, will be vastly different. You will face rivals of your own caliber, competing fiercely against one another. You must exercise caution and remain vigilant. The events of the Seven Nations competition were largely predetermined. The first round involved combat against beasts, while the second would be a contest against fellow humans. The rules of the competition bore a striking resemblance to those of the Qingyang Sword Sect, employing a similar draw system with 5 arenas operating simultaneously. Now, with all the prodigies having departed, only a few elders remained on the high platform, collaborating in concert to demonstrate their abilities. The arenas rose from the ground. 5 platforms arranged in a celestial formation, occupying the central space, poised for the contenders to take the stage. At the heart of it all stood the towering drawing platform, alongside a spirit monument displaying the information of the impending duels. Lu Tianxing's gaze swept across the scene, confidence lifting the corners of his lips as he replied, "Rest assured. Master, I understand." While understanding was one thing, he could not shake the trepidation that lingered. The first round's beasts had not allowed the prodigies to exhibit their true capabilities. Yet, he had not unleashed his full potential either. Lu Tianxing was resolutely confident in himself. He could not afford to lose. The second round would commence at the time of the evening. Once commenced, the spirit tablet swiftly illuminated a dazzling array of names before promptly determining the participants in the competition. A total of 10 contestants were selected, engaging in pairs for battle. Lu Tianxing, fortunate as fate would have it, found himself positioned remarkably high in the order of appearance. His performance, indeed, did not disappoint the expectations of the master of Qingyang sect. Boom! A resounding thud echoed across the arena, accompanied by a wail of anguish. As the dust settled and the smoke dissipated, on the second stage knelt a bloodied and disheveled genius, while Lu Tianxing stood unscathed, his attire billowing gracefully. With a flourish of his sword, he sheathed it, and, from a position of superiority, inquired, "My friend, shall we continue?" The injured genius, gritting his teeth, attempted to rise for another round, but despite his efforts, trembling knees betrayed his inability to proceed. With a thud, he collapsed back to the ground, his complexion swiftly paling. "I concede." A hint of a smile graced Lu Tianxing's lips as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "I accept your defeat." He watched the defeated genius being assisted off the stage, then turned his gaze toward the Qingyang Sword Sect, greeted by a chorus of admiration and excitement. Our senior brother has triumphed again. Senior brother, you are remarkable. The entire Qingyang Sword Sect held Lu Tianxing in deep veneration. For the path to advancement in the second round hinged on a singular rule. 10 consecutive victories were required to proceed. Skill was paramount. But luck played its part as well. Presently, Lu Tianxing had achieved an astounding 9 consecutive wins. In response to the cheers from his juniors, Lu Tianxing offered a faint smile, seeming rather indifferent. To him, his victories felt entirely natural. Alas, he lamented the absence of opponents ranked above him. What a pity. He mused, shaking his head with regret. Among the 9 battles, the strongest 2 adversaries he faced had ranked below him in the first round, specifically at 98 and 97. Thus far, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent who could truly challenge him. Come now, Lu Tianxing thought to himself. In this final battle, I hope to face an adversary who can compel me to engage earnestly. At that moment, the spirit tablet he had been observing flickered once more. Lu Tianxing's spirits lifted as he intently focused on the name about to be revealed. Wang Yan. A tone of incredulity escaped Lu Tianxing's lips as he gazed in disbelief at the name displayed on the spirit tablet, his expression shifting dramatically. This name had long haunted his dreams. Could this Wang Yan be the very same individual he feared? What merit did he possess to participate in the 7 Nations tournament? However, as he noticed the score displayed beside Wang Yan's name, his demeanor fluctuated. He released a sigh of relief, a smirk hinting at a coldness at the corner of his mouth. The score was just over 10,000, a considerable distance from the top 100. What was I so worried about? Regardless of which Wang Yan it may be, I have long since transformed beyond recognition. If I were to encounter an old adversary, it would be an opportune moment to exact revenge for the humiliation of a past duel. The memories of the disgrace inflicted upon me by Wang Yan and his companions on the arena of the Qingyang Sword Sect still ignite a surge of fury within me. Upon revealing the true identity of my opponent, a smile crept across Lu Tianxing's face as he recognized that it was indeed the Wang Yan he had suspected. Wang Yan, it has been quite a while since we last met. I never anticipated you would once again stand before me. Alas, we are no longer inhabitants of the same world. His tone, tinged with a semblance of pity, was laced with malice and derision. Just months prior, he had suffered defeat at Wang Yan's hands. A day etched in his memory when, as the holy son of the Qingyang Sword Sect, he had fallen from grace, becoming the subject of ridicule among countless disciples. A nameless contender had brought him immense shame. Although he had transformed since that time, the stain left by Wang Yan would forever remain unremovable. Unless he could erase the memories of all who witnessed that battle, the image of his dismal defeat would persist in the minds of numerous disciples, elders, and even the sect leader. From that day forth, Lu Tianxing vowed that he would one day reclaim his honor. Yet, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Wang Yan, for his part, was not surprised to encounter Lu Tianxing at the grand tournament of the 7 Kingdoms. Observing the animosity radiating from his opponent, he could hardly muster the energy to respond. Merely raising his spiritual sword and gesturing for him to come forth. A mere former subordinate, who had been no match for him at the Qingyang Sword Sect, would certainly not pose a threat now on this grand stage. While he was unaware of the source of Wang Yan's newfound confidence or the opportunities he had seized, it mattered little. If he could not secure victory in this battle, he would not be worthy of being his master's disciple. His master had bestowed upon him so much. If he could not even defeat this former rival, he would have no face to present to his master. Today, he would demonstrate that Wang Yan, in the past, had never been his equal, nor would he be now, and in the future, their disparity would only widen, with no possibility of convergence. However, Wang Yan's demeanor was misinterpreted by Lu Tianxing as contempt. In an instant, Lu Tianxing's expression turned icy, and he sneered. Surely, you do not believe that I am still the same as I was on the arena of the Qingyang Sword Sect? With that, Lu Tianxing forsook all defenses and launched his attack, a golden radiance flickering in his eyes. After absorbing the essence of 2 dragon soul pills, his aptitude and attributes had seen a tremendous enhancement. He was confident that he would not repeat the dismal fate of the sect's previous tournament. On the second arena, 2 figures rapidly closed the distance between them. Then, with a resounding crash, one figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing over the edge of the protective barrier and landing heavily on the ground. This scene was not uncommon in the grand tournament of the 7 Kingdoms and did not elicit much surprise from the onlookers. Yet, the fallen individual coughed up blood. gazing in disbelief at the unattainable barrier, utterly shocked. He had been sent flying by a single sword strike once more. No, this is impossible. He could not accept it. Regardless of whether Lu Tianqing believes it or not, Wang Yin slowly approached the edge of the arena. Looking down upon him with the same face that had haunted him in nightmares on numerous occasions, Wang Yin casually sheathed his sword, observing the fallen Lu Tianqing, whose visage was marred by humiliation, yet he bore no contempt. He simply remarked, "You are indeed correct. We are no longer of the same world." Chapter 66. Unfortunate? Perhaps not. Wang Yin found no inclination to humiliate a former subordinate. After all, it was Lu Tianqing who remained ensnared in the torment of defeat. Throughout, Wang Yin had never regarded him as a rival, for his true aspirations lay with those who occupied the higher echelons of the leaderboard. He turned away, offering not even a glance back at Lu Tianqing, who was left to stand forlornly beneath the arena, his sword hand despondently drooping. Defeat is indeed painful. Yet more agonizing is the realization that the one you considered a foe never truly acknowledged you. Months prior, although he too had tasted defeat, he still possessed the strength to battle again. Yet today, with a single strike, he was vanquished. This was Lu Tianqing's original intention, but he never anticipated that he would be the one to be defeated by a single blow. Suddenly, Wang Yin heard the sound of blood being coughed up behind him, and he turned in surprise to see Lu Tianqing, blood gushing from his mouth, collapsing to the ground. He was instantly bewildered. What? Was that strike truly so powerful? It shouldn't have been. My control should not have faltered to this extent. Senior brother, what is wrong? Are you all right? The disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect rushed forward to support the bleeding Lu Tianqing and assist him off the stage. Everyone assumed that he had sustained injuries. Yet only Lu Tianqing understood that his condition stemmed from rage. Months had passed, and not only had he failed to catch up to Wang Yin, but Wang Yin had managed to widen the gap between them even further. How could this be? Why had this happened? He had consumed 2 dragon soul pills and received invaluable guidance from the Elder of the Profound Sword. He had access to various miraculous elixirs, yet what of Wang Yin? He and his master were but strays without a home. He could not comprehend how Wang Yin had achieved such prowess. But one truth resonated within him. He would likely never be able to surpass his rival again. With this thought, Lu Tianqing coughed up another mouthful of blood, exclaiming in despair before losing consciousness entirely. As Lu Tianqing succumbed to darkness, he faintly heard the cheers and gasps of the crowd, but his consciousness sank into a void, rendering him oblivious to the world outside. Wang Yin, who was walking away, slowed his pace, glancing with surprise at the first arena not far away. He pondered whether Lu Tianqing's fainting was a blessing or a curse. Even if he had remained conscious and claimed victory in this match, no one would have paid him any heed, for the upset had been monumental. How could it be that Shun Li had been defeated? This was unfathomable. Who was this individual, and how could he be so formidable? As Wang Yin looked up, he chanced upon a young man, pale and staggering, retreating from the arena. The young man, who was unceremoniously thrown out of the arena, is indeed the source of astonishment. A top contender among the 7 nations, Shun Li, with his extraordinary cultivation in the heavenly profound realm, was anticipated by many to be a formidable competitor. Logically speaking, even if he failed to secure a place in the top 10, entering the top 20 should have been a mere formality. Yet, he has succumbed to defeat? To be vanquished in the second round is simply unfathomable. The crowd's bewilderment deepens as they behold the individual who bested him, who is Lin Xingzhou from the Jialan sect. This sect has never crossed their ears before. The name Jialan does sound somewhat familiar. Ah, wait a moment, I recall now. This so-called Jialan sect is merely a feeble entity, lacking even a presence in the Wang realm. How could such an inconsequential sect suddenly produce a genius of this caliber? If even Shun Li fell before him, could this individual be a wolf in sheep's clothing? His momentum is indeed formidable. Could he possibly break into the top 10? The murmurs of the crowd, unabated in their volume, naturally reached Lin Xingzhou's ears as he descended from the platform and stood alongside his 2 companions. Listening to the speculations around him, a smirk of derision curled at the corner of his mouth. The top 10? What a jest. He did not come here to merely claim a spot in the top 10. The 3 of them, as brothers in arms, were determined to seize the top 3 positions, ensuring that the so-called talents of the 7 Moon Kingdom could only trail behind them, gazing in awe. They intended to trample upon all the prodigies of the 7 Moon Kingdom. Despite the arrogance swirling within his mind, Lin Xingzhou's expression remained relatively placid, relishing the admiring glances cast in his direction. Among those gazes, a portion undoubtedly emanated from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. The instinct to admire the strong is inherent in everyone. They could not help but cast their attention upon the trio from the Qingyang sect, their eyes filled with reverence, envy, and a yearning to one day achieve such remarkable prowess themselves. However, just then, a cry of alarm erupted. Oh no! Senior Brother Chu has been thrown out of the arena. What? The prodigies from the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace, ignoring all else, abruptly turned their attention toward the fifth arena, where Chu Jianshan was positioned. Upon realizing who his opponent was, the once confident Jade-Balanced Sword Palace members were left pale and aghast. Lei Yuan. How unfortunate for Senior Brother Chu to face him. Lei Yuan, one of the prodigies of the Qingyang Empire, may not be among the favored contenders for the championship, yet he remains within the top 100. Encountering him is indeed a stroke of bad luck for Chu Jianshan. With a face etched in bitterness, he limped back, shoulders slumped, his gaze filled with confusion and despair. What should he do after this loss? He was at a loss for how to proceed, too hesitant to meet the eyes of his companions. The competition among the 7 nations is brutally unforgiving. Strength is paramount, yet luck holds equal significance. Having lost here means he cannot even advance to the 3rd round. This signifies that the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace has completely withdrawn from the stage of the 7 Kingdoms Grand Tournament. It further implies that Master S wager is destined to be lost. A tumultuous blend of emotions, resentment, fear, confusion, despair, and indignation, overwhelmed Chu Jianshan's heart. He bit down on his lip until it bled, refusing to relent. Brother, a voice from a fellow disciple broke through, amplifying his anguish. He dared not listen, fearing the next words would be accusations, yet he was compelled to hear. What's wrong? The question escaped his lips, startling even himself, in such a brief span. His voice had become hoarse from profound sorrow. Yet, the words uttered by that disciple caught Chu Jianshan off guard. She has also faced Lei Yuan. Who is she? A person from the Jade-Shin Sword Palace? Confusion washed over him as he looked up at the figure that had leapt onto the stage, and he suddenly recalled that they had external support in the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. However, what use was this? On the stage, Lei Yuan gazed at the delicate young woman before him, scratching his head in exasperation. Are you with that person from earlier? Alas, your luck truly is dismal. He glanced down at himself, a robust figure resembling a bear, then back at the seemingly fragile girl across from him, feeling a pang of sympathy. Perhaps it would be best if you concede. It would save you from injury, and I would exert less effort. How does that sound? Though brusque, Lei Yuan possessed a heart akin to a tiger sniffing a rose. Facing a non-malicious opponent, Su Lianxin smiled gently, but shook her head, raising her hand to summon the sword's radiance. Thank you for your kindness, but there is no need. Please. Lei Yuan could only shrug in resignation. All right. I have offered my counsel, thus, here we go. With a roar that echoed like a tiger's cry in the mountains, Lei Yuan's muscles bulged, and his eyes turned crimson in an instant. Boom. Like a cannonball, he charged fiercely towards Su Lianxin. The path he chose was that of a physical cultivator, possessing skin as tough as bronze and bones as strong as iron, making it rare for anyone to inflict harm upon him. When he entered battle mode, he was known for his indiscriminate ferocity. Had it not been for Chu Jianshan's quick thinking, leveraging force against force, he would have been struck by Lei Yuan's punch and sent off the stage, risking more than just a broken leg. As Su Lianxin stood frozen, unable to evade, Chu Jianshan and the others instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. It was evident what the outcome of this match would be. Boom. Crash. The sounds of collision and heavy objects hitting the ground rang out, confirming their fears, and a heavy silence fell over them. Chu Jianshan couldn't help but press his lips together, too afraid to witness Su Lianxin's plight. However, hiss. My heavens. The gasps of disbelief around him snapped Chu Jianshan from his stupor. What was happening? Why were they so astonished? Had Su Lianxin perished? No, that was impossible. The 7 Kingdoms Grand Tournament strictly forbade any fatal injuries. What was going on? Chu Jianshan instinctively opened his eyes, and when he beheld the scene on the stage, he was left utterly stunned. Lying on the ground, struggling to rise yet unable to do so, it was not Su Lianxin, but Lei Yuan. How could this be possible? How could it come to this? Staring blankly at the scene before him, Chu Jianshan was utterly stunned. No, it was not just Chu Jianshan at that moment. Everyone who was observing this battle gasped in astonishment. Chapter 67. It is not fear, but disdain. The strength Su Lianxin ultimately displayed was beyond everyone's expectations. The arena fell into an eerie silence, with countless mouths agape, gazing incredulously at the slender girl on the stage. Lei Yuan wiped his mouth, smearing the blood haphazardly, and stumbled to his feet, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Good heavens, they call me the rampaging bear, yet today I have encountered a true rampaging bear. A girl, whose waist was no thicker than his arm, had sent him crashing off the platform with a single strike, forcefully interrupting his berserk state. What does that even mean? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Lianxin furrowed her brow, looking down at the still lively Lei Yuan, her displeasure evident. Could it be that she had struck too hard and rendered him foolish? Or was he simply a fool who could not speak, and had not yet been beaten enough? No, no, no. Lei Yuan hurriedly waved his hand, shaking his head in resignation. I concede. I concede. Please don't strike me again. I cannot withstand it. While onlookers reveled in the spectacle, those with insight discerned the underlying truth. Although it was merely a single strike, Lei Yuan could feel that Su Lianxin had shown him mercy. Otherwise, he would have been unable to rise at all. Naturally, he was acutely aware of how sharp and unstoppable the girl's sword was. Thus, he smiled broadly, bowing respectfully to Su Lianxin. You have won. Thank you for your leniency. I, Lei Yuan, humbly acknowledge my defeat. Only then did Su Lianxin sheath her sword, nodding calmly as she jumped off the stage and returned to her designated spot. The gazes surrounding her were varied, imbued with complex emotions, yet Su Lianxin remained unaffected. Taking out a silk cloth to gently wipe her spiritual sword, her expression serene. Nearby stood the proud disciple of the Qingyang Sword Palace, who had previously provoked Chu Yuming on the spiritual vessel, attempting to challenge her but was rebuffed. Witnessing the prowess of Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, he felt a burning sensation across his face, overwhelmed by a blend of shock and disbelief, causing his gaze towards Chu Yuming to shift repeatedly. This woman is undeniably formidable. Aside from him, most others around felt a sense of shame. Previously, they had deemed Su Lianxin and her companions cowardly for not daring to compete. In hindsight, it was not cowardice. Rather, they had clearly deemed it beneath them to engage in combat with such individuals. It was truly a bitter pill to swallow. Boom. Meanwhile, on the adjacent platform, a figure collided with the railing, blood spilling from his throat as he crumpled to the ground, motionless. A flash of spiritual light signaled the dissolution of the arena's formation. The match concluded. The fallen disciple's brothers rushed to carry him away, while the victor turned towards the Qingyang Sword Palace, flashing a radiant smile at Su Lianxin and her companions. This victor was none other than Wang Yin. Wang Yin, victorious once more, and the genius he had defeated was ranked among the top 100. Incredible. He had previously defeated one opponent, and now he has become even stronger. Brother Wang Yin, 100. Indeed, he ranks 81st among the elite in the first round. The disciples of the Qingyang Sword Palace, though still somewhat awkward, have begun to adapt. As the first person called out to Brother Wang Yin, a few others followed suit, imitating the gesture. Regardless of past grievances, this moment belongs to the glory of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Even Chu Jianchen, despite the pain of his injuries, held his breath, gazing at the seemingly radiant Wang Yin on the stage, his eyes filled with awe and excitement. The disciples of Qingyang Sword Palace, including him, finally recognized how misguided their previous thoughts had been. How foolish. How superficial. These individuals were certainly not mere decorative pillows. Chu Jianchen clenched his fists tightly, trembling with excitement. If this continues, there may still be hope for the wager with the Yushuan Sword Palace. It was not merely joy, but also relief. After all, tied to victory or defeat was a staggering 50 million spirit stones. Many shared Chu Jianchen's sentiments. The imposing figure of the Yushuan Sword Palace loomed like an unyielding iceberg, brow slightly furrowed, enveloped in silence. However, he quickly regained his composure, lowering his gaze to conceal the fleeting glint of ferocity in his eyes. This was somewhat unexpected for him. Yet, it posed no significant concern. Defeating a top 100 prodigy held some merit, but it was not a pressing threat. He was acutely aware of his own strength. These two were not formidable enough to endanger him. As Wang Yin stepped down from the arena, he was indeed exhausted. Panting heavily, his demeanor markedly fatigued. This was his 8th match, having faced 2 consecutive opponents from the top 100, a considerable strain for him. After he took a seat, Lin Xian gently patted his shoulder in encouragement. Well done. Hearing Lin Xian's praise, Wang Yin felt a bit bashful, scratching his head before shaking it with a wry smile. Master, you flatter me. I am acutely aware of my own limitations. Compared to senior sister and the others, I am still far behind. Lin Xian smiled faintly. There is no need for comparison with others. In life and in endeavors, as long as you stay true to yourself, that is sufficient. Moreover, Surpassing others is not the ultimate goal. What truly matters is surpassing oneself. After acquiring the 9 Nether Infernal Flame Body, Wang Yan's aptitude surged, placing him second only to Su Lianxin among Lin Xian's disciples. Yet alas, the brevity of his training period and the lag in his cultivation level rendered him somewhat strained when facing the top prodigies from the 7 kingdoms. Given this disparity in realms, Wang Yan's performance was already beyond Lin Xian's expectations. Su Lianxin and her companions could aim for the top 3, but Wang Yan still fell slightly short. Of course, this gap was not due to lack of talent, but rather a matter of time. Reaching this stage already pleased his master immensely. Hearing his master's comforting words, Wang Yan's eyes rekindled with determination as he nodded resolutely. Master, I will not disappoint you. No matter the opponent I face, I will exert every ounce of my strength. Almost the moment his words fell, the spirit monument at the center of the stage radiated a new brilliance. The list of the next round's 10 contestants was announced, and Wang Yan's name appeared prominently among them, alongside his opponent, Li Jingyan. Wang Yan's pupils constricted, instinctively rising to his feet, his expression grave yet tinged with a hint of bitterness. Li Jingyan, a prodigy of the Morning Dawn Empire and the scion of the Li family, possessed an ancestral mastery that had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the King Dao. Within the Li family, he was exceptionally favored, and his innate talent was proportional to this adoration. At a tender age, he had already attained the 1st level of the Celestial Profound Realm. He was currently among the top 20 contenders for the championship. This adversary was formidable, indeed, exceedingly so. Gradually returning to his senses from the shock, Wang Yan rubbed his cheeks, attempting to erase the lingering bitter smile. It appeared that he had indeed reached the point of potential elimination. However, this fleeting thought was swiftly cast aside. Replaced by a resurgence of determination, he straightened his posture, his spirit revitalized, gazing fervently at the stage. Even if defeat were inevitable, he would never concede nor succumb to fear before the battle had begun. Gripping his sword tightly, Wang Yan ascended the arena step by step, undaunted. As he stepped onto the stage, the crowd below regarded him with eyes full of sympathy and regret. It was a pity that he had come so close to advancing to the 3rd round, only to falter here. Had he not encountered Li Jingyan, his strength would have easily secured him a place in the top 10, and reaching the 3rd round would have been well within his grasp. Alas, facing Li Jingyan was a cruel twist of fate. Many hoped he could at least leave the stage on his own 2 feet. Few paid heed to Wang Yan. Yet Li Jingyan's notorious reputation drew considerable attention to this confrontation, especially when it became apparent that Wang Yan was only at the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. The number of those sympathizing with him grew even further. This was no longer a matter of mere expectations. It was a contest between realms that were fundamentally mismatched. Li Jingyan was renowned, though not for noble reasons, but rather for his infamous reputation. His demeanor was sinister, and his strikes were ruthless, often leaving his opponents injured or worse. He wielded his status with reckless abandon, showing little regard for anyone. On the arena, upon seeing Wang Yan approach, a sickly excitement flickered in Li Jingyan's eyes, marring his otherwise tolerable appearance. Without a word of greeting, Li Jingyan launched his attack. His offensive was fierce, his heavy sword cleaving toward Wang Yan as if an army were charging down upon him. Kneel before this young master, he bellowed, revealing his intent. Wang Yan gritted his teeth and raised his hand to defend. As the two engaged in close combat, the clash of their weapons sent ripples of spiritual energy reverberating through the air. Wang Yan was driven back, his form sinking 3 inches into the arena, creating a resounding thud as he diminished in stature. Yet, he held firm. The crowd was momentarily stunned, and even Li Jingyan was taken aback. No one had anticipated that Wang Yan could withstand such a blow, least of all Li Jingyan himself, who was acutely aware of the vast difference in their realms. Li Jingyan stood at the Celestial Profound Realm, while Wang Yan was merely at the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Having failed to defeat Wang Yan with a single strike, Li Jingyan felt a flicker of embarrassment wash over him. His countenance darkened after his initial failure. He unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, akin to a tempest. The clash of their weapons reverberated through the arena, silencing the onlookers, who were left in awe. A quarter of an hour passed, and although Wang Yan was marred with countless minor wounds, he remained undefeated. Such a vast disparity in realms was at play. Li Jingyan, his gaze increasingly malevolent as he observed Wang Yan's injuries, exclaimed with growing fervor, "Good, good, good. You can endure this much? Let us see if you can withstand my next move." As his words echoed, an ominous premonition surged within Wang Yan. Before he could react, Li Jingyan's frenzied visage loomed larger before him, his hand descending like a thunderclap. Boom! Wang Yan's defenses crumbled under the force, sending him teetering towards the edge of the stage. Yet, Li Jingyan was not one to relent easily. In that fleeting moment, as Wang Yan was about to tumble off the platform, Li Jingyan summoned more power, his pupils engorged with blood vessels. And the spectral might of his martial arts surged once more, striking fiercely at Wang Yan's chest. Thud! At the critical moment, Wang Yan gritted his teeth and deftly evaded the blow, yet the residual force engulfed him, causing him to violently expel a copious amount of blood. With a resounding crash, the battered Wang Yan collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Su Lianxin and her companions rose, their eyes burning with indignation as they regarded the arrogant and boisterous Li Jingyan. The fairy of the cold moon, unable to contain her fury, reproached him. In a contest of skills, one ought to know where to draw the line. There is no need for such ruthlessness. Li Jingyan, however, merely snorted dismissively, indifferent to the resentment he incited. Despite his victory over Wang Yan, his expression remained grim. The fact that he had to exert his full strength to overcome someone several realms beneath him was a source of humiliation. On the martial stage, where blades are merciless, should one perish, it is a testament to their own inadequacies, and one can only blame their own weakness. As Su Lianxin assisted Wang Yan in returning, her steps faltered, a chilling aura emanating from her gaze. "Remember your words," she uttered, before guiding Wang Yan back to Lin Xian's side. Observing Wang Yan's pitiful state, concern flickered across her features. "Junior brother, how are you?" The other disciples of the Qingyang Sword Palace gathered nearby, their expressions rife with worry. Although Wang Yan had been defeated, they had long recognized his strength and were deeply moved by his tenacity, filled with admiration for his perseverance. They introspected, realizing that had any of them been in Wang Yan's position, they would not have lasted even a quarter of that time. The chasm of disparity in realms was simply too vast. Yet Wang Yan, with a cultivation level comparable to theirs, had managed to endure against the formidable Li Jingyan of the Tianxian realm for such an extended duration. He had even compelled his opponent to reveal his trump card. This was no mere display of talent. It transcended the simplistic notion of genius. As for Li Jingyan, he relentlessly pursued the defeated opponent who had already fallen from the arena, even going so far as to attempt to bring about their demise. His methods were so ruthlessly cruel that they sent shivers down one's spine. The elder sister and master, Wang Yan, who had been brought back, gritted his teeth and managed to rise, bowing deeply to Lin Xian while struggling to hold back tears. "Master, I have disappointed you. I am utterly useless." Although he had prepared himself for defeat, he never anticipated that he would falter so miserably. Lin Xian waved his hand to halt Wang Yan's lamentations. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into Wang Yan's body, visibly calming his breathing and improving his complexion, swiftly mending his injuries. "This is not your fault," Lin Xian reassured him. "You have performed admirably. There is no need for self-reproach. I have witnessed your efforts." The prowess of Li Jingyan was such that, even among the top 20, he could contend fiercely. The fact that he was able to force Wang Yan to exert his full strength is a testament to your capabilities. This was not mere consolation from Lin Xian. Given the vast disparity in their realms, coupled with Wang Yan's lack of understanding in harnessing the 9 nether infernal flame physique, his defeat was, indeed, anticipated. Had Wang Yan grasped the essence of the 9 nether infernal flame, even with such a significant difference in cultivation, he would have possessed the strength to fight back, perhaps even to vanquish Li Jingyan. Ultimately, one could only lament Wang Yan's ill fortune in encountering Li Jingyan prior to the 3rd round. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been so dire. Su Lianxin observed that Wang Yan was relatively unscathed and let out a sigh of relief. Though she refrained from offering verbal comfort, her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Li Jingyan in the arena. How dare he employ such vicious tactics against her junior brother? Amidst their conversation, the match in the arena continued unabated, and Li Jingyan had already drawn his next opponent. With a mere glance, he boisterously called out, "Who is Su Lianxin? Come up to the stage." Upon hearing this, Su Lianxin paused momentarily, turning to behold the name flashing upon the spiritual monument. It was none other than Li Jingyan challenging Su Lianxin. In an instant, a chill swept through her gaze, and a cruel smile graced her lips. What a delightful coincidence. Chapter 69. Render him incapable. In the arena stood Li Jingyan, while below, Su Lianxin turned to Lin Xian, her impatience palpable. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. granting a faint, tacit approval, render him incapable. His tone bore a rare chill. Wang Yan's injuries were indeed a result of his own inadequacy, and thus, Lin Xian would not intervene to seek vengeance on his behalf. However, as Li Jingyan had stated, in the arena, blades are blind. One cannot blame others for life or death. He hoped that Li Jingyan would never forget this principle. Upon hearing his words, Su Lianxin's lips curled into a slight smirk as she clasped her hands in salute. Yes, master, rest assured, your disciple understands. I will not let you down. With her long sword in hand, she ascended the stage step by step, her gaze fixed resolutely on Li Jingyan across the arena. Her previous mirth now transformed into icy resolve. Li Jingyan, too, narrowed his eyes, recognizing that the injured youth he had struck was the very one Su Lianxin had assisted back to safety. You must be that youth's elder sister, are you not? Though not lacking in appearance, he proposed that if she were willing to become his concubine, he might spare her and her junior disciple. Su Lianxin remained expressionless, disinterested in his words, and without hesitation, raised her sword with determination. In response, Li Jingyan let out a cold laugh, launching himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Despite his casual demeanor, he approached the confrontation with unwavering resolve. However, Su Lianxin's strength far exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, a flash of cold light surged forth. With a swift thrust, blood splattered as Su Lianxin's unwavering gaze remained fixed. Her sword pierced through Li Jingyan's defenses with an unstoppable force, directly penetrating his dantian in a shocking manner. She then twisted her wrist with force. A piercing scream escaped Li Jingyan's lips, yet he was powerless to react. His dantian was brutally shattered by her blade. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding Li Jingyan rapidly diminished and waned. In mere moments, his realm plummeted, and he transformed into a feeble mortal before the blink of an eye. As Su Lianxin withdrew her sword, droplets of blood fell, blooming like flowers upon the arena's surface. Li Jingyan, unable to withstand even this minimal exertion, collapsed to his knees with a thud. In his moment of despair, he trembled violently, lifting his gaze to Su Lianxin with a ghastly, feral stare, consumed by madness. You dare to destroy my cultivation, he exclaimed, astonished at Su Lianxin's formidable strength, and even more so at her audacity to impose such harm upon him. In a frenzy, he lunged toward her, but stripped of his cultivation, his attacks were feeble, akin to that of a mere kitten. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by the unfolding scene. Gazing at the impassive Su Lianxin, a collective shiver ran through the crowd. This woman was truly ruthless. Under the scrutiny of everyone, Su Lianxin remained unyielding, her icy gaze fixed upon the prostrated Li Jingyan, resembling a beaten dog. When you resorted to underhanded tactics against my junior disciple, you should have been prepared for retribution in kind. In the arena, blades are merciless, even in death. It cannot be blamed on others, but rather on your own inadequacy. Each word was enunciated with precision, echoing Li Jingyan's earlier taunts. At this moment, realization dawned upon the crowd. They glanced around, observing Wang Yan below, then returned their attention to the cold-faced Su Lianxin, who commanded the stage with authority, leaving them astonished. The previously resilient young man was now overshadowed by his extraordinary, protective senior sister. His fortune was indeed remarkable, if their observations were correct. This woman's cultivation appeared to be below the celestial profound realm, yet she had effortlessly incapacitated Li Jingyan. Fighting beyond one's level is not unusual for some prodigies. But the one surpassing the ranks was also a top-tier talent, which rendered the feat extraordinarily challenging. All prodigies possess the ability to easily crush their peers within the same realm, or even those above them. Furthermore, to use Li Jingyan as an example to intimidate others was a bold and audacious move on her part. Upon the conclusion of Su Lianxin's words, the retainers of the Li family reacted in a frenzy, their faces etched with terror as they hastily rushed forward to assist their young master. One among them, his visage contorted with resentment, bellowed at Su Lianxin, "You are finished. You, your sect, your kin, and all those associated with you. How dare you strike our young master with such malice? The Li family will not let this transgression go unpunished." His animosity ran deeper than that of Li Jingyan himself. Having witnessed their master's disgrace firsthand, their foremost concern was how to endure the impending wrath of their patriarch. It was not that the Li family lacked formidable warriors. Rather, they deemed it unnecessary. Who were they? The Li family, the premier noble lineage of the Morning Dawn Empire. Even the imperial family of the Morning Dawn Empire must show them due deference. Who would dare provoke them? Moreover, this was still the Morning Dawn Empire. Traditionally, It was Li Jingyan who wielded power over others. Never had they imagined that today he would be the one to suffer such a fate. Blinded by the very birds he had hunted, not only had someone disregarded the Li family's authority, but they had also taken direct action to incapacitate Li Jingyan. It was over, utterly over. They hurriedly carried the frenzied Li Jingyan away, while others gradually began to comprehend the situation. Their gazes towards Su Lianxin now tinged with a hint of sympathy. Li Jingyan was the most favored scion of the Li family in this generation, especially cherished by the family's venerable ancestor, a formidable being at the 8th level of the Wang realm. The sheer magnitude of his power was not to be trifled with. How could this extraordinarily talented female cultivator, hailing from a mere minor sect, possibly withstand the wrath of the Li family's patriarch? It was indeed a pity. The disciples of the Qingyang Sword Palace were also on edge, but recalling Lin Xian's character, they managed to regain their composure. Senior Lin is certainly not a reckless individual. He would not have permitted his disciple to act thus without reason. Meanwhile, the Yushuan Sword Palace remained shrouded in silence, their external ally daring not to utter a word. What was there to say? This was Li Jingyan of the Li family, rendered powerless just like that. Who would dare approach him? To seek death? He was not foolish. A wager? If lost, so be it. It was not his own coin at stake. Better to avoid confrontation altogether. In stark contrast, Su Lianxin was unperturbed by the imminent retaliation from the Li family. Calmly returning to her seat, she flashed a gentle smile at Wang Yin and said, "Junior brother, I have avenged you." On the arena. While she could not kill her opponent, she had ensured that Li Jingyan would suffer a fate worse than death. To be rendered a cripple was hardly a lighter burden than death itself. Wang Yin was profoundly moved, lowering his head to discreetly wipe his eyes. And when he looked up again, he bore a radiant and grateful smile. "Sister, enough with the sentimental words. Let us put those aside." Su Lianxin waved her hand nonchalantly. As for Lin Xian, he certainly bore no grudge against Su Lianxin. He offered her a faint smile of commendation, not concerning himself with the Li family. What were the Li family or the Wang family to him? Should they dare come forth, they would be extinguished. Chapter 70. Sword Pointing Third. The camaraderie among the master and disciples was a stark contrast to the astonishment of outsiders, who were taken aback by their ability to smile in the face of looming peril. Truly, they were mad, suppressing the urge to indulge in the spectacle. The crowd tore their gazes from the pair of master and disciple, redirecting their focus back to the grand competition. With 10 contestants per round, any defeat meant an abrupt cessation. Thus, despite the multitude of prodigies, they were swiftly depleted. Contestants who secured victories in 10 consecutive matches would advance, their names etched away from the spirit monument, until the final victor emerged, claiming one of the coveted spots for advancement in the 3rd round. A mere 100 would prevail. The grand tournament of the 7 nations indeed lived up to its reputation as the arena for the elite. A moment's carelessness could see even the most gifted fall behind. With a thunderous roar, the moment for the 100 to compete in earnest arrived, and the arena transformed. The 5 platforms emitted a deep rumble, shifting continuously, as the spirit monument sank, merging all platforms into one. The 3rd round, a chaotic free-for-all, commenced. The spectators gazed eagerly at the 100 who had advanced to this stage, their excitement surging. Among them, there were no weaklings. Each was a top-tier prodigy, each possessing unique strengths. Prominently among the leading figures were Lin Xingzhou and his 2 companions. The trio exuded confidence, having all secured top 10 placements, radiating a formidable presence. The 3rd round allowed for free competition and challenges. Rankings were determined by the results of the 2nd round. A victor could usurp their opponent's rank, for instance, if the 7th rank challenged the 3rd ranked and emerged victorious. They would assume the new 3rd rank, while the former 3rd would drop to 7th, and so forth, until no challenges remained. The lower ranked possessed the privilege of first challenge. Yet the 100 regarded one another, none daring to initiate. As curiosity mounted regarding who would commence the first challenge, a figure boldly leapt onto the platform, drawing his sword and pointing it toward a corner of the crowd. "Yun, step forth and engage in battle with me." With his head held high, the man clad in a golden dragon robe was none other than Prince Qingyang of the Great Jin Empire, the foremost prodigy of the realm, currently ranked 5th. He had specifically called out Yun, the premier prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire, now ranked 32nd. According to the rules, a higher-ranked individual could challenge a lower-ranked one, who had the option to decline. However, Qingyang was unconcerned that Yun might refuse. He scoffed, "You wouldn't dare decline my challenge, would you, Yun?" For too long. We have been compared by others. Let us settle this once and for all. Their rivalry had long been simmering, yet they had never had the opportunity to clash. The Seven Nations tournament provided the perfect venue for their confrontation. Yuan Yi, cradling an ancient guqin, stepped onto the stage, delicately plucking the strings with an air of proud aloofness. Since you insist on exchanging ranks with me, I shall oblige you. What harm is there in that? Her words dripped with audacity. The crowd largely viewed Yuan Yi with skepticism, believing Prince Qingyang held a greater chance of victory. The rationale was straightforward. Qingyang's higher ranking in the second round, his greater renown, and his superior lineage. The Great Qin was one of the top 3 empires, while Lingzhen, comparatively weaker, yielded prodigies of lesser caliber. Provoked by Yuan Yi's audacious tone, Prince Qingyang narrowed his eyes and drew his sword. Arrogance. You should have been defeated long ago. It was merely luck that allowed you to survive until today. Your sharp tongue and cleverness are of no use now. Today, you are destined to face your reckoning. Previously, within the secret realm, he had witnessed the monstrous prowess of Su Lianxin, which nearly shattered his sanity and birthed inner demons. Thankfully, before the grand tournament of the Seven Kingdoms commenced, the ancestral elder bestowed upon him a treasured artifact. Contemplating the precious item cradled in his arms, the Prince of Qingyang's gaze burned with fervor. His strength had significantly increased, and even the shadow cast by Su Lianxin no longer intimidated him. He now possessed the courage to confront her, not to mention the woman, Yuan Yi, whom he had never regarded with any seriousness. His eyes gleamed with determination, the corners of his lips curling upward as he secretly resolved to first vanquish Yuan Yi and then defeat Su Lianxin, thereby obliterating his inner demons. In the tournament of the Seven Kingdoms, the victor shall be none other than I. In stark contrast to the prince's fervency, Yuan Yi remained nonchalant. Her eyelids brushed with a delicate shade of purple, adding an alluring charm akin to eyeshadow. The sound of her guqin resonated with tranquility, devoid of any murderous intent, reflecting her own serene elegance. Yet, her silent demeanor, absorbed in her music, provoked Qingyang's ire beyond measure. Yuan Yi, how dare you disregard me? Enraged, Qingyang struck with fierce intensity, his sword radiating an overwhelming force, charging toward Yuan Yi. All held their breath, awaiting the clash, but in the next moment, Yuan Yi, still engrossed in her playing, did not even glance up. However, the melody she produced gradually transformed into an ominous tune. The song of 10,000 ambushes echoed throughout the arena, and as Qingyang launched his furious assault, the notes morphed into tangible sword lights infused with lethal intent, erupting instantaneously. With a single move, he was vanquished. Qingyang barely had time to react before he was pierced by countless sword intents. The essence of the guqin intertwining with the sword's might, shattering his defenses in an instant, rendering him frozen in place. Blood droplets rolling from his skin with every slight movement. I cannot move. I will die. I will die. Qingyang's entire body stiffened, his mind ablaze with alarm. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi's calm voice reached his ears. If I were you, I would refrain from moving. Otherwise, should I summon the melody entwined within you, the sword intent will erupt instantaneously, leading you to your demise. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it. Qingyang was formidable. Yet Yuan Yi had already comprehended both the essence of the guqin and the sword, having transcended them by mastering the Qingdi Sutra. She and Qingyang were no longer of the same world. Qingyang refrained from testing her. He was no fool and could sense the impending eruption of sword lights within him. Move, and I shall perish. I concede. The entire arena was stunned into silence. There were no flashing blades, no fierce battles, nor life and death struggles. The first match of the third round concluded in such an unexpected manner. The Prince of Qingyang admitted defeat, and Yuan Yi showed him no malice, gathering her guqin and turning away casually as she descended from the stage, feeling the dissipating sword lights within him. The Prince of Qingyang was left in a state of utter shock. How could she be so powerful? Meanwhile, the other prodigies regarded Yuan Yi with newfound contemplation as she stepped down from the arena. If I am not mistaken, she has not only exhibited the essence of the zither, but also concealed a sharp sword intent within her attack. Two profound truths? Quite intriguing. Oh, what a formidable opponent she is. It seems a bit too monstrous. Yuan Yi hopes to face her later. The prodigies each have their own thoughts, and upon returning to her position, Yuan Yi remains remarkably composed. Before she became a disciple of Lin Xian, she did not regard Prince Qingyang highly, and now, as a disciple of Lin Xian, she is even less inclined to concern herself with this so-called Prince Qingyang, rather than focus on such an arrogant fool. It would be wiser to contemplate how to utilize the Qingdi Sutra to elevate the comprehension of these two profound truths to a higher realm. Boom. As the crowd pondered, another figure leaped onto the stage. A confident, arrogant laughter pierced through the dust. Jingzong, step onto the stage. I shall claim your third. As the dust settled, Lin Xingzhou's face emerged, brandishing a dual-bladed sword. The sword pointed towards the third, Jingzong. Chapter 71. Prodigies of the Seven Kingdoms, unyielding before strike the summoned youth. Adorned in attire of exotic flair with a bug jar hanging from his waist, slowly raised an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Lin Xingzhou, clad in glistening silver armor, had already leapt onto the stage, exuding an air of haughty confidence, barely bothering to extend his hand, merely lifting his chin nonchalantly. Come and fight. Utterly arrogant, exceedingly disdainful. The audacity of his actions left everyone in shock. Jingzong currently ranked third among the prodigies, having reached the pinnacle of the second level of the celestial realm, and was exceptionally skilled in the use of venomous insects, making him a master of poison in combat, truly difficult to defend against. In fact, he could be considered more troublesome than the first and second-ranked prodigies. Yet, upon realizing that the provocateur was Lin Xingzhou, the shock seemed to diminish in significance. This individual is one of the super dark horses of this competition, a remarkable underdog in the seven-nation grand tournament. Perhaps he possesses some hidden trump cards? Such thoughts lingered. And while the previous performances of the three were indeed impressive, the crowd jested without truly believing they could emerge victorious, for after all, this was Jingzong. Jingzong found the situation amusing, a faintly gloomy smirk gracing his face. You wish to establish your reputation at my expense? Huh, you have chosen the wrong target. He accepted Lin Xingzhou's challenge without hesitation. He acknowledged that this individual's previous achievements were indeed remarkable, but he, Jingzong, was not one of those insignificant opponents he had encountered before. He would make his adversary understand that blind arrogance comes with a price. Yet, holding such thoughts, Jingzong was soon met with a harsh reality. Not just him. All who shared this sentiment felt a stinging humiliation on their faces when they witnessed Jingzong being sent flying off the stage. Jingzong actually lost? This Lin Xingzhou is merely at the first level of the celestial realm. I could hardly catch a glimpse of how Lin Xingzhou struck. It was too swift. Initially, everyone believed Lin Xingzhou's journey would come to an end here. Surely he could not continue to defy the odds? Yet now, even the top prodigy ranked among the seven kingdoms, Jingzong, had been vanquished by him, and so effortlessly at that. Clearly, the strengths of the two were not on the same level. This is utterly absurd. A wave of shock reverberated among the onlookers. On the stage, Lin Xingzhou appeared somewhat dissatisfied. He shifted his shoulders slightly and turned his head to survey the crowd, ultimately pinpointing a target. You, come up here. The audience collectively gasped as they followed his. This unexpected dark horse, having ousted Jingzong from third place, not only refused to relent, but grew increasingly arrogant. The individual he indicated was none other than the one who secured second place. All participants in the Seven Nations Grand Tournament were prodigies, each possessing their own pride. To be regarded as a mere stepping stone for others was intolerable, not only for these exceptional individuals but for any person of sound mind. Naturally, the one called forth would not willingly concede his rank. Fueled by indignation, he charged forward, only to find himself swiftly toppled once more. Lin Xingzhou, 2 victories, he exclaimed. The triumphant Lin Xingzhou, having sent his opponent flying with a kick, laughed heartily, unable to stand upright, wiping away tears of mirth from the corners of his eyes. How utterly ridiculous. Did you all see that? When he fell just now, he looked just like a turtle. Such humiliation nearly provoked the challenged prodigy to rush at him in retaliation. However, having been cast off the stage, there was no reason for him to return unless he chose to challenge Lin Xingzhou, and such challenges could only occur once. Thus, despite the unbearable humiliation, he clenched his fists tightly, refusing to look at Lin Xingzhou's face. It wasn't just him. Even the onlookers found Lin Xingzhou's insufferable demeanor hard to bear. One could not help but feel the weight of his arrogance, compounded by the undeniable strength he wielded. This dark horse had truly emerged from the depths, intent on continuing his relentless ascent. After indulging in laughter, Lin Xingzhou wiped his tears and stifled his amusement, beckoning with a finger. You there, come on up. I'm quite tired of this second place. Following his victory over the second-place contender, Lin Xingzhou made his choice to continue challenging. His next target, the formidable Shi Ming, the top contender and a true paragon among prodigies. Even faced with Lin Xingzhou's derision, Shi Ming maintained his composure. He ascended the stage, gazing at his opponent with an indifferent expression. Your strength is commendable. At these words, Lin Xingzhou sneered. Do you know what I detest the most? Before Shi Ming could respond, Lin Xingzhou launched a fierce attack. His offensive and his words arrived simultaneously. What I loathe most is your lofty, haughty demeanor. In response to Lin Xingzhou's brazen declaration, Shi Ming remained unfazed, issuing a derisive scoff, his disdainful gaze unwavering. He was about to articulate a retort when he suddenly sensed a shift as Lin Xingzhou charged at him. Something was amiss, completely amiss. This individual possessed a ferocity that was utterly incongruous with his brazen foolishness. Not only was his spiritual energy remarkably pure and concentrated, but each of his moves was executed with seasoned expertise, the onslaught akin to a tempest. There was no way to withstand it head-on. As Shi Ming's expression shifted, he retreated without hesitation. However, with each step back, he found himself increasingly subdued by Lin Xingzhou, who maintained the upper hand. All the onlookers were left dumbfounded. How could Shi Ming, of all people, be at a disadvantage? This was unimaginable. In the arena, the momentum shifted rapidly. Mere moments passed before a resounding thud echoed through the air. Bang! A figure was hurled off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground. That figure was none other than Shi Ming. What? How could this be? Shi Ming had lost. This was inconceivable. Who was this dark horse that had emerged from nowhere to defeat Shi Ming? Was he truly as prodigious as they claimed? On the stage, Lin Xingzhou nonchalantly tucked a stray lock of hair behind his ear and laughed heartily. Of course, I am genuinely at the first level of Tianqian. But there are levels within levels, you fools. Your so-called geniuses from Tianqian are as fragile as sandcastles before my brothers and me. Haha. Pathetic. You couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. How utterly worthless. Let me be candid. My prowess ranks at the very bottom among my peers. How laughable. I had anticipated a challenge, yet it turns out you are merely a bunch of hollow pretenders. Lin Xingzhou's scornful words were laced with contempt, as he berated everyone present. As the crowd gazed at the spirited Lin Xingzhou, the humiliation of his words resonated painfully in their ears, igniting a simmering rage within them. Yet, when they glanced at the defeated Shi Ming and his companions, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over them. Shi Ming was undeniably powerful, yet he had still succumbed to Lin Xingzhou. Was there truly no one capable of putting this arrogant individual in his place? You are excessively arrogant. A detached voice suddenly interjected, followed by the appearance of a young girl cradling an ancient zither, gracefully stepping onto the stage. She lightly plucked the strings, and the crisp notes floated through the air. Simultaneously, Yuan-Yi raised her gaze, her zither partially obscuring her face, revealing only a hint of her red lips curving into a slight smile. Let me see just what strength you possess to utter such audacious claims. Chapter 72, Lesser Than Ants? Yuan-Yi versus Lin Xingzhou. The crowd held their breath, tension palpable as they observed the two contenders on stage. While they recognized Yuan-Yi's strength, surpassing even Prince Qingyang, they couldn't fathom her overpowering the top contenders among the 7 nations. Lin Xingzhou, after all, had effortlessly defeated figures like Jing Zong and Shi Ming. The disparity in their abilities was evident. Lin Xingzhou sneered dismissively, directing his gaze at Yuan-Yi. You? Even the top geniuses from your Qingyang 7 nations cannot withstand more than a few of my moves. You think you stand a chance? Unfazed by his taunts, Yuan-Yi silently pondered in her heart. Your Qingyang 7 nations? As a member of the Lingzhen Empire, she would never deign to refer to them as your Qingyang 7 nations in her rhetoric. This peculiar manner of speech may either stem from the speaker's recent acquisition of verbal skills, lacking proficiency in articulating words, or perhaps the interlocutor is not a native of the 7 kingdoms at all. It is hardly surprising, then, that their words are steeped in arrogance, laden with mockery and insult. Are they truly not of the 7 kingdoms? Yuan-Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, choosing not to voice her thoughts, but rather to etch this fleeting notion into her memory. With her gaze lowered and her delicate fingers poised, the melody of the zither resonated as she took the stage, floating delicately into the ears of the audience. Lin Xingzhou remained unperturbed, having witnessed Yuan-Yi's previous prowess. He was well prepared. Yet, upon the emergence of that zither melody, his expression transformed instantaneously. He had initially presumed it to be a mere sonic technique, a manifestation of illusion. While ordinary individuals might falter, he believed his resolve was unshakable. However, as the zither's notes filled the air, Lin Xingzhou realized how gravely mistaken he had been. This was no mere illusion. Each note harbored a terrifying surge of spiritual power, a lethal force that could only be achieved through profound comprehension of zither intent. As the melody rang out, Lin Xingzhou felt an overwhelming sense of danger pervading the arena, an onslaught he could neither resist nor evade. With a resounding thud, accompanied by a dull sound, several notes struck Lin Xingzhou's chest, propelling him off the stage entirely. The victor was clear. The spectators, caught in a breathless silence, beheld Yun-Yi as she gracefully descended the platform, her brow slightly furrowed, cradling her zither, their eyes filled with fear. Lin Xingzhou's two senior brothers, Ao Tai and Shizhen, hurried forward to assist their beleaguered companion, their expressions darkening as they observed his disheveled state. They had come to this land of the Seven Kingdoms expecting to dominate and crush all opposition, yet here they were, utterly defeated. How could they endure such humiliation? With this thought in mind, Shizhen swiftly ascended the platform, intent on confronting Yun-Yi. However, before he could utter a word, Chu Yuming stepped forward and mounted the stage. "Step aside. I have no interest in battling you." Shizhen's eyes turned icy at the audacity of someone daring to challenge their brotherhood. "Once I deal with that girl named Yun-Yi, I shall attend to you." Chu Yuming replied with a cold smile, her silence speaking volumes as she elegantly raised her hand, channeling her spiritual power to convey her intent. Witnessing her action, Shizhen's gaze grew even colder. "Very well, since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, Shizhen let out a low roar, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy as the pressure of the second level of the celestial Xian realm surged forth, causing the surrounding young prodigies to change countenance dramatically. The second level of the celestial Xian realm, even stronger than that Lin Xingzhou. Initially, when they saw Chu Yuming ascend the stage to challenge Shizhen, the crowd held a flicker of hope, speculating that her audacity must be backed by some hidden card. Perhaps she could replicate Yun-Yi's earlier triumph and bring down this arrogant trio once more. However, as Shizhen revealed his formidable presence, the flicker of hope in their hearts dissipated like smoke. Shi Ming and the others hung their heads in despair, unwilling to witness the forthcoming duel. With a realm of the second level of Tianxian, his lineage and heritage overshadowed the prodigies of the Seven Kingdoms. What chance did Chu Yuming stand against him? Boom. The thoughts of the crowd were of no concern to Shizhen, who, filled with fury, unleashed his full strength from the outset. Unlike Lin Xingzhou's swift and agile strikes, Shizhen's assault was bold and forceful, akin to a relentless drumbeat. Yet, his movements were unpredictable, weaving in and out, making it increasingly difficult for others to anticipate his next move. Moreover, as his attacks flowed, peculiar wisps of toxic mist began to spread around him, gradually enveloping the entire arena. This was a potent poison. The spectators below the stage changed color, and Jing Song's eyes widened in astonishment. A master of toxins himself, he deemed even he would struggle to withstand the ferocity of Shizhen's poison. Furthermore, Shizhen's strategy was cunning, even if Chu Yuming could initially evade the noxious haze. With time, the venom would inevitably saturate the entire arena. By then, she would have no choice but to confront Shizhen while contending with the deadly poison, reducing her already slim chances of victory to nothing. Jing Song and the others believed Chu Yuming had fallen into a dire predicament. Yet, she maintained an air of calm, her gaze towards Shizhen tinged with disdain. Although she was not adept in the art of poison, her keen senses, coupled with the rigorous training she had undergone under the guidance of Yun Li Tianzuan, had rendered her nearly impervious to toxins. With a scowl of contempt, she spat, "Despicable. Using poison does not place one beneath another, yet the toxin you employ contains the essence of the emotional flower." Chu Yuming's expression turned frosty, and she resolved to hold nothing back, denying Shizhen any further opportunity to act with impunity within the arena, striking with the speed of thunder. Yun-Yi's attacks blended gentleness with strength, Su Lianxin's strikes were fierce and sharp, and Wang Yan poured every ounce of his energy into the fray. Chu Yuming, possessing a somewhat convoluted background, unleashed a barrage of attacks that were as enigmatic as her name, marked by an eerie and unpredictable nature, embodying the essence of a natural-born assassin. In her movements, she was ethereal, appearing and disappearing with breathtaking agility, rendering Shizhen's efforts to showcase his footwork laughable in comparison. Despite his second-tier Tianxian strength, he could not contend with a true prodigy. The poison he released failed to hinder Chu Yuming in the slightest. Instead, she silently collected it as she deftly inflicted wounds upon Shizhen, sending it back into his own body. By the time Shizhen realized what had transpired, it was far too late. The die had been cast. Bang! With a flushed face and burning body, Shizhen found himself disarmed, crashing down at Ao Tai's feet. Breathless and defeated. On the stage, Chu Yuming coldly sheathed her sword without holding back. Ao Tai first assessed Shi Zhan's condition before fixing a furious gaze upon Chu Yuming. How dare you poison my junior brother? What kind of poison did you employ? Chu Yuming retorted with scorn, what poison did I use? You must inquire with your junior disciple, for the poison he bears originates solely from his own hand. I have not altered it in the slightest. Furthermore, such filthy and despicable toxins could only be attributed to your junior. With that said, Chu Yuming, disinterested in further banter with Ao Tai, turned on her heel and descended from the arena. As Chu Yuming prepared to leave, Ao Tai's countenance darkened even further. Yet, before he could unleash his wrath, Su Lianxin had already ascended the stage. It seems that among the trio of you senior brothers, only you remain capable of combat. Su Lianxin regarded Ao Tai and his companions with an amused gaze. Previously, the Ao Tai trio had displayed an arrogant demeanor, belittling the prodigies of the Seven Kingdoms as mere ants. Not only Su Lianxin, but many present recalled this vividly. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, only the eldest brother Ao Tai would be left, still possessing the strength to fight? If the prodigies of the Seven Kingdoms are ants, then what does that make you? Inferior ants? Seeking death. Ao Tai's expression changed drastically. He suddenly rose, fixating on Su Lianxin, who dared to mock him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Excellent. I was just seeking someone to vent my frustrations upon. And you have so conveniently presented yourself. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Accompanied by a low growl, Ao Tai's aura erupted forth. Resembling a malevolent specter from the underworld, an immense pressure surging towards Su Lianxin like a tidal wave. The crowd below the arena changed their expressions in unison. The reason being, the last to make a move, Ao Tai, had revealed that his cultivation had reached the third level of the Celestial Profound Realm. Chapter 73. Regret is futile upon Ao Tai unveiling his true cultivation level of the third tier of the Celestial Profound Realm. No one held any hope for Su Lianxin. Even though she had previously achieved 10 consecutive victories, each with apparent ease, her cultivation level was still merely the 9th tier of the Earth Profound Realm. What does it mean to be at the 3rd tier of the Celestial Profound Realm? The higher the realm, the more arduous each ascension becomes, and the disparity only widens. The chasm between the Earth Profound and the Celestial Profound Realms is immense. Furthermore, Ao Tai's accomplishments surpassed those of Su Lianxin, having also comprehended the essence of swordsmanship. With a cultivation advantage and mastery of sword intent, how could she possibly contend? Unlike the anxiety of the onlookers, Su Lianxin remained as tranquil as still water, harboring no concerns. In truth, Ao Tai did not pose a formidable threat to her. Had she faced him in the Finshan secret realm? Perhaps she would have felt some pressure, but now, Ao Tai was hardly to be feared. With no time for cunning or strategizing, Su Lianxin brandished her sword and engaged Ao Tai in combat. Their duel was a pure contest of sword techniques and sword intent. Ao Tai, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, indeed possessed remarkable combat experience and skill. However, Su Lianxin, having received guidance from Lin Xian, was no weakling either. When masters clash, the outcome is determined in the blink of an eye. The spectators below scarcely had time to react before the victor was decided on the stage. A stream of crimson flowed from the man's throat, winding down and staining the tip of his sword, making even the act of swallowing a painful endeavor. As the pain and the looming threat of death gradually subsided, Ao Tai finally realized his defeat. Without granting him a moment to speak, Su Lianxin exhaled sharply, sweeping him entirely off the stage with a single motion. She then blinked her weary eyes and faced the astonished crowd below, calmly announcing the outcome. The victor had been determined. Indeed, the result left others speechless, their mouths agape in sheer disbelief. Su Lianxin, a female cultivator hailing from an obscure sect, had triumphed over Ao Tai, a contender widely regarded as the foremost dark horse of this tournament. It was utterly inconceivable, someone murmured softly. The recent matches having left them with nothing but shock and awe. However, this raised a crucial question. Wouldn't the champion emerge from among these 3 female cultivators? Who among them would ultimately claim victory? This was, at that moment, the primary concern of the onlookers. Any talk of dark horses had become a thing of the past. The true dark horses of this competition were these 3 previously unassuming female cultivators. Who could have anticipated that the top 3 would not consist of the renowned super prodigies they were familiar with? Let the battles commence. Though unspoken, The spectators' eager anticipation was evident. Yet, it seemed that events might not unfold as they had envisioned. Xu Yuming tilted her head, glancing at Yun Yi and then at Su Lianxin, her frosty countenance suddenly breaking into a smile as she waved her hand dismissively. I concede. I am no match for either of you. Senior sister Lianxin, junior sister Yun Yi, please compete for the top spot. As for me, I would be satisfied with third place. Within the Linxian sect, Su Lianxin was the eldest sister, followed by Wang Yin and Xu Yuming, then Qin Feng, with Yun Yi bringing up the rear. Upon hearing Xu Yuming's words, the others were initially astonished that she had spoken so much, more than she had against the three from the Jialan sect. As they pondered her words, wait, senior sister? Junior sister? Did I hear that correctly? Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. The three of them were actually from the same sect? What sect did they belong to? They had just witnessed 3 dark horses, and now it appeared there were 3 more. Setting aside the crowd's shock and indignation, Yun Yi shook her head in response to Xu Yuming's statement. I am not a match for senior sister Lianxin. Su Lianxin offered a wry smile and a nod. She was not being overly modest at this moment. She then inquired of the others, is anyone inclined to challenge us? In response to Su Lianxin's question, the audience remained silent, each person at a loss for words. Even Lin Xingzhou and her companions, though visibly reluctant, could not muster a rebuttal. Who would dare voice dissent against the trio that had seized the top 3 spots? Who could even consider it? Even Ao Tai and Shizhen were no match for them. They had already suffered crushing defeats at the hands of the trio. There was no doubt that Su Lianxin had secured first place, followed by Yun Yi in second, and Xu Yuming in third, even though they had been shocked once. The crowd could not suppress their astonishment upon witnessing the event again. To claim the top 3 positions, what an alarming feat this was. One could easily envision that after the competition, the name Yuheng Sword Palace would resonate throughout the 7 kingdoms, not to mention others. Even those from Yuheng Sword Palace were left bewildered. Chu Jianshun, dragging his injured leg, still experiencing phantom pains, could hardly comprehend the situation. He felt as if he were perpetually ensnared in a dream. Claiming the top 3, could it be that this was merely a figment of his imagination? A bitter smile crept across his face. His own Yuheng Sword Palace had astonishingly secured the first place. It felt surreal. An elder from the Yushuan Sword Palace was equally confounded. Recalling the previous wager between the 2 sects, darkness clouded her vision. How could this happen? She nearly fainted from the shock. Yet, if this news were to return, would the palace master be so enraged as to faint? That was beyond her control. Especially when she turned to glance towards Yuheng Sword Palace and caught sight of the cold moon fairy smiling brilliantly at her, flashing 5 fingers in a playful manner. 50 million spirit stones. Before the elder of Yushuan Sword Palace, everything went dim. What to do? What to do? Who could have imagined that this humble sect from the Zhonglu Empire would emerge as the most dazzling force in this year's competition? Had she known, she would never have made that wager. Regret flooded her mind. However, the one filled with the deepest regret was not her, but Lu Tianxing and the Qingyang Sword Sect, who had not even made it past the 3rd round. The disciples of Qingyang Sword Sect fell silent upon seeing Wang Yin and Su Lianxin. Particularly when Su Lianxin claimed the first position, they even held their breaths in disbelief. Some of the talented disciples from Qingyang Sword Sect subconsciously felt relieved that Lu Tianxing had fainted, otherwise, he would have surely fainted again. Among them, the most remorseful was the head of Qingyang Sect. With a heavy sigh, he watched Wang Yin and his companions shine brilliantly, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment. If only their sect had not chosen to abandon them that day, it could have been Qingyang Sword Sect basking in glory today. The top 3 should have rightfully belonged to them, not the Yuheng Sword Palace, which had benefited so unfairly. Regret. The head of Qingyang Sect felt as if he were drowning in his own bitterness, lamenting internally. Ancestor, oh ancestor, you have made a grave mistake. He could vividly imagine the depth of regret the ancestor would feel upon hearing this news. Yet, the die had been cast. It was too late for remorse now. Chapter 74. Perhaps the spirit stones need not be given in the Zhonglu Empire. Although the 7 kingdoms competition was significant, not all nations were particularly invested in its outcome. For instance, the Zhonglu Empire paid little attention to the results, even though the competition had concluded and the rankings were about to be relayed back home. The Zhonglu Empire remained indifferent. They were accustomed to being at the bottom, after all. Few truly care. When the envoy bearing the rankings met with the royal steward responsible for receiving news, he could not help but shake his head at the other's somewhat indifferent demeanor. The Zhonglu Empire has certainly concealed its prowess, making quite a splash this time. The royal steward was momentarily taken aback. A splash? What kind of splash? As he pondered, he unfolded the rankings he had just received, casting a casual glance. The steward's gaze froze. His mouth fell open in disbelief. Two words echoing in his mind. What the hell? What is happening? Third place? Our Zhonglu Empire? Yuni? Isn't that the prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire? How has he become part of the Zhonglu Empire's Qingyang Sword Palace? What is going on? Gradually regaining his composure, the royal steward of the Zhonglu Empire clutched the list tightly, swallowing hard. He sensed that once this list was revealed, the entire Zhonglu Empire, no, the entire US 7 nations, would tremble. Has the list been released? At the same moment, within the morning dawn imperial city, the master of the Yushuan Sword Palace, having just emerged from seclusion, was also inquiring about this matter. Sensing something earlier, she had gone into closed-door meditation, and now, emerging with a fresh spirit, she felt it was time to welcome the good news that her disciples would bring back. The master of the Yushuan Sword Palace strode out of her secluded quarters to greet the returning disciples. However, upon stepping outside, she was met with a group of disciples just disembarking from the spirit ship, their expressions vacant, devoid of any joy. Even Gong Yuan, whom she had high hopes for, wore a face of silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. A sudden pang of concern struck the master of the Yushuan Sword Palace. She composed her expression and stepped forward, immediately noticing the equally dazed elders, and inquired in a low voice, what happened? Simultaneously, she couldn't help but speculate. Given their demeanor, could it be that they lost the wager? That shouldn't be the case. She was well aware of Gong Yuan's capabilities. Entering at least the top 30 was a certainty, if not the top 50. As for the disciples of the Qingyang Sword Palace, it was not that she looked down on them. Entering the top 50, or even the top 100, was utterly impossible. Scanning the entire Zhonglu Empire, it was unlikely anyone could break into the top 100, let alone the Qingyang Sword Palace. The elder of the Yushuan Sword Palace fell silent for a moment, ultimately revealing a bitter smile, slowly shaking his head as he reluctantly spoke the truth. Master, we lost. How could this be? The initial reaction of the master of the Yushuan Sword Palace was disbelief, urgently inquiring, did we not even make it into the top 100? No. Our ranking in the 7 nations competition is 46th. Then why do you say we lost? The leading elder's expression grew even more pained, lamenting. Because Gong Yuan made it into the top 50, but the Qingyang Sword Palace swept the top 3. What? It was as if a thunderclap had struck the master of the Yushuan Sword Palace, shattering her composure as she grasped the leading elder, her demeanor now anxious and frantic. What on earth is going on? Tell me everything in detail, and also, where's the list? I want to see the list. I need to know the specifics. Tell me. Confusion and disbelief, a myriad of complex emotions intertwined within the heart of the master of the Yushuan Sword Palace. Upon receiving the list and casting her gaze over the rankings, all remnants of hope dissipated. Indeed, it was true. The master of the Yushuan Sword Palace felt her shoulders sag, her hands trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How could the Qingyang Sword Palace possibly exist? How could there be such a paragon of excellence? And her 50 million spirit stones, just like that, vanished. Merely contemplating the situation nearly caused her to faint. A seasoned warrior was utterly overwhelmed by indignation. Master, Master, the leading elder hurriedly attempted to soothe her, fearing for her well-being. At that moment, the elder suddenly recalled a crucial matter, his heart stirring as he leaned closer to whisper in the master's ear. Master, do not despair. Perhaps we need not worry excessively about the 50 million spirit stones. It is possible we will not have to pay them. The master of the Yushuan Sword Palace, struggling to steady her dizziness, pressed. What do you mean? The elder's lips curved into a slight smirk, revealing a trace of disdain. Evidently having conceived a beneficial notion. Although the Qingyang Sword Palace has made quite the spectacle, they have also attracted trouble. Their external support has provoked a formidable enemy, the young master of the Li family. The Li family? Which Li family? The master of the Yushuan Sword Palace initially froze, then suddenly shivered, disbelief washing over her. It cannot be the Li family I am thinking of, can it? The elder nodded without hesitation, a glint of schadenfreude illuminating his expression. Indeed, it is the Li family of the Morning Dawn Empire. The scion of the Li family was rendered incapable by a disciple named Su Lianxin from the Qingyang Sword Palace. The Li family will undoubtedly retaliate. Especially that old monster of the Li family, who cherishes Li Jing'an dearly. The Yuheng Sword Palace is already facing disaster. They will have no time to concern themselves with our 50 million spirit stones. Having received the answer she sought, a strange smile slowly crept upon the lips of the master of the Yushuan Sword Palace, her laughter escaping uncontrollably. Ha! Excellent, truly excellent. It seems the Yuheng Sword Palace is doomed this time. If we merely delay a bit, perhaps we won't even need to pay. However, in light of their past affiliation, once they are eradicated, a few paper offerings shall suffice. Wise Master. Chapter 75, The Return. The Imperial Grade Spirit Sword. Following the grand competition among the 7 kingdoms, the members of the Yuheng Sword Palace prepared to return to the Zhonglu Empire. Just then, the communication jade pendant carried by Yun Yi began to glow. Shortly after receiving the message, Yun Yi arrived at an inn within the morning dawn Imperial City. Yun This time, you have truly brought great honor to our Yun family. As she entered the private room, the person standing by the window turned, revealing a face that surprised Yun Yi, accompanied by a gentle and graceful woman. Father, mother, what brings you here? A hint of emotion surfaced on her typically serene countenance, her cool cheeks betraying a flicker of joy. Yun Yi's father, Yun Donglai, gazed proudly at his remarkable daughter, stroking his well-groomed beard and nodding with approval. Although Yun Yi was not representing the Yun family in battle, this was hardly a significant issue within the 7 kingdoms. Who was unaware of her origins from the esteemed Yun clan of the Lingjin Empire? His presence here was undoubtedly to witness her participation in the grand tournament of the 7 kingdoms. Truly, she was the daughter of Yun Donglai. Though she may not have claimed the top position, securing second place still upheld the reputation of the Yun family. However, after a brief pause, Yun Donglai turned his gaze toward the bustling street below, uttering words that erased the joy from Yun Yi's face. Enough of this revelry. Return home. An elder from the Qingyang Pavilion visited recently and has high hopes for your talent. She has promised that if you are willing to become her disciple, you may enjoy the privileges of a true disciple of the Qingyang Pavilion. Compared to the imperial-level power of the Qingyang Pavilion, this insignificant sect in a mere corner of the world was of little consequence. Yun Donglai trusted that she knew how to choose wisely. Yun Yi's smile faded, and she stared blankly at her father for a moment before slowly shaking her head. She was acutely aware of the reason behind her second-place victory in the tournament. It was undoubtedly the result of her master, Lin Xian's guidance. Without the Qingdi canon and her master's teachings, she would not have grasped the essence of sword intent in such a short time. Furthermore, since becoming a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, she had completely lost interest in any imperial-level power. Imperial-level powers? Could they offer imperial-grade techniques? Not to mention imperial-grade techniques, they might not even possess respect-level techniques. And even if they did, they would not be available for her cultivation. Respect-level techniques might be found within some ancient powers that still retain their heritage in the Xian domain, but for an ordinary disciple to cultivate them was nearly impossible. Only the grand elders, sect leaders, or those of saintly status had the opportunity to practice them. She would not engage in the folly of losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. However, such thoughts must remain unspoken until she received her master's consent, even when it involved her closest kin. Enough of this nonsense. Upon seeing Yun Yi shake her head, Yun Donglai's anger flared. How long will you continue this rebellion? Do you truly believe that a small sect in this insignificant land can provide you with any advancement? Of course, Yun Yi thought to herself, yet remained silent. Moreover, both the Yuheng Sword Palace and the Sword Pavilion are not trivial powers. The Yuheng Sword Palace may not have great overall strength, but its mistress is an extraordinarily powerful figure. As for my master's Sword Pavilion, there is no need to elaborate. Enough already. Yun Yi's mother timely interjected, seeking to mediate. She was typically a gentle and protective woman, and seeing Yun Donglai reprimanding Yun Yi stirred some displeasure within her. The child has grown and has her own thoughts. As I have said, we should not interfere excessively. We must trust our daughter. She smiled tenderly at Yun Yi, stroking her head, warming her heart. Yet, Yun Donglai's expression remained grim, tinged with anger. You woman, this is the Qingyang Pavilion we are discussing, not an ordinary power. If this opportunity is missed, it may never present itself again. Yun Donglai furrowed his brow tightly, deeply dissatisfied with Yun Yi's passive resistance. In his perspective, one was the esteemed force of the Qingyang Pavilion, which practiced the same path as Yun Yi, while the other was an obscure sect from an unknown origin, one he had never even heard of before. The strongest within that sect was inferior to even the most ordinary elder of their family. How could there be any comparison? Surely, One would know how to make the right choice unless they were foolish. Yet, what was his daughter thinking? Witnessing the relentless quarrel between her parents, Yunyi's patience wore thin. Father, mother, I shall not join the Qingyang Pavilion. My fellow disciples are waiting for me. I bid you farewell. You unfilial daughter. Come back. After her calm farewell, Yunyi paid no heed to her father's furious outburst and turned to leave. Upon returning to the residence of the Qingyang Sword Palace, she found the timing impeccable and no one noticed her brief absence. Reflecting on her father's words, she smiled, casting aside thoughts of the Qingyang Pavilion. Whether it be the Qingyang Pavilion or the Wanning Pavilion, she would choose neither, for she had already discovered the sect that suited her best, the Sword Pavilion. Beside the Qingyang Sword Palace, many gazed with complex expressions at the preparations for departure of the Qingyang Sword Palace's spiritual vessel. No one had anticipated that the champion of the Seven Nations competition would be seized by the Zhonglu Empire, which ranked among the lowest of the Seven Nations, not just the first place. But the top 3 positions were all claimed by this force known as the Qingyang Sword Palace from the Zhonglu Empire. Such news was astonishing, yet it had indeed transpired. It was easy to foresee that in the days to come, the Qingyang Sword Palace would gain renown throughout the Seven Nations. When Yunyi re-entered the spiritual vessel, she coincidentally spotted several fellow disciples aboard, with their master, Lin Xian, seated at the forefront. Back already? Lin Xian glanced at Yunyi, his eyes sweeping over the information panel above her head, fully aware of her reasons for leaving, yet he did not inquire further. Instead, he lightly tapped the table, revealing a contemplative expression. You all performed exceptionally well in this Seven Nations competition. As he spoke, he began tallying the gains from the competition, which included the rewards for Su Lianxin and her companions. After receiving their prizes, they had all entrusted them to Lin Xian. To them, the reason for their impressive rankings lay in their master's teachings, and they had no means to repay him, no matter how precious these items might be. They paled in comparison to the treasures their master had previously bestowed upon them, items they had never dared to dream of possessing, such as the Qingdi scripture. Only Wang Yin displayed an expression of shame, his head bowed in regret over not even making it past the 3rd round. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian reached a decision regarding the fate of these treasures. The items awarded to the top 3 would be of great value, yet they held little practical use for him personally. However, they could serve as gifts for his disciples. Nonetheless, an exchange would be necessary. After all, the treasures obtained by Su Lianxin during the competition, if returned to her, would not trigger the system's reimbursement. Yet, if bestowed upon Yunyi, Wang Yin, and the others, it certainly would. The first place, Su Lianxin, received a 6th-grade advanced elixir for enhancing her cultivation. This elixir was directly bestowed upon Wang Yin by Lin Xian, as Wang Yin had the lowest cultivation level and truly deserved a boost. The jade bottle containing the elixir fell into Wang Yin's hands, and he glanced up at his fellow sisters, finding only encouragement in their expressions, devoid of any resentment. Gritting his teeth, he accepted it without hesitation. However, Lin Xian did not return any elixirs related to cultivation. Instead, he received a notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. Investment in the 6th grade